Muted, bro. Welcome. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. And this right here is the formerly muted TNAM Daily Show. TNAM stands for the new American media because the old American media failed you. Yes, it's been a rocky liftoff today on mute for 1 minute and 42 seconds. Yesterday, a rocky liftoff because for the life of me, I could not link our Restream account to our Rumble feed. Don't know why. Did everything I did yesterday today, except it worked today. If you would kindly do me the favor, if you were here from the beginning and the show just launched, please hit refresh on your browser because then it will enable advertising. I was so worried on trying to go back to YouTube, hit monetization. I forgot to check and see if the mute button was on. Look, my kingdom for a producer, okay? My kingdom for an engineer. My kingdom for a co-host. All these things. It's all right. It's all right. I'm okay doing all of these things. 2 days in a row. I'll also say the topic of today's program is we're too damned reliant on the internet. If the grid goes down, you better be ready. When the grid goes down. Question of the day, type it in the comments. What song am I singing? Who's the artist that sings? When the grid goes down, you better be ready. When the grid goes down. What's that from? Type it into the comments, please. But I spent several hours this morning trying to fix an internet issue that hasn't been an intermittent problem. Intermittent? It's a strange word. I think I'm used to saying it fast, but I think in saying it fast, I'm saying it wrong. It's intermittent. Like the internet. Having node issues, fluctuations in the download signal. 1/10, 1/20th of what it's supposed to be on the upload. Boring. I know. Point is, it's been tricky trying to launch the past couple days, but it's okay. We're fighting through it. Thank you, everybody. Damn mute button. Mute button. Now we know how deaf people feel. No, you don't, Danette. We all know that deaf people have no souls. They don't feel. They're not real. That's why I started laughing, because that joke was so mean and so dumb. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to actually say that out loud. Of course I got to say it out loud. Now you know how deaf people feel. Yeah, look, I'm clicking all these buttons trying to figure out how to edit the theme because they always change. There you go. Now it's fixed. Sort of fixed. Thank you for being here. Hey, I got a question. I know how Danette found our show, but to the others, Mary and John, how did you find this program? I know how Dr. Nick found our program. He found a specific interview and he's like, all right, I found that interview. Now I'm watching you guys. And it's going to inspire me to launch my show. It's like, that's cool, Nick. That's cool, Dr. Nick. Danette says, I got senior pant ads. What are senior pant ads? Do they like... I'm fighting off a sneeze. Do they come with like... That was close. Nimbus was just up here. The key with allergies, showering is huge. Just dander and dust and allergens. I did just shower this morning. But he was just up here. I wasn't really petting. No, he was sitting here for a little bit. I don't know. Marion found out about us through John. How did John find us? I was going through Rumble one morning and found you. Oh, that's good. I'm glad we're findable on Rumble. No, it's not Garth Brooks singing. It's from Cypress Hill. When the shit goes down, you better be ready. But yeah, I just use a very simple litmus test. If I were a bad guy, what would I do? What would I do if I were a bad guy? I would take the internet down easy. Easy. And it just dawned on me, dealing with this internet company again, trying to fix this issue that's not a me issue. My equipment's fine. My devices are fine. My router, like my devices are fine. There's something out there causing a problem. And it just got me thinking how reliant we are on the internet. Do we even have money, or it's in a bank somewhere? Maybe. Oh, we have investments. Well, tell me, what do you have? Well, do you have acreage and cows and chickens? Or do you have digits on Wall Street? Do you have theoretical, hypothetical crypto? By the way, type in the comments. Here's a question of the day. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto? Is that the name? The person that allegedly invented Bitcoin. What if that all disappeared? Do we really have savings? Do we really have money? Do we really have jobs? Everything is internet-based. I don't know that that's a good thing. If the grid went down tomorrow, what do you do? What is the game plan? Do we got this? Or are we in for a world of hurt? It just got me thinking this morning. There's another question of the day. Type it in the comments. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Do you think we're too reliant on the internet? Tell me in the comments section. If yes, tell me why. If not, tell me why. And you could say yes, but yes, we're too reliant on it, but I think we'd be fine if I'd be curious to get your thoughts on this. But that's how I started my morning. Troubleshooting. A bit of an ongoing issue, but it is what it is. And it is time to start today's program. We're also going to start talking about color revolutions, fake news with Pete Hegseth, and more. ? So buckle up. Here comes the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media.
Your guide to the truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Yeah, all right, everybody. Thank you for being here. Lake Leon, question of the day. Yes, but. No, not that kind of but. I meant B-U-T, singular. Singular T, not double T. Marion, yes, way too reliant on the internet. But I enjoyed not having internet a couple years ago during an ice storm. Played a bunch of card games. Yeah. I think we need to find ways to disconnect. Put the phones in a different room. Play board games. Do puzzles. Talk. Board games, puzzles, card games. Read. Spend time with each other. Go adventuring. Of course, when's the last time you've gone somewhere without your phone and you go, oh my gosh, I forgot my phone. I would get on my bike like in Stranger Things and just ride around the entire city and neighboring cities. Every park, stop by your friend's house, go to schools, just riding your bike everywhere. I was just talking with the cable guy about that. His kid was like, hold on, that's what life used to be like on Stranger Things? Like, that's how you guys lived? It's like, yeah. And the dude was telling me, he's like, yeah, kids don't play outside anymore. I'm like, what? What a damn shame. What the world's come to. People like me, people like you. So I could just wake up, have it not be true. But it is. Oh, yes, it is. I couldn't even imagine a universe where I didn't grow up outside all the time. Playing football, playing baseball, playing soccer, playing tennis, playing basketball. I had a backyard and I had woods and we made trails and forts. It was the best. Gardens. I miss that shit, you know? I looked at a property, not recently, but recently-ish. The house was a piece of garbage. And it had foundation issues and water issues. And I'm like, oh, God, if the basement's not usable, like, no thanks. The whole upstairs was a renovate. You know, you had to gut the whole place. You're going, ugh. You're looking at the place going 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60. Oh my God, how much is it going to cost to fix this place up? But you know what it had? I say narrow. It wasn't like this, but it was a narrow lot. But it went, God, what was it? 4.5 miles back. Oh man. And there was a deer, like a hunting blind up in the trees. And it had deer feeders under it. And you're like, oh man. Oh, I would have loved to have those woods. That house just for those woods. One of these days, I'd like to get a property with some acreage and some trees again, some woods. Lake Leon, outside is my happy place. Wait, do you not have a basement, Marion? Yeah, basement. Not, I want magazines and newspapers, but then we wouldn't have free flow of information like TikTok and Instagram. And YouTube, like us, chit-chatting it up, having a good time. You hate your phone, hate the internet. Fair. You leave your phone at home when you can. Don't use it except for work. Leave it on your desk when you're done. The basement's called a gun room. Well, Mitch Hedberg has a joke about that. He said it was a 2-bedroom. Isn't it up to me how many bedrooms I have? Yeah, man, that bedroom has my oven and a stove in it, or my stove and a refrigerator in it. And I actually, when I moved to Los Angeles, I ended up living in the kitchen. In the little breakfast nook, I had to put like a Japanese changing partition up against the wall and put fabric from the ceiling. And I had a little fort that I crawled into. I slept in the kitchen for 6 months with my band. That was a whole thing. No basements in Central Texas, nothing but solid rock. Oh, man. Yeah, basements are the way to go. It just like doubles your living space, storage space, useful space, utility space. Anyway. Thank you all for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Let's pull up our Instagram feed. Tell you about these color revolutions that are happening. By the way, let me put up on the screen here a reminder to follow the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube at the New American Media. We're on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. We're on X at American_Media_ and subscribe to our podcasts. One is the Agree to Disagree show, and the other is the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Also, we have donation links if anyone's feeling feisty or frosty. Love ourselves a good donation. You can sign up for monthly stuff on Patreon, YouTube, and Rumble. Thank you to everybody who has. We now have active subscribers on each platform. It means a lot. Speaking of building, these are the Legos on the base piece that you can build a foundation around. Very, very, very important. Thank you to everybody who does that. Also, Rumble rants and super chats. Great way to toss a couple bucks into the tip jar. And then we have, what is it? Fuzz Installment at Yahoo. That's our PayPal. And then it's just my name on Cash App and Venmo, Brian Engelman. We'll keep that going at the bottom of the screen. Now, wait a minute. Danette and Marion are neighbors? What is this? Yeah, I think I've been accidentally spamming you on X, thinking that you're posting. I don't know how to use things anymore now that I have gray hair. Well, let's keep trying. We'll keep figuring out. Ask John. John will be able to tell you. John tweeted a Trash Pandas graphic that I'll show you in a moment. But wouldn't that be great if you guys are neighbors and like you guys could like have a cookout, do some barbecue, go to the apiary and get some smoked brisket or whatever you're making. I love TNAM meetups. TNAM meetups are cool. We build community and we meet up places. I've done that. Not in Central Texas, but I've done that. All right, let's get to the color revolution. Color revolution, says Jason D. Meister. Senator Mark Kelly is now threatening Pete Hegseth with legal action after Hegseth targeted narco-terrorists plotting to kill Americans.
Hey, the U.S. military is, the most powerful and effective, military in the world. And we've got to be, precise, and we have to be operating in accordance with U.S. law and international law, always.
Based on what CNN is reporting, what the Washington Post is reporting, do you believe if there was a second strike to eliminate any survivors, that constitutes a war crime?
It seems to. If that is true, if what has been reported is accurate, I've got serious concerns about anybody in that chain of command stepping over a line that they should never step over. We are not Russia. We're not Iraq. We hold ourselves to a very high standard of professionalism. And this is where I'm really troubled about this, is because I have so much respect for people in the United States Navy. I served in the Navy for 25 years. And there is no organization more professional than Navy SEALs. And they should be revered. And that's why I say I hope what I've heard about this strike is not accurate.
You mentioned that you were a captain in the Navy. If you received that order, would you have carried it out?
No. We need to get to the bottom of this. Hey, the U.S. military is, the most powerful and effective, military.
All right. So let's get a definition of color revolution. It's a term used to describe a series of mostly nonviolent popular uprisings or protest movements occurring during the early 2000s and later in post-Soviet states and a few other countries aimed at overthrowing governments and replacing them with one seen as more democratic or pro-Western. How is it used today? It's branded largely nonviolent, Western-supported uprising against... Okay. Didn't get quite the greatest definition there. But yeah, this is what's going on. This is what they're trying to do. This is the latest attempt to try to take down President Trump through Pete Hegseth. I mean, the latest in a 1,000 lies. I mean, when the boy cries wolf, you sort of start tuning him out. And Mark Kelly seems a little off the deep end here, and he has for quite some time. Trump derangement syndrome for sure. All right.
Kevin and Sarah.
I'm not going to give that story all that much air. To me, it seems to have all the classic earmarks of Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation, Russian misinformation and disinformation. That report seems to have all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation. Remember when they said that about Hunter Biden's laptop when they rigged the 2020 to make sure, no, Hunter's not allegedly committing hundreds and hundreds of crimes, including severe blackmail, severe bribery, severe corruption and theft, and grift and graft. Nah, let's vote Biden. Look, our unnamed military. Wait, what do they say? What do they say? Unnamed White House official or senior military official, senior White House official spoke on the condition of anonymity. Oh, did he? Did she? Now, I know that 51 intelligence, I love when they say former intelligence. You're never former intelligence like a Marine. You're not a former Marine. You're a Marine for life. So it's not shocking if they're running some sort of propaganda machine, some sort of campaign. Not shocking at all. But we'll keep our eyes peeled on it. I mean, my understanding is that when these things happen, you have you have a team of lawyers that you're sort of going through a checklist. Just kind of like cross your T's and dot your I's. It was relatively surprising where it's seemingly out of nowhere. Bam, we're in it with Venezuela. But Venezuela was implicated in the 2020 charade as well. To what degree? Yeah. Wasn't it Colorado? They had the Venezuelan gangs taking over the apartment complexes. That's called a segue, people. Libs of TikTok here shows a story of a Colorado family who faced an intruder in the middle of the night. Take a listen to this story.
Sarah Root were asleep upstairs when they heard a noise. Originally, they thought it may be one of their 4 kids, but as it continued,
heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. As a parent, you know your kid's footsteps, and this was not any of our kids.
Kevin got up to check.
We had our door slightly cracked, and I saw this shadow go by, and that just is a sinking feeling.
A man was on the staircase right next to the bedroom, having broken the lock on the front door.
As I heard him coming up, I said, "Who is this?" Just yelled, thinking, let me just let him know, like, we know you're here, we're awake.
They say the man never spoke a word as he continued up the stairs, fear creeping in as thoughts raced that he could be armed with either a gun or maybe a knife from the kitchen counter. Now he was heading towards where the kids were sleeping.
As a mom, it's just your worst nightmare. It's terrifying.
There comes a moment where you're like, this is me. If I'm husband and the father, like, it's on me to do something.
Well, Sarah called 911 from the bedroom.
It's just one of those, like, this is my moment. And so I jumped out of the bedroom and I pushed him down the stairs.
Kevin says the man fell all the way to the bottom, knocking some pictures off the wall and leaving a dent in the molding. He took this video as police arrived minutes later while the man laid on the floor.
Put your hands up.
No, the police are trying to...
The man eventually went peacefully into custody. All he took from the home was a fall decoration from the porch.
We did find the freezer was open. He left the chicken nuggets alone. He left the waffles alone.
Well, the family was
Did he say a fall decoration?
given quite a scare. They're glad it wasn't worse.
We're just thankful that everyone is okay.
Now, 36-year-old Charlie Cooley now faces a felony second-degree robbery charge.
Who is Charlie Cooley? All right. Charlie Cooley doesn't seem to be one of the illegal alien invaders, perhaps, that Obama brought in.
His record shows this isn't his first robbery offense either, having been
So he's a repeat burglar.
arrested back in September for another
Wait, back in September? That was a month and a half ago.
felony robbery charge.
He committed another felony robbery, and your idea in Colorado was, let's just release this guy out to the general population again. Why?
Committed earlier in the year. In the studio, Nate Belt, Fox 31. Kevin and
Why are felony home invaders ever being released back into society? Makes no sense. But it's a reminder, how secure is your home? Do you have tools at your disposal to take care of situations if something pops off? Be a good idea if you did have some stuff, right? Imagine waking up to that. All right. Carolyn Levitt at a press briefing here, talking with a White House reporter. I'm not sure where the reporter's from, but they're talking about the illegal alien invasion.
Topper, you said, and I quote, leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. Can you explain what you mean by our nation's national identity and integrity?
I'm sorry, do you not understand the words that are coming out of her mouth? Wasn't that a Chris Tucker? Do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? By the way, a new Rush Hour movie has been greenlit, I was told. Is national identity a confusing concept? You're either on the same page with things or you're not.
Equity and character, and how would refugees, people coming from war-torn places who are seeking...
Oh my God, war-torn places. That's not what was happening. You were flooding this country with non-citizens. And they love to pay, it's war-torn. No, if it's war... Okay, hold on. Stop. If this was war-torn, just throw somebody a life vest to help them out, this would be women and children. You flooded our country with a Trojan horse full of 40 million illegal alien invaders, military-aged men from parts unknown, unvetted, intentions unknown, skill set unknown, marching orders, directives unknown, sleeper cells effing everywhere. No, that's not women and children. Oh, the boat's going down. Let's give them a life vest. We got. Won't somebody think of the children? These are military-aged men. Solo. That's an invasion. That's an invading army. I don't know who this guy is, but it's a completely disingenuous question.
A safe haven in America, like many of our forebears in this room, not add to our nation's integrity and character of our national identity.
I'll tell you what does not add to our nation's character and integrity is refugees who come here under the alleged plight of asylum and fleeing persecution, and then come to the United States to abuse our system and rip off American taxpayers. And as I pointed out, the New York Times, to their credit, it was about 6 months too late, but they did write about how Somali immigrants in Minnesota have been ripping off American taxpayers. In fact, 86 people have been charged in a rampant and widespread fraud scheme spanning multiple programs in Minnesota. Of those 86, 78 of those people are Somali, 91% of them charged. So far, 59 of those people have have been convicted for their roles in fraud plots that have stolen $1 billion from taxpayers. In one scheme, and this is egregious, a nonprofit and its affiliates with these Somali migrants claimed to have fed tens of thousands of American children during the pandemic. They were reimbursed for those meals by taxpayers. However, federal prosecutors found that almost all of those meals were never even delivered to hungry children. In fact, those organizations' leaders spent the money on houses, luxury cars, and real estate in Turkey and Kenya. Another scheme involved hundreds of organizations who were reimbursed for services that were supposed to help people at risk of homelessness. Once again, those services were never provided. All of this has happened under Democrat leadership in a Democrat-run state where these refugees, these migrants are coming to the United States. They are abusing our system. They are draining our resources that should be going to law-abiding, taxpayer-funded, tax-paying Americans. And this president is not going to put up with it anymore.
During your topper, you said, and I quote, leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and...
I think that sums it up fairly nicely. Bunch of pirates and thieves looting us blind.
That's it.
All right, here is Congressman Byron Donald shared this. Deputy Chief for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller talking about the SAVE Act in voting.
For your audience, perfectly, Sean, this was not a loophole. The Biden administration, Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, devised a scheme to fly illegal aliens into the country and then to escort them en masse across the border by the millions and to give them something known as parole, which gives them a work permit, which gives them a social security number, which gives them access to the voting booth. This was the plan all along, to get them here illegally so they can get free government benefits, get hooked to welfare, and be able to participate in American elections.
Why would we
this
allow
was an
that?
attack on democracy by the Democrat Party.
Yep.
It's the same attack that we see, Sean, when you have California, a sanctuary state, that is refusing to turn over even illegal alien criminals and gang members to ICE. So these are illegal aliens in California who have been arrested by California police, by California law enforcement for serious crimes, for crimes against children, for felonies, for crimes that threaten public safety, and they are refusing to hand these criminal illegal aliens over to ICE. Instead, they're freeing them back into the cities to offend and offend again. By any definition, what California is doing is criminal. It is a violation of our laws. It is one of the most heinous things that I have seen in my entire... Is it for your audience perfectly, Sean?
I think he was going to say in my entire life. Treasonous activity.
What?
Elon Musk talking with Joe Rogan about the astronauts. Yeah, this is by the way, but I sort of gloss over stories sometimes instead of adding my unique, original, transformative commentary, which is sort of the basis for my fair use claims, should they ever arise on YouTube. This was not accidental. This was completely intentional. And I don't use treason lightly. To dilute the vote value of American citizens by bringing in illegal alien invaders, that is pure treason. No ifs, ands, buts, nothing. It's legit, it's gross, and there need to be repercussions. All right, here's Elon and Rogan.
One more thing that I have to talk to you about before you leave is the rescuing of the people from the space station, which we talked about. You were planning it the last time you were here. The lack of coverage that got in mainstream media was one of the most shocking things. That
they totally memory hold that thing.
Wild.
Yes,
because
it's
if it wasn't
it's
for you,
like it didn't exist.
Those people would be dead. They'd be stuck up there.
Well, they'd probably still be alive, but they'd be having bone density issues because of prolonged exposure to zero gravity.
Well, they were already up there for like 8 months, right?
Yeah.
Which is an insanely long time. It takes forever to recover just from that.
Yeah, they're only supposed to be at the space station for 3 to 6 months maximum. So
one of the things that you told me that was so crazy was that you could have gotten them sooner, but
yeah, but for political reasons, they did not want SpaceX or me to be associated with returning the astronauts before the election.
Did you catch that? They, Biden's people, didn't want Elon to be associated with returning the astronauts before the election. Gross. Gross that they factored that in.
that is so wild that that's a fact.
Oh,
First of all, that even
we absolutely could have done it. So,
but even though you did do it and you did it after the election, it received almost no media coverage anyway.
yes, because nothing good can the media, which is essentially a far-left the legacy mainstream media is a far-left propaganda machine, and so any story that is positive about someone who is not part of the sort of far-left tribe will not get any coverage. So I could save
Elon's looking a little bit more like Arnold Schwarzenegger in these recent videos.
a busload of orphans, and it would
I could save a busload of orphans and it wouldn't
get a single news story.
Yeah, it really is nuts. It was nuts to watch because even though it was discussed on podcasts and it was discussed on X and it was discussed on social media, it was a blip in the news cycle. It was very quick.
It should have been a national baby Jessica's in the well. Oh, here's a nationwide. People want to get that worked up over what happened in Minneapolis. I'm old enough to remember when stories like baby Jessica in the well and like it would unite a nation. Retrieving stranded astronauts, that's like the stuff of Hollywood. That should have been wall-to-wall coverage, and they couldn't do it because Elon was aligned with Trump and against their deep state.
It was in and out. And because it was a successful launch and you did rescue those people and nobody got hurt and there was nothing really there was no blood to talk about.
Right.
Just fucking in and out.
Yeah,
Gone.
yeah, absolutely. Well, and
one more thing that I have to talk to you about before you leave is...
That is a very good point. Yeah, it's just absolutely bizarre. I mean, that should have been a ratings bonanza. But just because of politics, they wouldn't even let that information out. All right, here's Tim Dillon. He's got gripes and concerns about Speaker Johnson and Epstein and trafficking and blackmail.
The officials or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies. And
totally cool. Right. Great point. Let's not do it. He just won me over. I totally forgot about that. That's such a good point that he just made about that. Totally fucking, the guy hit it out of the park right there. First of all, they literally told you a few months ago that Epstein was not running a trafficking ring at all.
Do you believe
now
that?
They're saying there are national security concerns in the intelligence of the guy who was not running a trafficking ring. Why would there be concerns about our national security in the Epstein files? Doesn't that seem odd to anyone?
You know how Kash Patel would say, look, we're not going to re-victimize those women in the Epstein tapes. Also, there are no Epstein tapes. They're saying both things at once. It makes no effing sense.
Supposedly there was no client list and he wasn't doing anything. And then if he was doing something, he was just pimping out girls to rich guys, which...
The officials or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies. And
totally cool. Right. Great point. Let's not do it. He just won me over.
Let's not do it.
It's obviously evil and they should all go to jail. But why does this have to do with our national security? That's odd. It's odd that we're talking about this in terms of, quote, intelligence and our national security. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein is just like a weird rich guy who has a predilection for underage girls, right? Like he's not doing anything on behalf of any foreign government, right? He's not doing anything that our government knew about, right?
Right.
He's not blackmailing anyone. It's not a. They told us it's not a blackmail operation, so it seems odd to me that there'd be national security concerns in
Over
the
nothing.
Epstein files. That's so weird. Johnson wasn't speaking off the cuff. He was quoting from a document produced by his office detailing 5 flaws with the bill. It's obviously evil and they should all go to jail. But why does this have to do with our national security? That's odd. It's odd that we're talking about this in terms of, quote, intelligence, and the 5th and final flaw, titled National Security Concern, says that it's incredibly unwise to demand that the DOJ declassify materials originated by other agencies. That declassification should protect sources and methods and directs Congress to, quote, work with the Attorney General Pambati to declassify in a reasonable time frame. It's again, it's just so odd that this thing that doesn't exist has national security implications. That's super weird. What? I don't get it. Even if Epstein was this guy who was like hiding money for people, or, you know, again, he was like a pimp. What does it have to do with America's national security?
It's a strange thing to say, isn't it?
Huh. The 5th and final flaw, titled National Security Concern, says that it's
if we're getting our national security by abusing kids, nope, that's not okay. Burn it down. Burn it all down. What's this comment here from Armchair? Or Arm Mechanics. This was covered a couple months ago with a massive email dump between former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and Epstein. They'd been spying and collecting data for over a decade because every piece of shit in Congress and the White House is compromised and easy to leverage, is the claim. Yeah, it's just so odd this thing that doesn't exist has national security implications. Jimmy Fela says, I want to live in a world where liberals are madder at the guy who shoots our troops than the guy who deploys them. Could you imagine? Gabe Giardini says, here's the perpetual cycle that we've entered. 1, patriots are murdered. 2, the left celebrates it. 3, Republicans do nothing and spend their time tone policing on their own base instead. Step 4, see stage 1. I believe both National Guardsmen have passed away now. Let me ask Grok. No. Sarah Beckstrom, 20, West Virginia National Guard, passed away. Okay. Critical condition, fighting for his life. Because I thought I read I did read a story. Positive developments. Serious condition, but has shown encouraging signs of responsiveness and recovery per updates from West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey family and President Trump. Wolf responded to a nurse's request by giving a thumbs up to indicate he could hear her and wiggled his toes, described as a positive sign by Governor Morrisey during a press conference yesterday. Awake and responsive, though official statements emphasize still fighting very hard and not out of the woods. President Trump shared a conversation with Wolf's mother, who remained fiercely optimistic from the start, the one who said he's going to live as his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you, no doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hit in bad places. And she was like so positive. It was incredible. Trump added, I think he's probably doing better than anybody, while honoring fallen specialist Sarah Beckstrom. Wolf's mother asked the public to keep praying for her son. What's Andrew Wolf? Dear Lord Heavenly Father, please give Andrew Wolf strength and comfort, and give focus, clarity, skill, and precision to the medical staff treating him. Amen. All right. There you go, Mom. Okay. Those were conflicting reports. So one has passed away. 9mm SMG says, things are out of control. Trump needs to become all that the left accuses him of now. They will call him a dictator regardless, and they will hate him the same. Without action, we lose. He needs to truly become the man they think they hate. Well, I don't know about that, but what are we waiting for on the nuclear option? If we don't fix our elections, we can't fix the country. And it's been so jury-rigged, it seems. Savannah says, 2 National Guard were just shot on the streets of D.C. ICE agents have been getting shot at and attacked for almost 6 months now. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in public. We have a violent extremism problem in the United States, and it's only coming from the left. We'll put a stay frosty button. Kind of means keep your head on a swivel. Be alert, be aware.
I think
this is John Rich talking with Tucker Carlson. It doesn't seem to be a fan of Joel Osteen.
I think the Joel Osteen.
Ah, there's music. Never mind. Moving on. Who is this? A Somalian convicted of immigration fraud working in the Minnesota Sheriff's Office? Meet Omar Jamal, a Somalian convicted of immigration fraud who was ordered deported in 2011. Jamal's currently working as a community service officer for the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office in Minnesota instead of being deported. Why is a Somalian convicted of immigration fraud getting paid by our taxpayer dollars to work in law enforcement? Make it make sense button. I can't make any sense of that. We've shared several stories of people who aren't supposed to be here doing things they're not supposed to be doing. All right, what is this? Is this George Galloway? I'm not following him, but I will. A deep state murder most foul. Charlie Kirk.
The American deep state killed Charlie Kirk. For the reasons that I have already given. For the reasons that Charlie Kirk was emerging as a clear and present danger to them. Because Charlie Kirk was papabile. He was potentially presidential. He could have run for president against whomsoever.
Yeah, I didn't quite get it at the time. He could have absolutely become president.
Donald Trump had in mind to hold the fort until his own children were capable of taking up the reins. I believe that they wanted to sow such civil discord in the United States, that civil war, or the language of civil war, or the legislative program to crush his political opponents in the United States was a powerful reason why they wanted rid of a potentially troublesome priest with a mass congregation of many millions of college-aged kids in the United States of America. Just 2 more quick things on the subject of coincidences. Do you know that the first media outfit in the entire world to broadcast and publish the events in Utah was the Jerusalem Post. And did you know that both Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu both announced the death of Charlie Kirk at precisely to the minute the same time, 3:02? What's the odds on that? What's the odds on the President of the United States, 10 hours time difference away from Tel Aviv, and the Prime Minister of Israel announcing the death of an American influencer at precisely 3:02, each of them at exactly the same time? The American deep state.
Not going to stop digging into this story. He says the American deep state killed Charlie Kirk.
Right.
All right. Let's go over to Tim Tebow, a great spokesman for trying to live a good life, it seems.
Now, in our society and around the world, we say we value people, but we don't get out of our comfort zone to truly value them because we don't always actually believe that they're that valuable. But my hope and prayer is that we would really see them through the lens of the cross and through the lens of the God of this universe, and that we would really see their worth and their value, and it would do something. We would respond in a way that would care for them the same way that God loves us so much. He sent his son on the greatest love story rescue mission of all time because that's how much he values people.
Yeah.
We see people every single day, and the challenge is, how are we going to see them? Will we really see them in a way that we treat them with such kindness and respect and dignity and honor, regardless if we like them, regardless if we have the same opinion, regardless if you have the same political stance or faith? Like, that is the challenge, because right now in our society, we value people that we agree with, when their value should never come based on what we agree or disagree, based on what you've done, because we were all created in God's image. And so when we actually look at people and see them that way, and wherever you're at, we get to stop and we get to care for people, and we get to value them wherever they're at. And that changes everything if we just started to do that. And how many times have I missed the mark because I didn't actually see people through the right lens of my eyes and the right lens of my heart? Right now in our society and around the world, we say we value people.
Love is tough. Loving your enemy is tougher. Oh, I fall short. Danette saying, we are occupied from within. How many of them? All of them? He's absolutely correct, Danette says. That's why we plant seeds, even with the enemy. Yeah, sometimes the seeds grow. I remember when Glenn Beck kind of changed his focus. It was a little bit less of, hey, let me reach out to you. Let me save you. Let me wake you up. Let me wake you up. Let me wake you up. And then at some point, he was just like, hold on a second. There's no time. If you're still not awake, come find us once you get awake. We got work to do. You can't spend too much of your time talking to people that are just, if they're out on another planet, you got to kind of let them be there. Sure, drop a seed, but it doesn't mean you got to stop what you're doing and focus on that one seed all day. Conservation of resources, opportunity cost. You only have so many hours in the day. Here's Candace with a new haircut that I think looks pretty good. She says that the FBI ignored her and stayed silent on her request after she contacted them with info about the Macron family who are plotting to assassinate her. Take a listen.
Only department that we did hear back. Well, first let me say I did not at all hear back from the FBI on the American side. I did hear back from the counterterrorism unit. I did hear back from the White House confirming that that message had been delivered on Trump's desk, me saying that I had the information. I guess he didn't want to inquire further, which is interesting. But the FBI left me on red. And I will say I didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do that. but I did send a text message to somebody very high up who received the text message. No response. Now, I thought that the claim of the French Foreign Legion being involved in Charlie's assassination, I thought the FBI might be interested. No phone calls even from Utah's FBI branch have come into me either. Wouldn't you want to see? Aren't we supposed to be investigating the Charlie? The only department that we did hear back, well, first let me say, I did not at all hear back from the FBI on the American side. I did hear back from the counterterrorism unit. I did hear back from the White House confirming that that message had been delivered on Trump's desk, me saying that I had the information. I guess he didn't want to inquire further, which is interesting. But the FBI left me on red. And I will say I didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do that. But I did send a text message to somebody very high up who.
All right.
Kirk assassination, it was totally not a state operation. And they really want to get to the truth, which explains why nobody called. No, Utah, not interested. I'm actually surprised Tyler Robinson's lawyer hasn't reached out to me. What's going on here? No, we've got to protect the patsy, right? We've got to protect the patsy in this situation. Kirk assassination, it was totally not a state operation.
Yep. The comment here, she's dangerously over the target. Praying for her. Yeah. Dear Lord, keep your angels around Candace, keep her protected. It's not to say I believe all of what she's saying. I'm not going to disbelieve it either, but I want her out there saying, I want her out there finding whatever she thinks. Whatever she thinks is worthy of saying, go at it. Go for it. I support your right to do it, and I want to hear it. Pinkies up, everybody. Speaking of being over the target, Lauren wouldn't be trolling us if we weren't over the target, if we weren't a burgeoning show, an on-the-rise program, a consistent and steady stream of reliable information to clap back against the lying narratives. What's Lauren saying? Republicans typically win District 7 in Tennessee by more than 20 points. The race being this close shows a major shift in political sentiment and demonstrates how popular Trump has become. Bless you, Lauren. There's no universe where Trump has become unpopular. But keep running with that narrative. I've been hearing that for 10 years now, so thanks. Let's all wave to Lauren. Pinkies up. Oh, yeah, I may have an appointment in as little as an hour. The appointment comes when the appointment comes. All right, let me fly through the stories. Danette says, I think Trump is bought by Israel. You're not the only one. Lake Leon, yep, we have no proof from the other side. Danette, what would they do if we all went out there and held a vigil and a prayer for the country? They would flip. Go out where? Do you mean Utah? Yeah, demons don't like prayers. That's for sure. All right, so 100 years ago, look at this. All these fit, thin people. But now diabetes is up 900%, heart disease up 500%. This all according to Seed Oil Scout. Obesity up 1,300%, cancer up 300%. What changed? These are the sweets that we consumed 100 years ago, fresh fruits and such. Oh, but look at this ultra-processed garbage. How we got our protein 100 years ago? Some steaks. But now, what is all this stuff? Whey? Soy? Blah. The fats we cooked with 100 years ago? Butter? By the way, I've been on a butter kick. Oh, to the Capitol. Yeah, be a good idea. I've been out there a couple times in the past 4 years. I've been on a butter kick. Organic grass-fed butter. Loving it. That's what the fats that we cooked with 100 years ago. Now, this Crisco, this, I don't even know what ingredients it is, but seed oils, no bueno. How we hydrated 100 years ago, milk and water. Now it's Sprite and sugary sodas. Growing vegetables 100 years ago. And now everything's sprayed with shit. They sell you the disease and lifelong treatment. Yeah. Got to get this under control. This post here says the Somali Feeding Our Future crew stole $250 million, according to Hodge Twins sharing this conservative twins post. Or that's them. Stole $250 million by threatening to call Minnesota officials racist unless they kept the cash flowing. And it worked for over a year. Pure extortion disguised as equity. Minnesota got played. And we said, yeah, that sums up 40 years of Democrat tactics nicely. I was having a conversation with the cable guy today. Black dude. I think he said his mom is white. He's black. His dad was black. His mom was white. His wife is, what was it, half Puerto Rican or something? Something like that. And we were talking about race and these stories and the news and the podcast. And it came up. I'm like, oh, these racial arsonists. I'm like, man, there's nothing worse. And I said, for 40 years, they've been pulling this shit. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Barack Obama. It's just poisonous, divisive, racial bullying. Because they learned they can get people to shut up. They can get some money out of people that way. It doesn't work anymore, thankfully. But my God, was it pretty tough. It was pretty tough trying to deal with this for as long as we have been. But that's the story. They told these people, nope, I'm going to call you bad names. I'm going to call you racist if you try to take our money that we're stealing away. Okay. Call me as many names as you want. Pirate, thief, robber, looter, nomad, vagabond, call me what you will. But really, that sums up 40 years of Democrat policy for sure. Matt Walsh, trying to understand the Israel thing.
For reason.
And by the way, employed with Daily Wire, which is a Ben Shapiro joint. I do like Matt Walsh.
And some prominent figures who claim to be on the right are actually training their fire on the people who are protesting the Muslim takeover of Dearborn rather than Muslim foreigners themselves. So here's what Jake Shields wrote, for example, in response to a video of one of Lang's protests, quote, Muslims don't hate Christians, so I'm not sure what the point of this is. Do this in Brooklyn in a mostly Jewish community. So I guess the idea is that in order to dunk on the Jewish communities, we're supposed to forget about the fact that Muslims have been killing Christians for 1,400 years. Muslims don't hate Christians? What in the world are you babbling about? They're killing Christians across the world right now as we speak, particularly in Nigeria, as we discussed a few weeks ago. Every year, Muslims are executing thousands of Christians because of their faith. Meanwhile, Islamic countries are also flooding our country with immigrants who hate us and who openly threaten us at city council meetings. But we're supposed to believe that Muslims have no hatred for Christians whatsoever, even though that statement defies over a millennium of human experience. After I challenged Shields publicly, he responded by claiming that Christians have killed far more Muslims than the other way around, which isn't true. And then he pivoted again to like, well, we need to talk about Jews. That's all he wants to talk about. And as I told him on X, this is just full-on anti-Christian propaganda, something straight from the left-wing Reddit fever swamps. Talking points that are totally indistinguishable from the far left. An effort to distract conservatives from doing what needs to be done, which is taking back our national sovereignty. And we can't fall for it. I mean, there are some people ostensibly on the right for whom, hating Israel is literally the only issue that matters, the only one. They would happily let our country succumb to a third world invasion if it meant we would have more people here who don't like Israel. So Israel first from the other direction, as I pointed out many times. Now, in any case, the time for a national federal response to this invasion is long overdue. But there hasn't been one. And therefore, this week, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, decided to take action on his own. He designated CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations. At the moment, for whatever reason, some prominent figures who claim to be on the right are actually training their fire.
Okay. Yeah. Problem isn't Christians who can't tolerate Muslims praying to a false god in the sky, a different flying spaghetti monster in the sky, as an atheist would say, like all of you people believing in religion, the Bill Maher's of the world. There's the smartest people in the room. There's no such thing as God. Haven't you heard of the Big Bang? No, look, all the smart people say nothing created everything. Doesn't that make sense? Nothing created everything? No, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And you're telling me that's what science is telling us? The problem isn't Christians having to destroy people who have a different idea or hope or false belief of what happens when we pass and who created this universe and how we're supposed to govern ourselves while we're here. The problem is with Islam trying to dominate and destroy anything in their way that doesn't agree with them. That's a one-way street. Now, mix Judaism in. They think they're God's chosen people. I like what Tucker said. He's like, what are you talking about? Or something like that. He's like, chosen people. What are you talking about? In Christianity, the chosen people are the ones that accept Jesus Christ. Like, that's the chosen people. What do you mean you're the chosen people? You're not the chosen people? Or something like that. I'm working on my Tucker. I got to listen to him a little bit more. And I need to mimic him a little bit more. But I think I could do a decent Tucker. Working in some of those laughs. But I like what he said here. Chosen people. No, those are Christians who believe in Jesus Christ. Like those are the chosen people according to Christ. According to Christianity. I mean, there's definitely Jewish supremacists like there are Islamic supremacists. Are there Christian supremacists? I mean, Christian supremacists are like, hey, bro, you want to come to church? You want to like save your soul and do this cool shit that we do? Stuff that we do? Oops. Oh, you're not interested? All right. Well, I'm there every Sunday or I go, every now and then. I'd love to go with you sometime or come hang out. We can talk anytime. Okay, cool. It's not, I kill you. I kill all of you. Get out of here with that shit. Nobody wants that. If your God requires force to submit to it, it's demonic. It ain't God. You go free and willing with an open heart to God. You find God. You're not forced into God. That's a rape. That's the rape of a soul. A forced, air quote, belief in a God is a rape. It's an attempt to rape a person's soul. Nobody finds the afterlife through force. You find it through salvation and your own personal path. If your idea is so good, it doesn't require force. And if your idea sucks and it requires force, you suck. Anyway, Kenneth asks, is trans fat confused? Well, what are the pronouns of probiotics? I don't know. There's something there. Trans fats. Kenneth working on a tan. Nice. Settled back in. I know you're traveling a little bit. Now you're back in. The Space Cowboy's back and working on 10. Welcome back. All right. Keep it going. This could have gone no other way, and this will go no other way. Get ready for more of this. It's not me supporting or endorsing or condoning. But if you have weaponized your government against the normal people, the citizens of your country, this could go no other way. Take a listen to what this is here. Kristen Sokolov reporting, Irish patriots drop a masked manifesto. Take a listen. They declare a war on foreign invaders and traitor politicians. Well, this could go no other way.
To the people of Newry, Mourne and Down, we, the New Republic of...
To the people of Newry Down. Just like how I said, there was a dude of Indian dialect that was interviewing Elon Musk, I believe, yesterday. And I played a clip. I'm like, I listened to 5 seconds. I didn't pick up any one of those 10 words that I heard. I don't know what was said. Like my ear didn't hear it. Oh, go to you down. Huh? I didn't pick up a single word from this. So it's not just brown people I can't understand. I really am starting to channel a little bit of inner Tucker. I'm okay. It's so let it be written, so let it be done. I'm gonna do a Tucker Carlson impersonation. Just gotta sit down and work on it. Anyway, I also couldn't hear these white guys. Go down. What? Didn't understand any of it, but here we go.
Movement have watched it.
To the people of Newry, and get down. We watched our councillors, the MLAs, over the past 12 months.
Their councillors and MLAs over the past 12 months. The level of disrespect shown to the people who put you into power. This cannot be ignored any longer.
The disrespect shown to the people who have put you into power will not be ignored any longer.
We are proud men of Ireland. We are patriots. Your policies and decision-making in regards to flooding our communities with undocumented military-aged men is not acceptable. We will not sit back any longer and watch our culture and religion destroyed by the people we put in power. Also, the sexual indoctrination of our children in schools has not went unnoticed either.
Uh-huh. This sounds like everybody else frustrated with the crap that the left has been pushing on society everywhere.
The New Republican movement will take immediate action against anyone who threatens our ways of life and the safety of our women and children. We have your addresses and known your movements. Every one of you are legitimate targets as of today. The New Republican movement, the 28th of 11/25.
Dr. Zoidberg. Yeah, I can't hear his voice. I recorded the first few episodes when it debuted. I didn't really keep up with it or watch it. It's something like that. Some sort of garbled. It's like a squid thing. Is that the one, Zoidberg? Well, anyway, this guy just said they're targets, but I mean, this could go no other way. Button. Yeah, that's not an endorsement of it or whatnot, but you want to try to destroy our lives and destroy our families, destroy our country. What? I was close on the chuckle. I think it's also the chuckle rolling into the next couple things that he says. Oh, no, they gotta say, oh, you gotta. Anyway. Yeah, Tucker's my new favorite impersonation, I think. I I don't know if anything would ever surpass my Bobby Kennedy. I'm more or less a fan of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. trying to make sense of this really messed up health environment that we found. He's still my favorite. All I had to do was throw your hands in the air and then run away when I chuckle. Wait, the same chuckle? Is it the same Tucker chuckle? Tucker chuckle? Chuckle Carlson? Anyway, who is this? This is Brett Weinstein on the Dark Horse podcast. What's Alberto says, my question, why do you think the FBI seems to not want to dig into the Trump assassination attempt?
Kash Patel's bulging eyes are nature's way of telling you that the FBI is compromised. That's just a feeling I have. Look, the FBI, long before Kash Patel got there, was in the business of cooking up things like terrorist plots and then luring Americans into participating in them and then arresting those Americans and pretending that they were preventing terrorism or something. Heroes. So the FBI has long been compromised. It continues to be compromised under the Trump administration, which I don't understand. Why is Trump not interested in them looking into the assassination and firing anybody who refuses to do it? I don't know. Something weird is up. But anyway, the FBI is a failed institution. That would be a more profound statement if it wasn't embedded in an entire planet of failed institutions. But it seems to be just another one. And in what way it was caused to fail, I have no idea. Kash Patel's bulging eyes are nature's way of telling you that the FBI is compromised. That's just a feeling I
have. Patel's eyes are a hallmark of MK Ultra trauma programming, says Jay Farmer. Oh, he's got those eyes. So here's what who's our friend Lauren? Pinky's up to Lauren. I believe Lauren changes her name every now and then, and it's not really Lauren. A lot of these YouTube accounts were created a month or two ago. Hey, remember when I reached out to the FBI and put it on their radar when we got that D threat? When the threats got violent over Bobby Kennedy, actually. Allegedly. It wasn't over that. And that says maybe that's because the Trump assassination attempt was political theater to roil his party base. Do you mean that it didn't happen? Political theater? So it was a play and there was no shooter? Because Corey Comparatore did get shot and expired. We saw what looked like blood. I had John Fugelsang. You saw him on CNN a week ago. He's on whatever, on the panel. But yeah, he said it was that Trump didn't get shot. I'm like, what? What are we talking about? I mean, everything's a conspiracy, but anyway, what I was saying is that our paid troll here was just talking about this race in Tennessee. How could this Afton Bain get even remotely close? She hates the people of Tennessee and Nashville.
Recent poll shows that Van Epps, he's up by 2 points, but it's close. It's real close. This is a Republican.
He's up by 2 points. It's pretty close.
Seat.
Look, she's a homegrown Marxist. She was educated right here in Knoxville, Tennessee, and is running in Nashville. We better start paying attention, Republicans. We're always worried about all the folks that move here from Chicago or New York or Los Angeles, whatever. They're refugees. They're trying to get out of that mess. They know how bad it is. They don't want it here. Yeah. She was educated right here in Knoxville, Tennessee at one of the elite private schools. And they pumped a ton of money into it. And why did they do that? Because they know Republicans are asleep at the switch. Matt is probably one of the best candidates in the country. He's a decorated.
Hey, people, you hear Tim Burchett and President Trump. Some people give endorsements. Other people they will bend over backward on their endorsements and be like, yo, this is legit. They seem to really like this guy. Who is it that's running? Matt for tennis. Matt, what's his name? I can't. It's not popping up.
veteran, helicopter pilot, special force. He's got all the criteria, and he's incredibly courageous, conservative. He's articulate. He is the type of candidate we should be pushing. Republicans, we cheer. We elected Donald Trump. We go home. We don't care about Congress. We don't care about Senate. We don't care about school boards or anything else.
So a recent poll showed
Matt Van Epps. All right, I'll follow him. I'll give him a follow, but you better not let me down, Matt.
So a recent
Don't let these dirty Dems steal this. Hey, who wants to get super angry? Opening night of the Brussels Christmas market. Oh. Let's see if any assholes show up doing asshole things.
Imagine the outrage if a Muslim religious ceremony were interrupted and disrespected like that. Now imagine if that happened in a Muslim majority country. The protesters would potentially be put to death. And yet, in countries where Christianity is the dominant religion, you can disrespect Christianity with little to no consequence. Now, if Christians want to have a Christmas market, they need to spend obscene amounts of money on security to prevent a terrorist attack. There is no telling how many Christmas markets are not able to happen because they simply don't have the budget to prevent terrorist threats. Christians are being terrorized in their own homelands, and it has to stop. If you are going to come and enjoy the benefits of a country that was founded by Christians, then you need to respect Christianity. No religion is allowed to be disrespected like Christianity is in the West. It's time for Christians to take more pride in their homelands and stop allowing every other religion and culture to trample over and disrespect them. It's time for them to reject people who reject the values that made the West great.
Incompatible with Western values. Oil and water. All right, DC Drano says, here are the top 5 things that the Trump administration needs to do before midterms to win. Pretty decent list, I think. Number 1, release all the Epstein files. Oh, breaking news. Emmanuel Clase and Ortiz, the pitchers for the Cleveland Indians, Guardians, they face a May trial in a pitch rigging scandal. This is going to be a big story. Big, really big show. It's going to be big news. Okay, so the 5 things that Trump admin needs to do before the midterms to win. Take a listen. 1, release all the Epstein files and arrest all the pedos. I don't think they realize how big a deal this is. Can't keep dragging it out. Full info dump, mass arrests. 2, create a historic housing affordability program. Not 50-year mortgages, you assholes. I added that. My plan is this. Super simple. How about this? Every American gets 1 interest-free loan at all times. You have your own home property and you're able to pay it off, you're allowed to go get an investment property, build some actual wealth to leave for your kids. So you're not just breaking even and dying. 1 interest-free. You know how cheap your mortgage? 20% of what I'm paying is going to my principal. $4 out of $5 that I'm pissing away, throwing down the toilet, go to filthy banksters, gangsters dressing up as bankers. They're stealing our money. They're stealing our way of life. They're stealing financial security. Enough with the damn banksters. We don't need them. We don't need you. Can't wait till the corporate overlords play this video clip of me and say, I'm sorry, Mr. Engelman. We're not, could not possibly offer you a loan. Oh, we couldn't possibly refinance. I'm sorry, we can't finance the vehicle that you're going to try to purchase today. I know you'd like to expand your business, but we're just not going to finance you because you were mean to the banksters. Yeah, You're fucking criminals feasting off the misery of others. You're vultures, you're leeches. Go to hell, banksters. You want to make a couple of bucks, make a mortgage 1% or 2% to cover 1% for overhead, 1% for profit, cap it at 2%, move along. I would be okay with that. You get a little bit of return on investment, but you certainly don't have it amortized where 95 cents of every dollar goes to the banks for the first 10 years. It's insane that we've allowed this to happen. We've been conquered by banksters. Oh, I can't stand it. Hey, by the way, that's a good time to remind you at the bottom of the screen, we have tip jars available. Rumble Rants, Cash App, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, and signing up for Patreon or Rumble or YouTube. Please consider tossing something in there. Marion, what about those of us who already had a mortgage? I don't want another house. This one's paid for. Yeah, that's what. Maybe you could have a 0% mortgage on an investment property or a second home, a vacation home. Maybe your kid is going to go to college. And so you purchase a small condo in the college town, and then your child can rent that to roommates, and then they can pay the mortgage, and then you eventually get that, and then your kid can have a place that he can rent out or she can rent out. Yeah, just keep it rolling where we can have one interest-free loan at all times. That's the plan I want. Get out of here with your 50-year permanent renter, you'll own nothing and be happy bullshit. Deuces. I got no time for that. That makes my blood boil. DC Drano's right to take that off the radar. Lake Leon says codify the executive orders, #1. Yeah. Also, what basketball game where Muslims did a halftime show? I don't know which one that is. DC Drano says, okay, yeah, create historic housing affordability program, not 50-year mortgages. I saw red there for a second. I just started clenching. Yeah, I cracked all my knuckles We need major changes that benefit young buyers and piss off the mega banks. Ban BlackRock from buying up all the homes and messing up the inventory. Yes. 3, mass deportations that are actually mass deportations. At least 3+ million need to be deported before November. We are way too slow right now. 4, bring food prices down. Well, the flip side to that is increase the purchase power of the dollar. Stop spending so much effing money. Can't do that when you pass the big, beautiful bill. You add extra printing, money printer go burr, that causes inflation. Now, I get that Trump needs to build his war chest and he needs to have some resources to implement some programs and hire some people and get some stuff on ready to rock and roll. I do understand sort of the need for that, but if you're not going to reduce the amount of spending, you're going to increase inflation, which keeps driving the prices up. The prices aren't going up, the dollar's going down. It's not exact, but it's sort of like that. Also, #5, prosecute election fraud and deep state progress. Prosecute election fraud and deep state. Progress is way too slow on this front. I'm just going to drop an amen button. That's a good start. But there's a good question. Question of the day. What did DC Drano miss? Out of those 5, what else needs to happen in your estimation? Minnesota college game. Yeah, I didn't see that. Feel free to share and tag us on X. We're at American_media_. All right, keep it going. Charlie Kirk was very genuinely concerned for the safety of Thomas Massie.
We have Congressman Thomas Massie. Congressman, this might sound like a strange question, but I know it's on everybody's mind. You're going to be on the committee that will oversee the most powerful institutions on the planet, the FBI, the CIA, maybe the IRS. Are you concerned for your own safety and or what they might try to do to blackmail you? We know the intel agencies have files on every lawmaker that might become disagreeable. This is not some sort of tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. I'm sure this has crossed your thoughts.
Oh, absolutely.
by the way, you're not qualified to be on this committee if you don't realize that there will be an effort to discredit me. But you know what? Of all the people that they try to discredit, I married my high school sweetheart. I don't have an interesting romantic past. We grow our own food. We make our own power. At the end of the day, what are they going to do to me? I'll just go back to my farm and live out my days if they are in any way successful in ruining me. But this is so important, it's worth it. If I can't do it, who can? If I can't break through this, who can? And that's why I've been here 10 years.
Wasn't that "Here I am, Lord, send me"?
It's easy to get jaded. I'm redoubling my efforts. I'm excited to come to work and work on this every day. And I think that's what's going to take. It's going to take a dogged perseverance and just sort of ignoring the detractors. The left is saying this is a tinfoil hat committee. This is MAGA conspiracy committee. But it is no conspiracy to know what has gone on. We've seen things that have come out. We've got facts about what has gone on. And I know we're going to be bumping up not just against the FBI, but the other three-letter agencies and probably three-letter agencies in other countries because it's also commingled. And so I'm going to be a target of a lot of capable efforts.
We have Congressman Thomas Massie.
Yep, there you go. Charlie Kirk talking about how they were going to try to ruin him. Because he knows that's how the game is played, because the people playing the game are fucking gross. Oh, I've been waiting to hear this. Oh, have I been waiting to hear this? These assholes. Fauci, your COVID bullshit. How you ruined our ability to talk to doctors and get a treatment plan that works for us. One size fits all approach, my ass. God, I've been waiting to hear Adam Carolla respond to this. Adam Carolla reacting to the FDA linking COVID vaccines to child deaths now. Listen.
New director of the Food and Drug Administration's vaccine division told his agency in a staff memo that an internal review found that at least 10 children died after and because of receiving the COVID vaccine.
Well, look, if they were healthy, then that's more kids than died of COVID while healthy. It's all the kids. It all back to the kids. Every road's to the kids. That's all they did was the kids. That's all they did was scare dumb mamas. Dumb mamas controlled the house, and dumb mamas became their foot soldiers and did their fucking bidding. So it's basically like you go, look, what do you want? You go, well, I want everyone to not take ivermectin and not take hydroxychloroquine and get vaccinated and stay in and shelter in place and wipe everything out with Purell. You are not going to get that done with me. You will get it done with a dumbass wife. You poison her brain and you get to her and the
new director of the Food
and the wimpy white women are what's ruining this country. Oh, Brian, you're so racist. You MAGA, you're so racist. Trump, you're so racist. Yeah, that's not a thing. Like Malcolm X said, the white liberal is the most dangerous person on the planet. It's the wimpy white women. It's the wimpy wives that are going along with this happy horse shit. In elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, colleges, they're the ones that start to learn, I need to hate myself. I need to hate my country. I need to hate God. I need to hate the afterlife. I need to hate anything that's good and decent. I don't know what it is about the compliance of the wimpy wives, the wimpy whites, the white liberal. Adam's right. You get if you can get to the women in a household with a mom and a dad, mom's going to make life hell for the dude if they don't comply. How were they able to do it? The Democrats, all they have are women in that party. Women, wimpy dudes, and the illegal aliens who are sucking at their teat, who are reaching in their pockets. Can I have some more cookies? 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 And they just lead a trail of breadcrumbs into the woods to their gingerbread house. How do all these women fall for this shit? I don't understand it. I'm open to suggestions, ideas, because we have to deprogram. Just like people that have been brainwashed, and whether it's MK Ultra, whether it's Stockholm syndrome. I am disappointed in Bobby Kennedy because, like, we need a plan to de-brainwash the brainwashed, and I haven't heard it yet. Trump derangement syndrome, whatever you want to call it.
Drug Administration's vaccine division told it.
And she inflicts. She is the disciplinarian. She lays down all the rules, the COVID rules at the House, right?
Comment. Yeah, they also use the kill grandma tactic. Exactly.
And the way you get her is you scare her about kids. That's what works with her. So kids. If they had just said at the beginning of this, you know, it doesn't really appear to harm healthy kids. It just doesn't. It just doesn't seem to have, it's like maybe a flu or a cold to a healthy young person. So it doesn't really seem to affect kids. It would have been a totally different trajectory.
That's what that's what the common sense people were saying the whole time.
We wouldn't have shut the schools down.
And by the way, he's talking about kids and little kids. My brother was 39 when COVID killed him. Double pneumonia and medical malpractice killed him. If they would have said most of the kids are fine. Okay, most of the kids, you know, for the most part. And then allowed people to take hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, vitamin C drips, the Merrick protocol, all these things. But no, they didn't do that. They said, get a jab or go to hell. And even when you ended up in the hospital and said, this is the treatment plan I want, they said, we refuse. We will not do that. We are not allowed to do it. Not allowed? Who the fuck is telling you what my doctor may and may not do for me and my family? Who the fuck is telling you, a hospital with a doctor who's supposed to have the ability to think, or at least listen to what the patient is asking for and comply and work with them to the best of their ability to save their lives? No, we were told no. You get remdesivir, a drug so helpful it was labeled "Run, death is near." That was the nickname given to it by many nurses. Run, death is near. Shut down kidneys and other organs, allegedly. Nope, no ivermectin, can't put. Well, it doesn't hurt, so just do it anyway. It can't hurt, so just put it. Nope, can't do it. What do you mean you can't do it? I brought my car to your auto shop, and I'm saying I would like these tires put on. Nope, we're not going to do it. Well, why the fuck not? Only snow tires in here. I'm in Phoenix. I don't need snow tires. Government tells me Joe Biden and Anthony Fauci say only snow tires. I'm living in Tampa. I don't need fucking snow tires. I want these high performance, and I want ones with the white walls or whatever you want. If you could have heard the conversations I had, the multiple times I had to call in. Oh, God.
Wouldn't have shut aside if they had
never shut the school.
And if they had just told you the truth, they wouldn't have needed the emergency use authorization bullshit that says, no, if there are therapeutic options available like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pak, all this other stuff, vitamin C drips, then we won't have the blanket liability protections. Why couldn't they have just said one thing? Just given them one umbrella and says, look, here's a vaccine or a mRNA cocktail of whatever. You can't call it a vaccine because it doesn't prevent it and it doesn't cure it. It's a whatever, a therapeutic essentially that they tried to twist themselves into a pretzel to call a vaccine. By the way, for updates on health and elections, anything regarding health and elections, go get countervailing views at cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views. I have to tell you that. Under duress. Because you know what big tech oligarchs did? They said, no, Brian, new American media is not allowed to earn a living. No, Brian Engelman, you're not allowed to pay your bills anymore. Nope, we're going to strip all your advertising revenue. We're going to delete your page on Facebook. We're going to delete your personal profile on Facebook. Strip away your monetization. Yeah, we're going to shadow ban the fuck out of you. And we're going to go back through your catalog of 1,900 videos and just start randomly throwing dots. Flag, 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 flag. Sports shows with nothing wrong in the content. They were just fucking with me to fucking ruin me because I wasn't repeating their bullshit story on the 2020 election, and I wasn't repeating their bullshit about COVID and the mRNA vaccine. So they fucking ruined me. They fucking deleted me. Oh, they literally deleted my brother and my mother. They, whoever they are. Filthy motherfuckers. I like, Kenneth, give me a vibe check. Vibe check. Okay. Fuck. I was having a conversation the other day and said, someone with ADD. So I was a Ritalin kid. I was a hyperactive kid. So they give you methamphetamine. Like, hey, here you go. You're so sped up. We got to give you speed. So it wears you out. Calms you down. Okay. Sure, there'll be no long-term repercussions for this. It said something about like, what was the question? Do I have empathy or sympathy? Do I feel sad? Or do I miss people or do I feel sad or something psychopathic asking like, am I a psycho? And I'm like, the thing that jumped into mind is like, it reminded me of, well, the answer I gave was, no, it doesn't bother me. Oh, like, do you miss people? I think it was just, do you miss people? They said like ADD people don't miss people. I'm like, I mean, only if I think about it. It's the same with this COVID shit. If you get me thinking about it, like I sincerely want to volunteer for the Fauci penalty phase. Lord willing, he's held accountable for his crimes against humanity. Let me volunteer. I volunteer as tribute. Let me press the button, squeeze the trigger after a jury of his peers or a military tribunal goes through the whole rigmarole and gives him a proper chance at defending himself. There's no defense for what he did. Oh, I would volunteer in a heartbeat. My name is Inigo Montoya. You took half my family. Prepare for justice. Oh. So yeah. Anyway. Back to Corolla. He's saying if that's what they told us about kids, we would have gone a totally different direction. And if you just would have said, hey, here's the thing. Here's a vaccine if you choose to take it, a therapeutic, an mRNA, non-vaccine vaccine, wink, wink. Then, by the way, here's these other things you can take if you want to try it. They didn't do that. And I will never forgive them for what they did. Trump didn't do that. Trump left it available as an option. Biden, through Obama's handlers, they're the ones that forced this. My dad at my brother's wake said if President Trump were still in office, I sincerely believe my son would be alive right now. Fuck Biden, fuck the Democrats, fuck Barack Obama, fuck Fauci, fuck all of them. Okay. It only bothers me when I think about it.
Told us what they knew about kids, then we would have gone a different direction, but they never did. They never did. They wouldn't, because they held that, they guarded that information, and they guarded that information because once you let the kids off the danger hook, like if you said, and she inflicts, she is the disciplinarian. She lays down all the rules, the COVID rules at the house, right? And the way you get her is you scare her about kids. That's what works with her. So kids. If they had just said at the beginning of this,
yeah, okay, second part, third part now.
It doesn't appear to really be dangerous to healthy kids, then every mom in the world would have stopped enforcing all the retarded edicts they put before her. And that's where we got. And that's why the dumb moms got the kids vaccinated and it was totally unnecessary for them.
Absolutely.
And now it's dangerous. Thanks, moms. Yeah. Great job. Next time, ask a in question, would you please, before you light your Fauci candle? Dumb shits.
Yep.
Everyone in this safety sphere and all this thing, it's f***ing us up. You guys f*** your kids in the name of safety. Good job, moms.
Smart.
Keep listening to dopes who lie to you. It doesn't.
I want to hear Adam do an hour on that rant. Kenneth, do you miss people? Only if my scope is off. I only miss people if I have time. I'm usually too busy doing things. Thanks, Adam. God, I want to hear him do an hour on that topic. Danny Alexander says another day, another conspiracy theory proven correct. With music, I'm sure.
I will ensure that drivers attacks according to how.
Anyway, they want to. Where is this at? The Commons. Where is this? UK politics. Pay per mile. Yeah. They want to limit you. You can't drive any.
0.5p for plug-in hybrids.
Lunatics. Lunatic cult members. Owen Schroyer says, if we were draining the swamp, you wouldn't be talking about Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, or Tucker Carlson. Do you understand? Ann Vandersteel says, traitors all. The entire federal government needs to be overhauled. They're operating on behalf of global corporations and lobbyists. We are not operating a constitutional republic. Gunther Eagleman says, pathetic. They've had over 10 months to pass secure election laws and impeach rogue judges and have done nothing. Both are tagged. Let them know they're failing the American people. Thune and Johnson. Benny Johnson says, this is it. This is what we're fighting for. Home ownership, marriage, kids playing in the yard, white picket fences, rocking chairs on the porch, the American flag flying proudly, family dinners, safe neighborhoods, a future for your children. This is the American dream, and it's being taken away. Owen Schroyer, if you're focused on a 20-something-year-old podcaster and not the foreign-born billionaires who buy politicians, then yeah, you're missing the picture big time. Kyle Seraphin warns, we aren't going to vote our way out of this. That was a negative drop, wasn't it? But it is what it is. Let's check on Tim Walz with his Somali scandal.
New York Times, they just ran an expose.
This is Haley Caronia. Who is this? Is this the person? Okay.
The New York Times, they just ran an expose on Tim Walz and all the fraud that's happening right underneath his nose. And this is what they said. Federal prosecutors charged dozens of people with felonies, accusing them of stealing hundreds of millions of dollars from a government program meant to keep children fed during the COVID-19 pandemic. So then the New York Times said this. Critics of the Walz administration say that the fraud persisted partly because state officials were fearful of alienating the Somali community in Minnesota. Well, maybe we could have saved $1 billion in taxpayer dollars if they weren't so afraid of alienating the Somali community. So here is Governor Tim Walz defending this Somali takeover. Listen to this.
Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from government programs during COVID. Do you take responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state?
Well, certainly I take responsibility for putting people in jail. Governors don't get to just talk theoretically. We have to solve problems. And I will note, it's not just Somalis. To demonize an entire community on the actions of a few, it's lazy.
It's not just Somalis, he said. Oh, great. So there are more immigrant communities that are stealing billions of dollars? Awesome. Tim Walz could have been our vice president. This guy, all this fraud, illegals, Somali immigrants running this fraudulent ring under his nose, and he's covering it up. That could have been our vice president. So I want to just thank everyone who voted for Trump right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, no music, no music, no music. Where is the music coming from? Stop the music. Okay. Woo. No music, please. Yikes. I know it's generic music, but Google doesn't seem to care.
Where do you?
Okay. Glenn Beck. Here we go. Glenn Beck talking with RFK Jr. about where you stand on the World Economic Forum.
You stand on the WEF, the World Economic Forum.
It is like, we shouldn't be paying any attention. It's a billionaires' boys club as arranging the world to shift wealth upward and to clamp down totalitarian controls on everybody else. And now they got the capacity to do it. They got all these countries running around doing what they tell them to do. It's astonishing to me that, these people go to Davos in their private jets.
Yes.
They do go to Davos in their private jets. The thing that I don't do with my Bobby Kennedy impersonation, I don't go up really high. Maybe that's part of what my impression is missing, is going up a little higher in a higher register. I'm outraged by this, frankly, Glenn.
And they're able to tell these world leaders, how to govern us in ways that eradicate our constitutional and civil rights and constantly shifting wealth. I mean, COVID, we shifted $4 trillion of wealth upward. We closed all the little guys.
Yeah.
And
Home Depot was open,
rich,
but
and Google, and they're all colluding with each other to censor the people who are like me who are complaining about it.
Where do you stand on the WEF, the World Economic Forum?
Yep. Oh, yeah. They were all in on it. Shoulder to shoulder, shutting people like us up. Now they were getting filthy fucking rich. Batyanger Sargon about the Secretary of State, terrorism, threats, military. Here we go. This is their latest thing. They're trying to take out Trump through Hegseth because of Venezuela.
Well, first of all, the story has been massively misreported. So you have actual headlines saying that Hegseth gave the order for the second hit. That wasn't in the initial Washington Post article, which claimed that following, by hearsay, somebody claimed to have heard Hegseth say, we have to kill everybody. Therefore, the admiral gave the second hit. So I just want to clear that up. I think that's why Hegseth wrote the tweet, is to just correct the record. But what I don't understand is it is the Secretary of State's right to determine who is a terrorist and who isn't. The Secretary of State answers to the executive branch. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has determined that these boats are carrying terrorists, which makes the attacks on them legal. And the only question is whether that boat was disabled or whether it was destroyed. If it was destroyed, how were there still live people clinging to it? And if it was only disabled, let me just finish the point, then it was still a threat, meaning it was still a legitimate target. So I'm very confused. And by the way, I've spoken to a lot of veterans today who are also very confused by all of this bipartisan outrage. When working class Americans in those forgotten Rust Belt communities where you have high schools where 5 kids have overdosed and died, when they see him blowing up those boats, they feel like he sees their pain. They feel like somebody cares. Well, first of all, the story is...
So there you go. They are twisting themselves in a pretzel trying to take out Trump with this latest one. So, good times. Like I said, not too much going into that.
So Candace made a post over the weekend with some pretty big claims that
This is the Take Naps account. What's this guy's name? Bobby Sauce.
allege that there's a real threat for her life. And a lot of people have been dogging on her lately, suggesting that she's crazy and that all the things that she's saying don't make any sense and whatever else. But it just makes me wonder, what if she was right?
Uh-huh. We're just going to ignore this until something does actually happen, then what?
And what if this threat, like all the other things, many of the things she said, actually are true or very close to true? Because in these types of scenarios, it's, wow, they're crazy until they're not. And I can't help but think about Virginia Giuffre, the most outspoken survivor of Jeffrey Epstein, and the people that supposedly didn't exist that she was whatever to. Because the people that she accused, like Ehud Barak, like Prince Andrew, well, they're free and walking around alive and well. And well, Virginia Giuffre, who publicly said that she would not take her own life, well, she did. all while she was writing her second memoir that was published after her death. Oh, and by the way, a month before this happened, she got hit by a bus. Because it's very important to establish just a couple things here. One is that, do you believe that great, tremendous evil exists in the world and that it is very, very prominent in the highest of halls of power? Do you believe that to be true? Do you believe that those types of people could be in highly authoritative positions like a prime minister, like a president, like a three-letter agency? Do you believe that could be true? Do you believe that people in these positions of power, or ones with connections to them and money, do you believe that they end people's time on the earth as a method of silencing them? Do you believe that to be true? Do you believe that there has been or could be such a high-profile person to give a forewarning of something potentially like that happening? Has there ever been a person as famous as Candace Owens that could do that? In the event that something like that did happen, would people believe her then? Or would they say, oh, it was a bus or whatever? And then on top of all that, it's like, if you think that she's just doing all this for money, or you think she's crazy, is she making this one up? Is she doing this for money? Is this a money grab? Do you believe that after all this, when the dust settles, if it comes out and there's irrefutable, obvious proof, and we see all the footage that Tyler Robinson just did it, plain and simple, and he was by himself and we all watched the court case, and it's all so obvious, would anybody ever listen to her again? Do you think that she's so low intelligence that she would put all that out there knowing that it would destroy her career? She's just so rich it doesn't matter? All this stuff she's built was leading up to this inevitable crescendo where she's just like, all right, here it is, here's the final cash out, and then I'm going to pretend someone's trying to end me. Her message seems to be getting places, and she seems to be pissing a lot of people off. In the event that she was right, wouldn't this be the timeline that would follow? I just don't understand why people aren't just like, hey, let her cook. Let's see if she's right. I don't
Okay, that's pretty much where I'm at. Let her cook. I'm here for it. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not trash talking it. I don't have everything figured out. Why would I authoritatively shut her down as a lunatic or endorse her wholeheartedly and drink the Kool-Aid? Somewhere in between, I think, is fair. Let her cook. And I'm going to watch and listen.
Really see the harm in that. Because unfortunately, the path to uncovering evil is a bumpy one. And if the worst is that people's feelings get hurt in pursuit of the truth, how bad really is that? I sincerely hope for her safety, because I think she just might be onto something. So Candace made a post over the weekend with
I'll put that there. Let her cook button. There we are. There we are. Thank you all for being here on the TNAM Daily Show. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Interact, leave your comments. Rumble rants and super chats are available and appreciated. Let's keep it going. Yeah, I mean, we knew that we couldn't trust these Afghanis. And for some reason, people wanted to import them into America. Then we had 2 National Guards slain.
We knew we could not trust our supposedly allies working with us in Afghanistan. I mean, look at the suicide bombers that would go and try to assassinate or kill or blow themselves up in the same bases where they were working along the side of our military personnel. We had people killed. We had people injured. I know Obama did not want to talk about it because remember, Obama was covering up for them. And then, you know, we had the debacle under Biden, but we knew we could not trust them. We knew that a lot of them were working with us only for the money, and they were working as double agents. So when we withdrew out of Afghanistan and we brought all these people en masse, there is no way we could vet them. And, you know, in America, we judge other countries based on our knowledge of how, you know, we keep records. There are computer records. You know, if you have a traffic ticket, there's a computer record that you got a traffic ticket back in 2006 when you were driving somewhere. The rest of the world doesn't operate that way. There is no record on these people in many of these countries. It doesn't matter what they say. There is no such thing as vetting the way we know what vetting is. And this is now.
And since that's the case, why are we doing any of it?
You know, the eggs are coming home to roost. I mean, this is now, we are.
The chickens are coming home to roost.
Paying the price for years and years and years of neglecting a serious issue that the country better wake up in order to protect ourselves right now. We knew.
And that makes sense to me. Polita Brawl Originals out here talking to protesters.
We ask why you're out here today?
About an ICE protest. Where they at? New York, NYC, yeah.
We're out here today because there is an ICE raid, and New York City is doing the work of ICE, protecting ICE as they do illegal work to tear families apart in New York City. And as New Yorkers, we're not going to stand for that.
Is it illegal to enforce immigration law?
Okay, we're
Oh, okay, please don't touch the microphone.
okay. Well, who are you?
I'm a reporter. We have the right to enforce our immigration law?
You're such a f***ing dork. You're such a dork.
This lady's wearing grandma's couch cover from 1968, wearing 3D glasses, calling him a dork because she can't articulate her position. One question throws her into a tizzy.
You guys aren't very articulate. What do you think about...
He asked you a question, answer it. Is he a criminal?
Relax a little bit.
No, I'm not going to run.
Why are you out here today?
To protest.
Hey, I asked you a question.
I'm here for, I don't know, it's a nice day, beautiful neighborhood. How about yourself?
We're out here talking to protesters.
Oh, yeah? How's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
A little cold. Yeah. Do you think the United States has the right to enforce its immigration law?
Mm-hmm.
It does.
Yeah.
So why is that not what's happening here, in your opinion?
You are such a joke.
Can you articulate your position? Or?
He cannot articulate his position. You are such a joke, he says.
No? We ask why you're out here today?
Pathetic people. Pathetic. All right, more about Candace. Yeah. I feel like the past few days I've talked about Candace in the title quite a bit. Today I don't. Now I got more Candace talk than any of the other shows.
I'll keep saying Candace Owens isn't important enough for a government to want to take her out, right? Okay. So explain to me how, if she's so irrelevant, why was she important enough for President Trump to get Charlie Kirk to call her and ask her to stop talking about Brigitte Macron? And then why?
Oh shit, there's music. And then why did the ambassador call her and yell at her? So she's talking about Brigitte somehow, as if it was interfering with the Ukraine peace deal. And why did President Trump himself call her personally after that? But yeah, totally. She's just a crazy podcaster, right? Because presidents are known for contacting crazy podcasters. No, because what Candace dropped in her post is not small, y'all. She doubled down on her claim that Charlie Kirk's death was linked to a French-Israeli assassination plot, allegedly involving hired operatives, foreign bank accounts, and intelligence networks. She also says that she understands why Charlie Kirk, Sergio Jor, and President Trump asked her to stop talking about Brigitte Macron months ago. At the time, she thought it was just weird, but now she knows it's part of the cover-up. And the new part, Candace says she's investigating whether Brigitte's entire backstory, her family lineage, her childhood, and of course her gender was connected to MKUltra, Operation Paperclip, and World War II era intelligence networks. She claims she has historical documents, tips, handwritten lists, wartime refugee transfers, and emails suggesting ties to old Mossad networks. And she says the level of protection around Brigitte Macron is so intense. So wait, hold on. So was Brigitte Macron a deep state Mossad asset handler, put there like Kash Patel's girlfriend, put there like Charlie Kirk's wife, as some would speculate. So they believe it's bigger than just gender gossip. She literally says people appear willing to kill over this secret. So no, you don't get to call her irrelevant or crazy, and definitely don't get to laugh this off. Not when that many powerful people are suddenly terrified of one conservative commenter talking about one French first lady. This story is blowing up fast. She's going to keep following it. I don't know who this account is, but I'll give it a follow. All right. Let's share this tab instead. This is the TNAM X account. You know what? Let me pull up. Okay, here's what I'll do. Turn that off. I'll save that. I'll pull this up. If I have to bounce quickly for an appointment that will be here in a 3-hour window, and I don't know when it'll be. I got my next show queued up. So I will bounce right to that if I have to move fast. I'll keep you posted. Okay. Here's our X feed. Hit like, hit subscribe. Follow us on X. Pinned is our Patreon link. It's a new month. Let me see. Did this go through yesterday? View details. I can't see. Let's do insights. Okay, back up to there, which is where. That's weird. That's close. All right, so December is processing on Patreon. Thank you to everybody. We have, by the way, even if it's just subscribing to our Patreon, you can subscribe as a free member. You don't have to sign up for the $5 or $10 a month thing or the $100 a month thing. You can sign up as a free member on Patreon. Because if the deep state ever takes me down, I'll be broadcasting over there. I'll be broadcasting on Rumble. I'll be broadcasting in other places. So please connect with us as many spots as possible. Okay. Huh, that's weird. Huh. It wasn't showing our feed on X. Why was it not showing our feed on X? Did you notice that? I clicked it and then it expanded. We're too damned reliant on the internet. I suspect that we are. So my plan, my call to you is to just have a plan in case the power goes down. Like, do you have a couple of things figured out in case you gotta get by without power, without internet? We're too damned reliant on it. Just a thought. Just a thought. Just a thought. Thank you, Marion, in case I bolt soon. Wait, who's a distraction? Me? Oh, the show makes your workday go faster. That's good to hear. I like that. I like that. Okay, let's go through these. Amuse reports that in Ukraine, Zelensky has enlisted Senator Mark Kelly's twin brother to raise $2.8 billion for a U.S. aid-created propaganda arm targeting U.S. voters and politicians. Much of the money moves anonymously via crypto. Observers note the conflict of interest because the brother of Senator Mark Kelly helping run, where'd it go? A foreign influence operation targeting the very government that his twin serves in? United 24, created by Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation using a U.S. aid-funded infrastructure, appointed Scott Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly's twin, as its ambassador to help raise money for the propaganda outlet. Since then, it has raised $2.72 billion. Much of it routed quietly via cryptocurrency. United 24 produces coordinated messaging marketed as fact-checking and anti-corruption efforts, but in practice operates as a state propaganda engine shaping U.S. public opinion and congressional support for the Ukraine war. Oh, so Kelly's involved again. Ned Reun says, here's my shocked face. I'm telling you, if the threads keep getting pulled, there are going to be more of this coming to light. I'm convinced that beyond this, billions and billions were redirected back to the U.S., and either family members or close confidants of elected officials were benefiting from the Ukrainian fraud. So I'm not going to say, hey, if you've I'm not going to say, hey, if you've benefited from Ukrainian fraud, please make sure you donate to the New American Media. But I will ask you to donate to the New American Media because we need that. Hey, speaking of things that we need, take a look. This is a Nebraska senator. No, we're not kidding. Derek Evans says, yep, a real-life senator from Nebraska. Throwing a tantrum while singing. I don't know if anybody's turned this into a club song yet, but I hope they do.
Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people.
How about make it
trans people belong here.
Okay, all right.
We need trans people. We love
Okay. How about a ringtone?
trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people.
By the way, why do they all look like that? The thick glasses, the oversized thick glasses, the righteous indignation look on the face. Kaboom! Mr. Kenneth off the top rope with a super chat, $20 super chat. Kenneth would like to order a dozen donates with sprinkles. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Senor Kenneth. Appreciate you, brother. Was it because of the song? I think it was because of the song.
Belong here. We need trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people.
Remember when I talked about the wimpy whites or the wimpy wives or the wimpy women? Thank you so much, Kenneth. $20 super chat. That'll get you a cup of coffee. That's a real senator, people.
We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people.
It's a classic. It's a classic. I don't add a beat to that and you got some. Yeah. That needs to be a song. Loaded, loaded, loaded. I know, it is just yikes, sad, all the things. Glad they're, Okay, Representative Andy Biggs, Arizona, rips Maxwell Frost on illegal aliens being counted in the census.
What does the T in TPS stand for?
He is creating
what is the T?
No, answer the question. That was not answering the question.
What does the T in TPS stand for?
He is creating
what is the T?
No.
I answered your question. Answer mine. What does the T stand for?
Temporary protective status.
The T stands for temporary protective class. And here's the deal. Temporary parole status. That's what it stands for. And what that means is we're going to parole you in for a period of time. We have people who have been paroled in.
Oh, we're going to need those TPS reports. What's that from? The TPS reports. Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Yeah, but it's not temporary protective status. It's temporary parole status. I was saying it wrong.
For their temporary period of time for more than 20 years. More than 20 years. And they won't go home.
So you're saying...
And I'm suggesting they need to go home.
Yes.
That's what President Trump's suggesting. I think that's what the American people want. And when we get back to this question,
none of the polls show that now.
Yes, they do.
I'm sorry?
None of the polls show that now. The American people are overwhelmingly against what this president's doing in immigration. In fact,
no, they're not.
For the first time in history, more people are with us.
I'll take my time. I'll take my time back. I was respectful and let you ask your question. I disagree with you. I disagree with your interpretation of what polling is saying. What I'm suggesting to you is this bill corrects an inequity. So let me give you an example. How many people are in Congress from California that shouldn't be here because you overcounted, including apportionment of illegal aliens? By some estimates, it's as high as 7.
Extra congressional seats. And you know why the teachers' unions are fighting for it so much? Because they get more money if there's more kids in their school district. More money means more money for the teachers' union. They don't care about selling out your kids. Oh, yeah, English is a second language. We need to get 25 translators here. Instead of educating Americans, we need to turn into the Tower of Babel. I don't know. Many United Nations. Teach Americans in English. You want to be here, you assimilate here. You don't build enclaves here.
People belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans.
Why is it when I think about the Tennessee Afton Bain, I just think of this person? Is that fair? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. This appears to be a real incident at Dollar Tree. Woman cuts in line and then gets racist.
Air Force fucking.
I don't fully understand the context of this. I asked for some from Grok, but they said this lady jumps in line and starts talking trash about white people. Just in case you're curious, if you see this video. Grok, because I always ask, is this a skit? I said, no, it doesn't appear to be a skit.
Air Force fucking Supreme Court Justice, lawyer, do something, ho.
What is she talking about? Is she saying that she's a Supreme Court justice? I don't even understand there's so much missing context. Is that a ring on her finger? No, not on the correct finger. Okay, no, she couldn't be married. Let's take a listen.
Air Force fucking Supreme Court Justice, lawyer, do something, ho.
$3.79.
I don't give a fuck.
I see.
Yeah, make me famous, bitch. I need all the fucking PR.
I don't think you want the smoke. You want the smoke? Okay. You're becoming famous. Why do I even know who you are?
I don't give a fuck.
You should.
Yeah, make me famous, bitch. I need all the fucking PR.
I got a hunch you don't.
Do it. Fucking sick of white people acting like you run shit. You don't run shit.
Oh, yeah? Very angry at white people.
Fucking sick of white people acting like you run shit. You don't run shit. Fuck you. Air Force fucking Supreme Court Justice.
It helped me understand question of the day. Air Force effing Supreme Court Justice. What is she let's just guess. What could she be talking about? We're missing the context at the beginning of this.
Air Force fucking Supreme Court Justice, lawyer, do something, ho.
And how do you get from Air Force Supreme Court Justice, do something, ho? I am so confused.
Air Force fucking Supreme Court Justice, lawyer, do something, ho.
Supreme Court Justice lawyer? So is she saying she's a lawyer for the Supreme Court?
Air Force fucking.
That she was in the Air Force and then she went to be a lawyer for the Supreme Court?
Air Force fucking Supreme Court Justice, lawyer, do something, ho.
Do something, ho. Odd transition there.
$3.79.
I don't give a fuck.
I see.
Yeah, make me famous, bitch. I need all the fucking PR. Do it. Fucking sick of white people acting like you run shit. You don't run shit.
saw a stat. White people are 7% of the world's population. Is this real? 7%? Think of all the whites who have been convinced you need to live a frivolous life, abort your kids, send your ladies to work 40 hours a week. Don't worry, give us the kids. We'll take care of your kids. Huh. All right, then. I asked Grok for information here. I don't really understand. Not publicly identified, no evidence to suggest it's a skit. So it just sounded interesting to me. This is in a terrifying sight. Eric Daughtry says Muslims storm opening night on the Christmas market in Brussels, waving Palestinian flags, setting off smoke bombs, and scaring families coming to your town if Islam is not exiled from the West. Laura Loomer says, how can any Westerner not hate Islam after watching this? A reckoning is coming. People have called me crazy for years, says Laura Loomer, for saying we are witnessing an Islamic takeover attempt. But a real reckoning is coming once people of the West wake up and decide that enough is enough. You'll see. How do you feel watching this? At the Christmas market. Is this appropriate in any way? Color Revolution. Highly funded. Very coordinated. Okay. Here is Byron Donalds talking about the SAVE Act.
235 days since the House passed the SAVE Act, which would secure our elections. Look, the Constitution's clear. You can provide some integration and some framework for our elections. Voter ID, things like that. But the Senate's not moving on it. What is going on here?
Listen, the Senate doesn't work. I've been very clear on this one. The filibuster is a major hurdle to getting common sense policy through both chambers of Congress here in Washington, D.C. The SAVE Act is common sense. It should go up for a vote. If Democrat senators want to vote it down, let them be on the record for it.
Yeah.
But for it to not even get a vote in the Senate makes no sense. And this is actually one of the big issues we're having here on Capitol Hill. A lot of people are upset. They're saying, well, why isn't Congress doing more? I will tell you, a lot of policy ideas that are filed in the House don't even get to the floor because leadership is concerned. I don't agree with them, but they're concerned about things just going to sit in the Senate and not getting any action. I think we should continue to do our jobs here in the House, send bills over to the Senate, but the Senate has got to start voting for things. If Democrats want to vote things down like the SAVE Act, or if they want to vote down voter ID in federal elections, or if they want to vote down simple common sense things like making sure that illegals are not counted for the purpose of setting congressional districts, that should all be voted for in the United States Senate. And if Democrats vote no, let the American people see that clearly.
Yeah, and get him on the record, like you said. Well, Congressman Byron Donalds, we appreciate it. 200.
Agreed. Life News is reporting that Canada has euthanized a record 16,499 patients. Is that true? 16,500 euthanized Canadians. Molly Hemingway here says it's not surprising that the Washington Post, which originated the Russia collusion hoax, the Kavanaugh hoax, and the first Trump impeachment hoax, would run another false info op. It is a bit surprising that the New York Times isn't going along with it in their normal manner. Byron York. Wait, New York Times? According to 5 U.S. officials who spoke separately and on the condition of anonymity. That's the number one thing that you can throw a report out. F you and F your anonymity. This is what they always use. They always use that. Officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity. They said Mr. Hegseth, the head of the September 2 attack, ordered a strike that would K the people on board and destroy the vessel and its purported cargo of drugs. But each official said Hegseth's directive did not specifically address what should happen if a first missile turned out to not fully accomplish those things. Also, the official said his order was not a response to surveillance footage showing that at least 2 people on the boat survived the first blast. Admiral Bradley ordered the initial missile strike, and then several follow-up strikes that K'd the initial survivors and sank the disabled boat. As that operation unfolded, they said Hegseth did not give any further orders to him. The officials clarified the sequence of events amid the political and legal uproar that has followed a report in the Washington Post last week. Said Admiral Bradley ordered the second strike to fulfill a directive by Mr. Hegseth to K everyone. The reaction has included questions about whether Mr. Hegseth specifically ordered an execution of shipwrecked sailors in violation of the laws of war. So that's the story, and that's what they're trying to bring Trump down with now. Well, you know it's out there. All right, here's Clay Travis talking about Tennessee and the goofy lefty who, if you believe the reports, it might actually be close.
I want all of you out there to listen to me carefully if you live in the 7th Congressional District of Tennessee. Go vote, go vote, go vote. AOC, Sean, would be a more moderate congresswoman than this crazy chick that they are trying to put into office in my home state, in my home city, in my home district. I cannot have this chick, crazy as she is, representing me, Sean. I need all of you to get out and vote Matt Van Epps. I am going early in the morning tomorrow. I am voting for Matt Van Epps. This woman wants to defund the police. She continues to refuse to even condemn that opinion. Even crazy people in the Democrat Party now try and pretend they didn't say this back in 2020. She hates country music and bachelorettes. The reason the city of Nashville is partly thriving to such an extent, and this
she's kind of missing the point.
This community is thriving so much is because so many young women feel comfortable coming here because Nashville is a safe community. We want to make it safer. We want more police. We want people who respect the people in uniform who are already here.
Yeah.
I want all of.
Yeah, agreed. Roger Stone says, when Peter Navarro refuses to testify before an illegally constituted House committee, he's arrested and jailed? When Judge Boasberg refuses to testify, nothing happens. That's arrogance. So, what is this? Geller report. Corrupt Boasberg refuses to testify before Congress. Keep your eyes peeled on that. Thomas Sowell challenges a wimpy white woman in a heated exchange over BLM. Let's take a listen. This is not from today. I believe I've played this before, but it popped up again, and I like this energy.
Black people kill black people. They don't come out and do this crap. The only time they do this crap is when a white person touches them. They're the racists. It's wrong for a white cop to kill a black person, that's for sure. But if it matters, it should matter at all times.
So what are you fighting for? What are you fighting for? You're not here to fight injustice. You're here to cause drama.
Will be stop violence. It's not about blacks.
Okay, since you're so...
You guys are blacks are oppressed. I am black. I'm not oppressed. I am free.
I am black. I'm not oppressed. I'm free.
Good for you. That's an individual person. What about a systemic issue?
I do what I want. You have the skills. This is a country where you have the skills. You want to do what you want. You do it.
It's a country where you do what you want. You have the skills. You do it. This energy is what we need. None of the excuses and the anger and the venom. Just go kick ass at life.
Stop forcing on people to accept that they're oppressed.
Yes, stop forcing on people to accept that they are oppressed. It's these wimpy white women pushing victim ideology onto people darker than them. Shame on you, wimpy white women.
No, I am not oppressed.
Of course, this doesn't apply to Danette or Marion or any of y'all. I think you're white. I don't know. I don't want to assume you're Your whiteness.
You're black. Stop making people accept that they are oppressed. You're
Stop making people accept that they're oppressed, because they're not.
forcing a rhetoric into your minds, which is not true. Violence is wrong, period. It's not about blacks. The blacks kill blacks in black neighborhoods every single day.
You want to talk about the violence? It's happening in the black communities because black people are killing black people every day. You're not out there protesting that. You find one case to cherry pick and just go on and on and on and on and on and on and on about. Okay? Set that one thing aside for a second. You want to look at the other 99 important things? No. Oh, okay.
I've never seen a Black Lives Matter in those neighborhoods.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter doesn't go to those neighborhoods, did they? No, they bought fancy multi-million-dollar homes in very white neighborhoods. Listen to Adam Carolla discuss that at length with what happened out in California with that.
Sir, I'm not carrying anything saying Black Lives Matter. I know I matter. Black people.
I don't need to carry something saying Black Lives Matter. I know I matter. Yeah, she does. We all do. Come on now.
Keep black people.
Yeah, anyway. This is a video. Basil the Great says here's a horrifying moment that a Somali immigrant follows a little girl home from school. I don't see the girl come in, but they say he tries to enter her home and is confronted by her mother. Save your daughters, deport all Somalis.
Camera, a girl was walking home from school.
I don't know who's giving this report.
Walked into her house, and look who follows right behind her. Walking up to someone's front door, opening the door and looking.
Okay, it's Fleckus Talks. I interviewed Fleckus twice at a Cernovich movie event and maybe a second time at Politicon. I don't know that I interviewed him there. I talked to him there with Anomaly. Yeah, I see the Fleckus Talks things. And he is narrating. I got to reach out to Fleckus. Haven't talked to him in a while.
Inside to seeing who's there. A full adult male Somali with no job who they pay for with their tax dollars to live and eat food. Can I have your daughter? No. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll just leave then.
Wait, is that what he said?
Eat food. Can I have your who they pay for with their tax dollars to live and eat food? Can I have your daughter? No. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll just leave then. I'll get her tomorrow. Yeah, and then he walks on. And what would happen if that girl was home alone?
What?
I know. You know? I don't even want to think about it, but maybe he. No, look who you're dealing with. You just wanted to talk. I don't think so. Camera, a girl was walking home from school, walked into her house, and looked.
Good grief. Downtown LA assault. This is gross. Man, I had family used to live downtown LA. Kevin Dalton says a woman trying to walk her dog in downtown LA is sexually assaulted and beaten by a crazed homeless man in broad daylight. After a good Samaritan intervened, the homeless man casually strolled away before LAPD arrived on the scene. I hope you're sitting down, but no suspect description has been released. No arrests have been made. Crime is down in California, says Gavin Newsom. Bullshit.
Shared the surveillance video of what she says were some of the most terrifying moments of her life.
Pushed me up against the glass, grabbed the back of my neck and my crotch area.
Gross.
And I was screaming for help.
Tara remembers the man being very strong, not saying anything, just making noises. At one point, she manages to break free.
And when I finally kind of did, then that's when he hit me and tackled me to the ground.
They tumble out of view, and that's when she says her cries for help were finally answered by a man down the sidewalk who jumped into action.
He was kind of on top of the guy, and he was just hitting him in the head over and over and over.
Tara says her attacker finally got up and
didn't hit him enough. If he was able to escape, you got to throw this guy in a cage.
Just walked off down the street as if nothing happened. Still stunned, she called police, but by the time they arrived, the man in the video was long gone. LAPD says it's an ongoing sexual battery investigation and believe the man is homeless, but they haven't made any arrests.
Nothing. Yeah, so he's probably still out on the streets. It's scary to think that, yeah, he's still out there.
Tara says the incident has forever changed her.
Well, now I am no longer outside by myself.
No, bring a weapon. Oh, sorry. Was I not showing you this whole video? Sorry, I think I had it on the wrong.
When there's nobody around, I always carry mace. I have a stun gun.
Okay, now we're talking. Don't be afraid. Be prepared.
You just have to be prepared, and I'm constantly.
Okay, look, we're speaking the same language, kind of.
Looking over my shoulder,
and wants to share her story in hopes of warning others to always be on guard.
I hope it never does to anyone, but you have to be aware. and prepared.
And I warn all of you to be aware and be prepared. Rand Paul has thoughts about those who want a free Afghanistan should have stayed and fought for liberty in their own country. A rushed plan to bring thousands of Afghans to the U.S. was reckless and dangerous. The primary responsibility of our government is to protect the liberty and security of Americans. That's it.
So I've been of the opinion that those who are pro-Western, who speak English, who are good potential leaders for Afghanistan should stay and fight. If they all leave, I think there won't be anybody left to sort of try to make a country of it. So I think it's been a mistake to try to evacuate all the people. So I've been of the opinion that those who are pro-Western, who speak English, who are good potential leaders for Afghanistan should stay and fight.
Right. Stay and make your country into something good. Don't flee and leave a power vacuum. No effing way. Alex Berenson is going to keep screaming until someone hears. A child died in Moderna's own clinical trial of its mRNA COVID jab, and the company hid the death from the public, according to this report. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov and who.int and cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views. Okay? Countervailing views. Kenneth says military to all major cities soon. I mean, Insurrection Act? I mean, you tell me. Yeah, the guy did look a little unusually well dressed. RNC research says Afton Baines says she would reinstate taxpayer funding for Medicaid for illegal alien invaders that Republicans eliminated. This is disqualifying.
Yeah, so at the state legislature, we have not increased, marginally, the reimbursement rates for Medicaid. And so rural hospitals, particularly those that serve, more disenfranchised communities, and rural communities have a higher, rural communities are full of people that have not a lot of insurance. And so what I would do in Congress is to definitely restore Medicaid funding that was cut via the big ugly bill. That is the lifeline for a lot of rural hospitals. It is not a panacea, right? But what we really need to do is deeply invest in these, like a comprehensive support for rural healthcare systems, because also federally qualified health centers are also on the chopping block with all these cuts. And so one, it's to raise awareness about the importance of Medicaid as a lifeline for these types of healthcare facilities, but then to figure out what is the comprehensive plan so that we can not only improve access, but improve quality as well.
There you go. Not fighting for Tennessee, not fighting for Nashville, fighting for illegal aliens. Here's another interaction with someone trying to have a conversation here. Liberal woman flips out in front of her daughter and then starts attacking a dude because of an argument about abortion. She appears to be grossly misinformed, and when called out on it, she isn't very happy. Why are they always like this? Wimpy white women, wimpy wives.
Yes, well, hold on. Get back. Hey, get back. Hey,
Hey, that's not open.
What was that?
Women are being airlifted from Idaho into Oregon right now because they can't get life-saving or emergency abortions. And doctors are saying it's only a matter of time before somebody bleeds out in a helicopter.
Yeah.
Any day now, it's going to happen. We're going to have the first death on a helicopter of a woman being moved to Oregon for an abortion. Are you cool with that?
No, that's very sad.
It's awesome.
But how many of those, what percentage is it of those women?
What fucking percent? All of them. That's the only way they can get abortions
So
by coming here.
Every woman that's getting an abortion is due to medical procedures?
No, most abortions are.
No, they're not.
Abortion was of a dead embryo.
Okay, sorry to hear that.
That's most abortions.
That's not most abortions.
Yes.
Can you believe she said that? Most abortions are removing a dead embryo. Where did she get that from? That's not even remotely accurate.
Of those women.
What fucking percent? All of them. That's the only way they can get abortions
So
by coming here.
Every woman that's getting an abortion is due to medical procedures?
No, most abortions are.
No, they're not.
Abortion was of a dead embryo.
Okay, sorry to hear that.
That's most abortions.
That's not most abortions.
Yes, it is. Because
have you looked at statistics?
Most abortions are cleanups after miscarriages, and women can't even get those denied
No,
now.
it's less than 1.7%.
No, you're a fucking moron.
You don't know the statistics.
Miscarriages are extremely common, and most women opt to have
miscarriages and abortion are different. What is abortion?
No, a miscarriage is a medical abortion.
No, no, it's not. Okay, let me educate you. Okay.
Yes, it
fucking
is.
Hold on. Get back. Hey, get back. Hey.
Hey, that's not okay. Don't put your hand.
Hey.
Swings at the lady filming.
Get back. Stop. Stop. Don't put your hands on.
Why are they always like that? Okay. What is this? Now you got to be alert walking down the aisle at a store. What is this, like a Target or something? Rei, independent journalist, says this is. She says this is a black male who enters a store and then strikes a random toddler, causing a bloody nose. America doesn't have to live like this. Well, hold on. A dude riding, black or any color, what's a dude riding a bike down the middle of the aisle for? This guy's looking for trouble. Gets off his bike and attacks a kid? Are you kidding me? I like to think that if that were me with my cart, I would have charged it at him as hard as possible to knock him down, push him to the ground, and detain him until the police arrive. I like to think that that would happen to me. I like to think that's how I would react. But the Daniel Penny effect, you get scared to intervene for fear of you're going to go to jail. Now that guy steps in and says, get the fuck back, bro. Yeah, but that's not enough. You grab that guy's bike, you block him in, gets off of a bike and hits a kid. Are you kidding me? Anyway, moving on. Carolyn Levitt announces a widespread travel ban for people entering the country.
President Trump has done more to crack down on illegal immigration and to strengthen our legal immigration system than any president in history. Several months ago, he announced a travel ban on 19 third world and failed state countries around the world. Secretary Noem announced tonight she's recommending that travel ban widens and covers more countries around the globe. Special immigrant visas, which we know many Afghans have used to come into our country, there has been a complete suspension and pause on all of those. If you look at the entire visa process in general, we have greatly strengthened and heightened the vetting process and requirements for that under Secretary Rubio's leadership at the State Department. And he has used his authority, which is unprecedented, to actually revoke the visas of many individuals who, yes, came here legally, but still pose a risk to our country and should have never been allowed in the first place. And I would just remind people around the world that coming to the United States of America is a privilege. It is not a right. And if you abuse that privilege, and if you don't align with the values of the United States, and you don't respect our country, our culture, our laws, and our people, you are not welcome here under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump.
I just can't believe it's taken so long to get control of this. Post unavailable? Okay, Secretary Kristi Noem says, I just met with the president. I am recommending, this is Secretary of U.S. Department of Homeland Security. I just met with President Trump, she says. Let's try this again. There we go. I'm recommending a full travel ban on every damn country that's been flooding our nation with killers, leeches, and entitlement junkies. Our forefathers built this nation on blood, sweat, and the unyielding love of freedom not for foreign invaders to slaughter our heroes, suck dry our hard-earned tax dollars, or snatch the benefits owed to Americans. We don't want them, not one. Son of Liberty says, Hijra is the Islamic command to migrate into non-Muslim nations to try to transform them. This James Martin S.J., Jesuit priest. The Jesuits, huh? He responds to that post and says, for I was hungry and you gave me no food. I was thirsty and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger and you did not welcome me. Was that Matthew 25? Is that MT? Is that Matthew? I said, shame on you, James Martin. You don't invite packs of wolves into your home and risk the safety of your family. Suicide is strictly forbidden in the Bible. Cultural suicide is the same. Protect our nation. I don't know who this guy is, but shame on you. Having a conversation here. Will this play? I don't think it's going to play. Representative Russ Fulcher isn't mincing words, directly accusing Barack Obama of designing the Affordable Care Act to make not to make health care cheaper, but to break the system and force America into single-payer government control. The Affordable Care Act was never designed to be affordable, and it was never designed to maximize care. It was designed to break the system, so government would need to be a single provider. Healthcare costs have increased over 80% since the ACA was put into place. He lays it out. Big pharma plus big government is a massive racket. Pharma pays off Congress. Congress gives them subsidies. Costs explode, and the political class shrugs. Fulcher is calling it what it is, a system orchestrated by Barack Hussein Obama that made healthcare worse, more expensive, and more dependent on Washington. And then we have a conversation in here about current healthcare sucks because of Obamacare. Another person says, mine too, it's terrible. And they want a lot more for it next year. I'm considering just going without it. Says, I hope you're able to find a solution. And we said, yeah. Their goal was to destroy private health insurance and dump everybody into single-payer Medicaid-style system. They definitely destroyed healthcare and priced most people out of the private market. Then they have the gall to blame Republicans for the Democrat disaster. That's dastardly. Houston police asking for help identifying this person. Pulls out a gun and holds this guy at gunpoint while he robs it. Shame on you, you bum. Matt Walsh says, hey, they told us that the Great Replacement was a racist conspiracy theory. Now they've officially moved to the, actually, it's real and it's good stage. This is how it always works.
You have lost. You lost. The mistake that you made is you let us in the first place. See, that's the thing with brown people. I'm going to say this as a brown person. There's a lot of us. Like a lot. There's like 1.2 billion in India. There's more than 200 million in Pakistan. There's like 170 million in Bangladesh. Those are just the people there. I'm even talking about the folks who are expats or immigrants. There's a bunch of us. And we breed. We're a breeding people. And the problem is you let us in 1965. There were a few of us beforehand. But once you let one of us in, you know what happens with brown folks? Our grandmother comes, our grandfather comes, our uncle comes, our aunt comes, our cousin comes, our second cousin comes.
Yeah, that's called chain migration. We were told we weren't allowed to say that. We weren't allowed to talk about that. Anchor babies. You're so racist. I can't believe you speak on the truth so truthfully. Yeah, it's always been the truth. He's telling you.
You know what happens with brown folks? Our grandmother comes, our grandfather comes, our uncle comes.
Why do you think so many people sent so many unaccompanied minors? Oh, they're just fleeing a war zone. You got gangsters in the cartels taking unaccompanied minors, doing God knows what to the ones that actually survived and made it across the border. Oh, you've seen videos where they'll throw a kid over a wall, breaking his arms and his legs when he falls, leaving it unattended. Someone will figure it out. Those are the ones that weren't disposed of or sold off or worse. Because if you can get the kid inside, then you can go get the grandmother, you can go get the uncle, you can go get the mother, you can go get the sister. Fuck that. We've been talking about it for years, but no, you're not supposed to talk about it. Well, he's talking about it. Let him talk about it then.
Listen.
You
know what happens with brown folks?
What happens?
Our grandmother comes, our grandfather comes, our uncle comes, our aunt comes, our cousin comes, our second cousin comes, our third cousin comes. Then we have kids, a bunch of kids.
And who pays for that?
And then guess what? Some white women, you know, the Western civilization women, the pure women, the American women, quote unquote, the Rust Belt women, the real women, they like some of us brown folks. We don't take them. They come to us. So we're embedded.
We don't take them. They come to us.
Real women, they like some of us brown folks. We don't take them. They come to us. So we're embedded. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. I've traveled this country. I'm going to speak as a brown person. Brown people are everywhere. There will be a Patel motel or there will be a Desi restaurant everywhere. I want you to realize this. You have lost. Your story is a shitty story filled with misery. It's filled with bland chicken. It's filled with
Yeah, you had a lot to say, but fuck you talking shit about my chicken. You've never had my chicken paprikash, fool. What an arrogant, smug asshole, whoever this guy is.
terrible, terrible, dry-ass meat.
You're terrible, terrible, dry-ass meat, pal.
There will be a Desi restaurant everywhere. I want you to realize this. You have lost. Your story is a shitty story filled with misery.
It's an awesome story filled with awesomeness.
It's filled with bland chicken.
No, your chicken's bland.
It's filled with terrible, terrible, dry-ass meat.
No, you're terrible, terrible, dry-ass meat.
Your music sucks.
Ha! Our music's awesome. Play me some of your Bollywood music. Is this a guy, where do you say, India? I think he was saying he's from India. Yeah, I've seen Bollywood in your big dance routines. Yeah, that's neat the first time or two you see it, and then you go, oh, all of this sounds exactly the same? Have fun with that.
All your culture sucks.
No, our culture's awesome. Your shit-filled rivers suck. Is that what we're doing? We're just hurling insults at each other? I don't know. I'm just here to unpack the news, but this guy is directly attacking me because of my skin color. Fuck you, dude. Whoever this guy is.
Nobody. That's why the kids like listen to black people and their music. That's why the kids love Latinos. Your parties suck.
Kids listen to black people and Latinos. Aren't you saying you're Indian? Pick a lane. What lane are you even in? They call it the weave. The guy's kind of all over the place.
Nobody. That's why the kids like listen to black people and their music. That's why the kids love Latinos. Your parties suck because they're monochromatic. Our parties have better food, better music, better looking women.
Your women are better looking. All right. Let's do a lineup, shall we? Yep. Matt Walsh, they told us the Great Replacement was a racist conspiracy. Remember what that was their thing about Charlottesville? People were out there like, no, you're not tearing down the statues and you're not going to replace us. You're not going to replace us in our own country. Racist, 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 racist. And repeat 1,000 times. Oh, they're so bad. They're white nationalists. They're Christian white nationalists. I know, sir. I said, sir. Yeah, we got damn good bacon. Dude, does your jerked chicken have any shame? Who's this guy? Wajahat Ali. He's a writer for something. We are breeding people. Your culture sucks. You already lost. Fuck this guy. Fuck you. Paul Spula says an influencer named Keith Castillo has been handing out machetes and booze to homeless people in multiple cities. You can't ignite a fuse for violence and then walk away without legal consequences. Castillo knows what he's doing is very dangerous. Arrest him.
This is mind on stage.
I mean,
out here, you know.
machetes, booze, and cigarettes. I don't even know the point of this. This is gross. street people, man, they need help. Here's NFL player Odell Beckham Jr. talking about the struggle of living on a 5-year, $100 million contract. I mean, how are you going to build any generational wealth off of that?
Right here today, as we speak, I'm going to be straight for the rest of my life. No question, right? I don't think everybody is in that. And when you've sacrificed your whole life to get here, and you're like, yeah, I played 10 years in the league. And I always explain this to people, I'm like, bro, you give somebody a 5-year, $100 million contract, right? What is it really? It's 5 years for 60. You're getting taxed. Do the math. That's 12 a year, that you have to spend, use, save, invest, flaunt, like whatever. However.
I'm sorry, flaunt? Did you catch that?
Flaunt.
No, you want to flaunt? You can fuck off with that. I don't like this guy. He fucked up my Cleveland Browns when he got traded there. Ran Baker Mayfield out of town.
Whatever, however, just being real. I'm going to buy a car. I'm going to give my mama a house. I'm going to do, everything costs money. So
yeah, you're going to buy cars and flaunt. Oh, no, now I don't have enough to flaunt. Okay, that's your problem.
If you spend it.
That's a you problem, dude.
$4 million a year, that's really $40 million over 5 years, 8 a year, And now you.
How many people are not going to see $1 million in their lifetime? Well, okay, maybe not a lifetime, but $10 million in their lifetime.
Start breaking down the numbers. It's like, that's a 5-year span of where you're getting $8 million. Can you make that?
I mean, what's an average? If you make $50,000 a year, you make $100,000 a year. If you make $100,000 a year, it'll take you 10 years to make $1 million. And that's if you clear $1 million a year. What's up, Nimbus? What are we doing? Yeah, I do not like this guy, Odell Beckham.
That lasts forever. And you always hear the people.
Yeah, you can make that last forever. You just buy a home and you pay it off. You buy a car, you pay it off. You take care of some family, and then you invest and you hang tight. Cry me a river, exactly.
People who ain't us and ain't been in the position to be like, oh, well, that would last a lifetime.
Yeah, it would. Good grief. Radio Genoa says, 100 years ago, the white... Why is this on... Ask Grok to explain. No, I'm good. Just get on here. 100 years ago, the white population in the world was 36%. Today, the white population in the world is 8%. Yeah, telling us we are racists was always part of their plan to destroy us. Was this 1 in 3 people on Earth was white in 1920? Wow. On the verge of extinction, whites. Huh. And Elon says, yeah, it's a small minority right now. It's a small minority. Well, I guess if our options are breeding with someone like Afton Bain, I would pass on that. Here she is.
Well, I'm currently involved in a transformative justice seminar.
Oh, a transformative justice seminar. I really don't like people that talk like that. But I want to run Tennessee into the ground as a Democrat.
In a transformative justice seminar. And so it's how to imagine a world without police and what that looks like and what community mechanisms.
Yeah, tell me about a world without police, you goofball.
Look like how people.
Oh, I can tell you what a community without police looks like.
People cannot police themselves, but for example, if you experience sexual assault, like what is the reconciliation process and what does transformative justice look like? Because as we know, like you can't take those things to court. Like, our legal system is terrible when it comes to retribution. So anyways, all that to say is that like, I hope all of you, so one, I'll have a podcast on it, and I highly recommend, like, if it's been difficult for all of you to imagine a world without police, please tune in to maybe not this episode, but the next one, because I'll talk about, things I'm learning and growing as an organizer, because I think, especially for those of us, that are young, like, and talking to our parents about what police abolition looks like, that, we can do it. And
we can do it. There is a world where we can abolish police. You go into that hellscape. Thank you very much. Actually, shout out to my dude.
Show you.
My cable guy. He said his name, and I wanted to try to remember his name, and I forgot. I forget the gentleman's name. But we were talking about podcasts and interesting thoughts and theories and stuff. He says, "You ever see the Italian dad talking about the moon landing?" I go, "What?" So we pulled it up and I shared it. Here we go.
Show you how the fucking moon landing was fucking bullshit because everyone's telling you I was fucking wrong.
Showed me.
Yeah. So fucking explain to me. Here you go. The guy's getting off the rocket ship. Who the fuck is filming him? Who's filming him?
A guy?
How'd the fucking guy get up there if this is the first guy that's supposed to be on the fucking moon? A different rocket ship?
I don't know.
So they sent the rocket ship up there. He got off and he's like, all right, come on up now. I'm ready to fucking film. Are you fucking serious?
Rocket ship?
He's supposed to be the first guy on the moon. It's bullshit. The car. How the fuck did the car fit in that rocket ship? Look, how did that car fit in the rocket ship?
I don't know.
Okay, right. More bullshit. Then the guy's floating around with a big fucking cord to his stomach, and they're telling you that's his fucking, life support. Was it fucking feeding him through the fucking tube like a baby? They're bouncing around like a fucking jerk off. Yeah, watch. Let me show you. There it goes. Bye-bye. You know what? I'm going to stay behind. You guys go back to Earth. I'll fucking die up here. And how the fuck did he get the film back to Earth? Yeah, look, the fake fucking parachute. Hey, we're home now. What happened to the guy back on the moon? They just left him?
I guess so.
Yeah, everyone guesses they don't have any fucking facts. Bullshit.
That's pretty great. I did enjoy that. Something just... I got to check on this one, but here you go. Here's... The rabbit hole says replacing terms like illegal alien with undocumented immigrant is done deliberately to obfuscate the fact that a crime was committed. There's a strategy behind woke language games. Elon says exactly, and we said illegal invasion. Say it. Look at this monster. How does Jabba the Hutt talk? I forget something like this. Blah. Representative Rashida Tlaib calls for Hamas supporters to mobilize and take over America. Huh.
Look at this rooms, motherfuckers. We ain't going anywhere. Political structures that I have to work in, that we all are surrounded by, was built on slavery and genocide and rape and oppression. Real change doesn't come from the cowards and warmongers.
Wow, it sounds like she's describing Islam, honestly, but she's just trying to bash America. I'm done with it.
In Congress, it comes from the streets. It comes from all of us mobilizing and seizing the power to resist and fight back. Gaza is the compass in this country. Now we're in Congress, and we're every corner of the United States. Look at this rooms, motherfuckers. We ain't going anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Hi, bud. Oh, goodness. Come here. Come here, bud. Hi, guy. Whoop, no biting. No biting. You can put your paws on there. Put your paws on there. Okay. Okay. All right. Some breaking news. Mr. Nimbus is here. Hi, buddy. But really, though, some breaking news. Let me buzz through this, then I'll get to it. Bombshell Minnesota audit. Election Wizard says 33% of Minnesota's out-of-state CDL licenses have been issued illegally. Secretary Sean Duffy just put Minnesota on notice. This is a massive public safety scandal for Tim Walz. All right, so take a listen to this one.
So nice of the Dell family, of the two of them, to give this money to help every American child born this year or in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. It is also, I think, the largest contribution to American children in history.
Really.
And what's amazing about this Dell announcement is that it's on top of the Trump accounts. So it shows you the power of investment. So the Trump accounts, which we're expecting more details on today, that was in the big, beautiful bill. The idea being $1,000 to get kids off on the right start. But it only has 2025 to 2028. The Dell announcement includes kids today who are 10 and under.
Really?
So kids that are already born, to say, hey, we want to help you as well. So
wait. So 10 and under, I would apply because I have a 10-year-old. So they're going to give every American family. Is that right? $1,000?
No. So theirs is less than $1,000. The Trump accounts is $1,000.
Got it, right.
This is an additional investment. It seems that some of the money will go to kids that are born today.
Okay.
But they're also helping to cover kids that are already here to say, because of course the goal and part of this is to get kids off on the right foot. It's also to encourage families to say you can have kids. Because we're seeing these conversations, and I see this in my reporting.
It's just too expensive to have kids.
Young people feel that life is too expensive. They're worried about having kids and affording them. So this is a leg up, right? Something else when it comes to financial education that's so important with these Trump accounts. One, you now see more investments like the Dells. Huge. On top of it, it's just barriers to entry. When you have that account set up, $1,000, you can contribute annually up to $5,000. But we know a lot of families can't do that. But if they can do $100 a year, because the account is already set up, it starts, the hardest part of finance is just getting in. Opening that account.
Even
and
if
the
you
Trump
don't
accounts are going to do that.
So what they're talking about is this announcement.
Absolutely.
Oh, boy.
This is really exciting.
Absolutely. It's a very special moment. We're making a $6.25 billion investment.
Oh, they got music.
In America's kids through our charitable funds.
Next year, every American
Oh my
child
gosh.
will be able to get an investment account powered by Invest America.
What are we doing? Are you gonna hang out here? She's putting the fine in finance. Oh, hi, buddy. Give me a headbutt. Thank you. Right on the goatee. He's like, nope, I'll take your goatee right there, please. Right that spot. Okay. Is that AI? No. I don't know what I'm looking at. It's terrifying, though. I'm trying to be nice.
You've seen what happens when a child gets even a small financial head start. Their world expands.
The real power of these accounts is that anyone can contribute. Parents, relatives, friends, everyone can help shape a child's future.
To philanthropists, companies, community leaders, if you want to be part of something
Yes, a
truly
robot.
for our kids, for our communities, for our country, join us.
And to parents and caregivers, stay tuned and get ready to activate your child's account. Every contribution can grow over the years, just like your child.
Together, we can make possibility something every child can count on.
And that's a future worth investing in.
And there's that music. We can, wow. I don't get where the money's coming from. I don't know what they're hoping to get out of it. Investments are usually good, but there's usually strings attached. Do they want the Dell chips inside the human brains? Brains, Mr. Nimbus. I don't think it's fake. I don't think it's a robot. I don't know what's happening. A lot of plastic surgery. I don't fully get putting the fine in finance. It's flipping funny, dude. $6.25 billion, 25 million children, $250 each. But where's it coming from? Where's that coming from? Hey, there we go. There's the Patriot Warrior. Thanks, John. No, come on, stop doing this. We're all watching the TNAM Daily Show with Brian Engelman as the trash pandas rifle through the rubbish, separating fake news from facts. Oh, look at that great little trash panda. You little trash panda, you. Oh, full screen. There you go. Or at least that. Well, full screen. There we go. Who's got to go throw up? Okay. So yeah, please go out in Tennessee. If you have a friend in Tennessee, tell them to get their ass out and vote for Republicans. Please. Okay. Let me just go to the top and then I'll wrap it for today, because I did get the phone call 10 minutes ago that 30 minutes from now I'm going to have an appointment. So I will go to our replay after this segment, but I want to show you this. Deep State, it says, whoa, Trump retruth this post. Let me just play this.
Utilizar la campaña de la administración Biden sobre el tema del tren de Aragua.
Oh, shit.
Yo sobre eso...
Oh, shit. All right, I can't fully translate, but let me try to piece this together for you. This is massive. Venezuelan president just publicly surrendered to President Trump. Maduro has now turned in state evidence against the Biden administration. You jumping down, buddy? Yeah, I'll bring you down. We'll get you a lunch too, okay? Hang tight. You okay, bud? Nimbus, you good? All right. Oh, watch your tail. Tuck the tail. All right, just tuck the tail. There we go. Venezuelan president just publicly surrendered to President Trump. Maduro has now turned in state evidence against the Biden administration and is releasing proof that Biden asked the Venezuelan government to ship Tren de Aragua drug gangs into the United States.
Utilizar la campaña de la administración Biden sobre el tema del tren de Aragua. Yo sobre eso tengo una posición muy clara. Le digo al presidente Donald Trump, con respeto.
Con respeto. With respect.
Pida los informes.
Okay, let me just read what this is saying. With all due respect, Mr. President, go pull the last 4 years. Maduro just went on live TV and told Trump, with all due respect, Mr. President, go pull the last 4 years of FBI and DEA reports out of the Columbia offices yourself. You'll see exactly who financed, who moved, who directed, and who ran the famous Tren de Aragua, who took it to Colombia, and who took it to the United States. And you'll discover it was people with deep ties to the previous Biden administration who wanted to use that gang to bring terrorism to Venezuela. We're the ones who crushed it. Then he flips to a loving smile. Our migrants are not criminals. They're good, hardworking people who only left because of sanctions. And we welcome them home with a warm embrace. He literally accused the Biden administration of creating Tren de Aragua, shipping it to the U.S., and trying to use it as a terrorist weapon against Venezuela, then dared Trump to declassify the intel to prove it. How is the left going to spin this one? Yeah, President Trump just shared this. Wow. Awakened Outlaw says if this holds, one has to wonder if Trump was working behind the scenes with Maduro all along, or if it was indeed his show of strength and the projected expansion that he'd follow through, the projected expectation that he'd follow through on using it. I believe both are absolutely on the table until we know more. Either way, the optics would be a massive win for Trump, which also equates to a massive loss for the deep state here, who had intended to use the prospect of an ugly, protracted, violent invasion to browbeat the president mercilessly and accuse him as let me try this again. Either way, the optics would be a massive win for Trump, which also equates to massive loss for the deep state here, who had intended to use the prospect of an ugly, protracted, violent invasion to browbeat the president mercilessly and accuse him and his administration of war crimes. Oh, yeah, you saw that. By the way, if he, Maduro, does provide evidence that the Biden administration went so far as to ask Venezuela to send uber-violent Tren de Aragua narco-terrorists here into the United States, then we have a massive problem for the Democrats, especially those involved with the Biden administration. Jake Sullivan, for example. Oh, Jake. As Joe's national security advisor, he'd have been neck deep in all of it. Did you know his wife, Representative Maggie Goodlander, was one of the seditious six? Oh, really now? I mention that because with the prospect of this new angle playing out, it's safe to assume that neither of them are sleeping well tonight, if at all. Holy crap! That's a lot to unpack. I'm not sure I fully understand what I'm looking at here. Glenn Greenwald talking about, well, this is the Honduran president. He says the Honduran drug smuggler who Trump just pardoned, and by the way, the Trump-endorsed candidate won the Honduran election. Yesterday, I believe. The Honduran drug smuggler who Trump just pardoned received a 45-year sentence from a U.S. federal court for flooding the U.S. with cocaine. Given this, how can anyone believe Trump's motive for toppling Maduro is to impede drug trafficking to the U.S.? 5 hours ago, prior to this release, Maduro, according to Amuse, it says Venezuela, Maduro wants to flee. His own cronies won't let him. They're telling him the CIA is waiting outside because they know if he leaves, they fall next. According to new reporting, Nicolas Maduro is being pressured by his inner circle to stay in Venezuela, despite offers of luxurious exile abroad. His officials are telling him U.S. intelligence teams are already operating inside the country and would intercept him if he attempted to flee. But the real reason is simpler. Once Maduro leaves, his loyalists lose their shield and face their own political extinction or prosecution. Maduro is trapped by the very regime that he built. Okay, I want to hear later. I want to see reaction from some of the names I know. Not seeing. Glenn Greenwald says, my suggestion is that Brazilians be sent to fight against Venezuela and depose Maduro and not Americans, since Venezuela is much closer to Brazil. My other suggestion is that Brazil pay for the war and not the U.S. Why didn't Bolsonaro depose Maduro? All right, well, I'm going to follow this one. Let's view all. No, I don't want that. I just want top. Okay, they said that was a truth from 14 hours ago? I thought this was kind of just breaking. I'm not seeing a lot of the usual suspects opining about this, which is curious to me. If this was as big as I thought it might be, why wouldn't more people be chiming in? All right, well, we'll keep our eye on that. I don't know what I don't know, you know? So, 2026 is going to get good. Invest in popcorn. I invested in pumpkins. All right. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to go tend to an appointment. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please share the show with a friend. Follow us on more channels than just YouTube, please. And also, remember that we have Rumble Rants, Super Chats. Thank you, Kenneth. Appreciate you. Rumble Rants, Super Chats, and Patreon, as well as Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. It's all at the bottom of the screen. They're all tip jars. If you've enjoyed your time here, we are funded by viewers like you. And remember, on Patreon, you can at least... Here's my request. If any of you are not on a Patreon yet, please consider this. They have a free account on Patreon. If you don't sign up to be a monthly subscriber, that's fine. But can you sign up for the free version on Patreon? Should the world of social media fall to shit again, which it could likely at some point, we'll still publish on Patreon. I'm trying to boost the numbers over there. It shows the algorithm that they should kind of recommend it and boost it through the ranks, and it all helps. Nobody really understands the algorithms. But anyway, free subscription on Patreon, should you choose to do so. That'll be my request to you. Go to patreon.com and type in the New American Media. Do the free subscription. Just subscribe for free. If any, you know, at the very least. Cancel the internet, says Danette. Well, we yearn for that simple Amish life. That simple Amish life. All right. I am going to pull up our episode from yesterday. I thought it was right there. Was it not? I guess it's here. Hey, look, that's me in my Twisted Nothing Grinch t-shirt. Fun fact, our band played a show at a brand new club, and the club put out flyers, but they spelled our name wrong. Instead of Twist of Nothing, they said Twisted Nothing. And so we misspelled the name of their club on their flyers because they said, oh, it doesn't matter. It's not like anyone knows who you are anyway. I went, what? The audacity to say something like that. So yeah, anyway. Oh, that robot woman is with Trump now. Oh, she is? Oh, goodness. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to be mean to her because I don't know anything about her yet, but oof. Good grief. Ugh. Maybe, you know, age gracefully, maybe. All right. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you. I love you. I'll talk to you again soon. Strictly Football will be Thursday, I believe, at 3 p.m. Eastern. I think we're aiming at Thursday, 3 p.m. Eastern. All right, everybody, here's the replay. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America. Huh. Somewhere out there. Huh. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Monday, December the 1st, 2025, and this right here that you have found today, this program is called, where's the thing? Here we go. The TNAM Daily Show. TNAM stands for the New American Media, because the old American media has failed you. On today's show, it gets a little convoluted with this story. Candace Owens claims that the White House told Charlie Kirk to reach out to Candace, to get Candace to stop talking about and investigating Brigitte Macron because it was connected to the success or failure of the Ukraine peace deal. Huh? This is starting to feel a little bit like on South Park, where you have the manatees and they just start going around in the swimming pool and they grab a couple of ping pong balls with different topics on it and they put it together and form a show. Candace Owens claiming that the White House told Charlie Kirk to either stop going into the investigation or that they were going to be calling to tell her to stop the investigation because it was messing up the Ukrainian peace deal. What does that? I'm trying to follow it. But it's in the news and it's interesting. So we're going to discuss. On top of that, we're going to discuss, I don't know, what's the latest hoax to try to bring President Trump down? What's going on with the tens of millions of illegal alien invaders that have been dumped in this country by Obama, Biden? Yeah, and I say Obama, Biden because I think the entirety of the Biden administration was mostly controlled by Obama and his cronies. It was just a puppet presidency. They seized control. They staged their coup in 2020. They took over the government. And you saw what they did ever since. I mean, they were taking heavy equipment to lift razor wire to let floods of people just dump into the country from parts unknown, purpose unknown, no vetting, dumped into big blue cities. So what happens? The census numbers go up in those cities, so they get more apportionment. They get more representation in our Congress to then have votes to go against the American people, bringing replacements for the American people into the country to then get extra votes to vote against the American people. Holy coup, Batman. We're hearing that the stuff inside of these burn bags might be able to burn it all down. It might be enough to finally take care of some of this. Now, I'm not going to hold my breath. We're almost a year into the Trump administration, and how many arrests? None? None? What is it now? Letitia James and Comey had those cases thrown out. Well, one potentially corrupt judge threw them out. But it can be appealed, and it is being appealed, and it should stand. I mean, I think their biggest claim is that that judge wasn't on the job for 120 days, so they're not allowed to work. I don't know. That's weird. If I go work a job, I usually work a job the first day. That's usually how it works. But their claim is that that doesn't work. If you're on Rumble, let me ask, are you seeing the show? Because I'm not seeing the show. I had problems launching this. And it's just showing the intro. I'm going to say test. Can you, are you actually watching the feed? I've tried twice to launch this. So anyway, we got a bunch of news to cover. So let me say hello to everybody in chat. Lake Leon, Patriot Warrior, Marion, hello. Danette, trying to chat in my work account. Do we have to be subscribed to chat? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it is interesting that a lot of these accounts have numbers after them now. I got to go to captions, graphics, edit theme, change the graphics. It's so frustrating that I have to do that every time. Anyway, I digress. Okay, so test still. So it's not. Yeah, it's a custom RTMP. Let me try to add the channel one more time. I don't know what more I can do. I mean, I could close the stream and start a new stream. I don't want to do that because this should be working. I don't understand a reason why Rumble wouldn't go out on Restream today. I keep adding the channel, custom RTMP. It says offline. You know what? I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Let me launch the show with the intro here, and let me see if I can close the stream and launch the stream again. Happy days, people. The TNAM Daily Show starts now.
guide to the truth. The new AmericanMedia.com.
All right, it looks like we have set up a new stream. I'm going to try this one more time to add the channel, custom RTMP. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe to the regulars and the first-time viewers. Thank you all for being here. It says I'm adding the channel. It says the channel's offline. I don't know what's going on with Rumble. Wait. Is Rumble working now? Nope, that's a different show. Here, let me close Rumble, open it again. Let's everybody test Rumble. Now it says it's upcoming. Why does it say upcoming? It's on. I can type test. That doesn't fix anything. That's the second time I've done this. Okay, so the one from 14 minutes ago is loading now, but the new one isn't. Can somebody explain to me what's happening with this Rumble feed? All right. I don't fucking know. Merry Grinchmas. Merry Grinchmas. What am I supposed to do with this? Rumble's not working. Only 16 seconds after refresh. Okay. Don't know what to do about that. So let me scroll back. What do we have? Okay. I'm going to start with the Candace story because there's a lot to unpack. It's a little confusing, like so many of the Candace stories. I'm not sure if any of it's right, not sure any of it's wrong, but I'm curious. Let's pull this up on the screen here. Take a listen to what she has to say. It says, still not refreshing. Patriot Warrior Texas, thank you for the heads up. All right, Evan Kilgore reposted this. Candace Owens reveals all of this stuff. Let's take a listen.
A couple of days later, on February 24th, Charlie Kirk reaches out and he tells me that the White House is asking me to stop speaking about Brigitte. And he tells me that it is related to the peace deal in Ukraine. That is ostensibly the reason on this same day, February 24th, that's how quickly the phone call happened. This is the day that Donald Trump meets with Emmanuel Macron. Do we have that, by the way, the text message between me and Charlie? Here we go. Yeah, this is February 24th. I'm showing you guys this now. Hey, I have something to tell you from the White House. They asked me to call you. I'm just the messenger here, but it's important. I say, okay, I'm around. Call me. Then we have the phone call. And then I was like upset about the phone call because I was pregnant. And then I felt bad. And I was like, okay, let me think about it because I don't want people in Russia to be killed because I won't stop speaking about Brigitte if the Ukraine peace deal was at the center of this. And he says, okay. And then I tried to say, and a couple of days later on February 24th, Charlie Kirk reaches.
And please, Instagram, can you figure out how to connect these so you don't have to reset it and just play the next clip? I cannot be the only one that thinks this is ridiculous, that you're here to watch a clip. It's split into 3 pieces. When one ends, it doesn't jump to the next one. Figure it out. It's Instagram. They have as many tech people imaginable. This is a horrible format.
I will circle back tomorrow, or maybe I said tonight, call if you want to chat at all. And we did. We chatted. The next day, you can see he starts with the White House just asked for your number, FYI. I think POTUS might call you. And that is not what happened. On February 25th, actually, Sergio Gore called me and asked me to stop speaking about Brigitte. And it felt more like an order than a request. And I did not respond in kind to that. February 26th, President Donald Trump calls me and asks me to stop speaking about Brigitte. Now, Charlie's in the middle of this. Communications are happening between me and Charlie about Brigitte, okay? On July 1st, and by the way, the series was over, and I said I'll agree to be quiet about this for a while because it's no longer relevant, and I don't want like Christian men to be slaughtered in Ukraine because I'm not keeping my mouth shut. Now, on July 1st, I will circle back tomorrow, or maybe I said tonight, Macron sends another legal threat. On July 18th, this is where things get really interesting. Charlie Kirk hosts Tucker Carlson at SAS. This brings in the Tucker element, right? He tells Tucker to go max, call out Israel, Jeffrey Epstein, just go max. And guess what? Tucker really did go max. I want to actually play for you this clip of what Tucker said on stage. Take a listen. Macron sends another legal threat. On July 18th, this is where things get really interesting. Charlie Kirk hosts Tucker Carlson at SAS. This brings in the Tucker element, right? He tells Tucker to go max, call out Israel, Jeffrey.
Part 4. And that's a still. Candace released the text messages between her and Charlie to pass on the message from the president to ask her to stop talking about Brigitte Macron. Jeez. What are we supposed to make of this? I don't know. I know that Candace has the conviction to stake her entire reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is who she claims that person is. Is it accurate? I don't know. Yeah, we are having technical glitches. Rumble is what? It's just down? Rumble just doesn't work now? No good reason why? I mean, I even restarted, took the old stream down. Don't know. Today's a day of I don't know. How was your Black Friday? Anyone go shopping? Anything good happen to you this weekend? My Ohio State Buckeyes defeated that team up north. We'll play the Big Ten Championship, Indiana, this weekend. Very much looking forward to it. Cleveland Browns played terrible. Lake Leon's been on Rumble all morning with no issues. Well, that's comforting. I don't get the problem. Test. It's just playing the intro. Do I try it one more time? I'll try it one more time. I just don't understand what's going on. Copy, paste, copy, paste. Add channel. Still not showing it. All right. I just don't have Rumble now. All right. David Harris Jr. shares this. God. It's a Muslim cleric in America.
This is actually Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam what do with Aisha. He saved her and he married her when
he's claiming that Muhammad saved and married a 6-year-old kid.
She was 6 years old.
And there's music here.
And he lived with her, when he...
I think there's little piano music in the background. 6 years old to 9 years old. And then he says, gross.
After that.
When she ready?
Yeah. The question was that he had S with her at that point. And he said yes.
When she ready,
She menstruated at 9 and then he had sex.
when she ready.
When she ready, she menstruated at 9, and you know she's ready.
They know that she
9
is
years
ready.
old.
They have the
I can't play it because of the music. And the question is, why isn't that pedophilia?
I think that
A 9-year-old is still a child.
consider having sex with.
What's the answer?
It's already past that stage.
It's already past that stage. She became an adult at 9 years old.
She's stage with
Much music. I can't play it. It's considered as an adult. She's physically grown. She has the ability to get married and get pregnant. David Harris said, Islam is not compatible with Western culture, values, or laws, period. 6-year-old, 9-year-old. This group thinks that's okay. This guy, these three at least. How is this compatible? I'd argue that it's not. Okay, so you said you went to 5 other shows on Rumble. All are working. The problem is on my side somewhere. Yeah. Well, thank you for the recon. For the life of me, I don't get why it's not working. Is it now? I mean, my only other option is to shut this entire feed down and start it again. And that's not going to guarantee that it's going to work. All right. Okay. Dude here says we are sick and tired of people.
Sick and tired of people who...
Never mind. More music. Why am I sharing any of these stories? Sick and tired of people who should not even be in this country causing harm to citizens in this country, he says. Sick and tired of people who are consistently violent being allowed to run free and assault and murder American citizens. For the will of people who are trying to get elected so that they can stay in power. Just understand that they're willing to exchange the lives of American citizens and the safety of American citizens for their own re-election efforts, for their own political agenda. These people do not give a shit about American citizens, and they prove it every single day. Every single non-citizen in this country, illegally, has got to go. They've got to go. Huh, let's see if I finally have a video without music. Give it a try.
All right, guys, so I'm in front of the Portland, they call it the tree. I'm not even kidding you. Look at, they can't even say Christmas. It says right there on the thing, right there, it says the tree. Here in Portland, Oregon, if you notice the fake news, local news media, and all of the influencers, they just call it the holiday tree. I am declaring that this is now hereby renamed to the Christmas tree. It's okay to say Christmas, but you guys don't want to say Christmas because it's for Christians, right? But if it was a Muslim thing, you guys wouldn't have any problem saying it. But Portland, this is the Christmas tree, the Portland Christmas tree. Let's take back Christmas. Let's not let them take Christmas from us.
Remember a few years ago when it was like, oh, there's no war on Christmas. And you go, wait a minute, there absolutely is. Welcome to the strange times we live in. Are you celebrating Christmas? Tell me in the comments. Do you have a Christmas tree up? Did you put lights up? Are you decorating? Any Christmas magic at the homestead? Allie Beth Stuckey put this out and says, love your neighbor enough to support strong borders. Love your neighbor enough to to oppose Islamic dominance. Love your neighbor enough to be tough on crime. Love your neighbor enough to abolish abortion. Love your neighbor enough to reject trans ideology. Love your neighbor enough to fight for a child's right to a mom and dad. Love your neighbor enough to advocate for economic prosperity. Love your neighbor enough to work for a more peaceful, orderly, free, safe, and stable nation. Does that feel like love? Or does that feel like the opposite? So I feel like half of those would be triggering to a leftist. Gentry Geevers says this is a photo of 5 a.m. in Brooklyn, New York. Blocking the roads. This is a marking of the territory, like the dog lifting its leg and saying, that's my tree, taking over these neighborhoods and saying, this is what we do here now. In America, in New York, 20 years after 9/11. Based Bandita says, why are the feminists silent all of a sudden? Now on the screen here, unfortunately, you see 4 beautiful blonde women who were murdered by repeat criminal black men. All within the past year, I believe. These are all within the last year. Have there been 4 cases of crazy violent white men offing 4 black women in the past 50 years? Just flip the script and say, well, how common is that? How many random black women are on the bus or the train and they get their throat slit? Or home invasion and you just destroy somebody for no reason. Walking the dog, like all these cases, like they start to blur together. Which blonde girl was butchered by which black man in which state was this? Which one? There's too many to keep track of. There's not a single one on the other side. You could say Breonna Taylor was an officer-involved shooting. What are we even talking about? There's no equivalent. There's no random, peaceful, law-abiding black women getting executed by crazy, violent white men. None that have crossed my desk. Have you? Can you think of one? Can you think of one? But these are 4 within roughly the past year. What type of rage and hatred has been baked into these people? These violent dregs of society that haven't been incarcerated to protect the general population. Why is this happening? And we're all the feminists calling out what is an obvious pattern, a trend, a shocking situation. You know what? You could add Ashley Babbitt. She was peacefully protesting on January 6th. The only shot fired was a black man that killed that blonde woman. Maybe it was brown hair, brunette, light blonde. No media outrage there, but when career criminal George Floyd appeared to be hyperventilating or overdosing or have a panic attack or having a heart attack, from the moment they walked up to approach the vehicle after he robbed the store using fake money, that story was amplified sea to shining sea. A guy who was peacefully arrested and put into the back of a cop car, but he squirmed out the other side. The guy put the knee down on the shoulder, neck, back area as he was trained to do by Minneapolis police. As many have sworn on stated record, we all took the training. That's what we were told to do. America burned. Democrats threw gasoline on the fire. Where are all the feminists here? Point to a single black woman in the past 50 years who was terminated by a white man. I don't know it. I don't know it. Maybe it's just because my bubble of media doesn't show me that. All right. Charlie Kirk, I think this is a tweet from him. Every one of why is Rumble not working? Every time I share something like this, I'm not entirely certain if it's correct or not, but you know, with the asterisk, it says here, get married and have children. It's not only good and godly and will bring you joy and legacy, but it's a simple act of defiance. Defiance against the oligarchs and tyrants who would rather you die bitter, alone, and with nothing but robots by your side as you enter eternity. Any parents out there? I don't know about some of you. I think I do know about some of you. Any parents out there? What do you think about this comment? Assuming this is a real Charlie comment. Either way, what do you feel about the comment? Simple act of defiance against the oligarchs and tyrants who would rather you die bitter, alone, and with nothing but robots by your side as you enter eternity. Get married, have children. It's not only good and godly, but it will bring you joy and legacy. I'd imagine a lot of people would agree with that. Just a reminder here, J.D. Vance was born 41 years ago in one of the poorest parts of the country to a drug-addicted single mother. Most children in those circumstances are aborted. He is now the Vice President of the United States. Keep that in mind. Here's an uncomfortable truth. The average lifespan is 77. Middle age isn't 50, it's 38. Travel, do things, live while you still can. Average lifespan is 77. Let's see. Average lifespan of a human is 73 years across the globe. United States is 79.3. So yeah, 39. Wow. Puts it in perspective. Likely on 1 daughter, 4 grandkids. Nice. Travel and do things. Live while you can. It's good advice. Candace Owens now claims that a 9/11 9/11 style attack is allegedly being planned for the second week of December 2025. She said they've been signaling that a 9/11 style attack is coming second week of December. Save this tweet. It will age well. What is this? A community note says it's not an actual post? Let me ask Grok. So if we can debunk this, let's debunk it. Warn of a 9/11 style attack the second week of December. Somehow they got an Instagram note. Wait a minute. Yes, Candace did warn. On November 28, she posted on X, claiming that they, implying entities like intelligence agencies or insiders, have been signaling an impending 9/11 style attack, specifically during the second week of December, approximately December 8 through 14. Urged followers to save this tweet because it will age well. framing it as a prescient warning amid her broader discussions of conspiracies involving assassinations, government cover-ups, and foreign interference. Okay, so I'm going to type it on. No, I rate it as not helpful. From Grok. All right, buckle up, people. All right, here's an allegation here. Representative Jason Wolford, Representative 50, Howell Chair, Republican, lives with TikTok, shared this one. This is how easy it is for non-citizens to vote in Michigan.
Got real waste, real fraud, and we are going to get to the bottom of it. Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and the Unemployment Agency. People can simply check a box saying that they are eligible, and in most cases, that is enough to start receiving benefits. There's only 4 pieces of information that are required: a first name, last name, an address, and an alien number, only if that person self-identifies as a non-citizen. No social security number is required, even if someone claims to be a citizen. I brought MDHHS before our committee. We pulled up the website for benefits. We went through all 27 pages, and at the end, we're given the opportunity to register to vote. We've got real waste, real fraud, and we are going to get to the bottom of it. Michigan.
How could this be? Are we going to be able to clean any of this up in time? It's so frustrating waiting for updates and just time is ticking. Here's Benny Johnson talking about the Charlie Kirk trial.
Take on Charlie Kirk's trial and murder is very...
Music. He says Charlie was assassinated on a live stream. We deserve to see live streamed every second of his trial. All the evidence the federal government has against Tyler Robinson, and presumably his live-in transgender furry boyfriend who was an accomplice in the murder. We deserve to see all the physical, video, text, and digital available evidence that deserves to be live streamed onto our televisions, laptops, iPhones, so that everyone can see with absolute clarity what happened to the case that the feds have against Tyler Robinson, and a timeline backed by data and physical evidence of exactly what happened that day, and hopefully testimony from the killer and any accomplices. That's the only way that you're going to put to death the single biggest murder since JFK in America. The only way that you're going to end any theories about what else might have happened. Do this in full transparency, but he's a little bit nervous, beginning to see cracks. That process, and they're doing everything that they possibly can to ensure the trial is now done in secret, a secret proceeding that no one is able to see anything, and perhaps even evidence is being destroyed before our very eyes. This is the local CBS news station saying that there's active destruction of evidence surrounding Charlie's assassin. Look at this.
On September 17th, 2025, Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby held a press conference.
Our job was not to interview, our job was just to get him here.
After Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter was taken into custody in Washington County less than 2 days after the shooting.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives.
After learning of this, I submitted a public records request to obtain any video of Tyler Robinson walking into the jail facility. Washington County responded saying there were no records responsive to the request, as Robinson did not go to the jail area. Our request for any holding room video was denied. A few weeks later, I re-upped the request on a more generalized scale for surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into the sheriff's office.
For the state of Utah, we would certainly hope that this video is available.
The response? Our office does not have any applicable records responsive to this request, as the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period.
If in fact it has been destroyed and not preserved, it's very concerning. And if it has, then it's very concerning that they're telling you they don't have it.
When you look at this case on the surface and what you've seen play out, what stands out to you?
What stands out to me is it is not a death penalty case. In order for it to be...
My take on Charlie Kirk's trial and murder is very...
All right. That's where it goes. It says it's sending data, but it's offline. Why is it offline? I don't normally have to click. Now it says it's streaming. All right, can we get a test, see if the Rumble feed is working? This is the 4th time I've closed it and restarted it. Looks like it might be working now. I don't understand why I had to click extra buttons. But that seems super shady that they don't even have the video of him walking in. Like the basic components of the Charlie Kirk alleged assassin doesn't even add up. The very first... you said it's 16 seconds. It did it again. See, mine's playing ads. It looks like mine is streaming. So I'll tell you after the ads. Try to hit refresh and give it one more shot. But yeah, that's very discouraging. It doesn't feel like we have accurate information about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Okay, here's a New York Times op-ed writer named Wajahat Alai in a message to white people and Americans shared from the Future of Freedom. A New York Times op-ed writer.
You lost. The mistake that you made is you let us in the first place. That's the thing with brown people. I'm going to say this as a brown person. There's a lot of us. Like a lot. There's like 1.2 billion in India. There's more than 200 million in Pakistan. There's like 170 million in Bangladesh. Those are just the people there. You lost. You lost.
You lost because you let people like him in.
Mistake that you made is you let us in the first place.
Joe Biden, Barack Obama did. I don't recall the American people saying we need to flood our country with people from other countries, be it Pakistan or India or Venezuela or Mexico or Ukraine or Israel or anywhere for that matter. I don't recall the American people saying that we need a whole ton of people from somewhere else. I missed the memo. I don't recall voting on that. Patriot Warrior, thank you, saying it's working. That was really weird. To anyone who's just now watching on Rumble, not sure why we had the glitch that we had. It's highly unusual. If you want to hear the beginning part where we walk through some of the Candace Owens stuff, check out our YouTube channel, The New American Media. By the way, let me put it up on the screen. It is a new month, and it is a new chance to show some love to the New American Media. We are on Patreon, YouTube, and Rumble. You can sign up for subscriptions where once a month, it'll just kick in $5 or $10 or $15 or $100 or something. And it just goes into the account. And it's helpful because there's a lot of yearly expenses. Not to mention, the point of running this is so that it can be the full-time job and so that it can provide the type of living that every human needs who's not independently wealthy. So all of you supporting us as members, sponsors, supporters on YouTube, Rumble, and Patreon with the monthly subscriptions, thank you. You can also do Rumble rants and super chats. It's a quick way to just toss something in the tip jar since I'm your bartender here if you're enjoying the content that we're discussing. Tip your boy. Appreciate you. We're also on Venmo and Cash App. That's just my name, Brian Engelman, E-N-G-E-L-M-A-N. All that stuff scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And we are also on PayPal. Fuzz installment at yahoo.com. Fuzz installment at yahoo.com. All right. Brad Stein. Who's this guy?
Can't stand the crazy anymore. I can't keep up with the lunacy. I can't stand people that want to tear down my nation and its history and its foundation. Is it perfect? Of course not. But why is it still the place where more people want to immigrate to than anywhere else on earth? You want to know if your country's great? Do people want in or do they want out? And I don't hear about people digging tunnels, sneaking into North Korea. Anybody heard about that one yet? Huh? Anybody heard about that move? Do you know more sub-Saharan Africans have immigrated here on purpose than ever came in slave trip? How stupid do you think these people are? If they chose to come here, if they thought it was racist. How demeaning must you be? Progressives always screw it up. They're a cancer. Everything they touch dies. And I'm going to call it out while it's good. I'm going to laugh while it's legal.
That's a good point. How stupid do you think these people are? If this place is as bad as you constantly say it is. Progressives. What's the quote? Everything they touch turns to shit. Globally. Take a look around. Not familiar with this.
I can't stand the crazy anymore. I can't keep up with the lunacy. I can't.
All right. So I will, he's on my radar. Let's see if he's got something else.
How long?
By the way, Candace talking about conversations with President Trump. Now, this is President Trump warning of an imminent attack in coming days. Representative Maria Salazar. Okay.
Before this happens.
Imminent, because
we're on the verge. You're saying within days we're going to see something happen.
Because this is what we did with Iran, that we gave ample notice to their commercial airlines. Do not overfly the Venezuela. That's exactly what the president has done.
Well, you heard it. It's imminent in just days.
Developing news of an imminent attack that is going to be coming here in the next few days.
Now they're talking about on American homeland, but now this is a different one. They're talking about on Venezuela, maybe?
Take a look at the latest headlines with me so you can see it for yourself. Trump signals imminent land attacks. As the tensions and rhetoric between the United States and Venezuela continue to rise, President Donald Trump has announced the closure of Venezuelan airspace, sparking fears of an imminent U.S. land attack. Venezuela calls Trump's call to close airspace a colonialist threat. You can see this coming out today. Venezuela condemns Trump airspace closure warning coming out in the last 19 hours. Is U.S. President Donald Trump preparing to strike Venezuela? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, yes or no. I'm going to share with you the video footage where they're saying yes and very soon. And take a look. The airspace over Venezuela completely clear. You can see this coming out 15 hours ago, and here's the actual Truth Social post that he put out over the weekend yesterday to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers. Please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Ratchet it up.
President Donald J. Trump, and let me know your thoughts. Are we about to see some serious attacks take place on Venezuela? We've heard the warnings, and now over the weekend, he's saying close the airspace. I'm going to play for you the video footage as they said this was the same thing that we saw happen with Iran, that there was that warning, and then shortly after, unexpectedly, hit. We're hearing that that could be coming here very soon.
How long before this happens?
Imminent, because
we're on the verge. You're saying within days we're going to see something happen.
Because this is what we did with Iran, that we gave ample notice to their...
All right, let's take a look. How many decades have the deep state been running drug operations to fuel the dark money coffers, black ops budgets rather, with the drug trade? Wouldn't it be nice to kind of wind this down? Yeah, maybe. Hello, Lauren. Yeah, you're right. More than 20 million Americans' health insurance premiums are going to skyrocket in the coming months. That's why we need to hold Barack Hussein Obama and the Democrats accountable. When Nancy Pelosi said, we have to pass it to find out what's in it. Well, we knew what was in it. We heard Barack Hussein Obama saying, if you like your plan, you can keep your plan. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And, the premiums, they're going to be about as cheap as a cable bill. So don't believe the okie doke. Like Nancy said, pass it so that you can find out that my insurance company cronies, they're the ones that wrote it. We're going to have subsidies for a little bit, and then we're going to pull the carpet and try to blame the Republicans for the problems that we created. I warned you. We were 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. And, not in a good way, into a communist, socialist, Leninist, Marxist, hellhole, anti-utopia. Never forgive the Democrats for what we've done. You are so right, Lauren. Thanks for joining, Lauren. We all know what Obama did when he seized control of 1/6 of the country through healthcare and fucked everything up. I lost my plan, I lost my doctor, and my premium doubled, more than doubled. Now, I don't know how disingenuous you have to be to come in here and try to copy paste this load of happy horse shit, but more power to you. Take the screenshot, send it back, let your Soros or Tides Foundation or whichever NGO is paying you per screenshot. We're clearly marked. All right, when they go live, make sure you go into their chat, copy and paste this line of bullshit, send us a screenshot, and you'll get paid $20 a day. It's not much, but if you do it 5 times a day, that's $100 a day. It's not very hard. And look, we got unlimited money. We're robbing America on one hand, giving it to you on the other hand. So it weakens America, and then it weakens America with our lies, our misinformation, and our disinformation. Yes, like Leon, letting in it's 40 million illegals and giving them healthcare did not help healthcare at all either. You want to mention that, Lauren, or you want to be intellectually dishonest? She wants to be intellectually dishonest. Thanks for playing, though. Here's a conversation between Joe Rogan and whoever this guy is. Is this Holden Collada? I don't know who this guy is. Here we go.
Do you've become more religious recently, right? Like, or I guess you go to church now.
Like I said, I think they're relaying a truth. I don't think it's myth. I don't think the whole thing is myth, but I don't think it's entirely accurate either. Like when I was having a conversation with my daughter about the book of Revelations, because they were reading the book of Revelations, and they were talking about how it's all going to happen, how it's going to end. And then I said, well, let me tell you something. There's no way that guy telling you that knows that. He might be reading the text, and that text, by the way, is a translation. It's an English translation of probably either Latin or Greek, which was originally ancient Hebrew. Like, a lot is lost in text, and a lot is lost also in the oral tradition. But it's like a long story. Like, do I want to sit down with her and talk about the Younger Dryas impact theory? And it's like, but I'm like, there's no way that guy knows. It might be true. It might be true, but there's no way he knows it's true because he's just a person. He's a person like you or me that is like deeply involved in the scripture. The scripture to me is what's interesting. It's fascinating. That is what, and also that Christianity, at least, is the only thing I have experience with. It works. Like the people that are Christians that go to this church that I go to, that I meet that are Christian, they are the nicest fucking people you will ever meet. They're really kind, and they are even more nice at a church. When you leave the church parking lot, everybody lets you go in front of them. There's no one honking in the church parking lot. It works. So regardless of whether or not it's based on an entirely true story, I think it is an ancient relaying of a real event and of the real history of human beings. I don't know what the serpent in the garden and Adam and Eve and the apple, and I don't know what all that means. I assume that what that means, what I assume when they talk about the first human beings, I assume that is a recounting of a genetic manipulation. That's what I think. I think the very first human beings, Adam and Eve, the idea that they just emerged, that is the very first ones, I think it's because they're created. And if you're saying they were created by God, that God created Adam and Eve, again, if you're telling a story for thousands of years where people don't even have books, they don't have paper, they don't have a written language, they're barbarians, they're savages because they're just trying to remember what they knew from thousands and thousands of years before when they had achieved a very high level of sophistication, which is what I think happened. This is the kind of story that you get. It's a kind of weird, foggy story, and there's a lot of moral scaffolding in there that if you subscribe to it, you could live a better life. And there's a lot of truth in there. But I think the ultimate story is lost. It's the ultimate truth is like, it's not, I don't think it's accurately documented anywhere.
Do you've become
hearing a little bit of the ancient aliens theory in there? Yeah, I don't think ancient aliens in the Bible are I don't think it's necessarily one or the other. I think both stories could give you a deeper understanding of the other. Can't two things be true? I think so. I think it's possible. But when you got one of the biggest podcasters in the world going down that rabbit hole, I think that's for the better. I think we've lost some of what made us who we are. So along the way somewhere, we've lost that part of us. And reconnecting to this, I think it's going to be necessary, helpful, useful. Hello, David. Welcome. All right, here's Liz Wheeler, exposing immigration fraud. Take a listen here on The Blaze.
Shell ICE sweep in Minneapolis-St. Paul finds 50% of immigrants had committed immigration fraud. 50% of immigrants had committed immigration fraud in the city of Minneapolis. The city of Ilhan Omar, the city of Jacob Frey, who's not leftist enough for Ilhan Omar, because it's not just about how leftist you are, it's about whether you also adhere to jihadist ideology. Politics are just a tool to propagate Islam to these individuals, to make the cities of the United States unlivable for infidels. And immigration fraud is a big part of this. Remember, in the religion of Islam, Muslims are permitted to engage in taqiyya, which is a form of lying. They are permitted to misrepresent themselves and their beliefs and their goals and their politics and the plots that are unfolding domestically in the United States if their lying helps achieve an Islamic caliphate better, more effectively, more successfully. It's a sort of twisted marriage of the communists and the Islamists because they have a shared enemy, you. And this immigration fraud plays a large role in what's happening right now. It was no coincidence that in New York City, after Zohran Mamdani was elected, we saw these startling statistics that said of New Yorkers who were born in New York, or born in the United States even, the majority of those people voted for Andrew Cuomo. But of foreign-born New Yorkers, meaning naturalized citizens, I hope, who had not been born in the United States, the majority of them voted for Zohran Mamdani. It's part of the plot. Bombshell ICE sweep in Minneapolis-St. Paul finds 50% of immigrants had committed immigration fraud. 50% of immigrants had committed immigration fraud in the city of Minneapolis. The city of Ilhan Omar, the city of Jacob Frey, who's not leftist enough for Ilhan Omar, because it's not just about how leftist you are, it's about whether you also adhere to jihadist ideology.
Minnesota people, they're trying to do it in Texas. They're trying to do it all across the country. We all see it. We all see it. We're not afraid to talk about it. Ashley says, Democrats cared more about the woman who got called Piggy than the woman who was set on fire in Chicago. Let that sink in. Sad but true. They always take the other side. All right, Joey Vantis shared this. Joe Rogan drops the Tucker Carlson story on Jesse Michaels. Here we go. Nixon JFK link. This gets wild. This is like triple espionage.
The Nixon story?
No.
Okay. So Tucker Carlson came on my podcast and he's like, do you know that Nixon was the most popular president in history? Like when he won by the biggest landslide ever, right? And Nixon had a vice president, Spiro Agnew. Spiro Agnew gets brought up on corruption charges. So Spiro Agnew has to resign. Then they bring in Gerald Ford, who is a complete moron. But the reason why they brought in Gerald Ford, who also, by the way, was on the Warren Commission report, they bring in Gerald Ford to replace him if anything happens, right? So it's the vice president. And then they immediately hit him with Watergate. So Nixon did not coordinate Watergate.
To realize just how popular Nixon was. I mean, you really should go down the rabbit hole and investigate Nixon. Look at what... what's the guy's name? He just passed away. He took us off the gold standard. I have the name Harvey Keitel stuck in my head. Was a Secretary of State. What was that old man's name? He died within the past year, I believe. Nixon was one of the most popular presidents of all time, and he was kneecapped. They took him out. Listen to just how batty this story gets.
Watergate was coordinated by the FBI. It was all FBI agents that did it, and then they brought it to him, and what he was guilty of was saying cover it up. So they were talking about covering up. He agreed to that, and that's what they got him on. They set him up. Bob Woodward was an intelligence agent.
Naval spy ring.
Yes. And his very first job as a reporter is Watergate.
How shocking.
Now, if you know anything about the hierarchical structure of any kind of newsroom, there's not a fucking chance in hell some...
Henry Kissinger. Yes. Okay, David, you got it. Yeah, it came to me. I'm like, Harvey Keitel? No. Kissinger. I had the K part right. Kissinger. Henry and Harvey. At Harvey Keitel, I was aiming at Henry Kissinger. I guess he died about 2 years ago. November 29th, 2023. As Nixon's closest foreign policy architect, Kissinger played a pivotal role in the economic decisions of 1971, including advising on the Nixon shock, the suspension of the U.S. dollar's convertibility to gold that ended the Bretton Woods system and ushered in floating exchange rates. What a mess. That was Kissinger convincing Nixon to do this. Terrible idea. Coordinated with Treasury Secretary John Connally and others in the Camp David weekend meetings that brokered the policy, framing it as essential to counter international speculation and protect U.S. economic interests amid Vietnam War pressures. This move, while controversial, reshaped global finance and remains a cornerstone of modern monetary policy. Kissinger.
Rookie reporter is going to get the big story that's going to take down the fucking president. Not a chance. And so Nixon apparently had been saying, I know who killed JFK and I know why they did it.
So yes, this is, and okay, do you know who Deep Throat was? Who was basically Bob Woodward's source?
I forget.
Mark Felt, who's the deputy director of the FBI.
Right, exactly.
And then you have G. Gordon Liddy probably pulling off Watergate.
Yes.
Jeff Shepard, who went on Tucker Carlson's show, expounds on all of this stuff. But here's what's crazy is...
Pause as he gets to what's crazy. According to Grok, since 1971, when Kissinger convinced Nixon to go off the gold standard, huge mistake, $1 in 1971 has the same buying power as roughly 12.5 cents today. You'd need $8 today to buy what $1 bought you back then. Decline of 87.5% in purchase power. We have been robbed by pirates. Somali pirates, Democrat pirates, globalist pirates, rhino pirates. America has been looted, burglarized. Back to what's crazy.
I think Watergate connects with the JFK assassination per what you just said, because you know who was running? So McGovern was running against Nixon, and Nixon was winning by a huge margin. He was extremely popular. So it's like, why would he break into the DNC? He was definitely paranoid. What was he paranoid about? The longtime, I guess, campaign manager for the DNC and for McGovern was a guy named Larry O'Brien. They bugged Larry O'Brien's phone. Larry O'Brien was Howard Hughes's longtime general counsel. Howard Hughes was the original guy to set up the S-Force, which ended up taking out JFK. So Nixon was so paranoid that it would get pegged on him that he took out his greatest political opponent, because he was like, oh, it's a triple bank shot, but they're going to think it was definitely me. He was paranoid that he broke into the DNC.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane?
It's insane.
It's so crazy.
So insane. It's such a crazy story. Do you ever...
Have you heard of this one? Here's how do you say his name? Colion Noir, a gun rights person here, telling you about what happened in the UK. A British IT consultant arrested after posing with a gun in the United States on LinkedIn. Touching a firearm can get you arrested in Great Britain. Holy shit, they are under totalitarian rule. What needs to happen to liberate the people? How could they allow this to happen to the people of Britain? We all have a right to self-defense. We all have a right to defend our homes, our lives, our country, our sovereignty. How did Europe get overthrown like this? Take a listen to this report.
This story right here is one of the most terrifying examples of government overreach I've seen in a long time. A British IT consultant took a trip to America, shot some guns, posted a picture on LinkedIn, and when he got home to the UK, he got arrested. He wasn't warned and not scolded, not written up. Arrested. A British IT consultant was arrested by West Yorkshire police after posting pictures of himself posing with the guns during an American holiday on LinkedIn. Arrested for a picture taken legally in another country. And it gets worse because this wasn't a one-day misunderstanding. This turned into a 13-week nightmare. The post sparked a 13-week ordeal, which began with a police warning at his residence. Officers cautioned him about online content and its potential impact on others' feelings. Impact on others' feelings. You heard that right. We've now reached a point where a man can be arrested not because he broke a law, not because he harmed anyone, not because he threatened anyone, but because a picture might hurt someone's feelings. And I want you to think about how tyrannical a government has to be to punish you for something you did legally in another country that isn't even theirs. This is why I always say the Second Amendment protects everything. Because in countries where the government has all the power, this is what happens. And before I go deeper into that, and trust me, we're about to go deep, I've got something important to tell you. Even though Black Friday is technically over everywhere else, it's not over at Shop.
All right, he was making a sales pitch. I hope this doesn't last too long, because I want to get to the rest of the video here. Could you imagine getting arrested for a photograph?
Right to bear.
And can Europe find a way to cast off the shackles of that totalitarian regime that's violating their civil liberties? I don't know. I don't know if Europe can be saved. If it's already been conquered and it's a done deal. They lost.
Bullshit that I was talking about before. Despite Mr. Booth's offer to demonstrate the photograph's American origin, authorities chose to arrest him on August 24th. So he tried to explain the obvious. This was in America, perfectly legal. And their response, we don't care, we're arresting you anyway. And then just when you think, okay, maybe that was a mistake, it gets even more tyrannical. Despite all charges against him being withdrawn, police returned to his property after 10 p.m. that evening and detained him. They dropped the charges and then came back to arrest him Again, that's not law enforcement. That's harassment. It's intimidation. That's the state flexing its power because it knows the people can't fight back. This story right here is one of the most terrifying examples of government overreach I've seen in a long time. A British IT consultant took a trip to America, shot some guns, posted a picture on LinkedIn.
Shot some guns. That's why you never let them come after your Second Amendment right to self-defense. Ever, ever, ever. Don't bend an inch. Nope, not a bit. Mila Joy says today is day 311 of the Trump administration. Day 298 of Bondi as Attorney General. Day 282 of Cash as FBI Director. Day 263 with Dan Bongino as Assistant Director of the FBI. 0 politicians have been prosecuted. I voted to drain the swamp. When are the mass arrests coming? We'll say TikTok, we are all waiting. Oh, boy. That's such a good point. Never forget, this is what Democrats did to America. Check out what they were doing in Arizona.
Here in Lukeville, we are quite literally in the middle of nowhere. 2.5 hours to the closest major city. Thousands are crossing here illegally every day, and the situation is completely unsustainable. We'll step out, give you a look at the scene here. This is a mass of hundreds upon hundreds of people who have crossed the border illegally and are camped out here at the border wall, waiting to be apprehended by Border Patrol. You'll quickly notice these are all single adult men. There is not a single woman or child in this group you're looking at, and these guys are coming in from all over the world. Large amounts of African men from Senegal, from Guinea, from Mauritania, from Egypt, others from the Middle East, others from Asia. This is Border Patrol's Tucson, Arizona sector, which just had 17,500 illegal crossings last week alone. That is the highest weekly total ever recorded. We talked to one for this sector. We talked to one man from Mauritania who told us he paid smugglers $10,000 to get here, first flying into Colombia. We talked to another man from Guinea who says once he's processed, he plans to head to New York City. Now, you might be wondering, how does this happen when we have the border wall right here? Well, there are breaches all in the wall, and we want to show you here in Lukeville.
Unreal. Where are the damned arrests of the traitors already? All right, here's Jillian Michaels talking with Carl Higbee about Western values, Somalian values, Ilhan Omar, and what was done to place people like this into our government.
Have a U.S. Congresswoman, Ilhan Omar, who came here as a refugee from Somalia. Right. By the way, a lot of people don't know this. She came here from Somalia at our good graces because her father was a senior ranking general or a senior ranking officer in the military that was committing genocide. And when the government collapsed, they wanted to go kill him. So America took him in. Okay, she came here with him, and now she's a U.S. Congresswoman presiding over the #1 terrorist recruiting capital of America.
Can I ask you, how does a person like her, who gets taken in, not assimilate? Because the vast majority of immigrants I know, in particular refugees, end up loving America more than those of us who take it for granted. I could, PBD. This guy came from Iran, ran from the Ayatollah at 10 years old, fought in the military, became a successful businessman. How do you think? I mean, I know there's no quantifiable way to really know, but how do you go from PBD, who loves America and fought for the country, to Ilhan Omar, who kind of quietly wants to overthrow the West?
Not quietly. She's openly saying that she wants to represent Somalia here in America and make America like Somalia, the dump that she fled from. You have a U.S. Congresswoman, Ilhan Omar, who came here as a refugee from Somalia. Right. By the way, a lot of people don't know this.
Not entirely sure how any of this is helping the United States. Nobody's ever been really able to explain it to me. Waiting to hear some ways that America's a better place for any of this stuff. I don't get it. Jason Meister shares this, talking about how we rolled through a color revolution and how we might be rolling through another.
Now probably heard political experts over and over refer to the fact that what we're witnessing is a color revolution. And they're right. And let me explain why. A color revolution is a communist globalist playbook to take over a country without tanks actually rolling down Main Street. It's how they flipped places like Serbia, Georgia, Ukraine, and they tried to flip a dozen others. The same exact playbook every single time. This is how they do it. 1, they demonize the leader of the people who they actually voted for. 2, they flood the country with chaos like riots, open borders, economic pain. 3, they weaponize the courts, the media, and big tech to finish him off. And 4, they install a puppet who sells the country out to China and the UN. And that's not theory, that's the manual. They opened it on us in the United States the day Donald Trump won in 2016. And here's how they ran it on us step by step. From 2016 to 2020, they gave us the Russia collusion hoax, FBI spying, 2 fake impeachments, Antifa burning cities while CNN called it fiery but mostly peaceful. Yeah. And the goal was to make you hate the guy you voted for. In 2020, we had 2 a.m. ballot dumps, boarded up windows, 51 intel agents lying about Hunter's laptop, Zuckerberg dropping $400 million to help count votes in Democrat cities. And the goal there was to steal the election while calling you a conspiracy theorist for noticing. From 2021 to 2024, we had Joe Biden opening the border on day 1, 12 million plus illegals, military-age men from China and Venezuela and all over the world, free flights, free hotels, free EBT cards, all on your dime. Cities collapse, crime explodes, schools and hospitals break. The goal, to make Americans feel like strangers in their own country. Then from 2021 to 2025, 91 felony charges, Mar-a-Lago raided, gag orders, mug shots. They didn't want to just beat Trump. They wanted to break him and every future patriot who dares to run. Look at what they did to Charlie Kirk. That is a textbook color revolution. But on November 5th, 2024, the American people looked this Marxist coup dead in the eye and said, not today. 312 electoral votes, popular vote landslide, the biggest Hispanic and Black Republican turnout ever. We pulled off the greatest peaceful counter-revolution in world history. But the deep state isn't done. The same snakes who funded BLM riots, the Ukraine coup, and Arab Spring still sit in the FBI, CIA, big tech, and the universities. They'll try again in 2026 or in 2028, but now you know the game. Every time you see another mostly peaceful riot, sudden experts all using the same scripted words, a new crisis 2 weeks before an election, you're watching the Color Revolution playbook live on American soil. Never forget what they tried to do to us. Back mass deportations. If we have no border, we have no country. Protect every America First fighter willing to swing the axe on the swamp. Teach your kids the truth. Communism didn't die in 1991. It just dyed its hair purple and moved to Washington. Jeez. This is still the United States of America.
Communism didn't die. It just dyed its hair purple.
We are still the home of the brave, and the brave do not bow to color revolutions. Recognize what is happening, stare it in the face, speak out against it, and then we finish taking our country back, one closed border, one drained swamp, and one restored republic at a time. We need to support our president in taking all necessary measures to do just that. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. You've now probably heard political experts over and over refer to the fact.
All right. This person isn't cited. I don't know who this person is. That stuff checks out. Whoa, Nimbus! No, bud. That's not a. Yeah, that's not a good spot. Okay. You can do it like that. Yeah, Nimbus is a positive part of my life until he just laid his whole paw out across 9 different keys on the keyboard. Hey, speaking of pets, let's listen to Representative Brandon Gill, what the Democrats are up to.
Another bill yesterday that we marked up, it was called the Bow Wow Act.
Bow Wow.
And we said that if it simply said if you're an illegal alien and you come into the United States and you abuse animals, dogs or horses, then you're gonna get kicked out. We're not gonna keep you here. We're not gonna wait years for a court date.
Fair.
And this came up because there was an illegal alien who kicked a police dog, little Freddie, his little beagle. We had Freddie at the hearing yesterday.
Nice.
And every Democrat voted against this. I mean, if you
voted against Freddie,
they voted against Freddie with
voting in favor of kicking dogs. Democrats now. Good job.
Freddie right there.
See, you're seeing some inner genius from Gil here.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's not just about the Bow Wow Act. You've got the left. It's like, oh, God, we got the PETA thing.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we just, we're supposed to be for the animals, but we're
there's
really
a presentation.
for the illegals, too.
There's a presentation component to the thing. That's what we appreciate about you.
But it's like if you're a Democrat and you can't vote to deport illegals who are literally kicking beagles.
Yeah.
I mean, they kick this beagle, like beagle was thrown into the air. I mean, poor little dog.
Yeah.
I mean,
how is the Bow Wow now? Is
the dog's happy and healthy,
Thriving?
like thriving. He went out there, was chewing dog toys throughout the entire hearing. I mean, we're the party of animals.
He's got a friend in Brandon Gill's office. I know that. That's awesome.
We had another bill yesterday that we marked up. It was.
I mean, is there any issue the Democrats could get on the right side of? Actually, that's a good question. Is there even a single issue that the Democrats can vote on the correct side of? Yeah, you gotta abolish that party. Tommy Robinson in the UK, he's got comments about Tucker Carlson. He's not really happy with how he thinks Tucker frames some stuff. He's got some harsh words.
Tucker Carlson. I've got Tucker Carlson on the video yesterday talking about he has more in common with his Pakistani taxi driver than he does some white middle-class American. Yeah, what do you know? What does Tucker Carlson know about living in a Pakistani town? 50% of my town's Pakistani. You don't know nothing about Pakistani taxi drivers. We do. We're beaten up by them our growing up. Our daughters are abused by them. Our wives are harassed by them. Yet you pretend you know something. What do you know in the United States of America about growing up around Islamic immigration? They're all talking about, well, the Muslims and the Christians are together. Yeah, come and say that in Europe. Come and experience that in Europe. We're not together. They're not with us, you clowns. But I listen to all these new right-wing commentators talking just because they hate Jews or hate Israel, saying we need to work together with the Muslims. Yeah? Come and speak to people who live with Islam. It's infuriating. I'm watching, like, even Tucker Carlson thinking, what do you know about Pakistani taxi drivers, mate? What do you know? Do you know who's ferried all of our girls round in every town city? In Rotherham, Telford, Oldham, Rochdale, Birmingham, Bradford, Leeds, every city where our daughter's been raped. Who ferried them round? Pakistani taxi drivers. Tucker, your mates, who you'd rather hang around with. You know nothing about this subject. So don't try talking about it just because guitar are in your back arse. Because it's pretty infuriating. Yeah. And I see that so much coming out of the United States. I'm looking at it thinking, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. You live in America. You're not plagued by Islamic rape gangs. You're not surrounded in a town with 50%, with 45 mosques. You've got no idea what you're talking about. So don't just start talking about how we need to be, we're all friends and Muslims and Christians are together. Yeah, tell that to the Christians in Afghanistan. Tell it to Christians in Pakistan, the Christians in Iraq.
South Africa, Nigeria.
Go speak to the
Nimbus.
Christians in the Middle East. Go speak to the Christian population, which has gone from 20% to 7% in the last 20 years. Why? Tucker Carlson. I've got Tucker Carlson on the video yesterday.
Got to get some perspective. So the Queen's senior citizen who fatally shot a would-be mugger is headed to prison for 4 years. We've talked about it. New York Post put this out. What's this clip here? Is this from Sopranos? It's called the narco-tyranny, Tone. It's a system of government that fails to enforce the law while simultaneously prosecuting good Samaritans who try to enforce it themselves. That's a narco-tyranny, Tone. Dana Lash said this is heinous. A violent repeat offender with 15 prior arrests was shot while trying to rob an elderly man. The elderly man exercised his Second Amendment right of self-defense and will now spend 4 years in prison because New York didn't give him permission to own his own revolver. They don't need New York's permission. We have a Second Amendment that covers every single American. Doesn't our Second Amendment protect every single American? Unreal. C3 says, once you realize this, you'll never miss it again. When America is in a dispute with another country, the Dems and media will always side with the other country. Yesterday was Somalia. Today, Venezuela. It doesn't matter who it is or what it's about. They just hate America. Here's a little, there you go. Here's a little thread worth remembering. Ali Zayateri says, JFK stopped U.S. generals from faking terrorist attacks on Americans. They planned to bomb U.S. cities, hijack planes, murder civilians, then blame it all on Cuba and start a war. This isn't a conspiracy, it's declassified. It was called Operation Northwoods. The year was 1962, says Ali Zayteri. The Cold War was heating up. Cuba had just allied with the Soviet Union. Tensions were at a breaking point. Some in the Pentagon wanted war at any cost. So they designed a way to manipulate the American people into demanding it. Operation Northwoods. A top-secret proposal from the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, signed by General Lyman Lemnitzer, the highest-ranking military officer in the country. The plan? Use false flag terrorism to justify invading Cuba. It was presented to Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara in March of 1962. JFK rejected it immediately. What they proposed? Hijacking or faking plane crashes, bombings in U.S. cities, staging deaths of Americans, blaming Cuba for it all, using evidence to justify U.S. military action. Sound familiar? Operation Northwoods included a... What does this say? Operation Northwoods included a fake communist Cuban terror campaign in Miami, other Florida cities, and Washington, with bombings blamed on Cuba to discredit Fidel Castro and mislead Americans. These weren't just ideas, they were detailed written plans. Here's what they proposed word for word. Blow up a U.S. ship near Cuba. Stage fake funerals for victims. Shoot down a fake passenger plane. Plant bombs in American cities. Blame it all on Castro. Direct quote, we could develop a communist Cuban terror campaign in the Miami area, in other Florida cities, and even in Washington. From Annex to Appendix to Enclosure A of the Operation Northwoods memo. Source, declassified by the National Security Archive. They even planned to fake a real airline disaster. They'd use a drone disguised as a passenger jet, then simulate it being shot down. Fake wreckage, fake victims, real outrage. The goal? Trigger public support for a full-scale war. But there was one problem. The plan had to go through one man, President John F. Kennedy. And JFK said, absolutely not. He rejected the plan shortly after he fired General Lemnitzer. The American public never knew. Operation Northwoods was classified for decades, buried in the National Archives. It wasn't until 2001 that it was declassified under the JFK Assassination Records Review Board. Almost no one talks about it, but it's all there in black and white. This is not conspiracy. These are government documents approved by the Joint Chiefs and very real. You can read them yourself. Let this sink in. Top U.S. generals were willing to K Americans just to start a war. The only reason it didn't happen, JFK stood in the way. Let that reshape how you think about history. JFK was also the only U.S. president who stood up against Israel and the Fed. JFK pushed for peace talks. He warned about the military-industrial complex publicly. Months later, he was gone. If this is what they were willing to write down, what else have we never seen? Was this the only plan? No. It was part of a larger operation. Operation Mongoose, a CIA-led campaign to undermine Cuba through sabotage, propaganda, and psychological warfare. Why it still matters? Operation Northwoods shows how far some military leaders were willing to go to create a narrative, and how secrecy can hide in dangerous ideas. How secrecy can hide dangerous ideas. Operation Northwoods was real. They planned false flags, targeted civilians, wanted war by deception, but JFK stopped it. Now you know. History isn't what you were told. They lie in the news, and you think they won't lie about history? That was Ali Zateri. Worth knowing. Here's a conversation with Jack Posobiec, I guess his brother Kevin, and Steve Bannon about the Green Revolution, where the color revolution meets the green ideology.
You might call this the Green Revolution, I suppose, because what it is, and President Trump has exposed this by announcing a moratorium on all third world migration. And in fact, the New York Times has a story out that the State Department, I don't know if this is Rubio or what, ordered to destroy any visa that's even in process right now for Afghanistan, which I couldn't even applaud more. We know that this entire area has been unvetted, and President Trump went out and said very clearly, they are non-compatible with Western civilization. What we laid out in my book on humans last year is that is the specific reason that they are being imported to the United States and across Western civilization, because the people behind this know that they are disruptive, know that they are non-compatible with Western civilization. That is the entire point. That is the entire agenda. That is the entire plan. You build, they call it the coalition of the fringes. You build your coalition of these fringe groups, you import them to the United States. This is how all far leftist politics works. And then you increase the size of those groups so that you can diminish the power of who? The middle class, the kulaks, the people who are in the middle. Squeeze them out. So you raise the amount of the lower class, and then you get the upper class in, and what do? Boom, you squeeze out the middle. That's how Mondami won, and I exposed him in the White House for saying exactly that. The one time when he let the mask slip, Kev, you remember that? He said he wants to do it. He said straight up, the richer, whiter neighborhoods are his target. This is the green color revolution that is going on right now, Steve. And they will do it to Florida. They're doing, Alex Jones just had the great, you call it the soliloquy, I suppose, on Friday there, or excuse me, Wednesday there, talking about how they're doing it all across Texas. And he says, Texans, why are you just sitting around watching football? You need to wake up to what's happening to your state. This is mass invasion. You are being invaded and you're asleep. You might call this the Green Revolution, I suppose, because what it is, the president.
David saying, I've been talking about Northwoods for 20 plus years, and people used to look at me like I was just crazy. Like Leon, yeah, Fauci didn't like beagles either. Yeah, I hate Fauci. Now President Trump has said that those auto pen things are null and void. I believe that means Fauci's back on the table. Let's go get him, indict him ASAP. You could have easily had monoclonal antibodies. You could have had ivermectin available, vitamin C drips, the Merrick protocol, but you demonized all the things that were not the thing that was going to make you money. And you limited our healthcare options, and you terrified our healthcare providers into not being able to offer alternate, not pharmaceutical, not homeopathic. The story was that they had not monoclonal, what's the word? Therapeutic. There were other therapeutic options. Big Pharma was going to lose their blanket liability protection for the experimental jab if there were therapeutic options. So they had to say, nope, there are no therapeutic options. Instead of just changing the law to say, look, there are therapeutics, but we're also going to grant this amnesty to the people that are going to put out this vaccine early. They didn't have to do it the way they did it and limit monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, other therapeutic options. And people expired because of that. My family lost, my brother, he's gone. Got horrible health care. Would not give him any of those things we talked about. It was a one-size-fits-all approach, and it did not help him. It slid him right into the cold ground. Kenneth, cancel the auto pen and get things back to the way they ought to been. Auto ben. They ought to have been, yes. Elon talking to Rogan about Susan Collins, the Navy, submarines, and $12 billion missing dollars. No biggie.
The federal government is not break even. It's literally losing $2 trillion a year. And it does not pass its audits. It fails its own audits. So, there's a case where, I think Senator Collins was telling me about how she gave the Navy $12 billion for more submarines, got no extra submarines, and then held a hearing to say where'd the $12 billion go, and they were like, we don't know. That was it. Basically, the stuff is so crazy. It's only the federal government could get away with this level of waste. The federal government is not break even. It's literally losing $2 trillion a year.
It's unreal. Can we ever stop the implosion? This is an implosion. It's a detonation of a nation. All by design. We didn't vote to be imploded. But that is what it's looking like. Okay. Tori Brooke here. Info. In September, 2.4 million Bibles were sold in the United States as part of a surge that coincided with the death of Charlie Kirk. Bible sales were up 11% this year over 2024, according to Circana.
The scripture,
Rogan on Christians,
to me is what's interesting. It's fascinating.
Okay, we played this clip earlier.
My thought is that we are bracing for.
Irina's law takes effect in North Carolina tonight, ending cashless bail for multiple offenses and tightening rules on releasing suspects from jail. It's about damn time.
Monday, as you do when there's a hurricane or a tragic storm that is coming.
She's calling it a tragic storm that's going to keep violent, crazy murderers behind bars. Is she out of her mind?
A meeting of Mecklenburg County minds centered this week around the impending start of Irina's Law December 1st and the suspected jail surge that'll start with it.
We feel prepared for Monday. Now, when we say that, there's probably obviously going to be some hurdles along the way that we have to adjust to as we kind of roll into this new law.
The law restricts judges and magistrates from releasing violent and repeat offenders before trial. Chief Judge Roy Wiggins gave the example of someone charged with first-degree arson. Judicial officials will now have to do more to grant pretrial release.
There's now presumed that no amount of money or no conditions of release will protect the public in that situation.
Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden anticipates a significant strain on jail capacity and its staff.
If you can find a policy that will help fill vacancies, and you find a
My thought is that we are.
Unreal.
Policy that produces funding, that is what the sheriff needs.
County commissioners argue
funding, it's 5% of the people committing 95% of the problems. Just keep them locked up. You're gonna have a lower amount once you just keep, these people belong in prison. That's the sustainable number.
A problem with the law is that it didn't come with any extra money from the state to help local criminal justice systems.
We know that a huge part of the jail population does have mental health issues.
Yeah, and they need to be locked up forever because they're nutbags. We can have compassion and treat the crazy with respect and with love and with care. It's none of those things to just dump these violent, crazy people out onto our streets. My psych degree taught me a lot about behavior. And the chronic repeaters need to be quarantined for their own good, for society's good.
And so this is really something that we need to think about on a bipartisan basis. We want to be safe, all of us. And we need to do that by having the resources to prevent tragedy.
And Irina's law does not include, or does rather include, money for 10 additional prosecutors for the county district attorney's office. The district attorney says that he hopes it's going to clear at least the backlog that they're dealing with when it comes to criminal cases. So more updates to come.
Policy.
Discussing simulation theory.
Sometimes I feel like I'm an anomaly in the matrix.
That is Neo.
Yeah.
Do you believe you're in a matrix though? Like actually believe?
I think you have to just think of these things as probabilities, not certainties. There's some probability that we're in a simulation.
What percentage would you attribute to that?
What would you attribute to that?
Probably pretty high. I would say it's pretty high.
Or what probability would you attribute to that?
So one way to think of this is to say, if you look at the advancement of video games, in our lifetime, or at least in my lifetime, it's gone from very simple video games where you've got, like Pong, you've got two rectangles and a square, just batting it back and forth, to photorealistic, real-time games with millions of people playing
simultaneously.
Sometimes simultaneously. And that's happened just in the span of 50 years. So if that trend continues, video games will be indistinguishable from reality.
Right.
And we're also going to have very intelligent characters, like non-player characters in these video games. Think of how sophisticated the conversations are you can have with an AI today, and that's only going to get more sophisticated. You'll be able to have conversations that are more complex and more sophisticated than almost any human conversation. Maybe any. So then the future, if civilization continues, will be millions, maybe billions of photorealistic, like indistinguishable from reality video games simultaneously. Games. And with characters in those video games that are very deep and where the dialogue is not pre-programmed. That's for sure what's going to happen in this level of the simulation, if you could call it. So then what are the odds that we're in base reality?
Base reality.
And that this has not happened before. Games.
That it hasn't happened before?
Characters in those videos.
The end goal is...
Huh, okay. Question of the day, type in the comments. Do you think we're in a simulation, like a video game reality? I'm curious to get your thoughts. In case you missed it, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is driving Ukraine peace talks in Florida. This is about ending a war. And, well, let's just listen to him.
Obviously, not just the end of the war. Obviously, that's essential and fundamental. We want to see the end of the killing and the death and the suffering, and I'm sure the Ukrainian side, I know they do as well. They want peace. But it's also about securing an end to the war that leaves Ukraine sovereign and independent and with an opportunity at real prosperity. So this is not just about ending a war. This is about ending a war in a way that creates a mechanism and a way forward that will allow them to be independent and sovereign, never have another war again, and create tremendous prosperity for its people. Not just rebuild the country, but to enter an era of extraordinary economic progress. It's a country where Ukraine has tremendous economic potential. Ukraine has tremendous opportunity for true prosperity. Obviously, you can't do that in the middle of a war like this, but ending the war alone won't achieve that. So this is not just about peace deals, it's about creating a pathway forward that leaves Ukraine sovereign, independent, and prosperous. And so we expect to make even more progress today. The end goal is...
Fingers crossed. Breaking, Trump envoy Steve Witkoff heads to Moscow for talks with Putin on ending the Ukraine war. Okay, fingers crossed. Pete Hegseth, for your Christmas wish list. Franklin targets narco terrorists. Well, you heard about that story. They're trying to do the wrap-up smear. Am I using that term correctly? They're trying to frame Hegseth as a war criminal at the same time that they're coming out saying illegal orders, don't obey illegal orders in the military. It seems like that's the story that they're focusing on in Venezuela. Washington Post is the main source of that story, which means it's zero credibility, and it's unnamed sources, zero credibility. Yeah, the Washington Post is usually one of the outlets that people accuse them of being a deep state mouthpiece. So, I'll follow that story if it gets interesting. I don't believe any of the regular cast of characters, the regular cast of liars. Franklin targets narco terrorists.
I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes.
President Trump confirms he had a phone call with Venezuelan President Maduro. Can you tell us a bit about this? No, I can't do that.
And can you tell us a little bit?
No, I can't do that.
Mr. President, would you say it went well?
I wouldn't say it went well or badly. It was a phone call. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the strikes and the controversy around?
I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes.
Okay. So there was a talk. We know that. Donald Trump Jr. says the Ukrainians are stealing money to buy $5 million supercars based on what he saw firsthand in Monaco. It's just one big corrupt scandal, he says to Jillian Michaels.
Things your dad has accomplished, closing the border. Like, lay it out for people right now. Let's give them a little taste of reality, a little dose of reality, because I feel like everyone is acting like a petulant child. Whether it's MAGA, I wanted the whole COVID shot gone. I'm like, but you got it off of the schedule that mandated it for kids. When, but it's not good enough. It's never.
Yeah, but you haven't deported 20 million people who the prior administration for 4 years sent to every state around the country in planes. How did you not find 20 million people yet? It's like, well, they're working on it. You got to shut down the border. And you're right. You can't undo 4 years of disastrous policies overnight. He's ending wars that, no one wanted ended because, there's no money in peace, Jillian. And so the DC.
That's so gross that there's no money in peace.
Beltway, they make a lot of money. I even had Republicans call me when I was very vocal against the Ukraine stuff, in the beginning and sending, countless billions over there.
All the things your dad has accomplished, closing the border, like land.
And I got Republicans calling me like, no, Don, but some of that money's coming back to like American companies. I was like, yeah, to make missiles. Like what? I would rather make cars. It's not the whole game is insane. I remember. My father during the primary did that like CNN town hall, and he's like, they're asking about Russia, Ukraine. He's like, I just want the death to stop. They're like, how dare? Isn't that like the?
I just want people to stop dying. Was what he said.
Answer? Like the whole audience clapped, but I think it was Caitlin Collins was like, no, but what about this? It's like, wait, like 1 million young guys have died in both of those countries for what? No one in D.C. has even told me what victory looks like yet. We're in for $500 billion and no one knows what it is, but they're getting their kickbacks, and you read about the corruption in Zelensky. And I was actually in Monaco earlier this summer, and I was there, and I'm going around Monaco, which is a pretty rich place, and I was there for 2 days, and I got Republicans calling me like, no, 2 days, and every other car there was an Italian supercar, like a Pagani, a Bugatti, and they all had Ukraine plates. And I promise you, I went to the Ukraine in the early 2000s. I visited, it's not a rich place. They didn't just all magically get $5 million supercars. They're stealing that money, and it's just one big corrupt scandal. And I guess as long as there's a kickback to a couple people in America, we'll keep it going forever. It's absolutely insane. And so when he said, I just want the death to stop, of course. That's the right answer, but it's not the answer anyone wants to hear. 2 days.
It's crazy. President Trump says we've got to get bad people out of our country and fast. What the Biden administration and a rigged election did to the United States of America must never be forgotten. Make America great again. By the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, look at the bottom here. Go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views on health and elections. Bleh. Also, we have Rumble rants and super chats available, as well as other places to donate if you are feeling so inclined to toss something in the collection jar. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, and make sure you share the show with a friend. We're live Monday through Friday at noon. Might change the time of that at some point in the future, but for now it's at noon. And we also do some weekend streaming dependent upon sports and breaking events, breaking news. AF Post reports that Dan Crenshaw wrote to the Biden administration urging Blinken and other officials to expedite the importation of Afghan nationals following the Biden Afghanistan withdrawal. Wow.
Another note about Dan.
Huge failure. Over here in Florida, woman wins a battle with her HOA over displaying the American flag.
Danielle, she's patriotic.
And I just had this appreciation
Why is there music?
of what America.
I want to play a story, but I can't with the music.
Then she decided to display her love for America.
Okay. She won against the HOA because she had her flag in the window.
That American flag is part of who I am now.
Okay, good for her. President Trump says, I am asking all America First patriots in Tennessee's 7th Congressional District who hasn't voted yet to please get out and vote on Election Day, Tuesday, December 2, for a phenomenal candidate, Matt Van Epps. Matt is fighting against a woman who hates Christianity, will take away your guns, wants open borders, transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, and openly disdains country music. She said all these things precisely and without question. It's on tape. Do not take this race for granted. The radical left Democrats are spending a fortune to beat one of the best candidates we've ever had, Matt Van Epps. You can win this election for Matt. Get out and vote for Matt Van Epps, who has my complete and total endorsement. He will never let you down. We'll keep our eyes peeled on that one. Stephen Miller talks about what the Democrat Party has done. Elon says, yeah, this is what happened. It's true.
For your audience, perfectly, Sean. This was not a loophole.
And by the way, that lady from Tennessee, we've been playing it over the past couple weeks. Open disdain for the people. There's no way that the people are voting in a tyrant who hates them. So how are these people getting into office? How are they accomplishing a victorious election or selection? Got to start figuring out what's going on in these big blue cities.
The Biden administration, Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, devised a scheme to fly illegal aliens into the country and then to escort them en masse across the border by the millions, and to give them something known as parole, which gives them a work permit, which gives them a social security number, which gives them access to the voting booth. This was the plan all along, to get them here illegally so they can get free government benefits, get hooked to welfare, and be able to participate in American elections. This was an attack on democracy by the Democrat Party. It's the same attack that we see, Sean, when you have California, a sanctuary state, that is refusing to turn over even illegal alien criminals and gang members to ICE. So these are illegal aliens in California who have been arrested by California police, by California law enforcement for serious crimes, for crimes against children, for felonies, for crimes that threaten public safety, and they are refusing to hand these criminal illegal aliens over to ICE. Instead, they're freeing them back into the cities to offend and offend again. By any definition, what California is doing is criminal. It is a violation of our laws. It is one of the most heinous, for your audience, perfectly, Sean. This was not a loop.
It clips off there But yeah, this is exactly their obvious plan. This was never a migrant crisis. No. This was the deep state Democrat plan. Benny Johnson here says, wow, First Lady Melania Trump shows off this year's White House Christmas decor. Music. Barely made it in time. It looks nice. That looks nice, right? Fostering the future. I wish I wish social media didn't hate music. There's no need to. If I play someone playing the random piano thing, put the link at the bottom where people can buy it. Like, you don't need to flag the content. Oh, well. White House getting decorated. There we go. First Lady Melania Trump. Well, it looks nice. What's this account here? Donald Trump 2024. It says, you know it's bad when even CNN starts bashing Biden's open border policy. Oh, yeah. CNN's doing it.
But here's the thing. A U.S. commanding general recommended me. I had 45 letters of recommendation. I went through a clearance process, even though everybody knew me, but I had to wait 3 years to get my visa.
Yeah.
While we have an open border, we have guys like them, put them on a plane, bring them to the U.S. What do you expect? This has to be, and it has been always a bipartisan problem. It's not a Democratic problem, Republican problem. You look, Bush started the war. President Obama, he surged it. President Trump made a deal with the Taliban. President Biden, he just exited in a most shameful, chaotic, through the same process. But here's the thing. A U.S. commanding general recommended me. I had 45 letters of recommendation. I went through a
Why do we allow people that are not natural-born citizens of this country to represent the natural-born citizens of this country? Do we think
the same policy for president should be for all these other positions? Mayor, governor, Congress. If you're not a natural-born citizen, you have no right taking one of these positions to rule over us as a foreigner. Nope. From anywhere. Nope.
That people that have openly said that their allegiance lies with another country are going to represent you and I and everybody else? That's an absurd thought, and we all know it's not true. So when are we going to wake the fuck up and quit allowing people to come here from other countries who are not citizens to serve in our government and make policy that does not represent the United States taxpayer? When are we going to wake up and fix that? Because that's the actual problem here, and nobody wants to say it. These people do not belong here. When you bring third world people to America, they don't magically convert into American culture. They bring over all the savagery that they have lived with their entire lives here to your backyard. And the reason they're allowed to do that is because people who never have to deal with the consequences of these actions continue to fucking allow it. Why do we allow
Ditto. Agree. This post here. If you think by not acknowledging conspiracies means you were spared from them, you are wrong. That from Homestead on the Rise. Tim Pool with a report on TPUSA. Take a listen.
Right. I don't know. What I will say is there's a good point you made about TPUSA is absolutely reeling. And nobody wants to say anything publicly because everybody, look, man, I've been talking to a handful of people behind the scenes, and I'll give them some respect by not saying their names. But everyone's very pessimistic. And their concern is that, and I said it before, I'll say it again, Turning Point's not going to make it without Charlie.
No.
Behind the scenes, everybody's like, of course. Then on camera, most people are just like, well, and I'm like, well, you know me, dude. If nobody speaks out and calls it out now, the whole thing breaks apart.
Right.
If no one has the strength, just be like, guys, Candace is ripping everything apart for views, and there needs to be. I don't know, man. I don't know how you help Turning Point without Charlie. That's just the reality of it. But if everybody just wants to be quiet and pretend, this is why the right loses all the time. The Washington Generals, Democrats are the hard.
Right.
I don't know. You know what I will say is there's a good point you made about
Globetrotters.
TPUSA is absolutely reeling.
All right, not a second part here, but keep your eyes peeled on TPUSA. Are they absolutely reeling, or are they going to have a shot?
No,
Liz Churchill says educator Enoch Burke has been arrested again and sent back to prison for refusing to call a male student they. I believe I covered this, and I believe what's happening is that he keeps showing up to the school even though he's lost his job. And there's like a trespass order. And so when he goes there, he's like, I'm supposed to be working. Like, yeah, you've been fired and you're not allowed back here. We have a restraining order that you're breaking. He's not getting jailed again for not refusing to call a student by a phony name. It's because he keeps showing up. At least that was according to the last time I looked this story up.
I've done nothing wrong.
Please get into the car.
No, I've done nothing wrong.
This is horrendous.
I've
what's
done
happening.
nothing wrong.
This is horrendous.
I've done nothing wrong.
This is horrendous. What's happening? This is horrendous. What's happening?
No. It's not right. It's not right what you're doing.
Okay, we're enforcing the order.
It's not right what you're doing.
Okay.
It's not right what you're doing. You know that's a wrong order.
Okay, we're
You know
enforcing
there's
the
no
order.
lawful basis for that order.
Can you please
No,
get into
I
the
will
car?
not go against my conscience.
Get into the
No,
car.
I will not go against my conscience. I have the right to be here.
This is horrendous. This is horrendous. What's happening? This is horrendous. What's happening? This is horrendous.
My son, who has an impeccable record and was brought up to have a clear conscience before God and man, you're pushing him into a guard the car, arresting him, and with the view to incarcerating him, to incarcerate him in Mountjoy prison. In Mountjoy prison.
Get into the car.
No, I've done nothing wrong.
Please get into the car.
No, I've done nothing wrong.
This is horrendous.
I've
What's
done
happening?
nothing wrong.
So it's showing November 25th, his latest arrest from a high court committal order issued on November 18, finding Burke in contempt of court for repeatedly breaching injunctions that prohibited him from entering or trespassing on school grounds. Fourth imprisonment since 2022, bringing his total time behind bars to over 500 days. Evaded initial arrest attempts in his home. Continued showing up to school despite accruing over $225,000 in unpaid fines for prior violations. Underlying dispute originated in 22 when Burke was suspended and later dismissed for what they called gross misconduct, including refusing to use a transgender student's preferred pronouns, they, them. One person cannot be two people. This is madness that people are being compelled and losing their livelihoods to say 2 + 2 = 5. And they said he was disrupting school events over his opposition to transgenderism. However, the 25 contempt ruling focused solely on his non-compliance with the no trespass orders, not his personal beliefs or the original pronoun issue, as clarified in court in fact checks. Burke maintains he remains employed there and views the proceedings as an attack on his religious freedoms. So pray for this guy, and I don't know. Appears to be a respected dude that got shafted out of a career and a life. How would you feel? I'd want the story to keep coming back up there, but you got to keep doing this to keep your name in the headlines. It's all pretty unfortunate. Miss Muckraker says remigration restores national identity, reduces strain on resources, and counters an invasion. Minnesota Department of Human I don't know what it says. It doesn't say it. But the Post says Tim Walz is 100% responsible for massive fraud in Minnesota. We let Tim Walz know of fraud early on, hoping for a partnership in stopping fraud, but no, we got the opposite response. Tim Walz systematically retaliated against whistleblowers using monitoring, threats, repression, and did his best to discredit fraud reports. Instead of partnership, we got the full weight of retaliation by Tim Walz, certain DFL members, and an indifferent mainstream media. It's scary, isolating, and left us wondering who we can turn to. In addition to retaliating against the whistleblowers, Tim Walz disempowered the Office of the Legislative Auditor, allowing agencies to disregard their audit findings and guidance. Media and politicians supporting Tim Walz or the DFL agenda attacked whistleblowers who were trying to raise red flags on fraudulent activities. This is a cascade of systemic failures leading up to Tim Walz. Agency leaders appointed by Tim Walz willfully disregarded rules and laws to keep fraud reports quiet, even to the extent of threatening families or whistleblowers. These same leaders are not qualified for their jobs. Instead, getting leadership jobs via Tim Walz's friendship, so state government were left floundering. DFL lawmakers refused to acknowledge fraud and deflected any serious conversation to stop fraud. Biased mainstream media such as WCCO and NPR, showed absolutely no interest in covering fraud happening in our own state. Programs, especially in behavioral health and disability services, were built without any guardrails against fraud, all in an attempt to extract more funding from legislature and the federal government. As staff, we firsthand witnessed and observed fraud happening, yet we were shut down, reassigned, and told to keep quiet. Sometimes more. Leadership did not want to appear to discriminate against certain communities and were unwilling to take action, such as stopping fraud that would have had an adverse effect on their image. To date, no single agency leader has been held responsible for their role in fraud, whether it's Shireen Gandhi, Jess Giel, Jody Harpstead, Natasha Mers, Eric Grumdahl, or others. It is a structure created and maintained by Tim Walz, who has created an environment of interrelated agencies and institutions, including the media, that help foster fraud through retaliation and turning a blind eye in exchange for political gain in the form of high power agency leadership jobs or other perks. Yeah, that's your anarcho-tyranny. Fundamentally, Tim Walz is dishonest, lacks ethics and integrity, has poor leadership abilities, and has never taken any accountability for his role in fraud. Instead, Tim Walz deflects by blaming national politics for his own failings and distracts the public with invertebrate lying. These lies include his reference of a budget surplus under his tenure. Fact is, Minnesota never had a surplus. We've been given federal ARPA funds that were conflated as surplus money otherwise. Otherwise, we'd be in a deficit. And those ARPA funds, which were meant to be temporary funds, were used to create more leadership positions for Tim Walz's buddies. As such, we can't fight fraud in Minnesota alone, hence why we're appealing to the federal levels of government. We need all the help we can get as Tim Walz's agency leaders have upped their brazen approach in covering up their knowledge of fraud. We are grateful to numerous solid politicians, especially the Fraud Committee and media outlets who are trying to halt fraud. We are also grateful to other whistleblowers who are bravely stepping up. Thank you to the New York Times for bringing the plight of Minnesota to the national stage. New York Times posted this: how fraud swamped Minnesota's social services system on Tim Walz's watch. Dustin Grage says a damning quote on Tim Walz's failure to stop the fraud consuming Minnesota. No one was doing anything about the red flags, he said. It was like someone was stealing money from the cookie jar and they kept refilling it. C3 posts this: autism claims to Medicaid in Minnesota after Somalians opened their own centers. 3 million in 2018, 54 million in 19, up to 77 in 20, 183 in 2021. Jeez, 279 million in 2022, 399 million in 2023. How did they hide it? They cited a need for culturally appropriate centers. Deport. Wow. Breaking, according to Miss Muckraker, Elon Musk calls for the U.S. to strip every foreigner of their citizenship immediately if they break their oath to America. What is this one? Palestinian sources, what is ceasefire violation? IDF troops identified 2 suspects who crossed the yellow line, carried out suspicious activities, approached the troops in southern Gaza, posing an immediate threat. The IAF eliminated the suspects to remove the threat. In another incident in the area, IDF troops identified a terrorist who crossed the yellow line and approached the troops, posing an immediate threat. The troops eliminated the terrorist to remove the threat. 2 suspects in the IDF's November 29 airstrike were brothers Jubha and Fadi Abu Asi, killed while gathering firewood. Ooh, got to sneeze. Can I hold it off? Maybe. I gotta sneeze, though. Will I sneeze? I need to. I love my cat, but I'm allergic to cats. It says they were gathering firewood. IDF described them as threats who crossed the yellow line. Details vary. Okay. Your colony. All right. Don't know what that is. UAE delivers a massive amount of military equipment to Israel, per Channel 11. Under Taqiyya, a Muslim is explicitly allowed to lie, allowed or encouraged, about their religion or religious practices. Per Pam Bondi, West Virginia National Guardsman Andrew Wolf is still fighting for his life in the hospital. Prayers to him and his family. Tom Homan says most third world migrants let into the U.S. will be deported. Former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn calls for the CIA to be abolished. Unusual Whale says Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy of Illinois has reintroduced the HIRE Act, seeking to double the number of H-1B visas to 130,000 a year. How about no? How about we train Americans? I say we give American jobs to Americans. How's that sound? Breaking. Over 2 million asylum claims are being halted by President Trump. A lot going on. Here's a message from Alex Jones.
2 weeks ago, on my syndicated broadcast, General Flynn, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, predicted that in the coming months, or even weeks, the deep state CIA elements allied with the Democratic Party, with Communist China, Venezuela, and others, would begin triggering sleeper cells inside the United States, particularly Islamic. I'll post the interview below. He was on my broadcast yesterday and pointed out that all the evidence is clear. We've also had whistleblowers that have talked to Jesse Waters and others at Fox from inside the CIA, that this whole program with the Seditious Six and the script they admit they were given, Brennan's the handler, former head of the CIA, from my analysis, this whole operation they've been running of saying, implying Trump's putting out illegal orders, is ahead of major events to destabilize the United States with different paramilitary forces. And then when Trump tries to call it the military, the corporate media would already pre-planted the idea that his orders are illegal. This is sedition. This is the prep phase for a violent coup. And I've been predicting it along with General Flynn as well. This is a very, very serious time right now. And now we know, as you see below, this has been released by CIA Director Ratcliffe. Laura Logan has posted the information, and she's got incredible intel connections. I'll just leave it at that. That this guy was part of a CIA strike force, and that's what his ID says, in Afghanistan. And of course, her husband's been deployed over there for forever and was a leading commander. And is also a very good source of information on that front.
Okay, I guess it stops there.
2 weeks ago.
Yes, it stops there. Stay frosty. Get out to the range, people. When's the last time you've been to the range? Are you stocked up on the stuff that you need? You have a plan in case things go sideways? Have a plan. This would be the time to put it together. David, it's all BS talk. It's simple. Arrest the criminals, deport the illegals. It is? Kenneth, me likey Melania. All right. Was this the same report that I shared earlier about Candace?
And a couple of days later, on February 24th, Charlie.
It might be, but everybody's talking about it, and it's a little complicated. I'm trying to understand it.
Kirk reaches out, and he tells me that the White House is asking me to stop speaking about Brigitte. And he tells me that it is related to the peace deal in Ukraine. That is ostensibly the reason on the same day, February 24th, that's how quickly the phone call happened. This is the day that Donald Trump meets with Emmanuel Macron. Do we have that, by the way, the text message between me and Charlie? Here we go. Yeah, this is February 24th. I'm showing you guys this now. Hey, I have something to tell you from the White House. They asked me to call you. I'm just the messenger here, but it's important. I say, okay, I'm around, call me. Then we have the phone call. And then I was like upset about the phone call because I was pregnant. And then I felt bad. And I was like, okay, let me think about it because I don't want people in Russia to be killed because I won't stop speaking about Brigitte if the Ukraine peace deal was at the center of this. And he says, okay. And then I tried to say, and a couple of days later on February 24th, Charlie Kirk reaches out and he tells me.
How does the Ukraine peace deal have to do with Brigitte Macron being a dude and a groomer? Allegedly, according to Candace. What does that have to do with Ukrainian peace? I just don't quite follow.
I will circle back tomorrow, or maybe I said tonight, call if you want to chat at all. And we did. We chatted. The next day, you can see he starts with the White House just asked for your number, FYI. I think POTUS might call you. And that is not what happened. On February 25th, actually, Sergio Gore called me and asked me to stop speaking about Brigitte. And it felt more like an order than a request, and I did not respond in kind to that. February 26th, President Donald Trump calls me and asks me to stop speaking about Brigitte. Now, Charlie's in the middle of this. Communications are happening between me and Charlie about Brigitte, okay? On July 1st, and by the way, the series was over, and I said I'll agree to be quiet about this for a while because it's no longer relevant, and I don't want Christian men to be slaughtered in Ukraine because I'm not keeping my mouth shut. Now, on July 1st, I will circle. Macron sends another legal threat. On July 18th, this is where things get really interesting. Charlie Kirk hosts Tucker Carlson at SAS. This brings in the Tucker element, right? He tells Tucker to go max, call out Israel, Jeffrey Epstein, just go max. And guess what? Tucker really did go max. I want to actually play for you this clip of what Tucker said on stage. Take a listen. Macron sends another legal threat.
All right. I'm struggling to see the thread here. But it does have it going. Allegedly, the president calling her directly. I'd love to see if President Trump is going to be asked about this. I'd like to hear his response. All right, that's what I wanted to share with you from our Instagram feed. Follow us in all the places, The New American Media, because the old American media failed you. Hit like, hit subscribe, share with a friend. Reminder, we have Rumble rants and Super Chats, if anyone wants to throw something in the tip jar, as well as Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Brought to you by viewers like you. Right here, pinned at the top of our X feed, that's our interview with John B. Wells. It'll link you right to Patreon, where you can sign up to be a monthly patron. And then we go, oh, okay, well, we have this number of people committing this much per month. You can start building foundational blocks out of that. Like, that's your Lego base. That's the base, and you got a lot you can build upon, which is cool. So please consider doing that. Lane Kiffin accepts the LSU head coaching job after 6 seasons at Ole Miss. Excuse me, in case you're curious. Purple Hair says, ICE should show IDs and identify themselves. Trad Man says, so should voters. Interaction. Victory. It's so weird, the things that the left want secure and the things they want insecure. It's so strange. All right, the rabbit hole shows us yearly mentions of prejudice in popular U.S. news media outlets. Racism, racist, and racists. You know, it was down here, and then it all spiked up here after Obama came in. Second term Obama, mostly. It looks like about 2014, they went bonkers. With anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic, Islamophobia, Islamophobic, transphobia, transphobic, homophobia, homophobic, sexism, sexist, misogyny, racism, racist, racists. Through the roof. And trust in the media is at an all-time low, according to Arthur in that post there. Elon says the woke mind virus was easy to measure, and now it's being purged. You can see these numbers falling off a cliff. But it only goes out to 2020. I would imagine it was going to be bad through those Biden years, though, too. Oh, check this out. Savannah Hernandez reporting a face-tattooed Colombian admits her full allegiance is to Colombia, despite being a naturalized U.S. citizen who's been living in the U.S. for 10 years and even went to school here. She, ironically enough, stated she came to the U.S. because, well, let's just listen. Savannah says, despite the U.S. being kind enough to grant her full citizenship, give her an opportunity to go to school and now work as a tattoo artist in Huntington Beach, she still has zero loyalty to the U.S. Despite being here for an entire decade, she states that her name is Anna, originally from Bogota, Colombia. Why do we allow people like this into our country? And more importantly, is something going to be done about the fact that she openly lied under oath to become a U.S. citizen?
Hello, I'm Anna.
Went to war with Colombia. Who do you side with?
Colombia.
Let's say the United States went to war with Colombia. Who do you side with?
Colombia.
Get the fuck out of our country. Holy fuck. Why do you side with Colombia?
Unreal.
Because I'm from Colombia.
You've lived here for 10 years and you're now a citizen.
Okay, still that doesn't mean I'm not gonna side with my country.
Okay, I'm looking this up. Yes, becoming a citizen requires taking the oath of allegiance. By taking the oath, you pledge to renounce any foreign allegiance, support and defend the U.S. Constitution and laws, and perform service to the country when required by law. You do not become a citizen until you have completed the oath ceremony and received your certificate of naturalization. Did you receive your certificate of naturalization?
Yes.
Did you complete the oath ceremony?
Yes.
So you're a liar? Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Here, read that shit again. I do solemnly swear that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure, I don't even know what the that means, all allegiance, Colombia, and fidelity to any foreign prince or what the potentate? Is that a fucking fruit? What the is that shit? It's like a pomegranate and a fucking potato. State or
no, a potentate's a pretty common word.
Or sovereignty. Did you say that shit?
Yeah.
So you lied to get into the United States, bruv?
I didn't lie.
You have allegiance to Colombia.
It's not allegiance.
Originally, you said Colombia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll stick to that answer.
Savannah says we need to find this girl, denaturalize her, and deport her immediately. You found her. It's Anna, tattoo artist. Do we hear this part?
In Orange County, and I'm a tattoo artist. Hello, I'm Anna. I'm 29. I'm from Colombia. I live in Orange County, and I'm a tattoo artist.
All right. How long have you been living in the United States?
Since 2015.
2015. Okay, so you've been here for 10 years.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Why did you move? What made you want to move?
I wanted to have a better future.
Any college or anything like that?
Yeah, I have an associate in human services on arts and science, and I did half of nursing school.
Mm-hmm. Is that here?
Here, yeah. I used to live in Virginia. Hello, I'm Anna.
Yeah, Tim Atchison says there are millions like her. What are we doing, people? I'm going to follow that case. Like, that's a obvious case of what Ilhan Omar is doing and not representing America and Americans. Like, that's lying on your immigration forms. It just is. You want to sign as a free agent and be loyal to the New York Yankees because you played there last year? Like, that's not... Well, no, I played there 10 years ago. All right, well, you're not there now. Your allegiance is with the new team. Nope. That's where I'm from, so that's where my allegiance lies. And that's fraud. All right, so the White House has a new page calling out media bias and media offenders. Take a watch.
The White House has rolled out a new section on its official website. The website calls out media outlets and journalists that it accuses of bias and misleading coverage. The page is titled Misleading Bias Exposed. It singles out the Boston Globe, CBS News, and the Independent as media offenders of the week. The website accuses them of misrepresenting Trump's comments about 6 Democratic lawmakers who shared a video urging troops not to follow illegal orders. This comes after Trump accused Democrats of seditious behavior, punishable by death, and reposted a statement that included the phrase, "hang them." The site claims that all of Trump's orders are lawful. The White House says Trump wants those lawmakers held accountable. The website also features an offender hall of shame listing the Washington Post, CBS News, CNN, and MSNBC. Visitors can search articles and see which reporters wrote them. Each story is explained and categorized under labels such as lie, omission of context, or left-wing lunacy. The page also features a leaderboard of news sites the administration claims reported stories incorrectly. Currently, the Washington Post leads the list, followed by MSNBC and CBS News. Other outlets listed for bias or misinformation include the Associated Press, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Politico, and Axios.
And these aren't mistakes. These are intentional fraudulent reports.
The Trump administration's ongoing clash with media organization has become more personal. In recent weeks, Trump has been criticized for making derogatory remarks about female journalists.
All right. All right, then. WION, what is that? World is One. India, first global news network. All right, not familiar with them. But here we go. Here's the leaderboard of the liars, the fake news. Interactive media shame board. Those people caught in their opinions spreading fake news. I think I like it. Hall of Shame. Good. Yeah, these are not people making mistakes. These are people doing this on purpose. Repeat offenders. Axios, MSNBC, CNN, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, Political, NBC News, New York Times, ABC, BBC, The Hill, People, KTLA.
Laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
The president has never given an illegal order. These people know what they are doing.
Laws are clear.
They do know what they're doing. Here's Judicial Watch. Tom Fitton talking about Pennsylvania officials reportedly admitting that for decades, the DMV allowed non-U.S. citizens to register to vote through the state's motor voter program. Assistant AG Harmeet Dillon says, in case you're wondering why many states are fighting so hard to refuse compliance with our civil rights voter roll data requests for info Pam Bondi is entitled to as a matter of law under several federal statutes. One by one, we're suing to enforce our federal voting laws. This is unreal.
And in this case, there was a decision up in the Third Circuit, which oversees Pennsylvania, that prevented a great group that does great election law work as well, the Public Interest Legal Foundation. I encourage you to look them up and look at their great activity. They're a nonprofit public interest law firm dedicated to election integrity. And they had sued for access to Pennsylvania voter rolls following a failure to disclose an estimated 100,000 non-citizen registered voters.
Oh, really?
Pennsylvania officials reportedly admitted that for decades, the Department of Motor Vehicles had allowed non-U.S. citizens to register to vote through the state's motor voter bill or system. So you go in, you get a driver's license, which they were giving, I guess, to non-citizens. Remember, it's not just illegal aliens who can't vote in federal elections. It's also aliens. People, if you're not a citizen, you can't vote, even if you're here otherwise legally. So I guess they were letting these non-citizens apply and get voter registration.
Unreal. Andrea Elliott shares this Natron post. No U.S. tax dollars should be going to nonprofits, NGOs, or foreign nations. It's a breeding ground for waste, fraud, and abuse, and kickbacks. Well, yeah. If individual citizens want to give, they should do so freely with their income. Government is the worst vessel to distribute charity. Elon, in this latest interview, says Doge is still quietly saving hundreds of billions. Take a listen.
What did Doge teach you if you learned?
What did Doge teach you? Something about the dialect. It just, I had a customer service call this morning. It is very hard to understand. The Indian dialect is very difficult. It's not easy for me to pick up on what's going on. This person gave me like an entire sentence or two sentences, and I'm like, hold on. Can you repeat that? I could not understand any of what you're saying. I don't know what the last two sentences, I didn't find a word. Can you start again? Because I am way off track. Is that just me? Does anyone else have difficulty understanding Indian dialect when you're on the telephone? And as I've played the clips of this guy interviewing went Russian. It's hard to understand. I'm like, huh?
What did Doge teach you if you learned one thing?
I caught it now. What did Doge teach you if you learned one thing?
Well, it was like a very interesting side quest, because
A very interesting side quest. Yeah, the one trying to save the country. Thanks for that. Very interesting side quest. Thank you. Come often. Apuna hasapima petalon.
got to see like a lot of the inner workings of the government. There's been quite a few efficiencies. I mean, some of them are very basic efficiencies, like just adding in requirements for federal payments that any given payment must have an assigned congressional payment code and a comment field with something in it that's more than nothing. Like that trivial seeming change, my guess is probably saves $100 billion or even $200 billion a year. Because there were massive numbers of payments that were going out with no congressional payment code and with nothing in the comment field, which makes auditing the payments impossible.
Impossible.
So if you have to say, like, why can the Defense Department, or now the Department of War, why can it not pass an audit? It's because the information is not there. It doesn't have the information necessary to pass an audit does not exist, is the issue. So, so a bunch of things Doge did were just very common sense things that would be normal for any organization that cared about financial responsibility. That's most of what was done. You know, and it's still going on, by the way. Doge is still happening. But it turns out when you stop fraudulent and wasteful payments, the fraudsters don't, confess to this. They actually start yelling all sorts of nonsense that you're stopping essential payments to needy people. But actually, you're not. You know, we get this thing like saying, oh, you've got to send this thing for whatever, you know, it'd be like, this is going to children in Africa. And I'm like, yeah, but then why are the wiring instructions for Deloitte and Touche in Washington, D.C.? Because that's not Africa. So can you please connect us with the recipients of this money in Africa? And then we get silence. I'm like, okay, you know, we just want to literally talk to the recipients. That's it. That, you know, and then we're like, oh no, it turns out for some reason we can't talk to them. I'm like, well, we're not going to send the money unless we can talk to the recipients and confirm they will actually get it. And then that, you know, but you know, that's sort of fraudsters necessarily will come up with a very, sympathetic argument. They're not going to say, give us the money for fraud. That's not going to be what they say, obviously. They're going to try to make these sympathetic sounding arguments that are false.
They're going to start an NGO and then...
Yeah, they're going to see NGO. It's going to be like the Save the Baby Pandas NGO, which is like, who doesn't want to save the baby pandas? They're adorable. But then it turns out no pandas are being saved, okay, in this thing. It's just going to a bunch of, it's just corruption, essentially. And you're like, well, can you send us a picture of the panda? And like, no. Okay. Well, how do we know it's going to the pandas then? That's all I'm saying.
It's just amazing that everybody let this happen. I guess everybody was in on the take, you know?
What did Doge teach you? If you learn...
What did Doge teach you? Stephen Miller says the Democrat Party is organized around one essential command. No limit of any kind can be placed on the entry of third world migrants. The failed states of the world must be allowed to empty themselves out into America, and you must pay for their every need forever. How does that sound? Is that something you decided you wanted to sign up for? There's a winter advisory warning currently going from Arkansas to New York, so please be careful. Football in the snow, one of the best things. Can't play it for you, but it's pretty great. Viktor Orban says migration is a concept of changing society. It's the replacement of native-born voters, and this is the left's plan.
The migration issue is...
Oh, okay, we can hear it. I'm sorry, I forgot Viktor Orban speaks English we can understand.
So complicated. Legally, the migration issue is so complicated. Legally, it's very simple, you know. To cross the border line without a permission is a crime. Full point, it's over. The problem is that migration is a concept of changing the society as such.
Yeah.
It's a kind of replacement of the original native-born voters with somebody else. And this is, without being involved into any conspiracy theory, this is a well-detailed plan of the left. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because, okay, my understanding of the history is probably not as sophisticated as yours, but if I understand correctly, the last 150 years of the European, including UK anyway, the European politics, it's about a competition of two tribes. One is those who think that we should stay in the traditional frame and value system of Europe as it was. Nation, freedom, Christianity, that's all.
It's funny, Kenneth. Homer gets drunk at Moe's, stumbles home, and his iconic white cowboy hat gets completely flattened under the garage door. Homer, your hat's all smashed. That's between you and me, smashed hat. One of the most quoted drunk Homer lines ever. That's between you and me, smashed hat. Didn't he have a... Oh, that's between you and me, smashed hat. Yeah, I don't think Grok... Hang on. Grok is... Didn't Apu say that? Yeah, he had the big sombrero. What the heck? Yeah, this is a Grok... Apu slurring. Wait a minute. He had a video camera. Mixing up the episodes. What is going on? Season 13, Episode 3, Homer the Moe, aired in 2001. All right, I just need to watch the clip. Good beef, good curry, food's hot, let's hurry. Marion saying that's why so many old fossils are retiring from Congress. Yeah, because they can't get their grift anymore. It ain't financially worth it. Amuse says this is a color revolution, the Seditious Six. Senator Elisa Slotkin spoke at the Brookings Institute last month, predicting an incident involving the National Guard. She estimated it would take place in around 2 weeks from when she spoke. Really?
As a CIA officer, the idea that intelligence officers could be asked to target Americans turns my stomach. And it would shift us into a modern-day surveillance state.
Is she aware of the irony of what she's saying? Oh, she's a shitty spokesperson with her lies.
Turning the federal government against Trump's enemies goes hand in hand with his use of force in American cities, both federal law enforcement and the military. As of today, the president has attempted to deploy more than 7,000 National Guard members across 5 cities, including right here in Washington. In August, the administration ordered the creation of 2 new National Guard units, a standing quick reaction force that can deploy anywhere in the country, and then
to handle your Democrat deep state domestic terrorism.
Separately, National Guard units in all 50 states focused on quelling so-called civil disturbances.
So-called? Yeah, it's what the Democrats did in 2020. Your summer of love?
At this point, Trump has been very clear about his intent. At Quantico, speaking as commander-in-chief, he instructed his military brass to use cities as, quote, training grounds. And many times, he's floated the idea of invoking the Insurrection Act so that military units can raid, detain, and arrest Americans. The president has already deployed ICE and other federal law enforcement to these same cities across America. In some cases, these federal officers are playing fast and loose with their tactics, which sooner or later could lead to a deadly escalation. The videos out of Chicago are shocking. Federal agents pulling their weapons on highways, firing tear gas into neighborhoods right before a Halloween parade, injuring and even killing civilians. Many are masked, not wearing uniforms.
I'm sorry, which civilians have been killed here? What is she talking about?
Tactics, which sooner or later could lead to a deadly escalation. The videos out of Chicago are shocking. Federal agents pulling their weapons on highways, firing tear gas into neighborhoods right before a Halloween parade, injuring and even killing civilians. Many are masked, not wearing uniforms, and driving unmarked cars. For those of us who served abroad, it feels like another country. And it's only a matter of time before things get worse. By my estimation, we're about 2 weeks away from a bloody incident that spirals out of control.
What? with these heavy eyelids. I'm noticing as I'm pausing, heavy eyelids. It's almost like you try to give yourself a break from the lie. Even if you're trained to lie, you're committing your deep state takia. It's hard to reconcile when you know that you're lying, even if you think you're doing it for noble reasons. The heavy eye close is, in my estimation, just a chance to get away from your own lie for, even if it's only a couple milliseconds, because it's taxing. The soul doesn't like lying. So she specifically called out that 2 weeks from then, this was going to happen.
Highways, firing tear gas into neighborhoods right before a Halloween parade, injuring and even killing civilians. Many are masked, not wearing uniforms, and driving unmarked cars. For those of us who served abroad, it feels like another country. And it's only a matter of time before things get worse.
Oh, wait, you mean like Americans are saying this feels like another country? Because your deep state has forced medical experiments onto us? You've opened the borders to replace Americans with non-Americans, and it feels like a foreign country? She's saying that law enforcement seems like a foreign concept to her because she's a member of the deep state.
By my estimation, we're about 2 weeks away from a bloody incident that spirals out of control. And this is just the kind of incident that Trump wants to justify more force coming in.
Wow. What a strange video. Wow. Whew. This is a damning video. I can't believe this exists. This is huge. This is showing an ICE protester literally jumping on the hood of a moving vehicle using lights and sirens. She knew what kind of vehicle it was and that it was operating in an official capacity. And we're just asking, why aren't these people getting arrested? Okay, why aren't they pulling over and arresting these people and putting them in the back of the car? They're just pushing them out of the way. Why isn't there a paddy whack? Why aren't they slapping cuffs on them and arresting all of them? You get the 10 stupidest people this time, then the next 10 stupidest are going to think twice. Right?
Sidewalk! Move back! Move back! Step back!
Why are they keeping invaders inside the gates?
Move back, move back, move back!
Whoop. Anyway, you get the point. Lazi says, stop the anti-white hate, discrimination, and propaganda. Abolish the white race. USC professor calls for Holocaust against all white people. Professor behind white genocide tweet says he has university support. Rutgers lecturer tweeted about essing white people. Rutgers on white people. We got to take these MFers out. Johnny Eric Williams, Trinity College professor. Whiteness is terrorism. Anyway, there's 5 minutes. It's set to music. Look at all these headlines. Look at that. All white people should kill themselves, says a professor. A professor wanted white genocide for Christmas. Surviving whiteness and white people. What is wrong with these racists? And how have they so thoroughly invaded academia? How did we get here and how do we get out of it? What an absolute mess. Lazi says, this is what the education systems and government institutions are indoctrinating people with in the West. Look at the headlines and replace white with another race. Could you imagine the outrage? This is so sick and twisted. People are becoming so openly confident, insulting, shaming, abusing, and discriminating against white people now. Our governments have normalized it. Violent white hate crimes are at an all-time high. This is not normal. This is not acceptable. It just goes on and on. Anyway, good Lord. Elon says it needs to stop. I agree. Stephen Miller says, if you've been paying attention to the Seditious Six, what they were doing is going from don't follow illegal orders to we will decide which orders are illegal when we're back in charge, so you better just not follow any of Trump's orders or else you might be prosecuted.
At time, you can certainly go to the judge, advocate generals, the lawyers, and have a discussion about it. If you don't have time, you just say simply, I'm not going to do that. That's against the law.
It puts a lot of burden on the troops to make a decision in real time.
It's a tremendous amount of burden on officers in the military, but that is their responsibility, and they can figure out. You know, a reasonable person can tell something that is legal and something that is illegal.
So, would you refuse these specific orders to strike drug boats?
Okay, so it's and you see that's what they're trying to do. They're on this all-out campaign to try to take out the Trump administration and Hegseth and Trump himself because of the Venezuelan strikes. All coordinated, nonstop. When you see Meet the Press, think of Meet the Press as, here, I'm the point guard and I'm going to toss you a soft alley-oop to dunk the ball. This is all pre-scripted. It's all pre-planned. It's all pre-prepared. It all meets and fits the narrative that they're going for. That seems to be the path they're headed down.
You were still in uniform.
Well, the difference between the initial strike and what is being reported, you know, as a second strike, and those things are different. I think this administration has tied themselves in knots. The explanations that we have received on how this is all legal. And I was saying weeks ago, my concern is with the service members, that we're gonna put these individuals in a really, really tough decision, in a tough place. And you know, they may find out, you know, down the road that they did something that is illegal. It is not fair to them. That's why we need presidents and Secretary of Defense who understand the Constitution, who understand the rule of law, and have more respect for the Constitution and the country and service members than the whims of a president.
The whims of a commander-in-chief. Oh, enjoy this one. On MSDNC, what is this? MS Now, they're calling it. BS Now. Jasmine Crockett, confronted about her lies that Republicans took donations from Jeffrey Epstein, gives an incoherent minute-long response. Check this out.
You made a little bit of news last week when you mistakenly accused Lee Zeldin and another Republican
I didn't
accepting money from Jeffrey Epstein, but it was a different Jeffrey Epstein according to the financial records. Do you want to? I don't want to give you the opportunity to amend that. And
I have no amendments. When I was on the floor, for those that don't know how it works, basically they decided to bring this privilege motion up. And they decided that they wanted to kick Stacey off of her committees because Stacey had received Stacey Plaskett because she had received a donation from Jeffrey Epstein. I had maybe 20 minutes. We researched the FEC, and because I like to speak with specificity, that's kind of what comes with being an attorney. I made clear that there was a Jeffrey Epstein. They knew.
Being an attorney, I try to speak with specificity. No, you don't.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. A totally different person.
I had maybe 20 minutes. We researched the FEC, and because I like to speak with specificity, that's kind of what comes with being an attorney. I made clear that there was a Jeffrey Epstein. They knew on the other side that I did not have time to actually pull up and actually research.
Actually. Do attorneys usually use the filler word actually as many times as you actually do?
With being an attorney, I made clear that there was a Jeffrey Epstein. They knew on the other side that I did not have time to actually pull up and actually research, especially since that particular one that Lee Zeldin got up in an uproar about was specifically out of the New York area. We know that he was out of that area. So, and this obviously was not done post Jeffrey Epstein's life. So I made sure that I said a Jeffrey Epstein.
But you were trying to insinuate that it was the
Oh, I absolutely was insinuating that it could be possible. That is true.
That is true. Oh, I didn't have time to actually pull up and actually research. President Trump says to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Chicago Ray says, hey, remember this? Anna Paulina Luna did something no other member of Congress did. She entered into the record $32 million that Adam Schiff misappropriated.
The fraudulent spending of $32 million out of the pockets of our American people and threw it down the drain to knowingly chase ghosts, all for political gain. This man occupied a position of the highest trust and authority. As chair of the House Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff launched an all-out political campaign built on baseless distortions against a sitting U.S. president at the expense of every single citizen in this country and the honor of the House of Representatives. With access to sensitive information unavailable to most members of Congress and certainly not accessible to the American people, Schiff abused his privileges claiming to know the truth, while leaving Americans in the dark about his about this web of lies. Lies so severe that they altered the course of the country forever.
Yeah. Laura Logan says, and again, almost a year and no action from the Department of Justice. What is going on? Guy Benson says this person should lose by 30 points. Internal polling shows a single-digit race in a Trump 20-plus district. Election day is after tomorrow. Afton Bain won't say it was a mistake to say she hates Nashville.
I do want to ask you about an attack line from Republicans, because this is a comment you made in 2020 about Nashville. It's gotten a lot of attention in your race. Let's listen to this.
I hate the city. I hate the bachelorettes. I hate the pedal taverns. I hate country music. I hate all of the things that make Nashville.
I hate this place. I want to rule over like a tyrant. You see this in like Game of Thrones. You don't let anyone like this near position of power. There's no way this could be remotely close.
Really, and it's city to the rest of the country, but I hate it.
I know you said those comments were taken out of context, but I want to ask you about it because I'm wondering,
is that person a woman?
I think it was a mistake to say that.
Once again, I was a private citizen. Nashville is my home. Do I roll my eyes at the bachelorette parties and the pedal taverns that are blocking my access to my house? Yeah, every Nashvilleian does. But this race has always been something.
No, not every Nashvilleian does. Some people appreciate having tourism and tourism dollars. You don't.
It's about something bigger. It's about family.
I was a private citizen bashing the city that I want to represent. That's not an answer. That's not an excuse.
Across Middle Tennessee that are getting crushed by rising prices, while Washington politicians and billionaires argue about this type of nonsense.
I do want to.
It's not nonsense to go after the people of your community. I was a private citizen. What a goof. All right, Eric Daughtry gives us this clip.
Just so we're clear, if a foreigner comes to your country and demands that you accept their culture as your culture, or demands that you change your beliefs, that is not a foreigner. That is not an immigrant. What that is an invader. That is someone that is coming over to your space to take over and invade it. So when you sit there and you look at what's happening in New York, you look at what's happening in Texas, you look at what's happening in the places where these people came from. You look at Somalia, you look at all of these individuals who are being put into a position of power who support this type of invasion. You need to understand what's coming next. They will take away our weapons. They will tell us that we cannot eat certain foods.
Oh yeah, every single thing.
They will tell us that we cannot go to certain places. They will tell our women that they have to wear certain clothes. They will tell them that they have to dress modest. They will force them to do a lot of different things. You will have to deal with people praying in the middle of the street while you're driving and stopping you and invading your movement, your space. You need to understand what's taking place in America so that you can understand that these people are not coming here with good intentions. This is not me saying that I hate people. This is me basically saying, look, if you like the fact that America...
Yeah, I don't need to bow and change my life for anything, for anyone. And we should all resent if someone comes here and tries to tell us this is the way things are going to be now. That's an attack.
America is a free place where you get the freedom to believe in what religion you want to believe in. If you get the freedom to decide what you want to do as long as nobody is getting hurt. If you love that part of America, the freedom of choice part of America, you need to understand when people come over and they say that you don't have a choice, they probably should go, because you don't get to tell us what to do in our own country.
Say it a little louder.
It's not being rude. It's just saying, hey, look, this country was built in a way where everybody can come here and feel happy and feel blessed and enjoy the fact that this is a free nation.
Yeah, it's free if you're not trying to impose your crap on other people.
Not a nation that will be enslaved by any foreigner invading it.
There was tiny little music in there. I could barely ascertain it. Hopefully that doesn't mean I got to strike the whole segment. Yeah, so the Telegraph says that IT consultant was arrested by police in Britain after he posted a picture online of himself posing with a gun in the U.S. But here you go. Derby councillor Ajit Atwal will not resign over an AK-47 Twitter picture. So interesting. Why was he targeted and not him? Interesting. Okay, I mentioned the Durham report in the annex. Take a listen to this report.
One of the documents FBI officials allegedly found in the burn bag were the classified annex, or was the classified annex to former special counsel John Durham's final report, which includes the underlying intelligence that he reviewed. Why would that be so critical? To me, that's critical.
Because it likely reveals many of the government actors who instigated and corruptly spread the phony collusion narrative despite knowing it was totally untrue. So, it's the usual suspects. Was it Comey and his acolytes at the FBI, Brennan's team of CIA partisans? Was it Clapper, the Obama White House? They're all reasonable suspects based on the damning evidence revealed in just the last couple of weeks, leading to an official criminal investigation. And, in my...
One of the documents FBI officials...
So we'll see if we ever get to the bottom of those burn bags. Megyn Kelly talking with this doctor about chemo and radiation. Check that one out. Can't really talk about health stuff on YouTube much. Can't trust it. Michigan refusing to provide voter rolls to Harmeet Dillon, assistant AG.
We've got real waste, real fraud, and we are going to get to the bottom of it. Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and the Unemployment Agency. People can simply check a box saying that they are eligible, and in most cases, that is enough to start receiving benefits. There's only 4 pieces of information that are required: a first name, last name, an address, and an alien number, only if that person self-identifies as a non-citizen. No social security number is required, even if someone claims to be a citizen. I brought MDHHS before our committee. We pulled up the website for benefits. We went through all 27 pages, and at the end, we're given the opportunity to register to vote. We've got real waste, real fraud, and we are going to...
All right, track it down. Mike Ben's reporting this. So here's an actual truthful email circulating inside the FDA. Read it and weep. Jeffrey Tucker says it's horrifying to consider that the U.S. V regulation, including our actions, may have harmed more children. Than we saved. Mike Ben says the COVID vaccine killed kids, now confirmed by the FDA's chief medical and scientific officer and director of the FDA's Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. According to Mike Benz, it says, I'm writing to report that OBPV career staff found that at least 10 children have died after and because of receiving COVID-19 vaccination. These deaths are related to vaccination, likely, probable, possible attribution made by staff, and that number is certainly an underestimate due to underreporting and inherent bias and attribution. Director of the Center of Biologics Evaluation and Research, CBER, Vinay Prasad. For countervailing views on health and elections, look at the bottom of the screen. For countervailing views on health, vaccines, elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views. Under duress, I have to tell you that. Dr. Robert Malone says, I knew the data existed. Glad this is coming to light now. Ali Rogan says, in an email sent to staff this afternoon, CBER Chief Vinay Prasad says U.S. FDA for the first time will acknowledge that C-19 Vs have killed American children, which he calls a profound revelation. He says that the assessment is based on a detailed analysis of deaths voluntarily reported to the VAERS system, and that following an initial analysis of 96 between 21 and 24, they have identified no fewer than 10 that are related to the shot. I mean, these are just beginning numbers. Finally getting a trickle of truth coming in. He says, based on this analysis, we'll take swift action regarding this new safety concern and will demand pre-market randomized trials assessing clinical endpoints for most new products. Prasad also says the FDA will revise the annual flu vaccine framework, which he calls an evidence-based catastrophe. Invites people who disagree with his new direction to resign. For those who choose to remain, I look forward to working with you. Alex Berenson says the admission that the mRNA COVID shots killed kids is devastating. Remember, the under 12 clinical trials from the mRNAs were so bad, including a protocol change for third shot because they were failing. No one knows if they even stop infection. Biden's FDA CDC killed kids for now. For show. Once again, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views. At least 10. Brett Weinstein says the FDA now recognizes that COVID Vs killed healthy children who were in no danger from C itself. That's the tip of the gigantic iceberg. Bioweapons leaks, science fraud, regulatory capture, global coup by the public health bureaucracy against traditional medicine, the debut of a lethal new vaccine platform, shredding of the First Amendment, and robotic pens used to brazenly pardon criminal masterminds all lurk just below the surface. Man. DC Drano says the FDA is about to publicly admit that the C vaccines have killed children, shots that were always completely unnecessary for children. The truth is finally coming out. Go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/countervailing views. Daily Mail reports how a U.S. tourist tells how a robber punched him in the face and stole his $3,000 chain just 5 hours after arriving in lawless London. Film Lad says there's no excuse, not in this day and age, to remain ignorant about the relative safety of a place that you're considering as a vacation spot. What is this?
I just chose to listen to the warnings that everyone ignored. When Steve Jobs came out and said,
Oh, okay, about kids and technology. Steve Jobs.
I will never give my children an iPad. You should never give your children an iPad. They will mess them up more than anything you know. When he physically said that, do not give your children an iPad, I chose to believe that a little bit. When Microsoft's executive, Pierre Laurent, then followed that up by saying, there is a war for the eyeballs of children and no one has done a long-term study into the impact of brains that these things are going to have. Don't give them to your kids. Like right from the off, the red flag was there for me. This wasn't Jordan with his schizo thoughts. This was me looking at the execs of Microsoft and Apple. Like one of them said he would willingly take hand-to-hand combat than give his child an iPad. These people in Silicon Valley put their children in an entire different education system. Steiner Waldorf education, where there's no electronic devices until 12. Because the brain physically cannot comprehend this amount of flashing lights and dopamine. Like, it can't. And then people say, oh, yeah, but your kids are going to be less good on technology. No, they're not. Because the rate of technological development right now is so quick that iPads are irrelevant in 12 years anyway. The children that are being given iPads and children that are getting aggressive and sulking when their iPad's being taken off them, I think that's going to manifest as some very dark stuff when they're an adult.
Well, obviously, some of that's just like video games. Not all too different when people freak out, kids freak out if you take their video games away. They get wrapped up in it. They get hypnotized by it. That's a well-known phenomenon. Scott Turner here talks about millions of illegals flooding a country, snatching up countless housing units. What did that do? Well, all sorts of stuff.
I think people will call because the new number that's being floated now is 30 million illegals have gotten into this country over the course of the last 4 years under the Biden administration. 30 million. We sit here and we talk about housing shortages. We talk about supply that isn't on the market. And people will turn around and say, oh, but the houses you're talking about aren't the ones that the illegal migrants are buying. Okay, let's talk about houses that are, sub 500,000. They might be buying them. They also are renters. They also are using this public housing. And we have a massive problem in the rental market with rents skyrocketing. Yeah, because 30 million people came. Where did they go? Some of them got government assistance. Some of them had to go find a place to live. So we've got to do something about this. And as I've always said, there's a certain amount of this illegal immigration that was baked into the cake. It worked in the system because we needed the workers. Nobody really said anything. They looked the other way. When the Biden administration opened up the floodgates and decided to let 30 million people in the country, they
40.
Went way too far and created a situation where Trump now has to crack down on immigration like we have never seen before. And you've got problems like this arising too.
Right.
Yep. Renters and those in public housing receive the brunt of it. Kicking illegals out of housing will free up housing units, bring back affordability, and restore safety. Elon talks about Irina Zarutska, an innocent, hardworking young woman who did nothing wrong, killed for just being a white girl. Don't forget it. And then, of course, this was our stream, the Ohio State game against that team up north yesterday. Check it out. All right. That is the extent of what I wanted to share with you today. Should I replay a show? Marion, I'm watching your show from my iPad. Well, you're not a developing child. Unless... What? Huey Lewis had a hip replacement. However, he can't seem to get his new hip to be square. All right. Thank you all for being here. Do I want to do another show? Do I want to broadcast a replay? I'm already streaming. Which one do I have? Let me pull up. I did a short show. When was my short show? Let's go to YouTube Studio. Let's go to content. Go to live. Here, I'll play you this one. That Biden-Obama flooded USA with people who hate us, and an immigration halt is incoming. Here we go. Let's do that. Let's share this tab instead. Thank you all for being here today. Trying to figure out what's going on with Strictly Football this week. I think Mike won't be able to do tomorrow with the regular time. Trying to figure out if we're going to do a show Tuesday, and then we'll bring back Mike on Thursday, if we'll do the whole show on Thursday. Stay tuned. I will keep you posted as best I can, but just keep your eyes peeled. Hey, there's Kenneth. Kenneth off the top rope. Daddy, don't go. I guess I got to keep going now. Thank you, Kenneth. Cheers to you. $10 super chat. It's always great to get something thrown into the tip jar when you're out busking. That's what buskers do. They grab a guitar and they sing songs on the street corner. Sing me a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Marion, good show. I'll stick around as I missed a couple shows. Awesome. Well, thank you. That is a true statement. I'm almost adulting. Almost. AA. That's the only AA you need. Almost adulting. Not Alcoholics Anonymous. Almost Adulting Anonymous. That's AAA. In case you have a flat tire. Anyway, Kenneth, thank you for the super chat. $10 coming in off the top rope from Kenneth. Appreciate you, sir. And of course, like we said, Patreon, YouTube, and Rumble are places you can subscribe to our show and just like say monthly basis, we're in. Regardless, thank you everybody for being here. Share the show with a friend. Hit like, hit subscribe. And what I'm going to do now is bring up this program on the replay. Thank you so much. I will talk to you tomorrow. Here we go. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere in between the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Friday, November 28th, 2025, and you have found us today here on the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM, TNAM. What's that mean? TNAM Daily Show. Oh, there it is. On the New American Media, the New American Media, TNAM. Because the news always matters. The news does always matter. And I'm old enough to remember when I thought that the news was giving you the who, what, where, when, why. Did you ever have a time in your life where you thought you understood the who, what, where, when, why because you watched the news? Maybe you didn't realize that there were so many different versions of the news. Well, when I started figuring out that most of those versions were bullpucky. 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 That's when I started the New American Media roughly 15 years ago. Thank you for being here on this journey. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Hello, Kenneth. Hello, David. What? Ebony Fifth Day or Black Friday? Wait, what? What does Ebony Fifth mean? Yes, it is Black Friday. Happy Black Friday to those of you who celebrate. There's a good question of the day. Do you plan on getting a little shopping in? Do you intend to go out to the mall? Do you intend to go see a movie? Do you intend to go shopping at other stores, any stores, really. You don't need to. There we go. Editing the theme. I have to be my producer and my engineer and my on-air talent. It's a lot of fun, but it is a lot of fun. I love this. This is, sort of my favorite part of the day. Because this is the time that I'm allowed to dig into the news and figure out what's going on, and you can educate me and I can educate you. Oh, 5th day of the week. Ebony 5th. Black Friday. Okay. Actually, ebony and ivory were on the list of questions when I was on the game show. I don't know that I have it posted somewhere. Maybe I should post it. Probably on Rumble. YouTube would probably just take it down. To archive that time I was on a game show. But yeah, the question was about X amount of ebony keys and X amount of ivory keys are what let this musician. I was like, Alicia Keys. Like, Alicia Keys is right. I was like, yay. I forget how much I won for that question. That was fun. I wish I could be on game shows every year. Like, if you were a game show winner, shouldn't you just be in a ping pong ball contest of, would you like to be on another game show? And you're like, you know what? I did pretty well. I'll do that again. Sure, that'd be fun. Why isn't that a thing? Make it a lotterized. Like, okay, you were on this type of show and you can be on all these types of shows. I think that should happen. I love trivia shows. Jeopardy. You know what? Maybe I think I'm going to need to follow up on the game show thing. I have a game show project that's been sort of in the can for too long. It's all right. It's still in the can. It's still a valid proof of concept. Okay, I'm just thinking out loud here. Thank you, everybody. David is asking who's hungover. Anybody hungover? Question of the day. I'm feeling wonderful, by the way. All right, well, look, we're going to talk about the news. Biden, Obama flooded the USA with people who hate us, and immigration halt incoming. Agree or disagree? That's a good question of the day. Do you agree or disagree that Biden, Obama, flooded the USA with people who hate us, and now there's going to be a massive halt on immigration? Do you agree or disagree that that's coming? As I look down and check to make sure I'm not on mute again, am I? No, I'm not on mute. I am getting better now. It's sort of like I'm checking my mirrors before I launch the vehicle. Like, that's usually what you're supposed to do. When you're used to driving your own car and not other people's, you just kind of hop in and go. You forget that, like, oh, I need to move the seat around, move it back, move it forward, reset the mirrors, calibrate the position of the steering wheel, maybe. So yeah, I'm getting better at looking down looking right there for the mute button. Going to the back tab over there and making sure the show is monetized. Going to chat and optimizing it. One thing I don't usually get is that I always have to switch the theme now. That's what they start you off with, which is terrible. I go with the bass. News is fine. Round is fine. But I just go with bass. Anyway, this is how the sausage is made. But type in the comments if you agree or disagree that this country has been intentionally flooded. I covered the tweet yesterday. Maybe I can scroll back in our X feed far enough to show you. Where the CIA goes, they displace these populations, and then they bring all the military-aged men into our country. Why? That seems like an act of war. Why is that happening? Is the CIA working against us? Are they an actively rogue organization that hates the country that funds it and directs it to protect us within it? Has the entire mission statement been flipped upside down for bad guys to just abuse us? Just dump a bunch of fire ants into the bed while we're sleeping? What would you call somebody that came in and just dumped a Tupperware? No, not a Tupperware, like one of those big storage plastic tubs that keeps your Christmas stuff. Just scorpions and tarantulas and fire ants. Just dumps it on you while you're trying to sleep. Why was this guy that attacked the National Guard even here? What in the hell are the Seditious Six up to? What are they calling for? What is with these billboards? And the Mike Benz story about the CIA goes to this country, destabilizes it, causes chaos, and brings all their military-aged fighting men here. For what? To preposition them for what? Trojan horse? Manchurian candidate? Sleeper cell? There's a laundry list of terms you could use. Remember, immigration without assimilation is invasion. We got a country going on here, and we don't need to change it. There are powers that be that feel otherwise. So, why did Biden do that? Obama had 3 terms. Biden was out to lunch. He didn't know what day of the week it was. This is all Obama. This is Obama, Clinton, Biden, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Deep State, Newland. For what purpose have they been working for 20 years? So we got to talk about it. David says, no shopping for me. I don't think I'm going to go shopping today, although there's just something fun about doing it. David says, have any of you ever seen Scotty Macanitu? Would appreciate a short video. I'm not familiar. Scotty Martin. Not sure. You think he's an operator? Oh, by the way, speaking of, are we getting very close to UFO disclosure, UAP disclosure? The ancient aliens, we're finally going to get to know who's been in the deepest corridors of our planet's waterways since time immemorial, who are the ruling powers truly at the core of what this human experience is. Are we just a reality show? A reality show, a game show for them to watch? Who knows, maybe even wagering on the side. Yes, Kenneth, comments on the side. We will do that. David, CIA working against us? No way. Hold on, David, aren't you a Canadian? Us would be US. You would be CA. How do you abbreviate Canada? CA? CIA or Chaos International Services, yeah. Chaos Intentional Aggression. There's a nice little skit we could do that. We could abbreviate that to mean several different things. Yeah, Kenneth is part of like the monologue writing team that I need to put together. You all are, really. But I would say CIA, let's come up with 20 or 30 different CIA things that apply. Chaos is a good one. Chicanery. Who knows? On this day of Thanksgiving, let me also put this up on the screen. If anyone is feeling festive. Let me make sure I share this out on our X feed. Okay, we shared this one. And then we shared this one. Bernie Kosar had to have life-saving surgery. It took away this young man. Well, this young man passed away. He had a traumatic brain incident. This Bryce Dunlap, a Browns fan. Hold on, let me switch the page here. Share this tab instead. There we go. So Bryce Dunlap had a sudden medical event and he passed away. Browns fans shown here in Cleveland Browns Stadium. And it turns out that he was an exact match for Browns quarterback legend Bernie Kosar for a liver transplant. I mean, it was very needed. So let's take a look. Bryce has raised $81,000 here. And Bernie's raised $147 here. So let's do the refresh. I haven't refreshed this in a while. I don't know if it auto refreshes, but it went from 147 to 170. Hey, that's good. Phil Mickelson, $20,000 top donation. Thank you, Phil Mickelson. Man, Phil's everywhere. And then Bryce Dunlap went from 81,000 to 86,000. So I shared both of those on X. At American_media_. If you would like to do something good this charitable season, I wanted to put that out there. Also, for anybody who appreciates the program that we do here, I'll put it at the bottom of the screen. Tip jars out in this wonderful bar where we're going to discuss all the stories. Monthly subscriptions in 3 places. Patreon, thank you to everybody. It's 3 days left before the end of the month. You still have a chance to sign up and become a monthly sponsor to us. For just X amount a day, for X amount a month, you too can support independent journalism. Oh, and with a special sponsor, you can get this lovely tote. This lovely tote. I like how Steven Crowder took Mug Club. It was essentially like the PBS model. But that really is the new model. It's crowdfunding. We can't rely on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or Meta or Twitter to allow us to earn a living. Like, we watched them take it away from us. So we have to build alternate platforms, and we're grateful for it. So we don't have a particular GoFundMe going, but I would say there could be an infrastructure upgrade plan that I could put into our tip jars out there. Because, just trying to build the studio and keep really fast processors. Because we're trying to stream to every corner of the globe. You need, current technology to make that happen. But anyway, if you want to support Bryce Dunlap, those have been shared on the New American Media X account at American_media_. That's also to say we have a football show called Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. We talk football. We did our special Thanksgiving week show on Tuesday. So check it out. It is on our YouTube channel, our Rumble channel, where we've shared it on all of the places, most of the places. But check out Strictly Football. We had a few good games yesterday. Happy to see the Cincinnati Bengals take down the Baltimore Ratbirds. I'm a Browns fan and a Buckeye fan, by the way. OHIO. The big game is tomorrow. The Buckeyes battle that team up north. We don't even say their name. Bunch of cheaters. Connor Stallions. We know how he cheated. That team up north. Fake national championship. Payback is on the agenda for tomorrow. Super excited for that. But yeah, I'm a big sports fan. Check out the Unhappy Hour sports shows. By the way, if anybody wants some of these for Christmas, we have the Unhappy Hour sports shows. These are coasters, wooden, Ohio-made, laser etched coasters. And we also have a pin. Can you see that? I got to have this on like a graphic to show you. But there's a pin in, hang on. Is this working? I'm getting glare. I actually said I should put the pin through this right there so you can see it on the... You know what? I'm going to do it today. I thought about that before. I don't care. I'll make a mess in one of these. So I was like, well, no, I don't want to put a hole in it. It's like, dude, if this is going to be your display piece, you got to put a hole in it. So here, we're going to do this live. F it, we're going to do it live. Who said that? F it, do it live. Oh, that plastic was tough to pop into. All right. Oh, this is going to look so much better. So I realize I've had difficulty showing you what this pin was. Yeah, we created a bunch of merch, and I want to move it. I want to get it out of the office. I want it to be in your home this holiday season. Now look at look at that. Now you can see it. Look at that craftsmanship. The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Look at that. Isn't that good? I think that's fantastic. Gives me like a Simpsons kind of vibe. Ted made that beer mug logo. Anyway, if you want some of these, the Venmo link is down there. Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. The exact address. But it's $30 for a set, includes shipping. $50 for both sets, includes shipping. Or $75 for all three. Pin $25 on its own. Okay? So if you want some, let me know. Make the donation, include your address, tell me what you want. Do you want Ohio shape or circle shape coasters? And we'll go from there. Kenneth has our merch on a perch at home. What do you have, Kenneth? You have well, Kenneth is one of our super sponsors. We appreciate him. He's essentially a member of the show. I mean, anyone that's a regular, you become a regular on the show too. Like that's how this goes. I know I've mailed out a mug to Kenneth. Shout out to John for creating the mugs, the New American Media mugs. That was fantastic. Came to the P.O. box and shipped Kenneth one. You two can have a mug. I have a different mug in my hand right now, but I could go get that other one. $40 for a mug. That'll include shipping. But other ways you can throw something in the tip jar: Rumble rants and super chats. YouTube takes about 45% of that, maybe. I got to double check the exact number. So 99-cent Rumble rants and super chats are appreciated. If you want to make a donation, do it through Venmo or PayPal or something that just goes direct. But yeah, if you want a mug or some coasters or some pins, let me know. I want to get some merch out the door for this fantastic holiday season. A mug and a coaster. The coaster, did you get Ohio shape or circle shape? That's the thing I was trying to remember. So anyway, thank you all for being here, all you regulars. It was Thanksgiving yesterday. We did a marathon, just broadcast for half the day. It was fantastic. To anyone who jumped in or just kept the show on the background and jumped in to pop a couple comments, you know, it's cool because this is all building the network. This is building our interaction, our engagement with new fans, new followers. You know, if you want more people to show up to your establishment, you want to make sure your hours are as often as possible. So that was fun yesterday, but yeah, at this Thanksgiving time, I'm thankful to all you regulars. I'm thankful to me being raised a certain way to believe that there's something eternal about our deeds. You know, there's stuff about us that just tends to lean toward, you know, a certain way about us. But then there's striving to be a better version of ourselves. And yeah, I think my curiosity for the news is just I do feel a bit of an obligation to try to help comprehend what we're looking at. Oh, by the way, look what's next to me. These are the pins. We're going on a merch perch. No, not a merch perch, a merch push. See, now you got merch perch on my head. Oh, cool. Kenneth got the Ohio-shaped ones. There you go. That's awesome. They're neat. Do you use them or you just look at them because they're cool? And that's cool if you just look at them. I'm always curious if people use these things or if it's just like, want to support, and I'd rather look at it and not break the handle on it or something. I don't want to stain it. I don't want to lose it. I don't want to break it. Anyway, all right, people, thank you for being here. But yeah, on this Thanksgiving, I'm very appreciative to all of you. I'm appreciative to how I was raised. I'm appreciative that, there's nature versus nurture. Nurture is sort of how I was raised, but the nature is how my body chemistry, my DNA, my biological footprint, my general operating system, my computer processor, however I was designed. I've felt a push and I've felt a pull, and I've hit brick walls. I've explored tunnels that dead end, and I've had to retrace steps. That's the human experience. That's literally walking through Choose Your Own Adventure book. Sometimes you go to slay the dragon. Sometimes you go, nope, I'm not. I'll go to page 37 instead of 115. Okay, well, what comes next? I somewhat recently had a conversation about if I woke up and I was at Woodstock. Ooh, that's a good title. I need to write that on something. Woke up at Woodstock. That's it. That's the movie I'm going to write. Woke up at Woodstock. It's going to be one of those goofy, well, we're both taking a whiz inside the fountain on our way stumbling home from the bars this night. And it was a dark night, but it was a full moon, and it was on a special day, and there was a lightning bolt, and then all of a sudden, boom, we woke up in each other's bodies. Whoa, and then we woke up. But like the comment conversation kind of came up about, well, what if I woke up and I was at Woodstock? It was 1999. What would I do different? And I don't know. I don't know how necessary, how helpful it is to go down these rabbit holes. I don't know. But it's kind of fun. But also I wouldn't do anything different because I was just trying to go with the information I had at the moment. And I do have a passion, I do have a drive, I do have I don't know, I just in some ways I'm sort of on cruise control. I'm sort of on self-driving mode. Yeah, like a Tesla self-driving mode. It's just like it's going where it's going, and I'm sort of along for the ride. And you look back and you go, oh, that didn't come out right. Or, ooh, did I really decide to do that? Did I decide not to do that? Why didn't I prioritize that? Wait, why did I go through the rear view mirror, man? I don't know. Why does anyone do anything? So there's only so much utility you can get from looking backward, but the goal of watching footage, film tape, game tape in football is like, oh, well, on this play, you did a really good job. Make sure you keep doing that. You go, yes, okay, I'm gonna reinforce that. Or like, hey, you see what happened here? Because you took this step, you were able to get spun this way, and it led to a really bad play. Like, we need to correct this. And you go, yeah, we do have to correct that. And you wouldn't be able to unless you identified it. So, like, there is a utility to looking backward, but the windshield is where you're supposed to be focused. So I'm appreciative for my life experiences that got me to this point. All right. David says, Ohio, the home of Freemasonry in the United States. Ohio is? Now, I've been to the oldest lodge in Ohio. It's like a multi-level museum. It's actually pretty cool. Isn't the home in DC, though? I don't know if there is like technically a home. Like each state has like a grand lodge over all of the lodges within the state. You said in Canada, it is in Toronto. I went to Toronto, saw the CN Tower, the waterfalls, Niagara Falls, did like a whole trip one year. Those were good, being able to go on those summer trips. I appreciated that. CN Tower, 1776 stairs. Oh. That's the male component to the Rogers Center female component. Hey now. Interesting. All right, folks. Thank you so much. The TNAM Daily Show kicks off right now.
Your guide to the truth. The new AmericanMedia.com.
All right, everybody. Hello, Marion. Still do love your music intro. Thanks. Marion, have you ever checked out our music? Twist of Nothing on YouTube. Have you all subscribed to that channel? That's called I Like YouTube Just Fine. The letter U. I Like YouTube Just Fine. That was the precursor to the New American Media. So it has Twist of Nothing music. It has Earthship stuff, David Wilcock and Mike Huckabee interview. Couple of things on there. Yeah, I want to redo the intro. Oh, I've said that forever. I just need to set like an hour aside and go, let's see what I can do in 1 hour. How much can I do to clip, screen share and clip and crop? And I bet I'd make it. I think the version of the intro that I would do, it would be like probably every second and a half would be a different clip of somebody else in a different conversation. Because we've done so much. And it's all just been a labor of love. It's all been a beta test. It's all been a resume to say, hey, you know, I can do it all. We can do the panel shows. We can do one-on-ones. We can do group. We can do sports. We can do music. We can do spirituality. We can do politics. We can do preparedness. You know, I cover the news, which is inherently political, of course, but like, you know, I also cover the sports so that I don't go bonkers. But because my sports is so bad, usually I have to get away from the sports to catch a break from the pain. That's what being a Cleveland sports fan has been. By the way, here's the mug, the New American. Let me stand in front of it. There we go. The New American Media mug. It's black and white and red all over. What's black and white and red all over? The newspaper. All right. Giggity, giggity. Marion, yes, I have listened to your music, Twist of Nothing. Cool. I have many round to it's to get, don't you? Uh-huh. God, if you could only see my to-do list. Yeah, reaction video to some of the music you shared. I think what I've been, because I don't want to risk my channel. Stupid copyright, stupid music. We go over this. I don't want, like, I want my music to be out there. When I say my music, it's also some of Sean Flynn's music. He passed away. He was our drummer. Drummer, engineer, like all sorts of things. Producer. Yeah, he helped us record a lot of songs. And then my brothers, Chris Engelman's Elevated Tracks and Chris Engelman and Twist of Nothing, and like, you know, keeping that music around, let other people hear it. It was something he heard and he put it onto tape. You know, he recorded it, and so let it keep playing. That show has been that song that you heard has been our intro for so long. It works. It's perfect. I know it's a song. Like, I should probably add lyrics to it. I can't hear lyrics to it. I don't hear it that way. But once again, I could put lyrics to it. I could record some lyrics to it and turn it into a song. But yeah, I would love to just do a music channel, TNAM Music, maybe. And it would just be like me playing the drums, playing the songs, have it on shuffle on Pandora. In reaction videos. I love reaction videos. Reaction videos are okay, kinda. But I don't think I'd want to even put it close to the New American Media channel, or I like YouTube just fine, that channel. Let's get a big rush. Make sure everybody goes over to I like the letter YouTube just fine. I like YouTube just fine on YouTube, and subscribe and like a video or something. All right. Let's get into the day's news, shall we? This story is no longer available. Okay. Let's see what's going on in the universe. Oh, okay. Kristen Sokolov says Islamists in Turkey decide to celebrate Christmas by smashing and burning a public Christmas tree. They hate us here and abroad, and they hate our faith, and they hate our traditions, and they hate our very existence. And thanks to open borders, millions of them are already here in the United States. This is the future that the left keeps on importing, says Kristen Sokolov. Turkey, Islamists with axes swarm a public Christmas tree in Istanbul, screaming, "It's un-Islamic," then hack it down and set it on fire while cheering. This isn't some back alley stunt. It happened at a university in broad daylight. They hate Christmas. They hate Christians. They hate us. And the same ideology is already inside our borders in the millions. And it says 2025. My first question is this old video? What is this from? The only thing you hope to see if he's swinging an axe is that it'll hit one of his other idiots there. David says, I don't understand why other channels play music in the videos they show, but you can't. But with you, they can't wait to shut it down. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Well, I think what happens is there are batches of royalty-free music. And if you're smart, you're going to use royalty-free music. But even royalty-free music pings the censorship regime at YouTube sometimes. It's not a perfect system. You know, for as original as we think music is, you know, there's only so many notes. There's only so many beat combinations. A lot of music is going to have the same chord transitions. Some of the melodies, there's going to be overlap. There's only so many mathematical ways that you can put songs together. So a lot of songs do sound like other songs. You know, some of these lawsuits over, they stole my song. Some of it's just, it's a lot of BS. Some of it are direct ripoffs, whether they knew it or not. So anytime there's a video with music, I'm rolling the dice on whether or not I can trust, which I cannot. I used to just trust, like, well, they wouldn't be. Like, if it's Leonard Skinner, I go, oh, well, shit, okay. I don't know. I don't want to play this. It's in a simple kind of man. If you can, baby, be a simple man. Oh, won't you if you can. That was kind of my, that was, am I really doing this in public? Yeah, I am. That's my rendition of Shinedown covering Simple Man by Lynyrd Skynyrd. Great rendition. I actually did just, I was scrolling through my videos because I'm cleaning it up. I have to go through thousands of videos. Thousands. Clicking buttons to dispute limited ad revenue. Well, you know, we're reviewing it. I don't know. Maybe your stuff it's not suitable for most advertisers. Oh, it's not. They've never heard of the internet. Well, the content that you're discussing, it's a little, you know. Oh, is it? Like everything else. You flip open your phone in the morning, you're getting your humorous posts, and then suddenly you see a snuff film. Suddenly you're seeing one of the most horrific attacks you've ever seen. It's just right in front of your face. And you're like, I didn't, But that's the internet. If we use the internet, we know there's a potentiality that you're going to encounter things. And, you know, humans need to hear things to figure out what we think. We have to think these things through. Hear the bad ideas to understand why they're bad. So I don't know, just this whole, you got to walk on eggshells all day long in order to appease the Google gods. Ah, get out of here. You know, I've had a love-hate thing going on. Google's had that with me. Well, they've mainly hated me. But hey, like I said, look, we do have super chats and YouTube memberships open, and that payment did process. It looks like they're going to let me build on the platform. Okay. Until I don't, I notice all the symbols here. Everybody that's watching, you're all on YouTube. Which is fine. It's just this might not be here tomorrow. Marion says, sing it, Brian. I wonder if I should play you. Have you heard, here's a question of the day. Have you heard Shinedown Simple Man? And it's kind of what Shinedown is most known for. And they started sort of resenting it too. Because they're a very good band. They have a lot of songs that you might recognize. But that cover is so good, it's like it's the thing they're known for now. Like Limp Bizkit, as many songs as they put out. Well, I guess it would be nice. And they cover George Michael Faith. So good. Go on YouTube and type Simple Man Shinedown. You could get the recorded version or get the live version. Sometimes the live version is even better. Sometimes it's just straight acoustic. Is it always acoustic? I'm sure they've tried to mix it up different ways. Click on it now. Don't watch it now, but click on it later and tell me about it. Like, it's such a good cover. But yeah, I went to one of those videos. I was at the National Association of Music Manufacturers, or is it Music Merchants? They might have changed it over the years. A NAMM music show, and filmed Shinedown doing Simple Man. And so on the YouTube upload, it said there's a copyright split. So I get half the revenue from that post, and they get half the revenue from that post. I'm like, oh, that's all you ever had to do. This makes sense then. Now, because of this original thing that we created of that thing, now you're getting a cut of it. Like, we're both, it's a symbiotic relationship. It's different from trying to bootleg a video. I don't know. This whole music law, you know, and I worked at the world's largest talent agency, and it's a lot of legalese. It's a lot of contracts. It's a lot of finagling. It's very lawyerly. It's very nitpicky. I get it. I'm all for supporting the musicians, but gets a little convoluted. Anyway, are we okay with this? No, we're not okay with this. And Biden let a lot of people in this country that hate this country. All right. Here's President Trump talking about the people that Joe Biden brought into this country. And by the way, that Barack Hussein Obama brought into this country.
We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. We must.
If they can't love our country, we don't want them. Immigration is going to be halting. Remember when J.D. Vance was talking with Margaret Brennan, talking about Biden's Afghan refugees?
Talked to us in August, you said, I don't think we should abandon anybody who's been properly vetted and helped us. Do you stand by that?
Well, Margaret, I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember. So clearly not all of these foreign nationals
but there are
have been properly
30,000
vetted.
people in the pipeline, Afghan refugees.
But my primary
Do you stand by
concern
it?
as the vice president, Margaret, is to look after the American people. And now that
So
we
no.
know that we have vetting problems with a lot of these refugee programs, we absolutely cannot unleash thousands of unvetted people into our country.
These
It's
people are
not
vetted.
good.
These people are vetted.
Just like the guy who planned a terrorist attack in Oklahoma a few months ago, he was allegedly properly vetted, and many people in the media and the Democratic Party said that he was properly vetted. Clearly he
Yeah.
wasn't. I don't want my children to share a neighborhood with people who are not properly vetted, and because I don't want it for my kids, I'm not going to force any other American citizens' kids to do that either.
No, and that was a very particular case. It wasn't clear if he was radicalized when he got here or while he was living here.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want that.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't really care. Wasn't that the quote that we took from that? I don't really care, Margaret. Or did he say it another time?
That person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
We'll be back in 1 minute with more of our interview with Vice President Vance. When you talked to us in August,
I think I came up with the slogan. We need to trademark this. JD speaks for me. We put that JD speaks for me button. It's a good phrase. I'm good at marketing. Good at branding. There's all sorts of busy work that comes after the idea. I'm the idea guy. We need the team to do all the execution. All right, here's President Trump talking about the 2 West Virginia National Guard members who were critically injured. I believe one has passed away. I'll try to get you the most current up to date. But here's President Trump discussing.
My great fellow Americans, earlier today on the eve of the Thanksgiving holiday, 2 members of the National Guard serving in Washington, D.C., were shot at point-blank range in a monstrous ambush-style attack just steps away from the White House. They had been deputized as part of the most successful public safety and national security mission in the history of our nation's capital, the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which has achieved an unprecedented reduction in violent crime and crimes of all type. This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror. It was a crime against our entire nation. It was a crime against humanity. The hearts of all Americans tonight are with those 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard and their families. The love of our entire country is pouring out for them, and we are lifting them up in our prayers. As we are filled with anguish and grief for those who were shot, we're also filled with righteous anger and ferocious resolve. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays the steepest possible price. I can report tonight that based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021 on those infamous flights that everybody was talking about. Nobody knew who was coming in. Nobody knew anything about it. His status was extended under legislation signed by President Biden, a disastrous president, the worst in the history of our country. This attack underscores the single greatest national security threat facing our nation. The last administration let in 20 million unknown and unvetted foreigners from all over the world, from places that you don't want to even know about. No country can tolerate such a risk to our very survival. An example is Minnesota, where hundreds of thousands of Somalians are ripping off our country and ripping apart that once great state. Billions of dollars are lost, and gangs of Somalians come from a country that doesn't even have a government, no laws, no water, no military, no nothing. As their representatives in our country preach to us about our Constitution and how our country is no good. We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. America will never bend and never yield in the face of terror. And at the same time, we will not be deterred from the mission these service members were so nobly fulfilling. That is why tonight I can announce that I have directed the Department of War to mobilize an additional 500 troops to help protect our capital city. We will make America totally safe again, and we will bring the perpetrator of this barbaric attack to swift and certain justice if the bullets going in the opposite direction haven't already done that. During this time of the year, when we gather at home with loved ones, these two patriots were wearing the uniform of our country, patrolling the streets of our capital. They had taken a selfless oath to defend our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that is exactly what they were doing when they were gunned down in a savage attack. I want to express my extraordinary gratitude to every member of the United States military who is deployed tonight, at home and abroad. I also want to thank the Secret Service and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department for their work today. This Thanksgiving, I ask every family to say a prayer for the two great heroes who were so horribly shot, and for their loved ones. Please say a prayer. May God bless them and comfort them, and may God bless and protect the United States of America. Thank you and good night. My great fellow Americans, earlier...
We'll do a Pray for America button. Marion, oh yes, American people is who they should be concerned with. What a concept. JD 2028. JD speaks for me. It's a little culty, but like it's quick. It's I like Ike. JD speaks for me. No, Kenneth, I don't think saying JD Vance wears fancy pants. Maybe not quite the same ring. Signed by Biden's auto pen, maybe? I mean, this was Obama and his team calling the shots. Aliens go home, ET go home. Well, look, they're talking about aliens. The latest here is that one National Guard member, Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, has passed away. We'll get to that in a second. What is the latest on international terrorism? Sarah Beckstrom, 20 years old, from West Virginia National Guard. Andrew Wolf, 24, staff sergeant in critical condition at George Washington University Hospital after surgery, described as fighting for his life by Trump and officials with no further updates on his prognosis. Both victims were sworn in and deputized less than 24 hours before the shooting to conduct presence patrols as part of Trump's anti-crime and deportation operations in D.C. They were armed but caught off guard during the ambush. The procession passed through D.C. streets yesterday at the Farragut West Metro Station. I feel like I was there a couple of times in the past 5 years. Afghan national, 29 years old, entered the U.S. in 21 through Operation Allies Welcome after working with U.S. forces, including the CIA, against the Taliban. Lived in Bellingham, Washington, and drove cross-country to D.C. with a .357 Smith & Wesson revolver. Asylum was granted in April 25. He approached the uniformed guardsman, shouted Allahu Akbar. I read that he said something else, and I don't know if it's true. Fired at Beckstrom several feet away, and then Wolf, who sought cover behind a bus shelter. Wolf fought back, stabbing Lackmel. Nearby guardsman then shot him in the leg. I thought he was armed. Why didn't he have a sidearm? The attacker's in stable condition. Targeted attack on military personnel. No manifesto or confirmed terror group ties surfaced. Prakash Patel, FBI director, investigating possible international links. All Afghan immigration applicants indefinitely halted for vetting reviews. All right. That's where we're at. Oh, you've heard this woman, Tish Hyman, at an Eric Swalwell event. Listen to this. Tish is the one that was trying to use the gym, and some dude was in there pretending to be a lady, creeping on her. And she got kicked out of the gym. So here she is with Eric Swalwell.
Any man allowed in the women's room anymore? We need to know. No woman should be harassed in a locker room.
And so he's using weasel words. No woman should be harassed in a locker room. Because he says that men can say that they're women and, oh, poof, magically, I'm a woman. I'm a kangaroo, by the way. Now I'm a kangaroo. Swalwell's trying to say that guy shouldn't be harassed in the ladies' locker room. She calls him out because she knows what he's doing.
Answer straight. Are there going to be women? Are you against men in women's locker rooms and sports? That's all you need to answer.
I'm telling you,
please.
Men harassing you in women's locker rooms.
I know.
That should not happen.
It's happening all around America. There are 45 women and there are 45 men in the women's prisons right now, raping them, picking them out like chickens. Yep. The trans men are not women, and they're raping women. Yes. So I don't care if you're on the Democrat side, the Republican side. We need to be on the women's side, people. It's happening to our girls. It's happening to our women. And I'm here to let everyone know that this is happening. Open your eyes.
Getting some claps there. So Swalwell pushes back.
Millions of people behind black people who they're using our civil rights to push this shit. If you want to be the governor, you need to do something about it, because I promise you this, I will not be the last to see of Tish Hyman, okay? Thank you. All right, I want to hear that. You're very handsome, by the way.
She goes, you're very handsome, by the way. I love your face.
The who? Trans kids. There are no trans kids. There are just children. Stop.
She says there are no trans kids. They're just children. Stop transforming them.
Transforming unborn children. No one can make a decision that young.
Nobody can make a life-changing decision that young. Period. It's fact.
When I was 12, I would have transformed. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's abuse. Don't trans children. It's abuse. Trans kids. There's no such thing. There's only men and women. Use your brains. Stop with this malarkey.
Stop with this malarkey. Didn't I say malarkey earlier today? I might have said, I like using old-timey vernacular. I forget what I said. Stop the malarkey.
As governor, I am not going to get distracted from the most important issue.
Are there going to be men allowed in the women's room anymore? We need to know.
No woman should be harassed in a locker room. That's fine.
Yeah, see, and he was, I know what he was trying to do there. It's like, no, see, that guy said he's a woman, so he's a woman, so you can't harass him. Her. I mean, what? It's I like your face. Yeah, not me either. Kenneth, you gotta like her. Yeah, Tish is all over. Tish is good. Good for her. All right, Miss Muckraker has a drop here. President Trump just reposted a call for military tribunals against some Democrat members of Congress. Americans with college degrees now make up a record 25% of all unemployment. Chris Menahan says Jewish Zionist Melanie Phillips at a pro-Israel conference in New York City calls on Jews worldwide to put the Jewish people and the Jewish nation first. Excuse me? That's a call for insurrection. That's a call of sedition and treason. Hold on. By the way, treason, insurrection, sedition. Okay. Burglary, robbery. Okay. Communist, socialist, Marxist, Leninist, globalist. Okay. There are fine differences to a lot of these. Sometimes we sort of lose the point of being directionally accurate. I was doing strictly football and Jim corrected me. Jim Mitchell, he worked in, and by the way, I'm open to being corrected. Like this is not to say I didn't appreciate it, but it's also to say, okay, fine. Well, maybe technically it's that, but it on a specific way, it is exactly that. In this case, it was just we talked about Shedeur Sanders being robbed. And he said, no, he wasn't there. Which means he was burglarized. He wasn't robbed. It wasn't a robbery, it was a burglary. But if this lady's saying to serve a different master than the United States, get the hell out of here. Oh, you're seizing an office in Minnesota and you're Somalian and you're Somalian first? Get the hell out of here. You cannot play on the Cleveland Browns and say, Pittsburgh Steelers first. Huh? Then go back there. Nope, I'm here now. Not anymore. You're fired. It's our discretion. I have like one of these eyelashes. It's like in the peripheral. I can't blink it away. Looking. Oh, is it an eyelash? I don't know. Yep, I'm on the Cleveland Browns, but look. We need to make sure that we put the Baltimore Ravens first, huh? Not on the Ravens. It's strange that you're trying to recruit my people to do that. My people. Yeah, people on my team. You're either on my team or you're not. Allegedly, this lady says diaspora Jews need also to realize that you are not just Americans with Judaism added on. In Britain, they're not just British Jews with Judaism added on. You are part of the Jewish people and the Jewish nation, and that should come first. First and foremost, you are Jews. Everything else is secondary. This is almost exactly to what Jonathan Pollard said after fleeing to Israel. Jackson Hinkle says, breaking, Marjorie Taylor Greene reveals to Tucker Carlson that U.S. congressmen are forced to constantly repeat, Israel is our greatest ally. Silenced Sirs says, Tucker Carlson just dropped the kind of bomb Washington praise the public never hears. He says, supporting Israel isn't Christianity, it's a theological scam. And then he dismantled the whole charade. There is no such thing as people chosen by God because of their DNA. Christianity doesn't issue blank checks to a foreign state. Using God as a political threat to force Americans to support Netanyahu, that's manipulation, not faith. Killing innocent people is the one thing that Christianity is crystal clear about. It's forbidden, period. I'm gonna send this. Okay, I pulled it up. That's a text to be sent later. Maybe I'll remember to send it, and maybe it'll sit along the hundreds of other texts that I did not get to. Juggle, juggle, juggle. Using God as a political threat to force Americans to support Netanyahu, that's manipulation, not faith. Killing innocent people is the one thing Christianity is crystal clear about. It's forbidden, period. Then he went straight to the political Then he went straight for the political clergy of Capitol Hill. Lindsey Graham, Mike Johnson, these men aren't preaching Christianity. They're preaching Israel. And the absurdity? God will pull the plug on America if you don't support Israel. Since when is faith a hostage situation? Since when did deviation, doggone it, since when did devotion become a political ideology? I didn't know there was a second part. I got to add that to the text. Okay. Since when is faith a hostage situation, says Tucker Carlson? Since when did devotion become foreign policy cosplay? Tucker said out loud what millions have been thinking. Your loyalty isn't to God. It's to a government with nothing to do with Christianity. The facade is collapsing. Americans see it now clearly, loudly, and without the old propaganda filter. Don't you take it personal? Don't you take it personal when this type of stuff, whether it's coming from Ted Cruz or Speaker Mike Johnson or Netanyahu, the guilt trips, the Ted Cruz's is, Lindsey Graham, Mike Huckabee. Why wouldn't you take it personal? I don't like guilt trips at all. I don't like them at all. It doesn't mean I'm going to be pro something else. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily anti that. But I don't need to be pro that. And I don't like threats. I don't like threats. I don't like manipulation. So it's like all the red flags are flashing. And the GOP would be very wise to kind of pay attention to that. But you can't trust the GOP. You can't expect them to be wise. I don't like the GOP. I don't like the Republican Party. MAGA, in theory, is the closest thing I've seen to something close to what I might want to try to put together and call it a government. And it's not getting everything right. It is not infallible. It is not perfect by any stretch. Not even remotely. You know, we're allowed to be hypercritical of whatever we feel like being hypercritical of. Period. No guilt, no shame. Miss Muckraker says, breaking, Elon Musk calls for Charlie Kirk to be named Person of the Year. That needs to happen. Charlie Kirk as Man of the Year needs to happen. Button. Shadow of Ezra says Representative Randy Fine has introduced a No Anti-Semitism in Education Act. Now, why stop there? Why not say No Anti-Male Education Act? No Anti-White Education Act? No Anti-Christian Education Act? No Anti-Straight Heterosexual Act? Why just for one group? I don't get it. I don't like it. What, only one group has a magical, mystical cloak that they're not allowed to face criticism or critique, but everybody else can? No, that's not how this works. Expand it to every group, every subsect, every subclass. The bill would strip schools of funding if they engage in criticism of Israel that the government deems unacceptable. What the hell does that even mean? The bill lists several examples of what it considers anti-Semitic, including making dehumanizing or stereotypical claims about Jewish power. What an odd thing to say if you don't have power. What an odd thing to push back on if you do have the power to push back. There's tangible amounts of power in every group. You're not allowed to discuss that? That doesn't make sense. Being anti-Semitic in his eyes would include accusing Israel or Jewish people of staging false flags. We accuse America of staging false flags, the CIA of staging false flags. Every group in power from time immemorial have staged false flags. You're not a special group that doesn't get to be questioned as to whether or not you've been engaged in false flag activity. Does it make anybody else irate to read this stuff? Oh yeah, one group is never wrong ever, or else you're going to lose your money. Wow. You say you're not allowed to talk about stereotypes. It sure sounds like it. The whole point of this is falling right into a stereotype. Well, you don't want to purport that, do you? If you accuse Israel or Jewish people of staging false flags, classified in the bill as imagined wrongdoing. Every group gets pointed at for false flags and wrongdoing. Nobody's special. Nobody gets to, you can't accuse me. Can't accuse me. Oh, so everybody else gets accused except one group. Maybe is that the group that is doing all of it? That has the power to push back, the funding and financing, the political willpower, the bribery and blackmail to make sure that everybody stays in line. Just stay in line if you know what's good for you. Don't reach for a cookie. That was bad. Don't be bad. America is accused of false flags all the time. White people accused of false flags all the time. Straight people accused of false flags all the time. White people, male people. Male people are accused. You mean the USPS guy? No, he's kind of cool. He listens to podcasts. We've talked a few times. I don't considered anti-Semitic would be suggesting Jews are more loyal to Israel than the United States. That's what that lady was literally just saying in her own words. Just as you have Islamists calling for a caliphate and to overthrow the United States in terror attacks, an active war, a hot war. Their words, but noticing their words is a crime? Fuck you. No. As clearly as I can say that, fuck you. Noticing what's happening is not a crime. Trying to stop us from noticing is a crime. So fuck you. That goes out to anyone who wants to try to tell me that my analysis on the NFL is not appropriate because I'm not granting proper deference to the Baltimore Ravens football team. Fuck the Baltimore Ravens. That's not my team. I don't need to root for another team more. You know what the NFL has actually done? It seems like the referees for a lot of years have sort of been hedging, kind of narrowing, throwing more flags for the opposition, making sure they don't throw flags against the Kansas City Chiefs, to the point where they're called the Kansas City Cheats. Oh, the NFL says you need to root for Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. And oh, look, he's with Taylor Swift. And it's such a great story. And you need to root for the Chiefs. No, I don't. Fuck you. You cannot make me root for the Kansas City Chiefs or the Baltimore Ravens. You can't make me do it. And if I'm noticing that their offensive line on Kansas City is never getting called for holding penalties, the only team, a massive statistical anomaly, to go the whole game, not a single holding call. To go the whole season, just a couple. How many interceptions were overturned because, threw a flag on the play? Nope, that was pass interference on the defense. We're going to undo that. We got to give you another shot, another chance. To the point where it really has felt for the past decade like the NFL has been low-key rigging the games. I'm allowed to notice whatever I see with my eyes whenever I want to. I can discuss the possibility that it's rigged. I have the ability to examine whatever the fuck I want to examine. You get my point. This is not to say you get my point. We should all resent it when we're told to don't believe our eyes. Don't believe your lying eyes. Yes, I will, you creep. Included is anti-Semitic would be any form of Holocaust denial or mockery. Denial of what? You know we're allowed to even question God with boldness. Question with boldness even the existence of God. For if he exists, he'd rather prefer reason than that of blindfolded fear. If we can question the existence of God, we can question the number of atrocities during a given time frame. Fuck you. I'm allowed to question anything that I want. Everything, even the existence of God. Oh, no, that's a holy number. That is completely settled in science. You're never allowed to question it ever again. And if you do, you're going to be stripped of all your money. Wow. Sure sounds like something that the powers that be would say, huh? Huh. If you're really trying to break these stereotypes that you seem so hell-bent on saying don't exist, sure seems like you're going about it in a counterproductive way. Or is that just me noticing again? Come on. You could say that we are heliocentric. All the planets in the solar system in an orbit around the Earth. You can say that everything in the solar system revolves around the Earth. Earth-centric. You can say the Earth is flat. You could say we're a simulation. Oh, but you can't wonder how many deaths happened in the Holocaust, during what time frame, for what actual attribution? Yes, we can. And every group gets mocked. Oh, you can't mock what happened during World War II. How many times is Christ mocked? Everybody gets mocked. Muhammad certainly does. Christ certainly does. Jews certainly get mocked. Everybody gets mocked. The Cleveland Browns get mocked all the time. The Baltimore Ravens get mocked. The Kansas City Chiefs get mocked. Everybody's favorite team gets mocked. You don't just get to throw bubble wrap over the Kansas City Chiefs and go, you can't ever say anything derogatory about the Kansas City Chiefs. Yes, we can. My reaction to that is almost nothing to do with what's written in there about what did it say? Israel, anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic, whatever that is. It's not even about that in particular. It's about the concept that no, here's a special group, a chosen group. And as Tucker Carlson said, the chosen people, the chosen group, God's chosen. Christians believe those who choose Jesus Christ are the chosen. Christ is king. You're saying I'm not allowed to say that? Of course I say that. That's my faith. I'm not allowed to go kill somebody if they disagree with my faith. But I'm allowed to have whatever thought I want. We're in strange times, people. Strange times. Hello, Danette. What did you miss? You missed an awesome 20-minute opening monologue. Me giving thanks to all of our great regulars and first-timers. Giving thanks to the monetization streams that are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. We have now confirmed that Rumble memberships work, Rumble rants work, Rumble payment methods to drop off a deposit into the bank account for the business work. By the way, that's great because we did have a couple $100 had to pay for website renewals. Just bam, here's another few $100 out of nowhere. Cool. I'm thankful that we got YouTube to lift hundreds of demonetization claims, bullying techniques from Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Biden's shadow government, working behind the scenes to deprive me of civil liberties and the right to earn a living. I'm grateful, thankful, and this Thanksgiving to know that, yeah, the YouTube memberships work, that the YouTube super chats work, and that the YouTube ad revenue on AdSense works. And a transfer was made into the business account to help offset some of the ongoing business costs. That was great. I'm very thankful to that. Thankful to confirm that, yes, Cash App works, PayPal works, Venmo works, and Patreon works. I have so many tip jars out that I didn't have last year. I'm grateful because anything that comes in, it's the fuel that we need for the fire to burn. So that was a 20-minute opening monologue that briefly touched on that. Also kind of got us up to speed. We talked about how Obama and Biden flooded the USA with people who hate us, and what do we do next? We covered the update now that one of the National Guard service members passed away. And now we're going through a Miss Muckraker report, something I believe you would have really enjoyed, perhaps. Okay, I don't know what that is exactly referencing. Megatron says Jewish influencer Ben Shapiro. Actually, that's a good way to describe Ben Shapiro. Jewish influencer. Says his company's targeting and brainwashing children to love Israel. Is that a real quote? I wish I could play these. I can't play these. Brandon Taylor Moore says, the Rothschilds didn't create Israel Jews. Shut up, liars. That's Brandon Taylor Moore. Jacob Rothschild in this says, quote, my family created Israel. What he doesn't tell you is that he was working directly with Satan, who he worships, no hyperbole intended. What is this? I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. Okay. Well, that's Brandon Taylor Moore's post there. This post from America says, why doesn't the United States have voter ID laws? And it lists all these full or partially democratic countries that require identification to register and cast a vote, or cast a ballot on election day in all districts. Elon says America should not have worse voter ID requirements than every democratic country on earth. California and New York actually banned the use of ID to vote. It is illegal to show your ID in those states. The only reason to do that is fraud. Ms. Muckraker says, breaking, the Ohio House has passed the Charlie Kirk American Heritage Act, which will allow public school teachers to include the positive influence of Christianity in American history lessons. Thank God. These deep state, Democrat, godless, hateful, spiteful, vindictive, bitter, angry leftists have been running our education system into the ground, teaching us to hate ourselves, hate our faith, hate our history, hate ourselves, hate our skin, hate our Lord and Savior. Fuck you. Sorry, I'm feeling a little spicy today. And I'm not sorry that I'm feeling a little spicy today. Most of my life, I've been marginalized in this way. And it gets old. You know, we heard the Martin Luther King, like we were supposed to be raised in the, don't judge a person. You take a person's actions as the most important thing in the belief system. Are you here to conquer me and convert or kill me? Or are you here to just kind of, make your way and maybe assimilate into the culture that you find yourself? Are you just trying to bring your backward country here? Answer. Yes, I have every right to demand an answer from you, actually. And now I've set the egg timer. You have 60 seconds to explain yourself or leave. We have every right to do this. It's about time we stop demonizing Christians and Christianity and so much of what built this country. You mean stole it? You mean pillaged it? Built this country, conquered this country, and tried to make it a cool place where a lot of people could come in and act within the parameters of the country. Kind of do what you want type libertarian leaning stuff. It's never been convert to Christianity or be terminated. Oh yes, it has. What were the Crusades? That was repelling the Islamic Caliphate attempt to take over the planet. The same thing that's happening today, in great part, thanks to George Soros and Barack Hussein Obama and their foot soldiers. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. Ms. Muckraker says, co-deputy FBI Director Andrew Bailey allegedly rumored to be moving up to replace Pam Bondi as Attorney General. I don't know if that's true or not. Andrew Lockenouth says over 70% of Americans are now living below the poverty line, according to Mike Green. If you make under $140,000 a year, you're living in poverty, if we measure it the same way that we did in the 1960s. This is madness, people. This inflation. We need to get out of this. Project Veritas says Candace Owens has been a target of governments for years. Quote, we need to blackmail her, Candace Owens, faster. Allegedly says Mary Barr Daley, former senior DOJ official, daughter of former Attorney General Bill Barr. The receipts listed there by Project Veritas, and Candace Owens says, urgent. 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking employee of the French government after determining this person's position in proximity to the French couple. I determined the information to be accurate. Candace said that the French government's putting hits out on her. Ms. Muckraker says, the Trump Department of Justice demands for the Southern District of New York to authorize the release of grand jury material from the prosecutions of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell per ABC News. Also, President Trump says U.S. tariff payments are about to skyrocket to record levels. Right Angle News Network says billboards are encouraging military members to dissent against leadership. Billboards encouraging military members to dissent against leadership are now beginning to appear, with one billboard near Fort Bragg, North Carolina, directing service members to a website that then tells them to contact them through encrypted chat. This is a coup attempt. They're trying to turn the people on the inside. All right. Elon Musk and Joe Rogan.
Well, let me explain. So because you mentioned, for example, how much, say, Hillary and Obama have changed their tune from prior speeches where they were hard-nosed about not letting in anyone who's a criminal into the country, having secure borders, all that stuff. So why did they change their tune? The reason is that they discovered that those people vote for them. That's why they want the open borders.
Because if you let people in, they know the Democrats let them in, they'll vote for Democrats.
Yes.
If you allow them to vote.
Which they're actively doing. They turn a blind eye to illegal voting.
Well, California literally doesn't allow you to show your license.
They make it illegal.
California and New York have made it illegal to show your photo ID when voting. Thus, effectively, they've made it impossible to prove fraud. Impossible. They've essentially legalized fraudulent voting in California and New York and many other parts of the country.
There's no rational explanation that I've ever seen anyone give as to why that would be the policy. Unless you were trying to just allow people to vote illegally, because there's no other reason. If you need a driver's license or you need an ID for everything else,
yes,
including just recently to prove that you were vaccinated.
The same people who are demanding that you have a vaccine passport and are the same ones saying you need no ID to vote. Same people.
Right, but like...
So it's obviously hypocritical and inconsistent.
So you really think it's just to get more voters?
If you want to understand behavior, you have to look at the incentives. So once the Democratic Party in the U.S. and the left in Europe realized that if you have open borders and you provide a ton of government handouts, which creates a massive financial incentive for people from other countries to come to your country, and you don't prosecute them for crime, they're going to be beholden to you, and they will vote for you. And that's why Obama and Hillary went from being against open borders to being in favor of open borders. That's the reason, in order to import voters so they can win elections. And the problem is that has a negative runaway effect. So if they get away with that, it is a winning strategy. If they are allowed to get away with it, they will import enough voters to get supermajority voting, and then there is no turning back. Well, let me explain. So because you mentioned, for example, how much, say, Hillary and Obama have changed their tune from prior speeches where they were hard-nosed about not letting in anyone who's a criminal into the country, having secure borders, all that stuff. So why did they change their tune? The reason is that they discovered that those people vote for them. That's why they want the open borders.
Because if you let people in, they know the Democrats let them in, they'll vote for Democrats.
Yes.
All right. That reset. Danette says Elon is a Trojan horse. I mean, could be. Everybody could be. You're right. I mean, he's a really bad Trojan horse if he is. I mean, I know that X is data mining, trying to get, it's also creating like a ton of cool products too. He's been against the bad guy Democrats for a long time, which I appreciate. Danette, if you had to pick between the Democrats or Elon, I mean, it's no choice. It's easily Elon. If you had to pick one side or the other, maybe you don't like either or you don't trust either, that's fine. But I'm saying if it came down to it, you had to pick one or the other, you wouldn't trust the Democrats over Elon. You would hope that maybe you were wrong about Elon. You would know that you were right about the Democrats hating us. Pinkies up, everybody. Cheers. By the way, we have these wonderful The New American Media mugs. They're black and white and red all over, just like the news. Shoot me a $40 Venmo with your address, and I will mail one out to you, shipping included. Hello to Lauren. She says, I wish the Trump admin hadn't granted the shooter asylum in April. It's a constant spin machine with Lauren. Fun to have you, Lauren. Very fun to have you. So essentially, what you're saying is that it's a shame that the Trump administration trusted that the Biden administration did their job in thoroughly vetting anybody. So now everybody has to go even faster. I agree completely. If that's what happened, that the Trump admin granted asylum in April based on false pretenses that the Afghans were thoroughly vetted, yeah, they should all immediately go back and we need to change our course immediately. Shame. Yeah, we wish that didn't happen either. I guess that's what you get for trusting Democrats, furthering our point that you should never trust Democrats. I don't know that that's the flex that you think it is. It's a fun talking point. David pointing out the ties of the shooter to the CIA, of course. All right. Daily Mail reports growing fury at Chicago judge who freed career criminal with 72 arrests and is now accused of setting a devout Christian woman, 26 years old, alight on a train. Cook County Judge Teresa Molina Gonzalez freed the accused arson attacker, Lawrence Reed, 50 years old, in a separate case in August, despite warnings that he posed a danger to the public. Reed faced Melina Gonzalez on August 22 on a felony aggravated battery charge, accused of slapping a social worker so hard she was knocked unconscious inside a psychiatric ward at McNeil Hospital. And she let this demon back out into our streets? Charge this Melina Gonzalez with dereliction of duty. Wanton disregard for public safety. Charge her with every statute you possibly can and send a message to these judges. If you fuck around with the crazy violent people and let them back out onto our streets, we're coming after you. In the comments, question of the day. If this Lawrence Reed slapped a social worker so hard he knocked this woman unconscious inside a psychiatric ward at McNeil Hospital, would you ever let this person out? Please tell me in the comments section. And why does it take so long to remove a judge immediately and say, you do not have enough discernment to sit in this post? You're stripped of all duties effective immediately. If you're not going to charge them criminally, at least remove them immediately. Prosecutor Jerry Lynn Gumilla told the judge at the time that Reed needed to remain in custody and argued that electronic monitoring was wholly insufficient to protect the public. It could not protect the victim or the community from another vicious, random, or spontaneous attack, she told the judge, according to CWB Chicago. Gumilla's warnings allegedly proved true, as just weeks later, Reed was accused of dousing Chicago resident Bethany McGee, 26-year-old devout Christian woman, in gasoline and set her on fire on a train on November 17th. The shocking, racist, anti-white attack and Reed's lengthy rap sheet sparked outrage online, with Elon Musk leading criticisms of Melina Gonzalez. This woman. That woman. This absolute demon. Look at him. Who would you prioritize? The nice, peaceful, white Christian lady on the train? Or this lunatic scumbag, repeat offender that lost his free-range privileges a long time ago? Once you prove who you are, you can easily become too dangerous for a general population. Man. How quickly can we start removing reckless judges and even charging them with crimes for endangering the public like this? It doesn't have to be this way. Oh, that makes me mad. It should have never happened. Hey, here's a flashback to Jen Psaki lying to us. Oh, remember when Peppermint Patty used to be our daily update? While Biden hid out in a bunker and Obama made all the decisions?
I can absolutely assure you that no one is coming into the United States of America who has not been through a thorough screening and background check process. And there are many individuals, as you noted, who have not been through that process, and they have gone to lily pad countries as that process has been completed. It doesn't mean that that's because there's a flag. It means they have not completed their paperwork, and we were working to save tens of thousands of people. Hence, we evacuated them to these third countries. I can absolutely assure you that.
Time to indict Peppermint Patty? Question mark? Steve Lodge says, we know they weren't vetted, and we don't want them here either way, regardless. All right, what's the story of Thanksgiving? Can I play this?
To offer a prayer.
It's got music. Guess we're just going to look at footage of Thanksgiving's past. Gobble, gobble.
Creator.
Turkey Day. Creed. Go Thanksgiving. What was the best thing you ate yesterday? What tasted the best? For me, it was my Jell-O dessert with pineapple and cranberry, the sour cream, whipped cream, cream cheese topping, pecans and walnuts dusted on top. That was nice. Always a favorite. Stuffing didn't come out as tasty. Maybe it's the butter that I used. It wasn't salty enough. It wasn't, I don't know. I think I need to rehydrate. I think I need to heat it up and add some extra water. It was dry. That's weird because we cooked it, put the lid on immediately. It should have still been. The ham was good. Had some ham this morning. Reheated some ham with some, after cooking some eggs. That was pretty good. What else was a superstar? A good cheese was out on the cheese plate. Pumpkin pie was good with the whipped cream on top. What else? Potatoes and gravy were good. Carrots were good. Yeah, I had a good meal. And there's leftovers for days, son. Days. Kenneth, the best thing I ate was the spider in my sleep. The spider that I ate in my sleep. Oh, homemade rolls. Oh, yeah, we were lacking some of that, I will admit. Turkey and dressing. Didn't we already have the dressing and stuffing conversation? I thought it was universally decided it's called stuffing, not dressing. But dressing's accepted. I'm just kidding. Cranberry sauce. I'm ready for some more. I'm talking myself into lunch. All right, in an upcoming show, the Sean Ryan Show, self-proclaimed operator discusses Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin.
Anybody I've ever met could take a rifle apart that fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird details. I mean, I don't think the entrance wound looks like an entrance wound at all. Do you? There's a theory that there were some type of explosives and maybe some type of a projectile planted on the microphone.
I think there's a lot of psyops there, but I think the one thing that people need to realize is if I go into a Best Buy right now to go get a laptop, and let's say I get a Windows unit, and they're like, "Oh, do you want this antivirus thing?" And I was like, "No, my computer can't get viruses." I am more vulnerable thinking that I'm immune than somebody who understands how easy it is to hack into a human being and actually pays attention during their day. There's no way anybody else.
Okay.
Charlie was a committed
Here's Candace here.
evangelical who only liked Catholic architecture. That's a lie, told and reinforced by Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett.
Everybody, I'm an evangelical Christian. Orthodox Church more than the evangelical church, and I'm evangelical. I'll say, well, first
for the planet, for the world, but I personally would not be able to enter into a faith that believes that anybody except Jesus Christ our Lord was without sin. And that's my final comment on Mariology. Happy to debate it.
Charlie was a committed evangelical who only liked Catholic architecture. That's a lie, told and reinforced by Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett.
Yep, evangelical. Don't let people.
I'm looking at the
Tim Pool talking about Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson.
Violence at Turning Point USA. And I'm looking at...
This is a Toria Brooke drop, by the way.
Turning Point and Candace. And it is true, someone at Turning Point was leaking stuff to her, like for what reason? And I'm wondering what Turning Point is doing. I don't hold Turning Point, responsible for what Candace is doing, but I'm just like looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, okay, let me put it like this for all you guys. I don't care if Candace is right or wrong, or Turning Point, or and anybody else in the drama is right or wrong. That's fine. People are allowed to do whatever they want. They're allowed to talk about whatever they want. The issue is that
allegedly,
at the end of August, where were we as a country? We were here doing our shows, talking news and politics, of course, and preparing for the end of the year special, as we often do. There was a plan, there was a path, and for me, both personally and professionally, things were looking, I'm looking at the violence at Turning Point USA, and I'm looking at Turning Point and Candace, and it is true, someone at Turning Point was leaking stuff to her, like for what reason? And I'm wondering what Turning Point is doing. I don't hold Turning Point, responsible for what Candace is doing, but I'm just like looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, okay, let me put it like this for all you guys. I don't care if Candace is right or wrong, or Turning Point, or and anybody else in the drama is right or wrong. That's fine. People are allowed to do whatever they want. They're allowed to talk about whatever they want. The issue is that at the end of August, where were we as a country? We were here doing our shows, talking news and politics, of course, and preparing for the end of the year special, as we often do. There was a plan, there was a path, and for me, both personally and professionally, things were looking, I'm looking at the violence at Turning Point USA, and I'm looking at Turning Point and Candace, and
okay, so
up.
Sorry, that clip. I wish Instagram would just let these roll through when they're just chopped up thoughts. But anyway, here's the second part of this.
The show and everything here.
And I've said this before. I fully support Candace Owens being as crazy as she wants to be, being as spot on as she wants to be. Who am I to judge? I don't know. Just lift up every rock and take a look and see what you can find. I'm here for it.
We're growing. We're bringing on good people. We're expanding. We've got, coffee sales are going up, and memberships and board sales and organization. Skate night events we've been doing have been massively successful. So business is good. And politically, we're riding the wave, baby. Trump won. Let's keep going. Don't get me wrong. There were terror attacks throughout the year, but Trump was on track. I texted Charlie Kirk, and I asked him, just following up on the plan for the end of the year, because Timcast IRL does Turning Point's Amfest the past 3 years. It's an amazing experience, and it's an honor and a privilege to be there. And Charlie texted me back, look at me, revealing our texts, saying, let me circle back with the team and get you the details. We'll get it going. Because I said, hey, let's get it set up so we can, set everything up in advance. I've got some other PR opportunities and stuff in the area. And a week after that, up. The show and everything here, we're growing. We're bringing on good people. We're expanding. We've got, coffee sales are going. They killed him.
Third part.
And so I'll tell you what I'm saying, what I'm feeling. That moment before Charlie was murdered, there was a path that we were on that was promising. Now, 2 months later, the narrative has turned into conspiracy drama about Charlie Kirk. If Turning Point was involved in it, references to Jewish donors pulling out and how Erica knew everything, and that's the narrative the #1 podcast has given us. Candace can talk about whatever she wants. Same thing with Tucker Carlson. I will defend. No one has an obligation to hold my views or do what I want them to do. Yep. I'm not saying Candace should or should.
And that's the difference between Islam and the rest of us. We're allowed to do whatever we want to do. You don't like it? That's your prerogative. Your goal is to transform this nation and demand that everybody believe what you believe and repeat what you repeat and act exactly like you or else? No, that's not how this works. Nobody gets to look at somebody else and demand that. Nobody gets to enslave somebody else. Nobody gets to conquer or destroy somebody else. Line in the sand time. We're allowed to talk about what we want. We're allowed to believe what we want without, force, pressure, or violence. It's really that easy.
Should not do anything. My point is the audience effect of what I'm seeing. It felt like we were focused. Trump needed to win. The agenda needed to continue. Now, what do we have? Well, half the people are tweeting about the Jews. The other half are tweeting about how Turning Point killed Charlie. They killed him. The number one podcast is just basically covering the true crime aspect of an assassination of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I'm just like, focus is gone. Was Charlie really holding all of this together? Maybe. Seriously. And focus is gone. And it seems like H-1Bs with Trump, Chinese visas. And I'm just sitting here being like, wow, someone took a sledgehammer to the right coalition and splattered it. And like goop sprang in every direction. We are all now completely dejected and ripped apart. Forgive me for being a little bit blackpilled on the issue. But then I take a look at that and Gen Z basically saying we don't care. And I'm like, okay, well, we're losing the younger generation. They're not pro-Trump. You've got the biggest right-leaning podcast is basically just true crime now. And again, I'm not saying that Candace doesn't have the right to do that. They're mad at Tucker for interviewing Nick Fuentesly. The number one podcast is just basically every right to hold the opinions he wants to hold. I'm just saying right now, we are fractured. And the left is not. They're still up to their schemes, still doing their thing. It's demoralizing. It's completely demoralizing. Every right to hold the opinions he wants to hold. I'm just saying.
All right. Greg Price says, breaking. The Democrats deleted their post claiming that President Trump spent Thanksgiving with Epstein in 2017. Probably because it's an easily disprovable lie and the attempts to connect President Trump to Epstein's crimes are a giant hoax. There it is. Democrats deleted that because it was a lie. There you go.
The Renaissance.
What's this? Trending with Maha, PepsiCo released Simply NKD Doritos. Is that Simply Naked Doritos? And Cheetos made without dyes or artificial flavors. Oh. Yeah, but what kind of oil? Mysterious black ring spotted over Disneyland, according to KTLA. Be prepared, people. I think it's time for the aliens. I legitimately mean it. All the signs are there. FBI rapid response. Well, here, let's read Tucker Carlson first. The FBI told us Thomas Crooks tried to K Donald Trump last summer, but somehow had no online footprint. The FBI lied, and we can prove it because we have his posts. The question is why? Story tomorrow. FBI rapid response says this FBI has never said Thomas Crooks had no online footprint. Ever. But maybe the other FBI did. Under Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, and Co-Deputy Bailey, your FBI is in a new era, one where we communicate more than any FBI ever before and more directly with the American people about the important work we're doing. But that's only a piece of what we are doing. Our team continues to face an avalanche of lies, smears, and falsehoods from the fake news and others seeking to undermine our work and national security. No FBI has the temerity to put truth as we have. They bent the knee to lies in the DC swamp. We changed that on day one, and now we'll go even further. Welcome to FBI Rapid Response. Oh, no. Member of violent extremist network 764 charged with animal crushing. It's just torturing an animal and ending it. It's just vile. They've increased the number of arrests on the network. It's one of their top priorities. Another member arrested, charged 2 weeks ago, with more news coming soon. Anyone saying otherwise is wrong. Okay, I don't know what this Kyle Seraphin thing is. Okay, I don't know what that is. All right, moving on. This is happening. What is this? This Muslim in Dearborn, Michigan is calling for a revolution against our own country after the DC National Guard shooting by the Afghan national. He's literally repeatedly yelling revolution. This is Islam, friends. Okay, so where's the arrest? What are we waiting for? Goodbye. Good point. Nobody owes anyone loyalty based on political parties. That is very true. It's what have you done for me lately, and what are you doing now? If I were the FBI, I would be investigating this.
Another aspect of the word.
This is what, Liz Wheeler?
Word that you mentioned, this incel culture would be the lockdowns. Were these individuals subject to social isolation? Were their schools shut down? Were they reduced to being chronically online? Is that when their radicalization or their mental instability began? I'd certainly, if I were the FBI, be interested in looking into that, because it is. I mean, if we're going to try to get an idea of the totality, the context of these individuals, their lives and their beliefs, what motivated Tyler Robinson to commit such a heinous, horrible, evil act, you do have to look at every aspect of what has formed and informed this person, whether it is their religion, their relationship with their family, their political views, their drug use, their alcohol use, their friendships, their online habits, their sexual habits. All of these things play into it and form the totality of evidence. And you have to wonder, or I wonder, I should say, and if I were the FBI, I would be investigating this when this type of chronically online behavior, this foray or experimentation with these extreme things, drugs and sex, furry pornography, specifically the transgender ideology, when that began and where it came from.
Well, I think that's right. And it's actually not that I cite these guys very often, but there was a piece in the New Yorker a couple weeks ago, and it was called "How Monsters Went from Menacing to Misunderstood." And they, just in the subhead, they wrote, "For most of human history, monsters were repugnant aberrations, breaches of the natural and moral order. What's behind our relentless urge to humanize them?" And so I think that's something that, we really as a society have, you call it Disney movies, Pixar, et cetera. We're always sort of looking for, the whole movie series Wicked is about trying to humanize and the Wicked Witch and saying, oh, she was just misunderstood, and actually Dorothy was the bad one, and see, you totally don't get it. And Maleficent was a whole series like this too, also pushed by Disney. And so there's all these things pushed throughout our culture where we take the monstrous and we say, no, it's just misunderstood. But we can't do that from a legal perspective and from a societal justice perspective, can we?
No, and I don't think that that's what this is. I think understanding the totality of what formed the ideology that motivated Tyler Robinson, who is alleged by authorities to have assassinated Charlie Kirk, I think the reason to investigate the background and the context of him and his motivations and his ideological formation is because this is an increasingly common ideology among young men in our country. Another aspect of this
I must unfortunately tell you that just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023. Outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. This just happened. She was savagely attacked. She's dead. She's not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department. This horrible. I must unfortunately
do your tweets hurt?
Contrary to what Candace Owens is saying, who's spending her time trying to tear down the legacy of Charlie Kirk.
I'm back. Jeez.
Fighting against Erica Kirk, his wife. I mean, you have to be cruel and demonic
How long
to
was I
insinuate the things that she has insinuated over the past several weeks. She's evil. That's what it is. And a big hand clap goes there. Don't get shy on me tonight. I ain't the one. I came too far to play around.
I need a hand clap there. Applause, please.
It's evil. It's corrupt. It should not take place. She sounds like a jaded person who wish they were in the role that Charlie Kirk's wife is in, but she isn't.
Saying it's jealousy? I don't know. It sounds like TPUSA is trying too hard on this.
And so therefore she seeks to tear down his legacy. And at some point, her husband is going to have to walk into that podcast room and start unplugging cords. I mean, by now I would have already done it if it was my wife. I'm yanking. So contrary to what Candace Owens is saying, cords, I'm shutting down the camera,
and then urging the husband to stop his wife.
Down the A-Tim, sweetie, get up, get out of this room, and can you please help out with the kids? Because this is a dastardly deed that is being done. I thought that the greatest foe that we would have to contend with after the assassination of Charlie Kirk would be the left. But sadly, it's friendly fire from the right. I'm moving on. Boards, I'm shutting down the camera, shut down the...
We put this guy sounds like he's trying too hard button. That's just my take. It just sounds like he's trying too hard. This is the procession underway last evening for Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, who was shot dead by an Afghan national, Ramanullah Khan, while she was performing her duty. It's a damn shame. There's music, but I can't play it. Just taking a moment. don't know. Bugs me. It should bug all of us. Much more than bug. Yeah, how long was I on mute? I didn't recall that I was. I didn't notice. Anyway, whatever I was saying was brilliant, I assure you. Okay, so President Trump says, this coming out, is this today, the 28th? Even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains in living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe's AutoPen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country. End all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in legal and illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted. Through an unauthorized and illegal AutoPen approval process. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. Ella Vlardingerbrook calling out Piers Morgan.
Usually don't like to discuss or react to specific individuals, but I think today I'm going to make an exception because I just saw the discussion between Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan discussing the demographic change in the UK, where Tucker pointed out, rightfully so, that white people, Britons, are soon becoming a minority in their own country. And Piers Morgan reacted to that, saying essentially, why would that be a problem? At least we've got good food now. So let me get that straight for you, Piers Morgan. You are witnessing the rape, replacement, and murder of your own people, and your response to that is, well, at least we've got chicken curry now. Piers Morgan embodies everything that is wrong with Britain and embodies everything that is wrong with this specific subgroup of like right-wingers that aren't truly right-wing. They fail to protect their heritage, they fail to protect their future, and they have zero true patriotism and zero true love for their own identity. But he just became anti-woke at a moment in which it already wasn't risky anymore really to become anti-woke, because, well, you know, other people paved the way for Piers Morgan to become anti-woke, and in fact, the people who did that were the people that he used to attack, and still attacks, by the way. So once again, Piers Morgan, as I said, I don't like to discuss like individuals, but Piers Morgan embodies a bigger issue. And he's a despicable, weak man. And he tries to continuously get me on his show, by the way, which is hilarious because he blocked me on X when I called him a backtracker after he said that the facts changed regarding the vaccines, the COVID vaccines, because he wanted that to be mandatory, remember? And he refuses to unblock me, so I'm not going on his show. You know, I'm not going to sit on his show under his rules when he refuses to debate me on the public market square of ideas. So yeah, that's Piers Morgan for you. I didn't know that he could sink any lower, but here you go. So I usually don't like to discuss or react to.
All right. Yeah, you need Piers to be a little. It's game time. Everything's crucial right now. We need everyone to step their game up a little bit. People on the front lines are a little tired. Need a little bit of support. Okay? I think that's pretty fair to say. Here's NYPD rushing in to make arrests after Palestine protesters storm a New York City Apple store on Black Friday. That this year, allegedly? I don't know for sure, but here we go. The poster says I can watch this 1,000 times over.
Which one?
Grab her. This time. Grab her.
Get off of her!
Don't interfere with the arrest, guys. Stay back. Stay back, guys. Stay back. Folks, you're gonna get arrested. You're gonna get arrested if you interfere with an arrest, all right? Yeah, I'm sorry, but the guy was coming up and pushing officers or whatever, all right? To the protest.
You're hurting them!
Come on this side. Guys, to the van. Let's go. Let's go. Do it for me. Get your steps in. Eat this shit. Who's got keys over there? You got Becky's? Becky's? Stand by. 17, please.
Level check.
So many missed opportunities to arrest the disruptors.
Go to safety.
Which one?
Grab her.
All right. Some arrests being made finally. Yeah, here's the guy. We showed you this a moment ago. Freedom Center LU. Remember why we celebrate Thanksgiving? For the glory of God and the advancement of the Christian faith, the Mayflower Compact. Feast, for the giver is faithful. Give thanks for God and country. It is the day of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will and be grateful for his beliefs, to humbly improve his protection and favor, says George Washington about the Thanksgiving Proclamation. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I'm very excited for leftovers. Tim Pool talking about what people are feeling. It's falling apart.
People aren't caring anymore. There's widespread demoralization that is affecting many individuals to the point where they say, I just can't pay attention. And that's terrifying for what that means going into a midterm where we have to win. And why? Because of stories like this. This guy walked up to a woman who was sitting on the Chicago train, dumped gasoline on her head, and she fought him off and ran to the other side of the train. He lit the bottle on fire and walked towards her with it and immolated her. I believe she got around 60% burns, which she's currently in critical condition and has been now for a couple of weeks. And hopefully she survives, but there is a very high probability of fatality in this. This guy was in some kind of institution and he punched a nurse in the face. I think they said that it shattered her orbital socket. They let him out because this is what these DEI Democrat judges do. And he immediately decides to go fill up a bottle of gas and immolate a random woman.
I mean, we've all that requires foreknowledge, planning. That's not just something you snap and you just had it and you let loose. Like you have to, that is so premeditated.
Already had the Lake and Riley story, and we all outraged over it, and nothing happened. We had the Irina Zarutska story, and we all outraged over it, and nothing happened. Now we have the Bethany McGee story. There's not going to be any riots. There's not going to be any protests. There's not going to be a change in the judicial system. Trump's indictments are not going to work. I'm sorry. Spare me. These politicians who are saying, trust us. People aren't caring anymore.
Man. So get ready for your aliens. What is it? The triangle one, UAPs today is saying that's the capital or the command ship. This classic one from the Believe poster on Mulder and Scully's wall is allegedly a transport and abduction vessel. And then the circle one is an observation craft. How many of those have you seen? How many of those have you encountered? In New Mexico, the observation craft is the one that I saw. Over the mountain range and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. That is the one. Curious if you've seen any UAPs. Type it in the comments. Now, I don't know if this is a skit or if this is real, but Mama VS Pharma says this is a mom being threatened with losing her kids by a doctor, allegedly.
You're going to force me to put my kid on ADHD medicine, or else you're going to call CPS on me?
Be real. I never said anything about forcing you. I'm saying this is what's recommended for your kid. You have to put your kid on these meds. Like,
he says it's not about force, and then he says you have to do this. That's force.
It's best for your kid. I'm trying to do you a favor. Not even do you a favor. Do what's best for your child. And if you don't follow these instructions, ma'am, I will be forced to call CPS.
So you are forcing me. You're saying either I put my kid on medication that they don't need.
I will be forced to call CPS. What you're doing right now is jeopardizing your kid, jeopardizing your kid's future. I'm not trying to sit here and argue with you. I'm not debating with you. I'm the doctor, so I'm telling you what's best for you.
I'm the doctor. That's your call to authority. Oh, fuck that. Oh. That tactic. I don't like that tactic at all.
And your kid.
But I don't understand, because my child has not shown any symptoms of ADHD, and I'm asking if I can get a second opinion, and you're telling me no, either put my child on medication or you're calling CPS. Okay. That's forcing me.
You asked about a second opinion. I am your second opinion. I'm the doctor.
No, you're not.
Oh my God. This has to be a skit. Is this a skit? Because it's like getting me ragey. You don't threaten parents like this.
You were the first opinion.
Okay. All right. Well, first and second. Why? I'm your doctor.
First and second? This has to be a skit. This cannot be real life.
If you don't trust your doctor, then you shouldn't be, coming here. Which is crazy for you to think that you wouldn't want to.
Is this real life? Is this how they abuse people that don't know they need to stand up for themselves? Is this really happening on a large scale? That this guy feels so confident he can pull this shit? You go to anything. Go to a dentist, you go get a second opinion. Go to a auto repair shop and get a second opinion. Kenneth thinks it's a skit. David says it's crazy if it is real. Danette says it's a shame that they're using tactics like this to further their cause. It's more than a shame. It's clenched fist territory. Like, this is abuse.
If I trusted my doctor wouldn't be threatening me with calling CPS. That would be me trusting my doctor.
Like I said, it's not a threat. It's not a threat. I'm trying to do what's best for you and your kid. If you love your kid enough, then you will listen to my words.
Don't tell me if I...
If you love my kid enough, if you love your kid enough, you'll do what I say. This has to be a skit.
I love my kid or not. That's my kid. That's my kid.
I understand that's your kid, but understand that I'm the doctor. I'm doing what's best for your kid. I'm literally showing you the results. I'm giving you the best.
You're gonna force me to.
So I don't know. It gives me some vibes that it might be a skit, but who the heck even knows? Who the heck even knows? All right, let's buzz through our X feed. Remember, please hit like, hit subscribe, share the show to a friend. Rumble Rant Super Chats are there. Let's go. Whoop, wrong button. Let's go to this one and see what else there is on the table. There's our Patreon link. You can click it to become a monthly member. These are the two things that I said I was going to share. The family of Bryce Dunlap, who passed away, and it led to the liver transplant for Bernie Kosar, both of them, if anyone's interested in making a donation. Okay, here's Representative Chip Roy talking about concerns that we have in America.
We're dealing with effectively a political movement, a political effort to Islamify Texas and the United States, to building a majority, to then implement Sharia law, and ultimately to convert people. That's the goal. And they're pretty open about it. The issue here is under our Constitution, you can believe what you want to believe. It is a fundamental part of the First Amendment. But at the end of the day, when you've got something that is undermining our rule of law, undermining our Constitution, we do not have to allow more people to come in who adhere to it, nor do we have to allow the creation of communities that are exclusionary and designed to implement Sharia law and so forth. As we enter Thanksgiving weekend, understand, importantly, our Judeo-Christian heritage serves at the center of who we are as a country, and we have to remember that even as we protect the Constitution and the First Amendment, but we've got to remember to protect our culture at the same time. We're dealing with effectively a political movement, a political effort.
Fact. All right, Paul. They're trying to take over Texas and change it. Sharia is incompatible with the Constitution. No thanks. David says that the crazy stuff every day makes my head hurt. I know. Danette says revoke that guy's license. Oh, 100%. All that does, yeah, Kenneth, it's a trap. All that does is make sure that none of us want to be around it. You want to make sure I never go to a doctor? Well, there you go. Pull one of those stunts. Yeah, that would make me never, ever, ever. And I really don't. After watching what they did to my brother and what they didn't do to my brother, I really have no interest in going to the doctor ever again. So if that's what they want, that's what they're going to get. Okay, Paul Spula says Representative Andy Barr, Republican from Kentucky, says he wants more Afghans given visas to stay in the U.S. What?
What about resettlement of those refugees? Where should they go? What are the options?
Yes, I mean, we have failed in our obligation to help many of these.
Obligation? Why is there an obligation?
Failed in our obligation to help many of these Afghans who risked their lives and in many cases died for the cause of their own country in assistance to the United States. And we owe them to help them get into our country with these visas and the P1 and P2 visas as well. And I voted for these special immigrant visas because it would send a terrible message to our allies around the world that we're going to abandon you if you help us in your time of need.
Right. What about resettlement?
Yeah. Rhinos like Barr need to be primaried, not promoted. He's running for Senate. Maybe I should run against him. Can I run against this guy? Oh, look, flicking us off. A Nebraska meatpacking plant loses 80% of staff after an ice raid. Single ice raid. Who's really to blame, says Mila Joy. So every one of these raids, businesses have to be preparing undocumented illegal aliens. Start hiring Americans. All American jobs. And by the way, what if you let people out of prison and you help them with affordable living conditions and you helped them get jobs? Maybe they're low-paying jobs, but maybe there's a subsidized housing component to getting out of prison, being able to work. You can have a life, get out where you don't have to have the taxpayers paying for you. Like, if there's nonviolent people that can come out, we should be working for that. You want illegal alien invaders, or would you maybe like to clear out some of the non-violent people clogging up the prisons so that you can keep the violent people forever? Forever. Libs of TikTok says Gavin Newsom spent $450 million in taxpayer dollars for a new 911 system. They just announced they're scrapping it because the design was a total failure. James Wood says the single most inept, greasy grifter scum ever to appear on the political scene, Gavin Newsom. Tony Saruga says the USPS should never be involved in our elections again. Now, whether you believe this photo does show discarded Trump ballots everywhere in Texas, California, Pennsylvania, whether you believe that or not, the USPS made an official endorsement of Kamala Harris in the last election. That means they're not neutral. They're partisan. And they would be able to touch ballots? Nope. You forfeit the right to do that if you pick a side. We should never see that again. A man who allegedly shoved an off-duty NYPD cop onto a Manhattan subway track. A career criminal who recently released on supervision after randomly plugging someone else on the rail. Cops and prosecutors said. That from the New York Post. Please stop letting out violent, crazy people. Debbie Wasserman Schultz blames Trump for the attack in D.C. Disgusting.
Would an individual have flown across the country to target law enforcement officers in Washington, D.C.? And, I mean, the answer is likely no. So why wasn't the president's first thought, wow, maybe I should reconsider deploying military troops in the nation's capital or in any city, particularly not when they haven't coordinated closely with the leadership of these cities? Would an individual...
Shame on Debbie Wasserman Schultz. That's a 30-second clip. This is a 54-second clip.
That we have tight and appropriate and proper vetting. If there were gaps that admitted this person, they would have failed over multiple levels of gaps, and this individual was trusted enough to participate in assisting our military during the war in Afghanistan. So I just think, the president looks everywhere except inward to blame his own policies. We need to make sure that we don't have our military deployed in our cities where handling law enforcement responsibilities, and we need to make sure that we address gun violence. We certainly need to make sure we always have the proper and appropriate and tight vetting processes, and those should be reviewed. But it's never the president's fault or his policies when it comes to his reaction, and it's pretty disgusting.
No, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Blaming President Trump for what Biden let in, it's as stupid as blaming a woman for being attacked because she wore an outfit that was too revealing or too seductive. Oh, well, the attacker just couldn't help himself. It's the lady's fault. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. ABC News says a 19-year-old college student on her way to surprise family for Thanksgiving was deported despite a judge's order blocking her removal, lawyer says. Richard Gunnell says ABC News' Laura Romero failed to tell the truth. It's shameful when reporters like Laura purposely try to inflame issues. This woman was in the country illegally and had deportation orders for the last 10 years. Deportation orders for the last 10 years. But that's not how ABC frames it, huh? No, it sure ain't. What was this one? April 23 of 2025. An Afghan national. Oh, another Afghani. involved in a Fairfax police shooting, was linked to recent D.C. incident involving National Guard members. Yesterday, November 26, 2 National Guard critically injured. Looking back to April 23 in Fairfax, Virginia, a routine traffic stop escalated when Jamal Wali, a 36-year-old Afghan national, expressed frustration, then mentioned the Taliban before firing at the officers. One bullet injured 2 officers in their arms, but they were treated and released. Wali was fatally shot in the exchange. Body camera footage captured the event, showing his anger toward the United States. These incidents raise questions about the vetting processes. Both individuals entered the U.S. under programs from the Obama and Biden admins. Wali in 2014 as a translator in Lock and Wall through asylum pathways amid the Afghan withdrawal. Concerns have been voiced about border security and immigration policies that may have allowed unvetted entries. President Trump addressing this by deploying 500 additional guardsmen, but many are calling for stronger measures to secure the border.
I can't even go back to my fucking country because of you fucking people. I started in fucking army. Every time you come and fucking pull me over, every time.
Do you have the registration to the vehicle?
Nothing.
You got nothing?
Nothing.
All right.
Yeah.
And you don't want to give me your name?
Sir, why? Look, hey, I died.
There's more to it. Let's keep going.
And when I was serving you, with you liars, with you people with American status.
I served as well, sir.
Yeah.
You liars, you Americans. He hates us, and he hates it here.
So you brought me to you fucking people brought me to this goddamn country, and I'm dying every fucking single day, and I have 4 children, and we wholly survive because you're a fucking racist people.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can't get a job, I can't get a disability, and they took my fucking license because I'm not able to pay the insurance. So why are you fucking trying to kill me?
I'm not trying to kill you,
No, you are. I'm already died. I don't give a damn fuck.
Subject's armed, refusing to give ID. Don't reach for anything,
No,
dude. Don't unbuckle that.
I'm telling you, don't reach. I'm telling you, don't reach. I don't give a damn fuck. I don't give a damn fuck. If you fucking do anything, don't do anything.
Subject keeps reaching for his weapon.
No, I'm not reaching.
Check. Check all units in field. Tell us over your gate for 1439.
Sir, I stopped you for a lawful traffic stop.
I don't give a damn fuck.
Okay.
You liar.
I'm not lying.
No, you're lying.
It's obviously right there.
If he keeps reaching for a gun, why is he still talking to this guy? Why hasn't he drawn? Why hasn't he said, sir, it's time to put your hands on the dash. We're going to get you out of the vehicle. We're going to start this over. He's reported that the subject keeps reaching and that he's armed. Why hasn't he drawn and said, it's time for you to put your hands on the... Like, here's how we're going to do this the safe way. Feels like a mistake.
Oh, no, today's
So
the
what
day, buddy.
I'm asking for is you to identify yourself.
He said, today's the day, buddy.
Traffic.
I don't give a damn fuck.
Okay.
You liar.
I'm not lying.
No, you're lying.
It's obviously right there.
You are no. Today's
So
the
what
day,
I'm
buddy.
what I'm
Today's
asking
the day,
for
fucking
is you to
dumbass
identify
liars,
yourself.
White people. You lied for
You dumbass liars, white people.
fuck.
Okay.
You liar.
I'm not lying.
No, you're
It's
lying.
obviously right there.
You are no. Today's
So
the
what
day,
I'm
buddy.
what I'm
Today's the
asking
day,
for
fucking
is you to
dumbass
identify
liars, White
yourself.
people. You lied for 25 years.
R80 Bravo, you direct on that?
You brought me to this country. I started with special forces. I lost my own fucking brother. I lost my everything.
I'm sorry.
I have nothing.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, you're sorry to hear that? No. Don't play that bullshit.
So you don't have a registration to the vehicle?
You know what? Listen here. You're American, okay?
Yes.
Yes, you are American.
Why is he allowing this other guy to command the stop? I mean, all these, you take information from the moments
I give you my
for training purposes.
fucking, what do you call that shit? Take it. They took my driving license.
So
Okay?
they took it away?
Yeah, for no fucking with fucking Taliban, better than you. I was concerned and a fucking dumbass fuck when I was concerned about Taliban, but in America, since 2014, I'm concerned about more about you people. Because you lie, because you play games, that's how I'm going deeper, deeper, deeper.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are my partners here. They're coming up. I don't want you to get rattled, but it's because you were reaching for your weapon.
No, I'm not being, sir. Hey,
I watched you do it.
I don't give a damn fuck. It brings as many people as you can.
Okay.
Go ahead. You're not listening. What I'm telling you.
I am listening to you.
I have 4 children. Do not reach your gun.
Rob, everybody slow down. Unit have say slow down 1421.
Hey, so listen, American. At this.
So right there, they touched the vehicle.
Slow down 1421.
Hey, so
I forget what the reason is for that.
listen, American. At this, take it. I take this with you, okay?
So now you want to give me that?
Hey, don't you reach it?
800 Bravo, shots fired.
Yeah, boy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, today's the day, you effing DA white people. Get out of here, is what he said right before shooting at the police. Importing people who hate your citizens is treason and should be treated as such, just like the guy who shot the National Guard this week. This man should have never been here. Chris Martz says 25 years ago, experts said snowfalls are now just a thing of the past thanks to global warming. Now experts say global warming causes heavy snowfall. Is there anything global warming cannot do? Come on. Klobuchar has a self-report, puts an anti-Trump chart that accidentally becomes pro-Trump evidence. When your own receipts expose you, Senator Amy Klobuchar tweeted that electricity prices are surging under Trump, leaving millions behind on utility bills. She even included a clear chart to prove her point, says Mario Knopfel. One problem, the chart shows past due balances skyrocketing from $600 to nearly $790 between 2022 and 25. Trump took office January 25. The entire surge happened under Biden. And we've got to reduce these energy prices. We've got to fix our currency. We've got problems. So, yeah. We've brought in 200,000 Afghans since 2015, all of whom were allegedly translators for troops, but we never had more than 100,000 troops there. That's 2 Afghan translators for every U.S. soldier in the country. Come on. Even if that were true, and it's not, and they really had to leave Afghanistan, which they don't, there's no reason to bring them here, says Ann Coulter. Matt Van Swole asks, can someone please give me any legitimate reason that DeCarlos Brown Jr., the man who emmed Irina Zarutska in cold blood in Charlotte, has his death penalty hearing pushed back to next year? Seriously, why? We have video footage. What is going on? Lake Leon says, if I was the cop in that traffic stop, first time I tell you, there would not be a second. I know. Danette says he's a good police officer. He was trying to help the dude. I get that he was trying to help him. He wasn't good at the de-escalation. I know it was a tough spot, but we got to learn from it because he didn't handle it well. That guy was agitated. There had to be a way to say, sir, I see that firearm beside you, and I can't continue this conversation like that. So here we're going to change the venue. You're going to step out of the car. You can put your hands on the steering wheel first. This is a tense situation that doesn't need to be. Let's figure out a way through this. You're not asking me questions. You're not dictating this conversation. You're not going to insult me and insult our country. I've now drawn on you. You're being commanded to put your hands on the steering wheel. Very clear for both of our safety. Danette says he's just like the guy in Falling Down. He's lost. Poor guy. I feel bad for him. Yeah, I mean, in between his racist insults and anti-American insults, yes, I did hear a frustrated dude. It's just kind of like you guys came into Afghanistan and fucked it all up. Well, excuse me, your terrorist cells. Fuck you and fuck your terrorist cells. You guys fucked up Afghanistan. You can't blame us. Also, you can blame us. I see it from both sides. I do get it. But that guy had a sense of entitlement, like, oh, no, I don't have papers. No, I don't have insurance. No, I shouldn't be on the roads, but I'm doing it anyway because fuck you and fuck your country. Well, fuck you, buddy. You know, I could sense a frustrated, like, I'm out of options guy. Yeah, like a falling down. That's a good, you know, you're on your last rope. You're on your last straw. What is it? At the last straw? I get it. Also, you know, whose fault is it that he's not doing anything right? No registration, no insurance. Whatever he did to get stopped, I don't know. But yeah, I could sense a frustration. I wish it didn't end that way. I do agree with you there. There is a democracy on trial in the coming elections in the beautiful country of Honduras. Danette, are you off today? You seem more interactive than usual. Or is it just because it's slow today? That was a good point, though, the falling down. That's a pretty decent reference there. So will Maduro and the narco-terrorists take over another country like they've taken over Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela? Tito Asfuera, the presidential candidate of the National Party, highly successful mayor, and he's urging Honduras to vote for Tito Asfuera. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Andy No says the evidence for the terror attack by Antifa near Fort Worth was so overwhelming that 5 Antifa members so far pled guilty to providing support to terrorists. As part of the plea deal, they admitted on record they were part of a cell that organized from Antifa ideology. Antifa members admit they're in a terrorist group. This video shows allegedly from Radio Genoa, African-American tourists denouncing racism in Italy because some boys prevent them from defacing monuments in Rome. If you don't let them destroy your city, you're a racist. Seems like a joke, but it's not. Once again, every time I see videos like these, I assume they're skits, but I don't know.
Experiencing racism in Rome, Italy.
And they're upset because we're writing on a bridge just like everybody else.
She says, we're writing on a bridge just like everybody else. And these people are like, no, don't write on the bridge.
Yes, I am. You can too. Leave us alone.
Leave us alone to scribble graffiti on your bridge in your country. Leave us alone. You stand back. That's a bold take.
No, okay, don't tell me how to say. Come on, y'all. Leave us alone. Get him. Leave us alone. Come on. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. No. Leave me alone. No. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. I'm waiting. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Leave us alone.
Experience.
I don't know what that was about. Gays Against Groomers shows a trans activist investigated over complaints. Yeah, this could go no other way.
Now at 4:30, the transgender woman at the heart of investigation by Missouri's Attorney General says her membership has. Now at 4:30, the transgender woman at the heart of investigation by Missouri's Attorney General says her membership has been terminated at Lifetime Fitness in Ellisville. This controversy started when Eris, Montana changed clothes in the women's locker room. Someone complained and state leaders vowed to investigate. Today, Montana says she was walked out by police because of some social media posts. Lifetime confirming, saying the posts affected security at one of its clubs, so it swiftly took action. Now at 4.
Okay, protecting women in their spaces. Oh, take a look. Michael O'Keefe shares this. What is the deep table? This woman, allegedly from a political family in Nigeria, is paid a government salary to call you racist.
Today, we're going to be looking at a topic that is far overdue, and it's called the white person syndrome. You know,
oh, look, they called existing a syndrome. To all of you white people out there suffering from white people syndrome, let's listen to this person tell us why we're bad.
It's a topic that can be challenging sometimes.
Oh, it could be challenging sometimes. Could it? Oh, you don't. Oh, yeah, it could be challenging.
But it's a topic that I think that we really need to look at. We need to talk about because
we need to look at it. Do we?
one of the things we talk about in inclusion, we say make space, don't take space. However, you know,
make space, don't take space.
When we look at the numbers of ethnic minorities,
look at the numbers on my Miss Cleo. Call me up now. I tell you that white is bad, man. Miss Cleo, 1-900 white bad. WHITBID, man. 1-900.
This, you know, there's not enough to take those spaces if, you know.
There are people already calling in, man. Call in. We help you with your future. 1-900 white bad. WHIT bad. BID. People are taking spaces right now.
So we do still need, I mean, I said like the civil rights movement worked because black, white, green, blue, yellow, everybody came together to make it work. So I'm arguing that I didn't create racism. So
I didn't create racism. I'm just profiting off of it. Constantly peddling it. It's 1-900 white bad. Call me now.
It's your job to fix it.
It's your job because only one type of person is bad. And that's you. Call me at 1-900 white bad. WHITBAD. Because you're the problem. You must fix it. I didn't create racism. I can't be racist. 1-900 white bad.
Everybody came together to make it work.
And
so I'm arguing that I didn't create racism, so it's your job to fix it.
There's only racism because of you. So call me up and give me your money that you probably stole because whiteness is badness. Call me 1-900 white bad.
Right?
Right.
But
very, very important to have these kinds of.
Yes, it's very important to have these kinds of conversations because I can point my finger at someone who doesn't look like me and blame them for all of the world's problems. Sure, dude.
Conversations because if you look at where Ireland is going.
Where is Ireland going? It's being invaded? Go figure.
Sometimes I really get scared, you know.
Scared of what? Being an outsider that's trying to conquer a nation?
And we all know that Ireland is becoming more diverse.
Is becoming or is being invaded intentionally? So that non-citizens can change what their culture is about. Don't you think that that would alienate the people of these cultures who have a right to exist? Without you and your ilk meddling? What do you mean my ilk? I mean anyone who's not from Ireland. And I don't know if he is or not, but...
And with that comes a lot of pushback from some people who feel like people are invading their land.
That's exactly what you're doing, yes. That's exactly what's been happening for 20 years. All across Europe, Canada, United States, pick a country.
And, you know, with
sovereign citizens being replaced by foreigners, non-citizens.
Seen that with the series of protests we've had in the past few months.
Oh, yeah. How bad it is that they're protesting what they don't like, of course.
And, you know,
I think protesting what they don't like is preferable to the other method used to repel an invading army.
Is this anti-migrant sentiment?
Anti-migrant, anti-illegal alien invasion sentiment.
And I think it stems from the fact that a lot of people don't understand where some of these migrants are coming from.
They don't need to care where these migrants are coming from. If they're not invited, they're not welcome. It doesn't matter where you came from. They don't need to understand.
They don't understand why they're here. They don't understand, you know, what they're here for.
It doesn't matter if they weren't invited. They don't get to be there. So go away.
And there is a gap in terms of communication.
Communication, like not everybody showing up into Ireland knows how to speak English, doesn't understand the culture, doesn't understand the people, doesn't respect the place that they are. Committing piles of crimes against the citizens of the country, turning the citizens of the country against the invading army.
Between, you know, the traditional white Irish people.
Oh, there you go. Traditional Irish white people.
and others who are here. Because a lot of people feel like, you come into Ireland, you're coming to just take away. But
coming to take away Irish life. Yeah, that's exactly what happens if you try to change it.
If you understand people, you understand their cultures, you understand, that they are actually coming here to make a living.
They're coming here to make a living. Who invited them? Who said that's what the Irish people wanted? And no, from Afghanistan to throw your dart onto the map, how many people showing up are to overthrow the country and install Sharia? More than zero. And that's not compatible with sovereign nations who value freedom and liberty.
It will help you. So I think
don't tell me what will help me.
A lot of people need some sort of education.
They need to be educated. They're just too dumb to realize they shouldn't be white and Irish and that they shouldn't keep their country safe. They should allow themselves being invaded by whoever you are, coming from wherever you're coming from. This isn't against any one group anywhere. The gall of this guy.
We need to talk to ourselves more. That's lacking right now. So because if we allow the quiet few to keep talking, because I believe
if we allow the quiet few to keep talking,
those people who are who have some of this syndrome or
these people who have this syndrome,
who are anti-migrants, for example.
Oh, see, it's a medical condition. It's like a mental problem. If you don't want your nation overrun with people who are not, look, Columbus, Ohio. Do you want Columbus, Ohio overrun with people rooting for that team up north? No, you don't. In Columbus, Ohio, you root for the Ohio State Buckeyes. No, you don't want people who are going to actively oppose your lifestyle, your way of life, your traditions, your community, your camaraderie. That's not a syndrome. These people are disgusting, calling existing a syndrome. Oh, you don't want to be overrun by people who aren't you? Well, then you have a syndrome. No, we don't.
Some of this syndrome or who are anti-migrants, for example, they're few, but they're very loud. So
they are few? No, they are not few. Very loud? You haven't even heard loud. You have no idea what loud is. You've never experienced loud. I think you need some education on what loud is, because you haven't witnessed loud. You're hearing rattlesnake tail shakes. You haven't seen a bite. This is a rattlesnake shaking its tail, saying you've entered a dangerous territory. You're not going to come into my den and tell me there's something wrong with me. I have a syndrome.
We have to find a way to quieten them.
Oh, we have to find a way to quieten them. Quieten is not a, actually, let me double check. I don't think it's a word. Maybe it is a word. I don't know. Quieten? But he needs to find a way to quiet them.
Very loud. So we have to find a way to quieten them. And that comes from education. That comes from conversations.
Education and conversations. I can't believe I watched this. I'm having a hard time believing to make her become quiet. She quietened the children. It's more common in British and Australian and New Zealand and other Commonwealth varieties of English. Quiet is a more common American English. Both are completely correct. A regional preference. Well, it's not my preference. Danette, I hate this world. It's a clown world. I know, it is, but I know. Danette says the boys are home at work. I can't work today. They're too loud. Got you on that. I liked my Miss Cleo impersonation. President Trump says the United States did not attend G20 in South Africa because South African government refuses to acknowledge or address the horrific human rights abuses endured by Afrikaners and other descendants of Dutch, French, and German settlers. To put it more bluntly, they're killing white people and randomly allowing their farms to be taken from them. Perhaps worst of all, the soon-to-be out-of-business New York Times and the fake news media won't issue a word against this genocide. That's why all the liars and pretenders of the radical left media are going out of business. At the conclusion of the G20, South Africa refused to hand off the G20 presidency to senior representative from our U.S. embassy who attended the closing ceremony. Therefore, at my direction, South Africa will not be receiving an invitation to the 2026 G20, which will be hosted in the great city of Miami, Florida next year. South Africa has demonstrated to the world that they are not a country worthy of membership anywhere, and we are going to stop all payments and subsidies to them, effective immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, they screwed up big time. Charlie Kirk nails it on criminal justice reform garbage.
This whole criminal justice reform stuff has been a complete failure. And a lot of people on the right fell for it, and it was obviously pushed for people on the left, and the Koch brothers put a lot of money behind it. But how many more examples do we need of somebody with 10, 12, 13, 14 priors that then goes and commits a murder? This is not an isolated thing. We now see that this is not, there's some people that have demonstrated that the current model is not able to rehabilitate these people. So I think that is really where I want to focus a lot of my attention, which is, what are we really doing here in regards to this whole fake and fraudulent criminal justice push that we've seen the last 10 years especially? Is it making us safer? Is it making our streets better? And I understand the intention of it. I understand that there's some people that get caught up in that thicket that probably are in jail for too long, or the evidence could have been better weighed. But largely, we do not.
And there are some of these things, of course. And I'm not encouraging recklessness, but like that's what, 5%, 20%? Once we know someone's crazy violent, they need to be committed for life, and you don't let them back out. Pull them out of jail, put them in a mental institution. And if they can remain, there should be a wing of the mental institution where if you can stay nonviolent in the mental institution, you can just be in a campus where you've been pulled out of society to protect us, and you have your dignity and your freedom to some degree, autonomy. And then if people can't stay peaceful in there, then they stay in a different area. And then if they can't stay peaceful a second time, then they go into a more severe area where bad actions lead to bad results. You've got to quarantine the poisonous people from the peaceful people.
Have enough people in prison in this country, and I can defend that. It's very defensible, actually. Only half of America's murders are even solved. You think about that, Mark. Only half of our murders in our country are solved. That means 50% of our murderers are walking the streets of our cities. We should have more people in prison, not to mention this guy should have been in prison, and the multiple other situations that are resembling this. And so, look, I do say this with some form of just heaviness. I don't like politicizing situations like this, but it just necessitates it because there are so many dynamics at play here.
Yeah, people with 10, 12, 13, 14 priors, and they go and commit a murder. Terrible. Eric Daughtry says, Eric Swalwell's lawsuit against Trump FHFA Director Bill Pulte has been assigned to Judge James Boasberg. Impeach this corrupt judge already. Representative Keith Sell says, how does every establishment case keep getting assigned to this judge? It's a preordained outcome. Get him out of here. J.D. Vance says, I remember back in 2021 criticizing the Biden policy of opening the floodgate to unvetted Afghan refugees. Friends sent me messages calling me a racist. It was a clarifying moment. They shouldn't have been in our country. Elon says VP Vance was right. Breaking, Miguel Martinez, who weaponized his white van, fled on a high-speed chase through the city, and then tried to ram federal agents in an attempt to escape, had his charges dismissed by a Charlotte, North Carolina judge, and they let him out of prison. Are you out of your mind?
Hey, they chasing amigo.
You do not let these people out. You do not dismiss these charges. Are you crazy? Progressive North Carolina magistrate, according to Right Angle News Network, Judge David Kessler has dropped all charges and freed Miguel Martinez after he fled federal officials and used his white van in an attempt to ram federal agents. We said we need a rapid response judge and magistrate recall division inside our government. We tagged Elon and said, just like how Doge reviews and clarifies spending, could you envision a panel of judges voting on consequences for horrendous judicial decisions to quickly recall the compromised or foolish? I'm asking him instead of President Trump. Dr. McCary talks about the CDC being involved in disguising data regarding myocarditis and shots and stuff. Take a listen to that. Jennifer Ruth Green says, I just want to point out that the thousands of service members who refused the illegal order from Joe Biden that forced them to get the vaccine were fired without their benefits, and Democrats were perfectly okay with it. Kobeisi letter says stock market futures have been halted due to a cooling issue at a data center for the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Stock market futures halted. Are you buying that? I don't know. What is this here? No more games after today's attack. Everything is under review. Let's listen to Stephen Miller.
In the administration, the Democrats have inflicted on this nation the worst national security threat in our history. We've never faced a threat like this. 20 million people brought into our country from the most failed societies on earth. Afghanistan, Somalia, Libya, Iraq, brought here. No vetting, no conditions, no rules. Brought here on visas, brought here as refugees, brought here as asylees, brought here as illegals. Brought here in every way imaginable, by plane, train, bus, automobile, by land, by sea. For 4 straight years, they deluged this country. And now more blood is being spilled as a result. What you heard tonight from President Trump, the breaking news here tonight, is saying that his government is going to accelerate efforts to review every person added to this country over the last 20 years, or the last 4 years, all 20 million. Now, obviously, if you're illegal, you're out automatically. But everybody else who was brought here, refugee, asylum status, whatever status, as he said, if you're not someone who loves this country, if you're not any benefit to this country, then we're going to send you out of this country. Because it's enough already. No one else has to die. No one else has to be murdered. No one else has to be shot.
You don't like it here. You don't like us. Go away. We have the CBP home app that every illegal alien is supposed to be using. That's on them. That's not on us. They need to leave, and they know it, and they'll get the flight paid for. It's not on us. The Democrats did this.
No more empty seats are needed at the Thanksgiving table or the Christmas table because of what Democrats have done to this country. So tonight we heard from a commander-in-chief a historic announcement, a brave announcement, exactly what America needed to hear, Kellyanne.
All right. Mario Knopfel says the most uncomfortable fact in crime data that violent crime is not random. Violent crime in U.S. cities is not evenly spread, not culturally, not geographically, not mathematically. It's concentrated, absurdly concentrated in fractions of the population. This isn't ideology. It's decades of DOJ, PD, and academic data all pointing at the same tiny cluster. 0.05% of residents are linked to 50 to 70% of shootings. Did you catch that? 0.5% of residents linked to 70% of shootings. Most homicide suspects have 8 to 12 prior arrests. And what happens? They learn they can get away with it, so they keep getting more bold. Victims usually know their attackers. Violence clusters block to block, not citywide. It blows apart the comforting narrative that crime is this vague atmospheric force that just happens. It strips out the comforting society failed them story, and it forces a harsher question. If 1% is driving the carnage, why is the entire system designed around treating it like a 100% problem? Why? Because it's easier to redesign a city than to confront the handful of people actually pulling triggers. It's easier to blame society in general than acknowledge that a tiny network of repeat offenders is blowing holes in entire neighborhoods. God, I've said this for so long. Crime is driven by a hyper-small group of chronic, high-risk individuals interacting with each other in microgeographies the rest of the city rarely sees. At some point, every major city will be forced to admit the truth. You don't need to fix everyone. You need to fix or isolate the 1% doing the damage. Sources: DOJ, NIJ, Harvard, UCSB, Rutgers, Media, in the New Yorker. Opinion here says, from Mario Knopfel, in Chicago, crime isn't racist, but letting criminals walk free is. Chicago is bleeding, and Mayor Brandon Johnson says the solution is not to incarcerate violent offenders, because doing so is racist. This comes after a career felon with over 40 prior arrests set an innocent woman on fire when he should have been in jail. But since he's a disenfranchised minority, it's a different story. It's a whole different story. Mayor Johnson brushed it off as an isolated incident, but the people of Chicago see it for what it is: leadership failure wrapped in identity politics. As Elon bluntly put it, murderous thugs should be incarcerated so they can't murder people. Doesn't matter what their race is, obviously. This isn't about race, it's about responsibility. A justice system that refuses to jail violent repeat offenders isn't progressive, it's deadly. And every time a city official dodges accountability in the name of equity, more innocent people die. Chicago deserves better. America deserves better. Elon says crime is extremely concentrated in a small number of individuals who repeatedly harm others. Yeah, I've always said 5% of the people cause 95% of the problems. Crime keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the future. What is this here? Oh, this looks wonderful. Wall Street Apes shows allowing this, pointing at Dearborn and Hamtramck, Michigan, is what led to the guy shouting Allahu Akbar and shooting 2 National Guard at the White House. An entire auditorium of Muslims are shouting this in the United States. There's music. It says, until we turn the White House into a Shiite Islamic center, we will all continue to shout, death to America, death to America, death to America. Wall Street Ape says, Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. This is America. There's too much music to play. This lady wants to explain the difference between nuns and other people that cover some of their faces.
Can I just ask, what's the difference between...
This isn't a nun, sorry. This is somebody who's living under the oppressive Sharia regime.
Can I just ask, what's the difference between me wearing this and what a nun wears? What is it?
Maybe nuns don't yell Allah Akbar and death to America. Who said that?
America Papa Bear says nuns also aren't going to get stoned for not wearing them. It's a choice. Also, nuns don't randomly go boom. Just saying, there are actually differences. In the middle of Dearborn, Michigan, an entire crowd is chanting, more death to America. Why are we allowing any of this in America? Rashida Tlaib, when asked, refused to condemn it, according to Ayal Jacoby. New York Post reporting that Colorado State Senator Faith Winter was killed in a multi-vehicle crash on a highway outside of Denver. That's awful. Prayers to the family. I think it's a Democrat, and I don't like Democrats, but I don't like seeing this either, so prayers to everybody. It's not that I don't like Democrats. I don't like Democrat policies. And if there's people that are foolishly supporting Democrat policies, I'd like for them to stop doing that. And that makes it easier to like you. Libs of TikTok says Minnesota's largest teachers union has a program to come to schools and train teachers on interrupting whiteness and social justice. Why do they hate white people? It's blatant anti-white racism. Interrupting whiteness, pushing LGB, etc. stuff. Teaching everything through racial justice. Racial justice is a very vindictive mentality. It's a very vindictive strategy. Cultural competency. Yeah, okay. Declaring a whiteness pandemic, telling moms and dads to re-educate themselves and halt the whiteness pandemic like it's some sort of disease that needs a cure. Forget inflation, illegal immigration chaos, or kids failing at math. The real crisis, according to them, is white parents existing. Here, let me just play her words. Who is this? Well, Wall Street apes, conservative Barbie.
The University of Minnesota, a taxpayer-funded school.
There's too much music. One study they cite surveyed mostly liberal white women making $125,000 plus who apparently concluded that color blindness, passivity, and white fragility are all part of the problem. Oh, and the project's funding comes from partly the National Institute of Mental Health. That's right. Your tax dollars are paying to label white families as systemic racism incubators. This is what happens when woke universities replace education with indoctrination. We all know they're not teaching kids to think, they're teaching them to hate themselves, their country, and their families. Parents, stop apologizing for who you are and stand up for what's right. They're calling it a pandemic, but I call it pride in my country, and I don't plan on curing that anytime soon. Daniel Horowitz says, by my calculation, the U.S. admitted 1.453 million immigrants from roughly 43 Muslim-majority countries between 14 and 23. That figure doesn't include over 100,000 student visas, nor the thousands who've overstayed tourist visas and then vanished inside the United States. Democrats are angrier at Trump for stopping third world immigration than they are about two members of the National Guard being hunted down in the streets of America and shot in the head. Tells you all you need to know. Bad Kitty Unleashed says at least 5 of the seditious 6 were recruited and trained for office by new politics. Maybe even all 6. Jason Crow and 6 other Congress members are involved in recruitment, allegedly, per this Bad Kitty Unleashed account. New Politics is a purpose-built political talent agency and campaign accelerator that recruits, trains, and develops leaders with service backgrounds to transform our politics. They even recruit from intelligence agencies, too. Not even 2 months before the military coup narrative was started, I'll explain later, New Politics got a sudden infusion of $20 million, more money than they've seen in 8 years of operations. Where did it come from? Representative Pat Ryan, Democrat New York, who will co-chair the effort, said the country is at a crisis moment in political leadership and ex-federal workers are among the potential recruits. Ryan is co-chairing the group's new recruitment effort called The Next Mission, empowered by $20 million, which will aim to recruit 5,000 candidates up and down the ballot over the next 4 years. More than 30 elected officials are participating in the New Politics Recruitment Committee, including 6 other members of Congress who have worked with the group in the past. Among them, Rep. Jason Crow, Colorado, Democrat, who's also co-chairing recruitment efforts for the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee. Emily Cherniak is the founder and executive director. Here's the 5 they have listed, and she's archived all the pages. Elisa Slotkin, Jason Crow, John DeLuzio, Maggie Goodlander, Christy Houlihan. Missing, but could be one of the 6 others, Mark Kelly. Stay tuned, it's going to get better. More sources following, allegedly. Data Republican says this could be big. This person says Islam does not support terrorism. Anthony Carl says, then what do you call people who say kill infidels? And it doesn't mean peace. Okay, Grok isn't understanding the question. Both are correct, says Grok, but they come from the same Arabic root and are closely connected. Islam means peace, but Islam means submission and surrender. That's very different. Okay, so Islam means surrender. Okay. I downvoted that because it just lied to me. I work with artificial intelligence as if it cares. All right. So, yeah, there's more about immigration attorney colleagues, migration and deportations of third world migrants. That's essentially what I wanted to share with you today. Other than the Soros-linked NGO World Relief funded the settlement of National Guard shooter in Washington State from Afghanistan. World Relief received U.S. taxpayer dollars. Sorry, I did have another story or two. Through U.S. aid. The same NGO has worked with pro-migration and open borders groups in recent years that are heavily backed by George Soros. Every freaking time, says Eric Daughtry. World Relief. Thanksgiving with the Democrats. White meat is racist. Is this turkey halal? Screams Mamdani. Fetterman's trying to serve reason. Can we all get along? Elizabeth Warren, this holiday is an insult to my people. She's wearing a headdress. Gavin's plate's on fire. Joe wants the seat at the head of the table again. Kind of funny. Data Republican said World Relief's COO got his start in U.S. aid. World Relief. Dan Bongino's talking. Well, take a listen.
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, you know, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this, and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these four walls all day in D.C., you know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work. You straighten out the FBI, you moving buildings.
That was from before, but, you know, we're kind of looking at all the people on the team. Are they up to the task? And, of course, the Democrat Party, according to Son of Liberty, and me, Democrat Party is not a political party. They're a domestic terrorist organization masquerading as a political party to bring down America. Tim Poole says, holy F, look at the website. This is overtly illegal. I don't want to say outright civil war when there is a good chance foreign actors are doing this too, but holy F, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth needs to stop this. They put up a billboard in Fayetteville, North Carolina, in the middle of a Marxist revolution. Here, let me share this first. Did you go airborne just to pull security for ICE? Go to our website. Left is on a full court press going to work on the military, sowing seeds of dissection, chaos, and confusion. If you go to the website, you saw the billboard, you have questions. But first, make sure you access resources from a personal device, not a military or government computer, email account, phone, or Wi-Fi. Use encrypted Proton Mail email account. Use the Signal app for encrypted texts and calls. Use a virtual private network like NordVPN. This is sedition. This is treason. Action, please. We've been ever so patient. Yes, we have. Nothing to see here, says Tim on point, except a Democrat-aligned, Soros-funded organization telling military personnel to leak through encrypted channels and work against the military chain of command. If the Bondi DOJ doesn't have warrants, pre-dawn breaches, and data seizures by the end of the week, she needs to go. This has to be crushed. Is there activities affecting armed forces generally? Gunther says, this is the most disgusting news segment I've ever posted in my life. Nicole Wallace and Al Sharpton are suggesting that someone very specific caused the attack of our brave men and women in the National Guard.
And this idea that they're all on the same side, right? I mean, people that follow a chain of command and at any level in government, you are reporting to someone above you. To your point, it's the men and women of the military are following orders. I mean, that is the chain of command.
They're following orders. This was not a vote that they all voted and said the majority of us vote, therefore we have to go. They're following orders. And I also I'd show the concern that if this has been an ambush, we don't know where this is going. You've got guardsmen out there that's got to wonder, is there something that's going to follow this up? We don't know what we're talking about yet. Was this a sole gunman that ambushed somebody? Is there a plan? You don't know. That's why I think we ought to be focused. We ought to deal with the fact that these men or women, we don't know the gender, should not be in any way harmed as they were. Whether we agree with the deployment or not, I don't. And I think the president ought to focus on that on Thanksgiving Eve, as other guardsmen have to be concerned about their own safety, right, as well as their fellow guardsmen that are in a hospital fighting for their lives.
All right, we're going to sneak in another break. When we come back.
Uh-huh. All right, that's the extent of what I wanted to share with you. Buckle up, it's going to get wild soon, says Danette. Yeah. Buckle up for sure. All right, thank you everybody for being here with us on our post-Turkey Day situation. What I'm going to do, I am going to, I don't want to replay the marathon because we did our a lot of documentaries, which was great. But I'll replay this show about Candace Owens and the crosshair and restoring self-defense rights on Turkey Day Eve. Thank you all for being here. Here comes the replay. Feel free to let this go on one of your devices. It boosts the numbers. Stick around and keep the chat going. I mean, I'll bounce in and out. I've got a couple errands to run, doing things back and forth. But I like the fact that we're a network that can broadcast throughout the day. You had to loosen a buckle? I know. I'm getting ready to grab some lunch. I'm like, man, I talked myself into leftovers, and I'm super excited for it. I need to reconstitute that dressing, add a little more butter, I think. It wasn't as... Anyway, I'll tell you all about that tomorrow. But for now, let's go ahead and pull up our previous show. I start off dancing, intentionally muted. Unlike today when I was accidentally muted. But thank you so much, everybody. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Remember, we have Rumble Rants and Super Chats out there if you want to toss something into the tip jar at this bar. Here is the show prior to Thanksgiving. I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. There I am dancing. I said, I know that I'm muted right there. I know that I'm muted. I'm aware that I'm muted. Yes, I was rocking out to this song. Love this song. Rearranged. Limp Bizkit. Woo! Just that little drum and snare hi-hat stuff from John Otto. That bass line. Oh, so good. When's the last time you started your day with music? And then the second part of it would be, oh, that's a good question, Kenneth. Let me jump in. Oh, I covered everything up. Turn the lights off. Okay. I am going to stream the Buckeyes game. Ohio State Buckeyes take on that team up north. See, here's the thing. I was almost going to stream our Strictly Football show. You know what? I'm going to stream Strictly Football. And then I'll come back, and then we'll get back to that one. But I'm going to stream Strictly Football because it's still where are we at? Because it's still relevant. our analysis on the upcoming games. Let me take Strictly Football advertising off. Hit save. Pull up Strictly Football. Let's watch Strictly Football. Here, let me rewind it. I screwed up with the intro. I played the wrong intro, essentially turned into an advertisement for the TNAM Daily Show. Oh, well, here it was. Thank you, everybody. Now I'll be back. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen. Wait a second. Hitchens. That's what perhaps. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. And this right here is the Unhappy Hour on the New American Media. What is it on the Unhappy Hour? It's specifically Strictly Football. Yes, myself, Mike Barra coming in a moment, Jim Mitchell, Ezra L. Robinson. We're going to break down what we saw last week in the NFL. We're going to look forward with our betting trends to next week, and that begins now. Launch the show. Wrong intro. This show was this episode was a little rushed and delayed. It was both delayed and rushed. All right, we got to catch up. All right, that's on me. That's on me. That was my other show. That was the show that I just did. They've changed this around. The tabs are in different places. My control panel has been messed with. This is, in fact, the Unhappy Hour. This is Strictly Football.
I'm Eric Metcalf, and you're watching Unhappy Hour.
Folks, it's just one of those days. It's Turkey Week. Soon we're going to be in a tryptophan-induced coma. Forgive me for launching today's show with really just an advertisement to check out the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Every weekday, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern Time, we unpack the news. But today, of course, Strictly Football, bringing in Jim Mitchell in Jigba. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Brian. A little early for me, but I'll horse through it.
I think we're all off of our normal game. Hey, cheers to you. I don't have
got my espresso working. Just waking up.
Yeah, that's right. On the West Coast, it's already late in the day for me over here. By the way, I'm rocking my Ohio State shirt. Buckeyes battle that team up north this weekend. Hopefully, we're going to get some payback. Ezrael Pickens, welcome to the program.
Hello.
Izzy got to call the end of that Cowboys-Eagles game. How exciting was that during our live stream of the Browns game, the Browns' defeat of the Raiders on Sunday? How fun was that, Izzy?
It was awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. And it was neat that it turned out the way that it did. The three big storylines, we got the Seahawks. We're going to hold off on that. We're going to talk about the Cowboys coming back and defeating the reigning champion Philadelphia Eagles. And, of course, the Cleveland Browns, as Myles Garrett is trying to set a new single-season sack record. He appears to be poised to absolutely obliterate it. Maybe the best pass rusher the game's ever seen. Shedeur Sanders gets his first win as a starter in the NFL. But we're going to run through the rest of the games first as we await Mr. Mike Barra jumping in, as he will in a moment. Gentlemen, let's start with Texans-Bills. That was a very close, very interesting game that got really tight at the end. We're going to do quick takes on these, not corner TV games, but the non-3 highlighted games. Quick take. Starting with Jim, Texans win 23-19, improving to 6-5 on the year. Bills dropped to 7-4. It was an exciting ending. What did you take away?
Yeah, I had this game, Thursday night game. I had this game. I had the Texans winning this game. Although the Bills were listed as 8-0 on Thursday night, they're now 8-1 on Thursday night. Bills were 17-13 against the spread, and the Texans were 9-5 straight up at home. They were only 2-5 straight up and against the spread versus winning teams. But it's like we've talked about in the last couple of weeks. This ain't your daddy's Bills team anymore. I mean, they did not play well, and I didn't expect them to play well, and it was just a mess for them. And I thought the Texans handily won the football game, and they should have won.
Yeah, and their defense is really stepping up when they need to. That whole last drive was very exciting.
Yeah.
Izzy, what did you take away from this Texans win over the Bills, the mortal Bills?
Yeah, I watched it with one of my Texans fans, and it was a really good game. I knew Josh Allen was going to have an off game. I didn't know it was going to be to that extent, but the Texans D-line and defense just it's a lot. Me personally, I believe that Josh Allen really can't get the job done without a definitive wide receiver one. I think I've said it for the past 3 weeks now, so that shows a lot, and just too much of trying to make plays while there's nothing to do. And like I said, Deion Dawkins is an all-pro, and he had one of the worst games from a tackle I've ever seen. So, I mean, that's my personal opinion. And generally, the Bills don't have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I think I said the same thing last week. So,
well, let's see if the Bills address that in the offseason, either through free agency or the draft. Welcoming in Mike Barra in Jigba. Hello. We're talking about the Thursday game. Mike, by the way, make sure you check out Mike's show, Toxically Masculine Tuesday, tonight at what time? 9 p.m. Eastern?
9 Eastern, yeah. Sorry I'm late. I had to go back to urgent care, and it just took way longer than I thought. So,
well, hope you're feeling okay. Welcome back, good sir.
I'm not feeling okay, or I wouldn't have been there. But hopefully I'll be better.
Dear Lord, please look over Mike Barra and give him some strength for healing.
Yeah, all I got to say about this one is, the Texans' defense is legit. I don't, looking back on it, I'm surprised the Seahawks were able to put up 27 on them. We must have a really good offense because they looked every bit the part, and especially Will Anderson, just dominant performance. So that was the difference in the game, obviously. And Josh Allen is looking kind of mortal and needs a better supporting cast. And, I'm not sure the coach is safe there because they're kind of stagnant unless they make a big run in the playoffs to make the Super Bowl. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen there?
Yeah, a lot of that going on this last half of the season as we march straight into the postseason here. It really is separating teams. That was a chance that the Bills could improve to 8-3, and they didn't. The Texans could have slipped to 5-6 and almost out of the race. But they held court. I mean, this is where things happen. This is where you get the separation in the league. Once people have figured out who's on the roster, what is your identity on the year, injuries, teams trending upward or downward. Look, let's bounce to this other game. Bears improved to 8-3. They found a way to get it done. Steelers are just meandering at 6-5. That is the perfect record for a Mike Tomlin-led team, right around 500, maybe just enough to make a wild card. Jim, thoughts on this one?
I'm sorry, I was doing my homework, Brian. What is Steelers, Bears?
Steelers, Bears.
Bears, yeah. This was a game. This was the Rodgers I Own You Chicago football game, and apparently, that's not the case anymore. The Bears, they were favored by 3. They were bet down to 2.5 in this game. So there was Steeler money coming in on this game to force that number down. Rodgers was 24-5 straight up versus the Bears, but that's when he was within division where they had to play them twice a year. But that was not the case this last week. Bears were only 19 and 34 straight up total. But this game went as I expected. I thought that the Bears would handle the Steelers in this game.
Izzy, Bears improve. 8 wins on the year. Plenty more games to go. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected it with the Steelers defensive backs and the Bears receivers, but I mean, yeah, it's just a completely different situation for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. So, well, he didn't even play. It was Mason Rudolph. So, I mean, it's not a lot in their favor at that point. So, I mean, more of expected for me, in my opinion, for the Bears to win.
Mike, Steelers?
Yeah, I mean, Caleb Williams, I continue to believe in his talent.
Yeah.
And without Aaron Rodgers, that kind of sealed the game. Mason Rudolph counted for 2 turnovers. The Steelers' defense is really good, but Caleb had a couple of bad plays. The fumble in the end zone was crazy weird. But in the end, he made the plays he needed to make to win the game. And that's kind of what he started to do as a pattern. And I think he's got a great coach. And as his confidence builds, I think he's coming into his own. And, 8-3 is 8-3. I don't care who you are. It's 8-3. And you got to take the Bears seriously.
Absolutely. Another team you got to take seriously is the Patriots. They get it done 26-20 over the Bengals. Jim, what do you make of this one? Patriots 10 wins on the year already, only 2 losses.
Yeah, Patriots were a huge favorite in this game. Opened at 7.5. It closed at 7, which means there was a little bit of Bengal money coming in because of that inflated number. That was a lot of points. They did not cover the number. The final score was 26-20. So if you had the Bengals betting the number, you were on the correct side. The Patriots going into this game were 8-0 straight up and 7-1 against the spread. They were 5-0 straight up and against the spread on the road. So they were a very good road team this year, and we expected them to win the game, but I left this game alone because of the huge number.
Yeah, a 6-point game is maybe a little closer than a lot of people expected. By the way, this game was without Jamar Chase, who spit into the face of a player, stupidly suspended for 1 game. He'll be coming back, and maybe Joe Burrow will be back on Turkey Day. Izzy, Patriots 10-2. Are they that good?
I mean, it's the Bengals and the Bengals defense. I really don't want to discredit the win, but I mean, they add another one to the one column. So yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. They beat a lot of high-end teams. Joe Flacco didn't have the greatest game. No Jamar Chase, but yeah, the Bengals should be able to bounce back with Joe Burrow's return this week.
Mike.
This is kind of a give-up game for the Bengals. They went with Flacco instead of Burrow. Burrow could have played. Burrow wanted to play. But without Jamar Chase, I think they figured, why put him out there and get him beat up again? But I do think Burrow probably plays Thursday. I expect him to start. And I think the Bengals, look, they're 3-8 now. Is that correct? 3-8. Their season's over. But I think you can try to build some momentum for next year and work on some things. And they're not playing for much except pride at this point and to beat the Cleveland Browns again. So,
well, let me add one particular point. We in the AFC North, we don't have a 10-win Patriots team we have to catch. We're only 3 games back. I know there's not a lot of season left. The Cleveland Guardians came back from 15.5 games back, the largest amount ever achieved. What am I trying to say? Ever surmounted to win the division this year. Anything's possible. We're only 3 games.
You're saying there's a chance.
You're telling me there's a chance. Exactly. So I'm just saying, if we win out, we're 9-8. And with this Browns defense, we could. So, yes, the season's over, but they're only 3 games out. They are not.
Yeah, well, eliminated. I'm just saying, I think the Bengals
Burrow's coming back.
They're going to play Burrow, and they're going to try to get some momentum going for next year. I don't really think that carries over, though. I think it's like a BS argument. oh, well, he finished this really strong last year. I've only seen that maybe matter once or twice.
No.
2012, the Seahawks finished really strong, and they won the Super Bowl in 2013. But usually, it doesn't matter. Every
Each season is a brand new beast, and we've talked about that when we do the preview show.
They're all there. It's like the difference between Star Trek and Game of Thrones. Okay, Game of Thrones is every episode relates to the next episode on a story arc. Star Trek is standalone. This week we got to fight the Romulans. Next week Kirk is fighting the Gorn. It's completely standalone, and that's the way the NFL generally works. So, but go Bengals. I'd like to see them. I'd like to see Joe Burrow get back and play well because he's good for the league. He's a good player.
Agreed. All right. Talk about last season and momentum. Detroit Lions, who barely got the win here. I thought the Giants had them, Jim, but they let them take it down in overtime. Jameis looked fantastic on that reverse catch, Philly, Browns, whatever you want to call that quarterback reception for a touchdown. That was cool. But what did you take away?
Yeah, despite the final score, this was one of the overtime games of the week. This game opened Lions favored by 10.5, and it closed at 12.5. So there was a lot of Lion money coming in on this game. The Lions were probably overinflated because of their record at home. I mean, they're 29-11 against the spread at home. Jared Goff plays very well indoors. He's 39-14 against the spread, but the number that really only mattered in this game because, consequently, if you had the Giants side on the number, you cashed a ticket. Jameis played pretty well. I mean, I think he even caught a touchdown pass on a reverse. But the Lions were 13-0 against the spread after a loss, but they are also 14-0 straight up after a loss. So they were expected to win the game, but needless to say, they did not cover the number.
Izzy, Jameis, man, he's a fun ticket to watch, if nothing else. But the Giants didn't have enough to take down the Lions today. What'd you make of this one?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good game from Jameis. He did a lot with what he didn't have, and what did he throw for, like 300-something, 380 yards, 400 yards. It was a pretty good game. Only one interception, had the crazy receiving touchdown, broken tackle, went into the the end zone, and it was a good game from the Giants. Like you said, they didn't get the win at the end of the day, but the Lions shouldn't be in that kind of dogfight against Jameis Winston this late in the season. Jameis Winston led Giants.
It says here players in the NFL history with 300 passing yards and 25 receiving yards in a game. Only two: Tom Brady and the other GOAT, Jameis Winston. Mike, thoughts on this one?
Jameis was very entertaining. He still had one interception. He never gets out of a game without one, it seems like.
Yeah.
366 yards, a couple touchdowns. It was fun. This should send off sirens all over Detroit because they are not playing very well. They do not look very good. They got they got handled pretty much for the most part in that game. They were lucky to win. And they have some great players, but they're not playing very well as a unit right now. And I think that the alarm bells should be going off there in Detroit. I don't know what they have to do, but it might help if their idiot head coach didn't go for it on virtually every fourth down. Sometimes just take the fucking field goal. People say, "Oh, a field goal is a failure." Really? 3 points is a failure in a close game? That's ridiculous. Ask Bill Belichick about that when 2015, when he lost the AFC Championship and a chance to win another Super Bowl because 4 times in the red zone he went for it on fourth down and failed all 4 times. Stupid. So don't be stupid, Detroit.
Well, I'll tell you what the Detroit did get right. The fact that Jahmyr Gibbs had 219 yards rushing on only 15 carries, 2 touchdowns on the ground, and then another receiving touchdown. 11 receptions for Jahmyr Gibbs, 45 yards. It's just that guy is putting in the work. He's worth the price of admission. but that was barely enough to take down the lowly Giants. So you're absolutely right. Keep an eye on them, see what type of team they are moving forward into the postseason run here. Packers 7-3-1. They advance past the Vikings. Jim, not unexpected.
No, not unexpected. If the Vikings had another quarterback in this game, then it probably would have been a coin flip game. Packers favored slightly. This game opened at 6.5. It pretty much closed at 6.5 as a home favorite for the Packers. Packers historically 12-6-1 straight up when favored by 4 points. Like I said, historically it's been a coin flip the last 5 years. Packers are 3-2-1 straight up, and 0-6 against the spread when favored by 6.5 points. They are 2-3 straight up at home versus the Vikings. Now they're 3-3. So, it goes back and forth. But the Vikings are definitely going to do some Christmas shopping on a quarterback for next year.
Well, I'll tell you what, Justin Jefferson, 4 receptions for 48 yards. That's not cutting it. That's just atrocious. He's killing my dynasty football league with him there. I need points out of him. Izzy?
Completely not his fault. It's his quarterback's fault. There's never been a stint in his career, no matter the quarterback backup injury, where he's averaged 50 yards a game throughout like 4 to 5 weeks. I believe J.J. McCarthy is an NFL quarterback at this point. If you can't do a simple job of doing your job as a quarterback to get the ball into the best receiver we've seen within the past 5 years. So, that's my personal opinion. The Packers, it's a good win. No Josh Jacobs, and they still come out with the win. But J.J. McCarthy, I'm just tired of it. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, no, just J.J. McCarthy sucks. I thought he sucked coming out of college. I've been proven right. He's had 1 or 2 good games, but even his good games, statistically, he doesn't put up much. They should have kept Sam Darnold, whatever Sam's limitations may turn out to be. And I don't think we've decided that yet. We're going to give him one more chance. But they're a mess because I thought they had a competitive roster, a roster that could have contended this year with the right quarterback. And I thought they were freaking insane not to throw whatever amount of money they could at Aaron Rodgers, because even though Aaron Rodgers is not the Aaron Rodgers of even 3 years ago before the Achilles, he's way better than this. And their record would probably be flipped. They'd probably be no worse than 7-4 or 8-3 right now if they had him for a quarterback. And they're a mess. And we play them next week, this Sunday coming up. I can't wait. It's going to be a massacre. So maybe not a 30-point massacre because the way our defense played last week, but they're a mess. And like Jim said, they're shopping for a quarterback next year, and it's their own fault.
Yeah,
it's the fault of their GM. I forget who their GM is, but
I'll tell you,
I thought they made the wrong calls in the offseason at that position.
Being an Ohio State fan, I can tell you I don't give a damn for the whole state of Michigan. And selecting J.J. McCarthy from that team up north, from that cheating team, he cheated his way to a fake championship.
He cheated their way to a fake championship. Yes, give it to the University of Washington. But, look, nothing about McCarthy ever impressed me in college. I'm like, what makes anybody think this guy's an NFL quarterback, much less a first-round pick, much less a top 10 first-round pick? This is Christian Ponder 2.0, and maybe even worse.
Didn't expect a Christian Ponder drop, but I'll take it. All right, let's move on to the Colts and Chiefs game, Jim. The other one went to overtime. Chiefs pull it out, unfortunately.
Yeah, this was the other overtime game, and that's going to affect the Chiefs playing Thursday night. Teams that play in overtime games do not do well on Thursday at all. Mahomes was 22-6 straight up after a loss in this game, but I expected the Colts to win this game. They did eke out the cover. The number opened at 3.5 Chiefs. I thought this number was too big. I couldn't understand the half point in this. I could understand the 3, but the score landed right on the 3, 23-20. If you had the Colts, you had the right side in this game as far as betting the side. Yeah, I Chiefs were 6-3 against the spread going into this game, and they were 3-0 against the spread as a home favorite. But the outstanding stat in this game is the Chiefs were only 1-5 against the spread versus winning football teams. So I would have went with that stat because that's the most glaring one, the 1-5. So
yeah, I did pick
like
the
I
Chiefs
said,
in this
Colts,
one. I didn't feel good about it. It was sort of a coin flip, but I did pick the Chiefs. I just kind of figured they got to beat the refs and they have to beat their other team, of course. Izzy, this was all Chiefs in the second half. I've often told the story how I went to Kansas City to watch the Browns and Baker Mayfield in a head-to-head rematch of what would have determined the AFC championship team advancing there during Baker's COVID-shortened season. That stadium gets insanely loud. The Colts put 0 points on in the entire second half, and they choked it away. You know, this was a team with pedigree, experience, coaching, going up against a young upstart team in the Colts. They got talent, but they just don't have the experience, and they were on the road. There was too much to overcome. What did you make of this one?
Yeah, I mean, I've stated it. The Colts lost me a bit of money, only $10, but the payout was a lot more than that. But yeah, I don't understand how they didn't score a single point in the second half. I watched the second half of the game, and me personally, I don't know what happened. They just crumbled down. I don't know if it was a coaching thing. They were giving the ball to Jonathan Taylor. I was expecting during the week that he wouldn't have gone for over at least 120, 100 yards because the Chiefs' run defense is just really good. And they just find a way to choke it. They handed the game to the Chiefs going into overtime. So they even got the ball to start overtime, and they just fumbled it for themselves. Not literally in game, but they fumbled the game for themselves. So that's just very unfortunate, in my opinion.
Missed opportunity, Mike.
Yeah, I was pleased with this game at the time because it kept my ticket alive until Tampa Bay came along. But Daniel Jones couldn't make a play when he needed to and keep them ahead and get them some more points. That's what cost them the game. He's got to get better, or maybe he's just at his limitation. Here's the thing. So much of what he does is based on play action. And when Jonathan Taylor only has, 60 yards, that's not good enough. It doesn't give him the play action threat. And Kansas City's got a good defense. We've seen that at times this year. They played really well. And I think they just didn't put enough points on the board when they needed to. And that's why you need that special quarterback who can create when he has to, like Patrick Mahomes, even though he had a pretty terrible game in terms of touchdowns and interceptions, but he got the yards, he made the plays, he got his team in a position to score. That was what made it.
Yeah, the ratings are different. We were talking about QBR and then the regular QB ratings. In this game, Daniel Jones, 181, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. That was a higher rating than Mahomes' 352 yards, no touchdowns, and an interception. But yeah, I mean, they got it done when it counted, and that pedigree keeps them alive in the postseason race. They're hunting. They're 6-5. You know, there's a lot of teams that are hovering just around that 500 level. And let's jump to one of them next. The Ravens 23-10 victory over the Jets. Jim, Ravens took care of business by 13.
Yeah, 10-23. I mean, it was a blowout, but consequently, the Ravens did not cover the number. They came in at 13.5, and they lost by the hook. You know, a lot of these spreads hook very important. This, you know, if you had the Ravens and you laid the 13.5, of course you're sick. But you know, I had Baltimore on the money line, you know, on my 5-teamer. But this wasn't the game that killed my 5-teamer. It was of course your Browns. But yeah, this game just screamed Baltimore. But you know, that half point killed you if you took the number.
Yeah. Izzy, they're getting a little healthier in Baltimore. Do you think they have what it takes to make some noise in the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good one for the Baltimore Ravens if they find a way to squeak it out through the playoffs. I mean, the regular season and go through the playoffs, and they can make a push depending on Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. I mean, that's the only thing they have to bank on. So, me personally, yeah, 10-23 against Tyrod Taylor, they did pretty well.
Mike Barra.
Jets are just so awful. How can you have that many high picks in the last 10 years and have such a terrible roster? I don't get it. They don't do anything well. And I'm going to say it. I think the Ravens are going to make the playoffs. I think they are going to the playoffs. I think they're going to make it.
They might.
They're playing good enough now. They've won 4 or 5 in a row. It's a very difficult thing to do. Luckily, they play in maybe the worst division in football. So not much more to say about that game than that.
All right, let's talk about Jacksonville Jaguars. Doggone it, this stupid team keeps winning. The Browns own their number 1 overall draft pick in the first round next year, so we need that to be as high as possible. But in overtime, they take down the Arizona Cardinals. Jim.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of information on this game. This was a quasi-corner TV game. The glaring stat on this was teams that played Santa Clara the week before, which the Cardinals did, are 1936 straight up the week after. And the game went pretty much as expected. Although it was a pretty tight game. The Jaguars opened at 2.5. They closed at 2.5. So the Cardinals were a home dog, but the Jaguars covered the spread by half a point. So take the win.
Izzy, Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. I mean, that's a very Jameis-type stat, but it was enough to get it done. Jaguars improved to 7-4 on the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Jaguars' game to lose. And like I said last week, Mike agreed with me, is, in my opinion, the definition of mediocre is Trevor Lawrence, and he showed that 3 for 3, right down the middle, perfect split for interceptions and passing touchdowns. So 27-24 against the Cardinals. The Cardinals, they put up really good fights this year, but I mean, like I said, it's getting later in the season, and you got to establish some kind of win, some kind of morale boost for your team, and you got to do more against a team like the Cardinals, in my opinion. So,
agreed. Atlanta Falcons did enough against the Saints, took them down 24-10.
Brian, I just wanted to say that Trevor Lawrence made a couple of throws, the touchdown throw to put them ahead, I think, with about 2 minutes to play. Mm-hmm. And then in the overtime, he made a great throw to set up the field goal. So, although I agree with you, Izzy, he's 50-50. The reality is he made some really great throws, a couple of really great throws, which is
moments of greatness
talent that he has. You just don't see it consistently, but he made the big throws when he had to, and that's what won that game, pulled it out for the Jags.
That is a fair point, Mike. Who made the throws in this one? Well, it wasn't Michael Penis Jr., who unfortunately is out. It was Kirk Cousins and squad Jim. They took down the Aints in their paper bag masks.
Yeah, division game, definite corner game. Saints came in favored 1.5 in this game, and it closed at 1.5. So there was even money across the board betting either side of this game if you even bothered. Looking at this game, I was strangely enough, I was all over the Saints. I didn't actually pull the trigger on the game. I didn't have this game on my parlay at all. But the Falcons 8-22 straight up on the road. Kirk Cousins a miserable 4-15 straight up in a dome, which is kind of strange because he plays in the dome at home. Saints 4-1 straight up at home versus the Falcons, and they're 7-3 straight up overall versus the Falcons. But the Falcons won the game handily, 24-10. Probably the glaring thing of this game was the over/under was opened at 38.5, and it was bet all the way up to 40.5. So the public expected a lot of points in this game, but If you had the under, you had the correct side.
Izzy, they're without their quarterback in Atlanta, but they got it done. Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, like I said, they have the talent to surround an awesome offense. Tyler Shuck threw for 240 yards off of 43 pass attempts, 30 completions. So, it's not much they could, much more they can do. I'm not. The Bucks are 6-5, and I do believe that. Are they leading the division right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Carolina Panthers lost to the 49ers last night.
Okay. So, yeah, going back to the beginning of the year, like I said, there's some teams that could sneak out wins, like the Panthers, which they've been doing, and the division's up for grabs. So they don't have Michael Penix, they don't have Drake London, but if they get a couple more wins, they can make it work. But like I said, they have the talent for it, in my opinion.
Mike, the fail cons did not fail here.
No, Kirk Cousins, he's a veteran. He's still efficient. He's not a great player. He's never going to be, but he's very efficient. And, he beat the rookie quarterback. So I think that's what it comes down to. They just got a lot better quarterback play, and that mattered.
It did. Talk about quarterback play. Man, did you see the Rams game, the late night game on Sunday? They just launched out of the gate, 31 points in the first half, and just went on cruise control, winning against the Buccaneers, the injured Baker Mayfield in this one, 34-7. Rams improved to 9-2. Bucks fall to 6-5. Jim.
Yeah, Bucks going into this game, 17-6 against the spread on the road. Pretty big number, but the Rams 15-6 against the spread, and Rams when installed as a favorite 7-2 against the spread. I didn't get a chance to really watch this game, but I saw Baker go into the 10 a couple of times, and we talked about this pre-show, and I guess he's still having trouble with that left shoulder, right, Brian?
Yeah, they're playing it close to the vest. Can he play next week? I swear I saw this play out exactly the same way in Cleveland. We'll see how bad the injury is. That one was a torn labrum that he tried to play through. He tried to do that Hail Mary at halftime, and he collapsed. He just went down. That shoulder, it's not his throwing shoulder. It is attached to the thing that's pivoting, and it doesn't matter. You could injure that, and it's going to mess up. It's a teeter-totter on that shoulder line. If one is injured, you're going to have a problem. So, yeah, he's we'll see. Waiting a little bit more confirmation on the injury, exactly how long he'll be out. But it's too bad to see. Obviously, I'm one of the biggest Baker Mayfield fans on earth. Jim, did you have another thought on this one?
No, that's it. Who's Baker's backup, by the way, Brian?
That would be Teddy Bridgewater and his really thick braids. He went 8 of 15 in the game for 62 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Izzy, Baker's injured, unfortunately, but the Rams, man, in your backyard, they look legit.
Yeah, I chose the Rams to win this week, and they did so in a good fashion. I mean, I don't think Baker Mayfield was making that much. When did he get injured? When did they take him out?
It was close before the end of the first half. And
yeah, so
regardless, the 10 came back and they asked him to chuck it 70 yards, and he threw it, and he went, and he just went down, and that arm's just dangling. It's painful. I know that much.
Yeah, so regardless if he played the second half or not, I highly doubt the outcome would have been any different. So, in my opinion, I got the Rams as a top 2 contender for the Super Bowl at the moment, in my opinion, to win it all.
Yeah, they've sort of risen to the top in the NFC, Mike. What did you learn about the Rams?
Well, I learned that they ruined my tickets.
Yeah,
because I thought Tampa could stay competitive, but you really look at the injuries on Tampa's side. They were the walking wounded. They only played 15 guys on defense. 15 guys played and made tackles, and so they were beat up. They couldn't even slow him down. We saw the week before, if you pressure Stafford and contain him, he's not that great. But if you don't pressure him and you just let Sean McVay run all of his exotic stuff and don't really put any pressure on him, he's going to carve you up like a Thanksgiving turkey, and that's what they did. So good for them.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled on the quarterback position over there. I referenced this one a second ago. 49ers took care of business 20-9 over the 6-6 Panthers. Jim?
Yeah, Panthers, Monday night game last night. Panthers going into this game 5-17-1 straight up on the road. Panthers 8-11 against the spread on the road. Purdy real good at home, 14-7 against the spread at home. Favorites of 4 or more were 57-20-1 straight up. This game opened at 6.5 49ers. It closed at 7, so Santa Clara was being bet up slightly. Over under in this game opened at 48.5 and closed at 49. So the number never really touched the over at all. I mean, the total in this game was 29 points. So if you had the under, you were probably happy at halftime.
Exactly. Izzy, were you happy at halftime? Santa Clara 49ers?
I was not happy at all because I do believe that Mac Jones, as much as I hate the 49ers, Mac Jones, I like him a lot, and I do believe he should still be the starter. Well, I mean, like, it's late in the year to start some controversy like that, but 3 interceptions in the first half from Brock Purdy. Even when Mac Jones is playing this year, like I said, coming out of the draft, he played for Alabama. He has certain intangible things that Brock Purdy doesn't have. Bigger frame. He could throw the ball quicker. He could process things faster. He's been in a higher role throughout his whole career, playing under Bill Belichick. So he understands things. That's why he was a first-round pick compared to Brock Purdy being the final pick in the draft. And that shows it's a system quarterback thing. See if you can sit in the pocket, deliver it to the playmakers, make the game easier for you. And Brock Purdy has one of the easiest jobs in the NFL with the talent surrounded around him, and he made it look rough on himself, making some bad decisions in some clean pockets. So I don't know if they're going to think about that. Like I said, it's late in the year to start some controversy, but in my opinion, he had a bad game, and his talent around him, Christian McCaffrey, just carried him on his back. Any other team besides the Panthers are taking advantage of 3 turnovers from the quarterback.
What do you think, Mike? Did the 49ers get lucky in this one?
No, they're better. The Panthers just don't have very many good football players, especially offensively. They don't run the ball that well. They don't throw the ball that well. Bryce Young, the end zone interception was like something out of the Sam Darnold school of bad quarterbacking. I mean, it was terrible. That was a terrible decision, terrible throw. That's one of the disadvantages of a shorter quarterback. Sometimes he doesn't see guys.
Yeah.
There's only been one short quarterback, and I promise I'm not going to mention his name, who's ever really been a great player in this league.
That'd be Brian Sipe.
I don't think it's not Brian Sipe. And I don't know. I just, after last night, I don't think Bryce Young's going to make it. I don't think
Francis Tarkington.
That's not him either. He was over 6 feet. So, I don't know what to say about it, except that if they had a better quarterback, the Panthers had a shot in this game because they have a decent defense. They had picks. I agree with Izzy. I think Mac Jones gives the 49ers a better chance. If the 49ers have been playing a good team yesterday, they would have lost. And they were lucky that they were playing a team that isn't very good and that has a quarterback problem. And 3 is Purdy rusty, or is he still bothered by his injuries mechanically? That's what you got to ask yourself.
Well, Mike, he looked pretty rusty to me.
Seems like he's making mistakes up at his brain, not seeing guys, so that could be rustiness. But you got to think about what you're going to do this year, and Brock can always come back next year. So I agree with his. I'd go with Mac Jones if I was them, but I'm hoping that they don't, and I'd be happy if they don't.
Wow. Of course, the division rival. Happy if they don't make the switch. All right, let's talk about your favorite team, the Seattle Seahawks. This was a lot closer than some expected. 30-24, edging out the Tennessee Titans. Jim.
Yeah, this game opened at 13.5, and it closed at 13.5. I had Seahawks on the money line. They won the game on my parlay, but it wasn't to be with the the Browns playing last week. 30-24 was the final in this game. The over/under was 40.5, so it went well over the total. This game was expected to be a blowout, just based on how the Titans have been playing at home. I mean, they're a miserable 2-11 against the spread at home. There's no way on God's green earth that I would lay the 13.5. With the Seahawks on the road. I don't care who they're playing. I mean, that's just a huge number. But they were good on the money line. Seahawks going into the game 10-1 straight up and 9-2 against the spread on the road. So the only way they fell in this game was, like I said, the point spread.
Izzy, the Seahawks get it done here. Titans put up a fight, though.
Yeah, if I'm right, going into halftime, it was 16-3, and I thought the game was sealed at that point, and the Titans had no room for a comeback. Third quarter and fourth quarter showed completely different. I mean, the Seahawks, they stayed on the pedal. They scored. They matched them in the third, but Cam Ward was making some plays, some really good plays, some cross-the-body throws, and me personally, I didn't watch the game, but I kept up with it on my phone, and I was like, wow, like, you guys were just up by like 13 points, and now the game's ending 30-24. So I don't know. I don't know if this is common with the Seahawks. I don't watch a lot of their games, but I mean, second half theatrics from the Titans to try to come back. It's got to be a question asked. Probably nothing too serious if this isn't common, but yeah, they got to touch up on that part.
Mike, it got tight there toward the end. It was one.
It was early tight. I was never worried about them actually losing the game, but they were in control of the game. The Titans couldn't stop Jackson Smith-Njigba. They couldn't do anything.
Nobody can. That guy's incredible.
Yeah, and Sam Darnold had a very effective game with no major mistakes. There's another play they should have got a touchdown to AJ Barner, and Barner lets it go right through his hands and hit him in the shoulder pad. Almost got picked. A few lucky things. Here's the thing. I bet this game separately. I gave the 13.5. I should have won my bet. They should have won by 20 or more than that. It should have been about 30-10. And it wasn't because they made a lot of mistakes defensively. Now, the Seahawks are down 4 or 5 starters on defense, both starting linebackers, and Julian Love, their best safety, and Jaron Reed, their second best defensive tackle. Those are all issues, and there were a couple other guys out. But, look, you have a 23-3 lead, and you punt the ball and you let them return it 80 yards for a fucking touchdown. I mean, that's amateur hour. And
yeah, but to be fair, that dude is electric. He's a great returner.
Yeah, he had touched the ball 7 or 8 times before that and done very little with it. So the thing is that, look, the only thing I can say that makes any sense to me or could be an excuse is that 10 a.m. games, West Coast teams can be very sluggish, especially in the first half. Usually they wake up in the second half because their body clocks are just not tuned to playing in the morning. I don't know what the Seahawks have been very good at that, though. Since the Pete Carroll era, they've played just fine at 10 a.m. I don't know if they've continued the practices under Mike McDonald or not. I don't know if they didn't arrive till Saturday. Pete used to fly them out on Friday, get everybody used to the East Coast time, play the game on Sunday, and get out of there. I don't know if the Seahawks do that. That's when you see your team making mistakes like that. There's usually, if it's a West Coast team, I usually can attribute it to something like that. But I didn't really see a lot of evidence of that. What I saw was a pretty passive defensive scheme, and the only time they were very successful was when they pressured Ward, because Ward didn't handle the pressure very well. I think they were just afraid he was going to scramble on him, and so I saw a lot of guys standing there doing this and, not going after players. So they let them back into the game, and they shouldn't have done that. And it is something to be concerned about, because they should have played schematically. They should have been better on defense, and they shouldn't. There's no way they should have let Tennessee get 24 points on them, and it ruined my bet. So
Well, you mentioned going across there, playing early morning West Coast team, and it impacting how they practice. Since we always play the playoff theme,
it can be a factor. I'm not saying it was, but it could be.
Practice. Right. If a coach say I miss practice and y'all hear it, then that's that. I mean, I might have missed one practice this year, but if somebody say,
"Are we talking?"
He doesn't come to practice. It can be one practice.
A practice?
Out of all the practices this year,
a game.
That's enough. If I can't practice, I can't practice, man. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I mean, simple as that. It ain't about that.
Ain't about that.
I mean, it's not about that at all. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
hang on, where's it at?
But it's easy to talk about. It's easy to sum it up when you just talk about practice. We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we in here talking about practice.
Well, Coach,
I mean, listen, we talking about practice, not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice, not a game, not the game that I go out there and die for. And
the compilation that I'm setting up is the playoffs practice, playoffs practice, playoffs practice. Those have been combined together for the ultra meme. That's foreshadowing what we'll talk about in a moment. But let's talk about the game, Izzy. Well, we'll get to Izzy in a second here, but this was Izzy's team. They got the win. I can't believe this happened. The Cowboys in the game, not practice, they came back. The Eagles, Jim, what did you make of this one? Cowboys won by 3.
I had this game. I had the Cowboys beating the Eagles in this game. This game opened Eagles favored by 3.5, and it closed at 3.5. 21-24 Cowboys. It wasn't looking good for the Cowboys up until probably the fourth quarter, and they just, they came back and won the game. The glaring stat on this, when Lane Johnson is out, I mean, Jalen Hurts is not Jalen Hurts without Lane Johnson on that offensive line. And Lane Johnson was probably valued at 3 points in this game, just him being out. I mean, Hurts is now 5-10 straight up without having Lane Johnson in front of him. And
he played okay, 27 of 39, 1 touchdown, no interception, 2 rushing touchdowns. He wasn't awful, but not a lot through the air.
But Prescott 19-0 straight up versus his own division at home.
That's crazy.
I mean, that's a huge number. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And because of the Lane Johnson stat and because of that stat that, Prescott is just so good at home, it just screamed Cowboys. So, I had the Cowboys and I went ahead and took the 3.5 on my parlay, but, it wasn't to be. Thanks for your quarterback, Brian.
You're welcome for that. Yeah. Maybe he has a future in this league. We'll see. Izzy joined our live stream of that quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, the end of that game, and we rolled over to watch this one. Izzy, wow. Izzy was doing play-by-play on this one as it was unfolding, and it was crazy. I loved the effort from, I forget the guy's name on the Eagles. He got knocked on his ass 2 or 3 times, and he worked his way around all the way to knock the ball out, causing the fumble, the recovery, which led to the touchdown. Like, effort from the Cowboys. It's something that maybe hasn't been on this team throughout the season like it was on display Sunday, is he?
Yeah, it was one of our rookies. I still haven't looked his name up, but he did a tremendous job causing that fumble. He didn't give up on the play, hit the guy, kept running, hit him, the long snapper, recovered the fumble. So it was a really good thing. Unfortunately, we didn't come up with any points that drive.
Oh, but, sorry, I mistook that. I said they scored after that, but my bad.
Yeah, and I mean, we just weren't locked in for the first quarter and a half that we were playing. I mean, Jalen Hurts was playing his game, getting the ball to A.J. Brown, getting the ball to his playmakers, and it just didn't seem like it was going to go our way. I mean, 21-0 leading into the end of the second half, and we scored a touchdown. And credit to our defense. I mean, like, we caused 2 fumbles, and I mean, with the addition of Quinn Williams, I don't know if you guys watched the game, but Namarion Overshown, the guy I was telling you guys about, he's a difference maker. He's all around the field. He played in the slot, guarding Devonta Smith a few times, keeping Jalen Hurts from gaining a lot more yards. Saquon Barkley getting checked down passes. He's there. I mean, he's a ball hawk. He gets to where the ball is as fast and as soon as possible and makes tackles. And our D-line, the addition of Quinn Williams, last week we held Ashton Genty to 7 yards, and this week we led Saquon Barkley to 10 carries and 22 yards. That should show that our D-line is a lot better with Quinn Williams. He's playing phenomenal football on a 500 football team. I mean, he's used to losing, and Dak Prescott, he's just making it work. I mean, George Pickens, in my opinion, in this season is way better than CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb could have sold us the game again. He dropped an easy catch for an NFL wide receiver. Ball went through his chest like you're a kid, and they tell you don't catch with your chest, catch with your hands, and he did it with his arms and hands, and it just went straight through. So George Pickens was targeted 9 times, 9 catches, 146 yards. CD 11 targets and 4 catches. I mean, that shows. So either way, I mean, the Cowboys, they had a phenomenal team win to come back. Dak Prescott played. Dak Prescott's a brand of football, and I mean, George Pickens led offense at this point, and our defense is looking absolutely turned around, especially against defending Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, it is. The Eagles are always inflated, you know, when they go in and play Dallas. I mean, Dallas, people don't realize, you know, just because the Eagles won a Super Bowl, Dallas is 7-1 straight up and against the spread at home versus the Eagles. I mean, they gear up for the Eagles, and they play them and they beat them in Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, respectively, week 1, we should have beat him, but CeeDee Lamb, he had some drop passes just like he did this game. I think he has like 9 drop passes throughout the 2 games, and it's just out of this world. Some of the passes just wide open. It was like 4 at least wide open passes that he just threw the hands and through the chest, and he has to work on it. So, like I said, it was a great win by the team.
Mike, this was one of the better games of the week.
Yeah, all credit to Dak. Dak willed them over the finish line in that game. I used to think Dak was not good enough to win a Super Bowl with, but I now will revise that. He is good. He is a good player.
He is good.
And he has a will to win that I didn't really know that he possessed before. And I think if you put a good enough team around him, he could win. CeeDee Lamb, like Amari Cooper before him when he played in Dallas, is the most overrated receiver in football. He played like a coward. He alligator-armed a couple of passes because he was afraid he was going to get hit. And this is the modern NFL. You don't even get hit anymore across the middle, CeeDee. So I agree with you. George Pickens is great. Although I saw some stuff about, George Pickens is the best receiver in football. I'm like, well, no, he's no. But he's good, and he should be the number 1. He should be the number 1 receiver in Dallas. They should pay him. They didn't pay him. Did they pay him? Is he?
No, we haven't paid him yet. They said they're going to start contract talks during the offseason once the season's over.
I would pay him, and I still don't understand why the Steelers let him go when they had him for 1 more year. I'd put him and DK together and let Aaron Rodgers do his thing. But, you know, the Cowboys have him now. And this is a game that the Cowboys refused to give up on. They were down, 21-3, 21-7?
21-7 going into halftime.
21-7, and everybody thought the game was over. I mean, I think we were texting back and forth, and I was saying, well, you know, so much for the Cowboys' comeback. But their defense is much improved with some guys coming back from injury and the new players they brought in.
Overshown, he's a factor. He's all around the field.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, you gotta think positive about the Cowboys now. They have a shot at a wild card, and that was a big win for them. And I was waiting for the Eagles to fall on their faces a little bit. You know, they played it smart. They shut down the running game, and they made Jalen Hurts beat him through the air. And although he passed pretty well, 289 yards was a good game, only 1 touchdown. So they just said, look, Jalen Hurts is going to have to beat us through the air, and he couldn't. So here we are. Good game for the Cowboys.
I think they said that if the Cowboys lost, they were only going to have a 3% chance at the playoffs.
Yeah, playoff.
And this is a division one as well, so I mean that just helps out a lot more.
Oh, of course, absolutely. All right, we have one game left here. This is the Cleveland Browns improving to 3-8 on the year, beating the.
Now let's skip this game. Nobody cares about the Browns.
Corner TV game.
All right. Hush in the peanut gallery. Hush, quiet use. Look, I want to talk about this game because Shedeur. Oh, by the way, Marion said that's the Dak Prescott I like, not the other Dak who shows up sometimes.
Yeah.
And that is the thing with Dak. He can be phenomenal and he can
Bizarro
be
Dak. If you're a Superman fan, the Bizarro
Dak. I like that. Well, look, we got to see our first chance of Shedeur Sanders as a starting quarterback. He finally got first-team reps with the practice. First time all year. And yes, what did I just say? He just got reps in practice.
Yeah.
Practice?
Listen, we talking about practice. Not a game, not a game.
We gave him the friggin' game. In my opinion, that sucked.
The game.
Not a game.
We threw that game.
We talking about practice.
Don't talk about playoffs.
Practice?
Playoffs?
I like this match.
Practice, man.
Playoffs?
We talking about practice.
Playoffs?
We talking about practice. We ain't talking about the game.
I just hope we can win a game.
We talking about practice.
Oh, I've been waiting to do that. Thank you for indulging me in that one. But anyway,
Brian, when Alan did that interview, he admitted he was like a 0.18 blood alcohol when he did that.
Oh, did he
was drunk? He was drunk when he did that.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in
That's
bed.
hilarious.
I
That's
wouldn't
hilarious.
be super surprised by it. But look, Shedeur finally got first-team reps in practice. Talking about a game, not a game, talking about practice, man. So Shedeur came out and he did what needed to be done. I don't get the hate for the kid. He's asked a leading question by the sideline reporter. What do you want to say to the people out there that are watching you play for the first time? Get in the first round. What do you have to say? That I'm the one you've been waiting for. Let's go. He's always smiling. He's having a good time. The rest of the team seems to be having a good time. Myles Garrett, perhaps the best pass rusher in NFL history. On that long throw for damn near the touchdown to Isaiah Bond, it stalled out at the 1 yard line, I think. I give Shedeur credit for that as a touchdown, by the way. It's not an official stat, but
Lawrence.
I mean, he had a 50-something yard
Lawrence
bomb
Taylor.
for nearly a touchdown. I liked what I saw. A lot of 3-and-outs, but Shedeur, he threw it away when he needed to. He didn't spin around and play whirling dervish backwards 17 yards and take the long sack. That's kind of what he's been doing. He looks comfortable kind of moving laterally in the pocket. I like seeing it. This was the most exciting Browns offense I've watched all year. Granted, it was against the Raiders. I understand I'm tempering that a little bit. But, gentlemen, if you're not watching the Cleveland Browns defense, you're watching something generational and something unique. They are rabid. I know this was just the Raiders, but Myles has, I forget the number, it's 13 sacks in 4 games, 2 games. I got to double check the numbers. It's off the charts.
Well, you had 3 sacks and 4
playing
tackles.
like they're possessed, Mike.
He had 3 sacks and 4 tackles for loss in that game. In one game. That's 7 plays behind the line of scrimmage. That's unbelievable. You must be going against the scrub tackle.
But he's done it 3-4 games in a row. He's set to obliterate the single season record. He set his own single season record with 6 games left in the. It's unlike what I've seen. Please just watch type in or do the all. What is it? The all what? All 34, 24. What's the number?
All 22.
All 22. Yeah, I don't watch it, but watch the Browns defense. It is a sight to behold. But then it got really weird at the end. This is the betting angle. They didn't kick the field goal from the 28-yard line with very little time left in the game, and I guess that would have put them over the over.
Very.
Instead, they punted.
Sus. Very sus, and there's a lot of blowback. We're going to talk about it on Toxically Masculine Tuesday tonight. A lot of people think they did that because of the betting line. And Trump also made some interesting comments about the Giants game and them not kicking a field goal this week. And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe we're going to get some truth about fixed games in the NFL coming up. I don't know.
But
well, let me just say this, since I can't be there with you on TMT this tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, Toxically Masculine Tuesday. Let me just say, from the Browns fan perspective, take this one sentence back to them. Well, maybe a sentence or two. The Cleveland Browns invent new ways to lose and snatch defeat from the jaws of victory every year. I could envision a world where they attempt a field goal, it gets blocked in return for a touchdown, onside kick, recovery, Hail Mary. Now you're in overtime and you find a way to lose in overtime. If you punt it, you don't risk that potential block return for a touchdown and then give them the chance for an onside. I sort of understand it, but what is the net gain to a punt? If you're not going to kick it for that reason, just go for it. Do the wild dog.
Past the 40-yard line.
It was at the 28-yard line. 28-yard line. Like
at the 28, why not just run the ball and go for it and use the clock? I don't know.
And by the way, if you're not aware, the Browns are running a version of the Wildcat offense where they direct snap to Quinshon Judkins. He did that for 2 touchdowns. Direct snap, wild dog, Wildcat offense, 2 touchdowns. Why not do that in that situation? Fine. Super weird. But anyway, that's my take on TMT if you want to bring that back to him. It's just we've been burned on every blocked kick, special teams fiasco, onside recovery, Hail Mary flag on the play. Like, I guess they didn't want to risk that because we had the game won. Why risk it? But it's super weird. I agree. Jim, what did you make of that? And anything else in this game?
Yeah, that's very, it's like Mike said, that's respect. I mean, a lot of coaches, are at the end of the game, they don't want to embarrass, especially if it's an interdivision game. This is not an interdivision game. The Browns could give a rat's ass about the Raiders. If they've got a chance to put extra points on the board, you go ahead and put extra points on the board. What you guys are saying is absolutely correct. I mean, the over-under opened at 37.5. It was bet down to 36.5.
Yeah.
The game hits on 34. So, do the Chinese arithmetic, If they kick the field goal, the game goes over. It goes over 36.5.
Yeah.
There's guys screaming, tearing up tickets like Mike was doing, on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But
until Tampa played, then I was.
It's just ridiculous. This game opened at 3. It was bet up to 3.5 Raiders, and it was bet further up to 4. And the reason it was bet up to 4 was because going into this game, quarterbacks making their first career start with the Cleveland Browns, and this is exclusively with the Cleveland Browns since 1999, since they reformed the football team. 0-17 straight up in the game. 4-13 against the spread. Even as bad as the Raiders were and are, this game screamed to go ahead and bet the Raiders. And on top of that, the Browns were 0-10 against the spread their last 10 road games. 0-10. And you're playing a rookie quarterback who's having his first start. It screamed Raiders, and there was just a lot of people tearing up tickets.
Yeah,
that's all I got to say. And I was coming home visiting my ex-partner, and I could see Allegiant Stadium, and a couple of miles down the road, and just it killed it. It cost me money. This game cost me money, so I'll admit it. I mean,
I've never seen a punt from the other 28 in my lifetime. I've never seen.
I had a 5-team parlay and
weird one.
Yeah, that's the only game that killed my ticket.
Izzy, what did you make of this? I mean, Shador has been the talk of the league for, since the draft, really trying to figure out, is he the best quarterback in the draft? Well, no, that's Cam Ward. Okay, well, he'll be number 2 off the board. He slipped to the 5th round. It's the Shador love is a little weird. The Shador hate's a little weird. Maybe it's people just looking to grab an angle on the story. He's cocky. He's confident. I don't know, man. He's a quarterback. I'm rooting for him. He's smiling, and he made a couple of really nice plays, and he looks way more like a starting NFL quarterback with potential the potentiality of being a long-term starting quarterback than Dylan Gabriel did. And it's a dude that needs a bunch of reps. Give him some reps. What did you make of this?
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you. Dylan Gabriel, he's gotten all the reps, all the first team reps.
Yeah.
He's been handed it, the playbook, literally handed the playbook to him. And I said it in your stream, like in the fourth quarter when I tuned in, just Shadur Sanders has the things that Dylan Gabriel doesn't have. He has a bigger frame. He has a bigger motor, can make plays, roll out, make guys miss, has a way bigger arm. That pass to Isaiah Bond, that doesn't get completed by Dylan Gabriel. They probably don't even draw that play up. They probably do, and he just looks the other way. He's just an outlier. And Shadur Sanders makes that pass. So in my opinion, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say the sky's the limit. We have to see more, but 100% if he gets more reps in practice and more in-game NFL experience, then yeah, 100. They'll make him he'll become a better quarterback. He just has to learn. Do I stay in the pocket longer, or is this guy going to do this? What's my receivers going to do? It's just getting on the first page with what the whole NFL is seeing, and they could do a lot better. And luckily, they're starting him again. There was some question if they were going to start Dylan or Shadur, and I'm glad they went that way. So yeah, just give him the reps and see how he works. I mean, this is the Browns' future, and if they mess it up, I mean, spending a first round on quarterback next year, maybe they could get another guy that could be better. So
offensive line and wide receiver.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully we can see something happen here with Shadur.
I think the Browns have 0 offensive linemen under contract for next year.
Listen, we talking about.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah, so it'd be great to see Shadur get some more reps in practice, Mike Barra.
Yeah, Shadur did good enough and played well and made some plays and showed his upside potential and showed why I wanted the Seahawks to draft him. As he kept sliding, I'm like, this is the guy they should take. I know he's got all the noise around him and Dion and all that shit, but
good
the
work.
reality is he's got some talent and he has a penchant for making big plays and big moments, and I think that's really important. So I think that's the guy they ought to hitch their cart to. But other people were saying, Stefanski really doesn't want him and really doesn't want him to succeed and really has made it hard on him. Other people have said, no, this is exactly the way they should have done it. Redshirt him for a year and tell him you're going to redshirt because you're not ready yet. But he's looking like he might be ready, and there's going to be some ups and some downs. So let's just play him. He's got way more upside than Dylan Gabriel. So, you may as well let him play.
Yeah, one more thing to add on is I don't want to say if you guys keep up with basketball, but Shadur Sanders isn't any Luka Doncic, but the question for Luka Doncic was that he's too fat. He can't. He's too slow. He doesn't play any defense. And like you said, Shadur, a lot of people are like, oh, he's probably too cocky. He's too self-centered. He's all this personality-wise. In my opinion, if you do go out and give me 210 yards a game, 2 touchdowns, and lead your team to a win, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, it doesn't matter what you're saying that much off the field to the press. If you're, oh, yeah, I knew I was going to go out there and win. I mean, it's whatever. If you're an NFL team and you want to win games and you have a quarterback that can win you games, then I just say go with the quarterback that can win you games at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's why.
And, one thing, too, Chip Kelly lost his job. He got fired. And another offensive assistant. And, this is typical Pete Carroll. Pete's always got a teacher's pet, and he's always got a scapegoat. And Chip Kelly was a scapegoat. The guy that should be fired is Pete Carroll, because Pete is done. He's toast. He's cooked. He's not an NFL head coach anymore. And he's the one who put the staff together. So how is it not the head coach's responsibility? And I think right now he's just living on borrowed time because, Al Davis Jr. doesn't want to look, or whatever. Is it Al Davis Jr.? What's his? Is it Mark Davis? No, Mark Davis. Just doesn't want to look like an idiot who's fired his head coach for the 4th time in 5 years. It's going to be, but the end is near, and Geno Smith, the end is near. That's one of the worst performances you're ever going to see. And yeah, the Browns have a great defense, and Geno made it worse. So And he flips off the fans. It's like, got to have a little self-control, Gino. And that's one of the reasons why I never liked the guy. I didn't want him to be the quarterback for the Seahawks.
The end is
I'm
near.
glad he's in Vegas now. I'm glad he's Vegas' problem. But I feel bad.
Sheriff is near.
Yeah, I was really hoping, because the Seahawks and the Raiders are supposed to play next year. I was really hoping they were going to play in the regular season here in Vegas, and I could go and watch my Seahawks beat up on Pete Carroll and Gino, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get that chance because neither one of them is going to be here.
Yeah, they may not make it. Speaking of may not make it, today is going to be an abbreviated show because we are under a crunch. It's Turkey week, so instead of doing a Tuesday, Thursday, we're trying to cram it all in here. So here's what I'm thinking. Gentlemen, I want to make our picks real fast. And then with the time left over, let's get to all of the betting trends. Sound good with everyone? Really fast, make our picks?
Sure. I'd like to get the betting trends before I make my picks, but I'll just go ahead and make them anyway. So,
but we could. No.
You can always, change them. You can change them later, Mike.
No. I get where he's like, no, I want to. That's why you're doing so good. You keep looking at the.
Well, I pay attention to what Jim tells me. Yeah, I pay attention.
Well, that's fair. It wouldn't.
Accurate. I was 9-5 last week, which is pretty weak. Let me share.
Yeah, I was 9-5 as well. No, I like this. The one thing, Jim, you want to go caveman style and show us what we got? What were you last week? 9-5, Mike?
I was 9-5 last week. I am now 115-63 for the season. I'm going to whip through these. All right, Thursday games, Thanksgiving games, Packers, Lions. I don't like the Packers, but I really don't like the way the Lions are playing. It's a Thursday game. Yeah, I know I must be logged in. I am logged in.
Give it the old refresh.
You want me to go, Brian?
I got it. Packers over the Lions. Chiefs, Cowboys. Tough game. I like the way the Cowboys are playing. They're playing at home. I like them to win that game, squeak it out. Cincinnati at Baltimore, not going against Baltimore. They're going to go to 7-5. Chicago, Philadelphia. I really do like Chicago, but they're on the road. They're playing Philly. Good teams, as Jim always says, bounce back. And I think that they're gonna handle Chicago. Although I think it's going to be a good game. Arizona at Tampa Bay. God, Tampa just because they're at home. Jets, Falcons. I'm going to take the Falcons because the Jets are terrible. Houston and Indianapolis. This is a good game. This is an important game. I got to go with the defense. I got to think that they're going to fully upset here. Jacksonville, Tennessee. The Jags are going to beat them. Raiders at Carolina. I hate to say it, Rams at Carolina. Rams quite easily because Bryce Young. New Orleans at Miami. Crummy game of the week. Who cares? Miami's a little better. I'll take them. Cleveland at San Francisco. I'm going to pick your Browns. I'm going to say you can beat this team with your defense. You can hold into a very low-scoring game like 16-14 or something like that. Minnesota at Seattle. That should be an easy game for the Seahawks. It's, the Vikings are not good. Buffalo at Pittsburgh. I like Pittsburgh to bounce back from an unfortunate defeat. Last week, Aaron Rodgers will come back. Vegas at LA. I got to go with the Chargers. Denver at Washington. I don't know how they're 10-2, but I got to go with Denver. They're the better team. New York at New England. Easy. That's New England. You got a lot of teams with, I think, inflated records, but they keep winning. They keep getting it done. So give them credit.
Yeah, there's a lot of 500-ish teams that are just kind of sitting around.
There's a lot of 500 teteams that are 8-3, 9-2, and 10-2. I mean, they're maybe not 500 teams, but they're 65% teams.
Right.
So they're in the 80s. So yeah, it's interesting.
All right, Izzy, do you want to do your caveman style? Let's get Izzy's picks for this coming week. So how many games are on Thursday? We got, what is it, three on Thursday?
Yeah, 3.
I'm looking forward to it. Izzy went blank. I don't know what's going on there.
Jim can go caveman style.
Yeah, one second. I'm just turning my screen around.
Okay, we'll get that. And then it'll need to be reversed as well.
Yeah, I know.
There we go. Oh, there we are.
All right.
Brad Robinson, who is sitting on the leaderboard 95 and 83 on the year.
Yeah, so I went, I think 8-7 last week, something like that. So I'm gonna take the Lions over the Packers, Cowboys, Chiefs. I'm gonna take my Cowboys, Bengals, and Baltimore. I'm gonna take Bengals. I'm gonna take Bengals on that one. Bears, Eagles. I'm gonna take the Eagles just because the Bears are in the wild card spot. Cardinals, Bucks. I'm gonna take the Buccaneers. Falcons, Jets. Falcons, Houston, Indianapolis. I'm gonna take the Colts. I do believe that the Texans defense and their D line is actually really, really good. It's just they're gonna try to run the ball, and if the run game doesn't work, then it's the Texans football game. Jags, Titans. I'm gonna take the Titans. I'm gonna take them to win. Dolphins, Saints. I'm gonna take the Fins. Rams, Panthers, Rams. Browns, 49ers. I'll take the Browns. Let's see what Shedeur can do. Seattle, Vikings, Seattle, Chargers, Raiders. Hopefully the Chargers can win. Steelers, Buffalo. Is Aaron Rodgers coming back or not?
I don't know.
You guys know?
I believe he's expected to play. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take the Steelers just because the DBs aren't that good for the Steelers, but Josh Allen's really not throwing anybody special. Broncos, Redskins, I'm going to take the Broncos, and Giants, Patriots, I got to take the Patriots.
Yes, Rodgers expected to play against the Bills. Right. Thank you for the picks. Jim, who you got on Caveman Cam?
Caveman good?
Caveman bueno.
Caveman bueno.
So easy, even a Jim can do it.
Thursday game, I'll go ahead and take the Lions. They're pretty dominant at home against Green Bay. I got Dallas beating the Chiefs. I think Dallas is on a roll. The Chiefs are not that good of a football team, and Dallas is very strong at home. I'll go ahead and take the Ravens. I'm not crazy about the spread on this. If I was to give the point, or go ahead and take the points, I would take the Bengals in this. I can't see them playing Burrow. If they do, I think they're crazy. I'll go ahead and take the Eagles to bounce back. Same argument Mike had against the Bears. I'll go ahead and take the Buccaneers. The Cardinals are just ass this year. The Jets. Miserable weather in East Rutherford, New Jersey. The Falcons do not play well in lousy weather. I'll go ahead and take the Jets to just win this game outright.
Wow.
I will take Baltimore to beat Houston, and I will take this is probably my upset pick of the week. I'll go ahead and take Tennessee to beat the Jaguars. The Jaguars are game time temperature is supposed to be in the 40s in Nashville. The Jaguars do not play well in cold weather. I think they're 0-18 straight up, and we'll get to that later in weather in the 40s. I'll take the Rams for the same argument that Mike has, over the Panthers. Bryce Young is not going to be able to see over his offensive line in this game. I'll go ahead and take Miami against the Saints. The Saints are just a bad football team. I'm going to go with Cleveland over Santa Clara this week. Miserable game. I think 38 degrees, rain and sleet in Cleveland at the time. Brock Purdy has small hands. He's going to be dropping the football. I will take the Seahawks to annihilate the Vikings. I'll take Buffalo to bounce back. Buffalo is a below average football team this year, but I think they squeak it out against the Steelers. I'll take San Diego to beat Oakland. They will manhandle the Oakland Raiders. I'll take the Donkeys over the Redskins, and and I will take the Patriots. New York had a real good game last week. I think that there's probably going to be some over betting on the Giants this week, so I will go ahead and take New England to beat the Giants. And I don't know if Ramondre's coming back this week. He
was back in the last game. He didn't get as many carries.
Oh, he did play?
Travion. Yes, he did play. It was a limited. It was not 50-50. It was 66% Travion.
I didn't talk to his moms last week, so I wasn't sure.
All right. Well, there's time this week to get the inside scoop. All right, let's go and throw mine up on the screen, the NFL Game Picker. I'm a couple of games back on the leaderboard. I am sitting at 112-66. Mike is at 115-63. Jim, you said you're tied with Mike, or you're one behind two?
Yeah, Mike and I are tied, 115-63. Imagine that.
All right. Well, congrats on that. Plenty of
two-time champ is in trouble.
Yes, plenty of season left. If I have something to say about it, I went 9-5 on the week. Not my strongest performance, but it was okay, I suppose. Anyway, let's go to week 13, and I will make my picks. I'm picking the Lions at home, Turkey Day. Come on, nobody beats the Lions at home on Turkey Day, or at least they shouldn't. Same with Dallas. Dallas is the better team. Kansas City, I mean, the NFL really wants their golden child in there, but Cowboys beat America's team. I just think the Cowboys are getting better at the right time. I don't think Kansas City has enough firepower. I think because Joe Burrow comes back and because Baltimore has not been what they've traditionally been over the past couple decades, I'm picking Cincinnati on the road in an upset. Joe Burrow is going to come back with some willpower and some focus. Go Joe. Philadelphia is going to edge out the Bears. Tampa's going to get the win. This one's going to be tough. Will Baker play? Will he not play? And if he does, will he be effective? Time will tell. I'm not entirely certain if they've made a determination on that. I don't think they have. Atlanta's better than the Jets, so I'll pick them. I'm going to say Houston. That defense, I watched what the Browns can do on defense. It wrecks teams that we play. I know our record hasn't shown much, but our offense has been miserable under Dylan Gabriel, different under Shador. I mean, we'd be in the hunt right now if we had competent, adequate, middle-of-the-road offense. And I think Houston is capable of that, whether they have C.J. Mills again or whether they go to C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills. I'm confusing.
Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud, yeah.
There we go. You know who I'm talking about. Regardless, I'm picking Houston. Jacksonville, better than Tennessee. Even in the weather, I think they'll get it done. The Rams are going to beat the Panthers. Dolphins over the Saints. Cleveland is going to get the win here. I really think we could win out and go 9-8. I'm that crazy. And that defense is that doggone good. So I'm picking the Browns at home in shitty weather. Seattle should steamroll the Vikings, who are not, they're a shell of their former selves. Buffalo is a better team than Pittsburgh, and they're going to prove it. Chargers, that'll be a cakewalk. Denver, 9-2, something to play for. They're going to get the win. And this one's going to be a tough one, but I think New England will edge them out, fellas. So those are my picks for this week. All right, so we have a limited amount of time. I'm going to give it to Jim. Give us as much as you can on the trends for this upcoming week.
Okay, we'll go through this real quick. Mike, I emailed that to you. Can you bring it up?
I'll share. I got them. I'll share. There we go.
Yes, and by the way, at the bottom of the screen, we're showing the social media accounts to follow: Mike Barra, Seahawk Boy Mike B, and Mike Barra 333 on X. Make sure you hit up TNAM Football for Strictly Football, as well as the Unhappy Hour _, for the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, and at American _media _ for the New American Media. As Izzy also has one, RYELEZ. He doesn't use it a lot. He doesn't tag us. He doesn't retweet much. He doesn't heart a lot. Maybe he could get more involved than nothing this week. That's our challenge to Izzy. We'll see if he's got something in him. That's the challenge thrown down, the gauntlet to you, Mr. Ezrael Robinson. But Jim Mitchell, let's see what you got. Oh, Mike was putting it up on the screen. Let me pull it.
Oh, did I not? I did share. Yeah, I'm
sharing.
Yeah,
let me click on that. There we go. All right. I think we can go this way. Perfect. That's how we want it. All right.
Okay, a lot of stats this week. Every team is playing this week. There's no days off. We got three Thursday games. Packers and Lions, the first game, Lions opened at 2.5. As far as I know, they're still 2.5 point favorite. Packers are 19-6 against the spread as a dog of 3 points or more. The Lions are 44-15 straight up. They are 18-11 against the spread. Lions are 29-12 against the spread at home. The Lions are 3-2 straight up at home versus the Packers the last 5 years. And they are 7-2 straight up overall versus the Packers in the last 9 games. Jared Goff is 39-15 against the spread indoors. Teams that play overtime on Sunday. This is a obscure stat here. This applies to the Lions. Teams that play overtime on Sunday, then play on Thursday, are only 4-24 against the spread. So that's a big number to look at in this game. And the Lions historically are not that successful on Thanksgiving. I'm just putting it out there.
So everything says Lions, therefore I'm taking the Packers.
Right. I'm kind of with you on this, Mike. Next game on Thanksgiving, the Chiefs are favored by 3 points over the Cowboys. I don't really understand this number. I think it's overinflation on the part of the Chiefs. Chiefs are 6-4 against the spread. Patrick is 30-14-1 straight up as a favorite of 3 or fewer points or an underdog. If this game goes to 2.5 or 2, the Chiefs are 23-10-1 straight up when favored by less than 3 points. The Frog is 17-2 straight up indoors. The Chiefs teams, this is the second time this stat applies this week. Teams that play overtime on Sunday, then play on Thursday, are 4-24 against the spread. That's a big number, and that's probably the reason I like the Cowboys in this game. Teams that play overtime on Sunday, then play on the road on Thursday, which breaks it down a little bit more, are 4-16 straight up, and also against the spread. So if they're on the road and they played overtime on Sunday, and then they have to play Thursday. The Cowboys are 21-9 straight up at home. They're 4-1 against the spread as a dog this year. The Cowboys are 6-18-1 straight up as a dog the last couple of years. This is a glaring stat also. This is kind of strange. Rookie head coaches, which Schottenheimer is, are 13-24 against the spread their first Thursday night game since 2015. The evening game, Bengals, Ravens. Ravens are a 7-point favorite. Game time weather, 49 degrees and partly cloudy. If Joe Burrow plays, he's 18-8-1 against the spread after the Bengals lose a game. Joe Burrow is 18-2 against the spread as a dog of 3 points or more. He's 14-7 straight up as an away dog. History between these two teams. This is AFC Central game. The Bengals are 1-3 straight up at versus the Ravens in Baltimore, and they are 3-6 straight up overall versus the Ravens. Bengals are 3-19 straight up on Thursday, Sunday, and Monday night. The Ravens are 4-7 against the spread in 2025. Lamar is 29-11 straight up. The Ravens are 97-31 straight up at home as a favorite. But Lamar Jackson is only 23-28 against the spread as a home favorite. And he's 10-12 straight up as a favorite of 7 points or more. Favorites of 4 points or more are 63-22-1 straight up. Home favorites of 7+ points are 6, and 13 against the spread in primetime night games. So that's an important stat there. So that would favor the Bengals. This is I guess this is a weird Friday Amazon game. The Bears at the Eagles. Eagles are a 7-point favorite. Philadelphia, it's going to be 43 degrees and sunny at game time. Bears are 20-34 straight up. Bears are 8-24 straight up on the road. The Eagles are 21-11 against the spread. Jalen Hurts is 20-1 straight up as a home favorite. That's a big number.
Yeah.
But Jalen Hurts is only 5-10 straight up without Lane Johnson. The Eagles are 5-1 straight up versus teams with winning records, and favorites of 4 points or more are 63-22-1 straight up. This favorites of 4 points or more, I don't know if you noticed, but that trend is going up. They're winning the game more often than not.
Got it. Mike, is there a second page on this one?
Yes. And a third.
Yes. All right. Rams, Panthers.
Okay, Rams, Panthers. The Rams opened as a 10.5-point favorite over the Panthers. Game time temperature 50 degrees, and they're expected to get rain in Charlotte on Sunday. Rams are 16-6 against the spread. Rams are 8-2 against the spread as a favorite. They are 8-0 against the spread as a road favorite. So that's a huge number. And they are 9-1 against the spread on the road. Favorites of 4 or more, 63-22-1. Double-digit favorites, double-digit game, 15-14 against the spread. 50-50 against the spread. But if you like the Rams on the money line, 28-3 straight up. Panthers, teams that play Santa Clara the week before, 19-37 straight up the week after. Teams that played on Monday Night Football, this is Mike's stat. The week before are 10-15 straight up, and they are 7-17-1 against the spread the week after. So, Panthers on a short week. Santa Clara favored 6.5 over Brian's Browns. This is going to be a weather game. 38 degrees, and they're expecting rain and sleet in Cleveland at game time. Going to be a cold game, going to be a wet game. 49ers 7-3 straight up versus teams with a losing record. Favorites of 4 points or more are 63-22-1 straight up. And again, teams that played on Monday Night Football the week before are 10-15 straight up, and they are 7-17-1 against the spread the week after. I like the Browns, and I like 6.5 in this game. I'll go ahead and take the 6.5 and the Browns. Texans and Colts. Colts opened as a 4.5-point favorite. Texans are 1-12 against the spread as a dog after a win as a dog. It's kind of a strange stat, but it's held up the last 13 games. Texans are 3-5 straight up and against the spread versus teams with winning records. Texans are 3-2 straight up versus the Colts at Indianapolis, and they are 4-5-1 straight up overall versus the Colts the last 5 years. So kind of 50-50 as far as a heads-up match. But Texans 1-12 against the spread as a dog after a win as a dog. It's kind of a weird stat, but that's held up. Colts are 7-1 against the spread versus the AFC. They're 7-4 against the spread this year. Favorites of 4 points or more are 63-22-1 straight up. Saints at Dolphins. Dolphins are a 5.5-point home favorite. I think that's probably the most points the Dolphins have been favored this year. 79 degrees and thunderstorms in Miami on Sunday. Saints dome team. Saints are 2-7 against the spread as a dog. Tua 4-10 straight up. Dolphins are 3-5 against the spread at home. They are 9-22 against the spread as a home favorite. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1 straight up. Falcons and Jets. This is the ultimate corner TV game of the week. Falcons, 2.5 point favorite over the Jets. 47 degrees and rain in this game. Doesn't bode well for the Falcons. I don't understand the number. Falcons are 9-22 straight up on the road. The Jets are 7-17 against the spread when the spread is between +3 or -3. The Jets are 5-2 against the spread as a dog. Kind of like the Jets in this game, even though the Jets are a bad football team. I hate betting bad team versus bad team, but if I had to, I'd just go ahead and take the points in the Jets. Cardinals at the Buccaneers. This is an unknown Baker game, as Brian said. Buccaneers are still favored by 3 points. Tampa, weather in Tampa Sunday, 82 degrees and rain. Cardinals are 25-10 against the spread on the road overall. The last 35 games they've played. Buccaneers are 14-5 straight up as a home favorite. I don't care who plays quarterback. Teddy Bridgewater is a moderate to good quarterback as a backup. I'd go ahead and lay the 3 and take the Bucs. Jaguars -6.5 against the Titans. Nashville supposed to be 45 degrees and rain at game time. The Jaguars historically 2-2 straight up versus the Titans in Nashville, and they are 5-4 straight up versus the Titans. Division game, they're familiar with each other. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1 straight up. Big stat in this game. The Jacksonville Jaguars, guys, are 1-18 straight up when the temperature is under 50 degrees. And that's a hardball stat right there. 1-18. Florida teams do not play well when it's cold out.
Yeah.
Titans are 7-21 against the spread, and they are 3-11 against the spread at home. Not for nothing, the Titans have been playing a little bit better each week as it goes. I would go ahead. Don't like the game on a parlay, but Titans look kind of tasty getting 6.5 in this game. Screen number 3, Mike. There we go. Vikings at our Seahawks. Seahawks are favored by 10.5 in this game. Temperature 48 degrees game time and cloudy. Vikings are 4-4 against the spread as a road. They are 4-2 against the spread when a dog of 4 or more points. The Seahawks are only 5-9 against the spread at home. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1. Double-digit favorites are 15-14 against the spread, but double-digit favorites are 28-3 straight up. This game screams money line. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the Seahawks. I don't like the spread. Just based on the way the defense played last week. You know,
yeah, correct.
I mean, the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy's the quarterback, but they also have Justin Jefferson and some other guys that can make plays that, you know, you could have a broken coverage and, you know, a 5-yard dump off, a wide receiver screen ends up to be a 66-yard touchdown or something. So you got to be careful of that.
Yeah, Vikings are ass. I mean, you know, McCarthy's going to have a pick 6 or 2. What do you think is?
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I would.
Completely agree.
Yeah, this may be the lead pipe lock of the week. Seahawks on the money line. You're not going to get a lot of value with 10.5 though, but it's still money in your pocket. Raiders and Chargers, AFC West game. Chargers opened at 9.5, home favorite. Raiders are just ass. Chargers should handle them pretty easily in this game. Chargers are 14-6 against the spread versus the AFC. They are 4-0 straight up at home versus the Raiders. They are 7-3 last 10 games straight up versus the Raiders. The Chargers are 10-1 straight up versus teams with losing records. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1. Double-digit favorites. If this game goes to 10, it would be 15-14 against the spread and 28-3 straight up. If it goes to 10.
Jim Harbaugh rubbing Pete Carroll's face in it is guaranteed. They hate each other. They've never gotten along from the college days, USC and Stanford. This might be a game I'd consider giving the points because I'll tell you one thing: if Harbaugh gets up 10 points, he ain't backing off. He's not. He's not
going to pull a Browns and punt the ball on the 29-yard line.
He ain't going to punt the ball on the 20-yard.
Yeah, the last couple of years, I haven't seen a number this large between the Chargers and the Raiders. 9.5 is an awful lot of points. Yeah, like you said, Mike, this is the what's your deal game,
Yeah. What's your deal, man?
Yeah.
What's the deal, guys?
So next game, Bills 4.5 point favorite over the Steelers. I think this number is semi-inflated. 41 degrees and rain and sleet in Pittsburgh at game time. This isn't a big road game for the Bills. This is a bus trip to Pittsburgh. Bills are 22-7 straight up after a loss. They are 17-14 against the spread, but they are 15-7 versus playoff teams. Let's see. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1 straight up. The Steelers are 22-9-3 straight up as a home dog. They are 13-6 against the spread at home. And they are 10-3-2 against the spread when getting 3 points or more at home. So I think this, like I said, I think this number is a little overinflated. If I had to take a side, I'd go ahead and take the 4.5 in this game. But I think the Bills squeak out the win. Broncos minus 6.5 versus the Redskins. 39 degrees and rain game time. Broncos are 9-24 straight up on the road. Not a real good road team. Broncos are 5-6 against the spread in 2025. They are 22-28-1 against the spread. Broncos are 11-4 against the spread, although as a favorite. And they are 10-1 straight up and 8-3 against the spread versus a team with a losing record. Favorites of 4 points or more, 63-22-1 straight up. Redskins are 16-15 against the spread, kind of 50-50 mediocre. Sunday night game. This might be a good hedge game to put the Broncos on the money line. That way, if you had to protect your ticket, you would pay a minimal amount of money on the Redskins, to win the game, and that would be a good deal as far as protecting your parlay. Giants at Patriots Monday night. Patriots are a 7.5-point favorite in this game. 38 degrees and partly cloudy. Game time. The Giants are a miserable 2-17 straight up on Sunday, Monday, and Thursday nights. They are 22-17 against the spread as a road dog, and they are 8-15 against the spread as a dog. Jameis Winston is 4-8 against the spread. His numbers have been coming up against the spread. Giants teams that play the Lions the week before are 8-16 straight up, and they are 6-18 against the spread the week after. So that's a 3-1 favorite in favor of the Patriots as far as covering that number. Patriots are 9-0 straight up, and they are 7-2 against the spread. I hate that half point in that number. If that was 7, I would entertain taking that. But this would be another good hedge game to bet. Take the Patriots, and you'd have to lay a minimal amount of money on the Giants to recover your money. And that's it for week 13.
Nice. Mike, would that have changed any of your picks?
I don't really like any of the games.
Taking it easy this week.
I really kind of like the Chargers and give the points, but that's a minimal payout. And I like the Seahawks and give the points, but that's about it.
Izzy, do you have a lead pipe lock of the week?
Yeah. The Dallas Cowboys.
There you go. All right. Homers only need to apply. By the way, Ohio State Buckeyes play this weekend, trying to finally beat that filthy team up north. We're on a bit of a streak where it hasn't gone that way, but I think this could be our year. So we'll see.
Lead pipe lock of the week, Brian. Like we talked about, Seahawks money line.
They're
going to win that game. Forget about the 10.5.
Yeah, I mean, they should win it. Absolutely. I concur. All right. Any final thoughts on the way out? Gentlemen, thank you for abbreviating this together today. Had a great time. Mike, final thoughts. Are you doing any appearances? Are you doing any other shows you want to promote?
Toxically Masculine Tuesday tonight. We're going to talk about the news. We're going to talk about the 6 traitors who are
the Seditious Six.
The Seditious Six.
But Mike, I'd be curious to get your thought on the similarities between Oath Keepers. Just warning to make sure we only obey constitutional orders.
I have no thoughts about Oath Keepers right now.
On another show.
And a lot of other news stuff tonight. Tomorrow, news update on the financial side of things. And everybody have a great Thanksgiving. I'm going to hang out with that guy right there and his lovely wife, Regina. She's going to cook us some turkey. So.
Nice. Looking forward to it. I can't wait till what quote of the day Jim's going to give us. He usually has one for us. Izzy, final thoughts on this before we wrap?
Yeah. I hope everyone has a wonderful Thanksgiving. Enjoy a lot of good food. Great time here for that. Yeah,
hopefully you said you were at the dentist, did you say? I think you said you were. Did I miss
what?
I don't know. I thought Mike said he was at the dentist. Because you said enjoy good food, and I said I hope you'll be able to. And I was offering wishes of goodness and health to everybody. Thank you, Izzy. That was very kind. And Jim, you like to wrap it up with a piece of wisdom.
Yeah, it pertains the Browns-Raiders game. It's what you talked about, Brian, with the kicking that field goal. The answer to all your questions is money.
The answer to all your questions
is money.
Everything comes down to one of two things, Jim. Money or aliens. Money or aliens.
Ooh.
Everything. Money or aliens.
Money, aliens, or chicks.
Babes.
Space babes are into money.
And Mike and Dave will be coming over. We'll be watching some 85-inch football all day.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, have a blast. Feel free to tweet at the group and everything. Send some stuff out. We'll reshare. Make sure you're following all of us here on Strictly Football. We appreciate you being here. Happy Turkey Week. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back next week. Until then, I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
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 Hi, this is Eric Metcalf, and you're watching The Unhappy Hour.
Season 2 episode. Oh, that's The New American Media is proud to present a division of the Unhappy Hour sports show, Strictly Football.
Watch what Matt.
All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. Thanks for watching the TNAM Daily Show, followed with a replay, followed with Strictly Football. Looks like Strictly Football